It's all about putting in the work, and I'm about putting in the work. You gotta love putting in the work. Keep just putting in the work. The process of putting in the work. For everybody putting in the work. We about putting in the work. Be about putting in the work. Say less, full press, let's get it. Talk cheap, work, handle business. I'm allergic to excuses. It's a sickness. True commitment is the cure. Gotta be relentless. Refuse to be limited by conditions. The body and the mind gotta be reconditioned. How bad you wanna be in a power position? How far are you willing to go for the mission? A champion is fueled by the ambition. If the thoughts ain't positive, I can't listen. I choose good habits, make good decisions. Reach higher levels takes more than wishing. Stay true to the vision through how I live it. Pay dues, break through, make new traditions. Block haters out, dig in, tunnel the vision. The rough diamond, I'ma be that one in a million. It's all about putting in the work, and I'm about putting in the work. You gotta love putting in the work. Keep just putting in the work. The process of putting in the work. For everybody putting in the work. We about putting in the work. Be about putting in the work.
There are a lot of things you can't control. You can always control how much effort you put in. And that's the one thing you, I, and all of us always do our best at.
Dedicated athletic work ethic. Go get it, go hard, break world record. Power moves like this chess, this is not checkers. Success only answer to the go-getter. Putting in the work on the regular is clockwork. Sweat stay dripping on schedule. The work build character, the regimen is medicine. The grind is my zone, I'm at home in my element. It's business, personal, growth and development. If it ain't for the betterment, it's irrelevant. I'm about doing what it takes, never settling. You say you want to live your best life, let's get it then. It's all about putting in the work, and I'm about putting in the work. You gotta love putting in the work. Keep just putting in the work. The process of putting in the work. For everybody putting in the work. We about putting in the work. Be about putting in the work.
I actually keep an image of folks working in cotton fields on my office wall because it is a reminder about what hard work looks like.
It's no secret sauce. This the recipe. Number one key to success is sweat equity. Staying true to your word, that's integrity. The one who follows through to the end gets the victory. Power means work over time, scientifically. So if I put in work over time, I know it's meant for me. Lifelong, putting the work in consistently. Stay taking care of the body, temple religiously. Preserving and elevate my energy. I'm old school. I don't need no fancy amenities. Just a hoodie, I'm goody. If you're looking for me, I'm headphones on in my zone getting money. I'm an engine. My energy is supercharged. I leap over hard times. I go super hard. No cape, superhero in my own regard. My superpower is my hustle. I be on my job. On guard. It's all about putting in the work, and I'm about putting in the work. You gotta love putting in the work. Keep just putting in the work. The process of putting in the work. For everybody putting in the work. We about putting in the work. Be about putting in the work.
Good morning, YTBC. Peace, everybody. It's Friday. I hope everybody is doing awesomely. All within sound of my voice, both live and the playback gang. Check it out, people. Another week. Made it through. I hope yours was at least as blessed as mine. And if he was even half so, then you're doing just fine. Yo, this week, man, I gotta tell you, pretty damn slow boxing week for me. I don't know about you guys, but yeah, let's see what's happening. What's that? Hold on, let's see. People are populating the chat. I don't have my eyes on right now, so I see the people are there. I don't know who's there yet, but it's been a pretty slow week of news. But we're gonna get to like the highlights of it. We'll chop it all up. You know, Tim Zeus speaking. We talked a little bit about last week, but yeah, he's back in it. But the big news, I guess, the teasing of once again AJ versus Wilder, and we'll get into that definitely in a minute. But we're also going to talk about Boots team. They're now chiming in. We'll see if what they have to say is I don't know, inspirational for us, or if it's just more the same. Yeah, we'll get into that stuff. But today's topic was actually inspired by last week, me finding out some dude Gaultieri was the champion at 160, and me just for some reason I missed it. I don't know who the guy was or anything like that. So I'm like, wait a minute, what's happening here? In the hustle and bustle of the big fights, I think I missed a couple of turns in the world of sanctioned boxing. So I figured I would make sure we're all on the same page when it comes to at least the champions, the current reigning champions in the divisions, right? So, and we would take a look at those. But like part of my, a lot of these guys today, well, not even a lot of these guys. There's a sort of a I don't know if it's a narrative, maybe it's a transition, maybe it's just a new way of thinking. I'm not sure, like what, like what to attribute it to, how to describe it, but there seems to be a growing narrative surrounding the belts, and actually the not just the value of the belts, right? So now there's always been in boxing the idea that the fighters are bigger than the belts, right? You can get to a place in the sport if where you can get bigger than the belts. Generally, that typically takes having the belts to begin with, but then once having them, you can grow past them, and then the whole sport just lays down at your feet as you become the face of boxing. That's what that's that colloquial title, a phrase we give to the guy who is the most recognizable, the most famous guy, the one who's carrying the torch for all of boxing, because boxing apparently is still focused and centered around one person being the head, the most popular, the best paid, the best fighter. No one can touch him, yada, yada, yada. The pound for pound number one guy, the cash cow. All of that happens. But because we have that now, because I'm going to posit this, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm right. You guys can tell me what you think about it yourself when you hit the link. That maybe it's because now the way that we look at the way we consume content, right, through our devices, through social media platforms and all that stuff. Now celebrity is easier to contend with, and more people are more used to it. They're that is the way that they consider excellence and consider being good. We have the case of Anthony Joshua, or even a better case is Ryan Garcia, or maybe even a Dillian White, where guys, because they are popular, they're now being considered good and better than like champions and all this stuff, even though they're untested, but they are popular, right? And so I'm not sure now, because of, the way that people are talking about even like pound for pound, let's say, on the other side, on the opposite side, people say, well, he's a 4-division champion, so he's pound for pound, or he became undisputed, therefore he's pound for pound. And that also seems to be all over the place, right? When it comes to fans. But we are fans, and it's a wide tent, and you're going to have a lot of different opinions. And apparently a lot of different methodologies also. So today, I would like to sort of drill down and get some kind of working idea about what elite is, what it means to be a champion, and what sort of methodologies we use when we talk about the best of the sport. Turns out there's 45 reigning champions right now across 17 divisions. And in at least 3 or 4 of those divisions, there's only like 3 champions. You got the WBA world title, and for a lot of the purist fans like myself, don't consider the WBA world a recognized title, because it isn't one amongst all 4 sanctioning bodies. But what WBA has done recently, it was make it more legit possibly than the WBA Super, and we can talk about that. And because some divisions just have the WBA World Champion, don't have a WBA Super. So even though there's 4 champions, there's not 4 recognized champions. A lot of them have 3 recognized champions, and we'll go into all of that, like the wacky world of sanctioned boxing, and where it is in our head. So when we hear champion, we don't just automatically assign greatness. And I mean, we have examples of people even reigning champions today that test that theory. Case in point, Rolly Romero at 140 pounds, actually being a WBA super champion even. He's not one of those guys that's in the 3-weight, one of the 3 division, 3 belt divisions, 3 champion, 3 recognized champion, 3 recognized belt champions. Fuck, see how it is? Like they make you turn into a lawyer and a scholar just to figure out who the hell is good in the sport. And part of that is attributed to how many people are in the sport, definitely, and that's a kind of a rough thing for the sanctioned bodies to manage. But part of it is due to it, the current sophistication of the fans and how much work we're willing to put in to understand the damn sport and talk about it in not just a reasonable manner, but in an intelligent manner, in an informed manner. Not just intelligent, not just reasonable, but also informed. So towards that end, we're going to be looking at not just the usual suspects at the top of pound list. We're going to look at all the champions and maybe even some challengers. We're going to figure out who the hell are the elite guys in the sport today, regardless of whether or not they're current title holders or not. Right. So, Tim Tszyu fans, Boots fans. Now it's time to talk, Shakur Stevenson fans, even, right? Now it's time for you to get out your criteria, sorry, for why you think these guys are elite fighters. And we're gonna chop it up. Hopefully it's gonna be a fun one. Let me do the usual housekeeping. Pin the link before I get started in breaking all this stuff down. And maybe you guys know every single reigning champion, and you can help us out with our application, or maybe we'll be right there with us, learning what we need to know. What happened to my what? I must have closed it. Well, I have to look at this one later. I had a tab open, 15 greatest rounds of all time, an NBC documentary from 1990. I was watching that I don't know, like a month ago. I have yet to close the tab. So go away. Let me go and just do a little housekeeping. I'll put it in my watch later list. Angelo John D, George Benton, Archie Moore, some other people were discussing the 15 greatest rounds in boxing history. It's pretty good. Pretty good vid. I didn't get through the whole thing, but we're doing this now. Okay. Let me pin the link to the top, and then I will get into welcoming everybody to the chat and seeing your great comments. But yeah, today we're gonna put in some work. This is making sure we're all on the same page. We're all as informed as we can be. We can't get lost in the sauce, delving down and deep into these fights and these fighters. When we got big ones, it takes up a lot of our attention, right? Or at least mine. So we've been doing ever since. Really, it started with Stephen. It really started with Tank and Ryan, and then we had like Stephen Fulton and Monster, and then of course the big fight. Oh, we had before. Actually, I'm skipping one of them. Lone Devin. Of course, that also broke the internet. Crybaby Chenko and the Boxing Republic that took up his crybaby part. Yeah, that took a lot of energy. That burnt a couple of bridges. Some people, I think, still might be mad at me. I still feel like I'm some like that I don't. What is it? I don't apply the same standard equally amongst all the fighters. When it comes to like picking my fight or judging who won a fight. I mean, I don't think anybody does that, but yeah, when it comes to judging a fight, man, that's me, homie. I don't know what it's not my fault. Y'all just gonna have to okay, I'm in here. Let me in. I'm in a damn live. Okay, here we go. Yeah, that's that theme song today. I kind of like that one. I've never heard it before today, but I dig it. It's like right to the point. It's like it's almost like a tailor-made intro song to a show, right? But yeah, it's a little bit. I don't know how many times one can listen to that song before you get the message, but hearing it once was pretty damn good. I dug it. I hope you guys did too. It was kind of a challenge coming up with the correct song for today. So I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. All right, here we go. There's the link. Let me pin it to the top so I don't have to keep dropping it. Whenever somebody comes in, we know when we start cooking, we get lost in the sauce sometimes. Can't check the chat. But I do appreciate you guys chopping it up in the chat. I do appreciate you guys coming in and contributing, especially when it's like the constructive stuff. You know, I don't the troll stuff I don't mind, especially when it's funny. I actually encourage it when it's funny. I much more appreciate people, you know, chiming in on topic and contributing to the stream that way. Here we go. Super Sardonic, what's up, man? Brandon, what's happening? Boxing Lounge, brother from another. Mr. Lightning, what up? Yeah, you can maybe you'll hit the link and tell us why Shakur is the class of the division and is actually elite. Let's see, we got Jamel Fareed, what's up? The guy with your name, well, close to your name at least, has a big fight coming up. I'm sure he's gonna come up. Hit the like button. I appreciate that. We got Demon Time. What's up, baby? What's happening? The only guy actually who's seen me face to face on this YouTube thing that I met through social media. But let's see. We got Marky Dan. We got Brandon. What's up? What's up, Marky Mark? He's out there for the Virgin Islands, holding it down. How is it? how is it possible to have 17 divisions with 45 champions? Again, how is it possible? It is possible because we're not quite yet at the place where there's 18 recognized divisions, even though the Bridgerweight is working on that, and 5 sanctioning bodies, even though the IBO is working on that. But yeah, when you add sanctioning bodies, when you start increasing sanctioning bodies and increasing divisions, what you're going to get is more champions and more divisions. Right. So when people are talking about all-time great because they did 3 divisions, because they're a 3-division champion, meanwhile, they've generated so many damn belts. You don't know if a champion is even the best in a division. And they created so many divisions that it's not that difficult, or it's not as difficult as it once was to be a multi-division champion. Yeah, that's how I got it. Let's see. Marky Dan says there are only 2 league champions under heavyweight and no, but I favor them against any fighter around the weight. Wow, how quickly we forget all the work that Canelo put in. Canelo is no longer, like, to me, there's only one kind of all-time great, quasi all-time great, neo all-time great, or maybe even an ATG boxing right now, and that is Canelo Alvarez. There's, like, I feel like we got some ATG's hands, we got some ATG kind of skills, like inklings of it, but you need to show that against ATG talent in order to actually be an ATG, or at least Hall of Fame talent, right? So, that's my own particular criteria. That's my own methodology. We can get into that later and then jump on in. Okay, I got my man Brand backstage. He wants to put in a plug early in the morning. Man, he's like, Brandon, you're kind of a throwback. What's up, man? Yeah, you're kind of a throwback with your with the Looney Tunes, not just because Looney Tunes is a throwback, but you come in so early. It's like more when I first used to wake up and watch these things. There was a cartoon I don't know if you remember, or if you know. There's no way you can remember. You're not my age. But there was one called Super Friends. Do you have any Super Friends cartoons? And by the way, what's up, man? Happy Friday. Hope your week was great. Hope your weekend will be great too.
You're awesome music, DT.
Oh, thanks, man.
I accidentally deleted our stream, by the way.
You actually what?
I accidentally deleted our stream.
You did what on screen?
Our stream on my channel. I accidentally deleted it.
Oh, you deleted our stream. Oh man, yeah, that sucks. But we got to do it again anyway. That one was it was weird to begin with. Like we had to stop it and start it and all that other stuff. We need to do it again.
Yes. What day you want to do our stream? What day you want to stream my channel again?
Huh. Okay. So this Wednesday is bad. Thursday might be okay. No, Thursday's bad. Friday's always bad. Saturday's bad. Okay. Let's talk again next Friday, because I'm not sure. My next weekend is really fucking horrible. I'm sorry. It's really bad. I'm not gonna have any time. But the weekend after, I should be good. But let's just make plans. Hit me the next week on live, and then we'll make plans to do the show again.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. You have 2013 subs now? Nice.
Yep, 2013 now.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm doing a live stream at 1:30 today.
I will like to hear. But if anybody wants to take a break, take a cartoon break. That's what's up. Oh, wait a minute. VHS tapes?
Yes. It'll be only a half hour. I usually end the stream with a VHS with CNN Wines.
Okay. All right. Nice. Oh, so wait a minute. You're a ginger dude, huh?
Yeah,
Yep.
you're awesome, GT.
Oh, well, thanks, man. I appreciate that.
I gave you a shout out video on my channel.
Well, thanks. Thanks. I always shout you out here. Well, you show up and then I shout you out and make sure, and I'll do it once again. If you have not subscribed to Brandon Looney Tunes, check it out. Brandon, put your link in the chat. This dude is blowing up. I think when I first talked to Brandon, he had like 1,400 subs, something like that, 1,300 and some change. Now it's at 2,000. Yeah, something around there, right? Somewhere around there. And then, yeah, man, every week it's just been growing and growing. So, yeah, put your link in the chat and subscribe to Brandon Looney Tunes. I mean,
Yes.
oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. That same whole thing. Oh, what's up, unique? Again. Let's go through this thing. Scroll back up. Looney Tunes, Brendan Looney Tunes figures out link. Let's see.
My channel is link.
You gotta work on. Oh yeah, no, that was Smokey Jones. Yeah. We've gone down Harry Grab Rabbit. I've been tracking for past week. The thing about Harry Grab, right? So, it's the Tiger Flowers stuff and all this stuff. Like, what made Harry Grab, who damn near, like during the time when they had the color line drawn and people
Doesn't have
black fighter. Pardon me?
My channel does not have bad words.
Oh yes, bad words. Yes. So, yes, Brendan, really would appreciate it if when you guys came over there, you guys were on your best behavior. You know, cuss words are apparently one of is a no for him. But yeah, it's just a simple when you go over there, just
Your mic is all fucked up, by the way. Like you're going in and out, it's breaking up, it's bad, bro.
My channel does not have cuss words.
You talking about me, Adam?
Yes, your mic is bad. It's horrible.
Oh, okay, hold on. Let me switch.
The Phantom's here. And it's the Phantom's favorite Daffy Duck.
Correct. You remembered. That's good.
Yeah, what's your favorite Daffy Duck cartoon?
The one duck season, rabbit season.
The Hunting Trilogy.
Yep.
Man, it's only a 30-minute live stream.
Let me I'm
streams are usually between 30 to 90 minutes. 30 minutes to an hour.
Hey, Brandon, you still remember your favorite boxer?
Yes, I'll type it in the chat.
Say it on the panel for the people too. They want to hear it.
Those will old user. Where did GT go?
I'm gonna switch his device. He'll be back.
You're an okay user.
That's cool. I'll take that.
You do open panels and you never let me on panels.
Yeah, because I asked the people, do you want to talk to Brandon? They say no. So when they say yes, I'll let you on.
Yes, that was on. You're backstage for about 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Yep, I did subscribe to your channel and hit the bell, by the way.
That's cool. That's what's up.
Yeah, you're an okay user. You're an You're an
You back, Smoke?
You're back, GT. Yep, GT, you're back.
Let me ask you this, Brandon. So when you watch Looney Tunes, does it make you happy? Do you laugh or like what's going on? Like, do you like why do you like Looney Tunes?
Yeah, new users
Okay.
here. Monkey Dan
Okay.
123.
What's up, Marky Dan?
What's
What's up, people?
good? What's good, my folks?
Is it better? Am I underwater? Am I good or what?
You a little
It's
underwater, but I can hear
it's
you.
better.
Okay, hold on. Let me
Yeah.
take off my headphones. Hold on.
No. It's not bad. It's not bad. I'm just saying, like, you don't sound normal.
Yeah. No, I'll use my take off head. Ask me. How about this?
Yeah,
Is this better?
I think so. Say
Yeah.
something. You got to say
Better or
more
worse?
than is
1,
it
2,
better?
1, 2, 1, 2. You like it or don't like it?
Yep, I
Yeah,
like it.
better.
Good.
Better.
Yeah.
Man, we did a stream with. I did a stream with Quick Making like.
You did a stream, Brandon? Oh, that's cool, bro. I'm gonna check that out later if it's up. But Smoke, we were talking about we were talking about are there elite champions in boxing? You said we've forgotten about Canelo. I don't view Canelo as elite anymore. And when I think of elite, I mean when that fighter steps in the ring, I favor him against anybody. That's what I think when I think elite. And I can't do that with Canelo anymore.
Wow.
Monkey Dan 123. What's your favorite Looney Tune character?
The Tasmanian Devil. I told you before, Brandon. What's your thoughts, Smoke?
That name's Daffy Duck. Mine's
Okay, let me,
Roadrunner and Coyote.
Let me do this.
That's cool, man.
I say VHS old school. What's so unique? Let me get caught up in the thing. I'm gonna jump right back to this. I just want to read the chat, and then I'm gonna address what you just said, Marky.
Yeah, go ahead, Smoke.
Because I want to do this. Uncle Brun, apostrophe respect right back. Tony Boswell, respect to you. Travis, what's up? Demon
I have
just here to
2017
report.
now.
What's up, Demon Time?
2017 now.
No, I don't play it. No, I don't have a work song. Yeah, I have I do my songs that are sort of tailored for the actual live kind of things. So yeah, I don't have an intro for every single time. Although I may think about doing one. I get bored.
Smoke, bro, you be killing me with them songs and them little clips you be making.
And GT.
What's that one you got? Stop being a bitch. Deal with your problems.
GT.
Handle your motherfucking shit.
GT.
Everything.
GT.
Hey, you got a talent when it comes to making them clips, Smoke. For real.
Yeah, what's up, Brandon? How you doing, man?
Felix Boxer said, Brandon, I hacked your YouTube account and I'm stealing all your subscribers.
Nice. One of these days, I hope to get up to where you are right now. I love the way you're growing, though. I love to hear it.
And Freeze and Boxing said, Brandon, I hacked your account, hacked your YouTube account, and I'm stealing all your subscribers.
Nah, he's just mean.
Yeah, that's because Brandon does not know how to act around people.
Money.
I'm sorry, Friesen, not you, Brandon. Friesen is he's one of those disgruntled youth that is just trying to figure out life. He doesn't know any better. If he knew better, he'd do better. He just doesn't know any better.
He's not gonna hack my YouTube channel.
No, but he is gonna keep messing with you though, as long as you let him.
Let him what?
Yeah, just ignore him.
Troll you.
Yeah, he's never going to stop telling you about hacking your channel. That's what he's just going to say. Keep saying to you every single time.
Yeah, they don't care about reality or facts or nothing, Brandon. They just like
No,
to mess with you. That's all they care about.
it's not even that. They just don't have any self-respect, so they go around disrespecting everybody else because they don't respect themselves. So
That too.
they're trying to disrespect you by disrespecting me, and whatever. They're just spreading around the disrespect they have for themselves, and we have to bear witness to it. But hopefully one day they'll get better and stop doing that weak ass shit. But whatever, we're gonna keep it going. And one of these days, hopefully, when you come over to my channel, the cussing that I do won't bother you. But whatever.
Yes, I mainly hope there's one or two people here. 1, 2, or 3. Not if there's a lot more people, I won't be able to get a chance to talk.
Oh yeah, no. Well, since you don't talk boxing, I mean, I know Virgil is your guy, but I don't think Virgil has any fights happening right now. He is. We hope him a speedy recovery that he comes back to the sport. But yeah, your favorite fighter.
Please boxing said, Brandon, I'm coming to your house and telling your mom that you've been cursing and swearing you'll get in big trouble. I did not curse or nothing.
Yeah, there it is. Look at you. Look at that. Look at Brendan. I like that anyway. Look at Brendan taking the panel over. Look at you, bro. Anyway, let's get back to
I'm on mute cracking up. My bad.
Freezing Boxing is not going to hack my channel.
What? Sorry, what happened?
Freezing Boxing is not going to hack my channel.
Freezing Boxing can't hack anything. He can't hack it at all. That's the problem. That's part of his problem. Like anyway.
Hey, that nigga can't hack a 9-to-5 job. Don't worry, Brandon.
He's all kinds
like
of
he's not.
That he doesn't have. He is a hack. He needs to have some talent. No matter how it is. Oh yeah, man. Freezer he needs a hug, a role model, prayers, whatever. Like what? Yeah.
Oh my God, Smoke! Listen, I'm so thankful for your channel. I went back and watched H Money last night after a long time. I forgot how I had to fight to say some words, my nigga. Like this channel right here is cool, man. You can just talk. Ain't nobody gonna scream at you. None of that.
I mean, it might happen, but it passes. I mean, and then we get back to the actual conversation. You don't get shouted down. We're not stamping out nasty over here. We're like trying to get to the bottom of stuff.
Like last night, it was this nigga. He was screaming like there's a female on the panel, and he's screaming at the edge of tears at this lady. It's like, dude, calm down.
Who was that?
What you say, Brandon?
I was talking to the money user.
What's going on, bro? What you say?
Which Looney Tunes character is your favorite, Money?
I don't watch cartoons. I haven't watched cartoons in about 30-something years, but if I had to choose one off of your picture, I would have to say, who was a player, man? Was Daffy Duck a player? I don't know, man.
You were a player in
there was no play like everybody was
Daffy Duck a player.
The one that was like portrayed as a player for the time was Pepe Le Pew, but he's kind of rapey for today's standards, right?
Pepe Le Pew. Is that the guy with the hat?
That's the skunk.
No, that's the cat. He's a skunk that chases around the cat.
Always chasing the cat.
Wasn't Bugs Bunny a player? But then Bugs Bunny always get the carrot. Hey man, make me Bugs Bunny.
He was slick. I say that about Bugs.
Slick, he wasn't a player. There wasn't a lot of hooking up in the cartoon. This is like this is before you started feeling funny down there and stop chasing girls and start chasing them a different way.
Hey man, I'm Roadrunner on Bugs Bunny. I'm feeling like they was the two most playerish. Bugs Bunny just got on. All right, I'm done. Y'all got me.
I don't know who's putting that Mac hand down in cartoon land.
Hey man, I mean, it was
I keep
cartoons.
Say again.
Oh, you talking about me or him?
I know anybody. Like now it's an open discussion. Now I don't even know. I'm trying to figure.
I'm trying to think of some cartoon players, man.
That's what I'm saying. Like they used to get the girl or something.
Nah,
Mickey
man,
Mouse
they're
used
all
to
a
get
bunch of
mean?
incels, aren't they? Now that I think about it, Superman couldn't figure it out with Lois Lane. Like he had to do a whole thing. They all got issues. Like Peter Parker.
I mean, well,
Batman couldn't
smoke.
keep a woman,
They
but
all
Batman
lived.
can.
They all lived what you call it? They lived of second lives. Like they lived
Yeah,
other
yeah.
lives.
Well,
Yeah. So
celibate
that stress.
lives.
Yeah. So
Can
that
one of those
stress
dudes get
played a
laid
part in
though?
their real life.
Well,
But
I
I'm just
feel
saying,
like
why couldn't one of them get laid? I think Bruce Wayne was getting laid, wasn't he? I
Nah,
mean,
Bruce Wayne was
in
getting
the
pussy.
movies, but not the
Bruce
cartoon.
Batman was getting hella pussy. He was a
GT.
player.
That
I
nigga is
don't
a
think he was.
billionaire.
I
He
think
got his
I
own
think he's part of
mansion.
the
He got a
Catwoman. I
fleet
don't
of
think he ever did
cars and
that.
shit. Like, come on now.
Right. Yeah, then he would pull up, boss up on
Yeah, he pull
people
up and
with
then he
three
drive
with
all by
three
himself
girls.
too. He
But
pull
he
up
always pulled up with three
and he pull
girls.
out too, all by himself. Right in
Look
the
it.
middle of him getting something, like something happened. The Riddler,
You,
the
you know,
Penguin,
you know his superpower
Joker,
was like being an
something happened.
arrogant
Yeah, he
billionaire.
hitting Catwoman pussy. He see the bat signal. He gotta go
Yeah,
save the city, bro. That's what it was.
But you ever think about that? Why does Batman act like an arrogant asshole billionaire, but really he's saving the world? If you think about it, because he always pops up with three bitches, acting arrogant. You know what I mean? Because then I didn't mean to run Looney Tunes off. My bad, brother. But you know what I mean? He's always popping up with three females, acting like an asshole billionaire.
but he's never
You know what I'm
waking
saying?
up with one of them, right? Like which superhero woke up in bed next to a woman?
Man, Batman always
That
had
what's the
Batman
name?
never
What's
wakes
the
up next
hold
to
on, Smoke?
anybody. Batman
What's
got an
the name of
old
that?
dude. Batman got an old dude making him breakfast in bed. That's what he's got.
Nah, man, you need to go back and read the context clues and
Nah,
all the
bro.
Batman because he
Nah,
always had females.
I read
Okay, so
those detective
let
guys.
me give you an
Hell no.
example.
that was
Yeah,
actually
see,
one of the
now I
things
have to go back to the
Alfred.
comic books. Dick
Let
Tracy
me
didn't
give
get
you an
laid. Oh,
example.
hold
Let
up.
me give
There's
you
a
an
problem
example.
here.
Hold on, Smoke. Let me give you an example. Okay,
Yeah.
so in the movie, I think it's the Bane
No, you're
movie,
talking about the
but
movie, though. The movie version, all right. But even in
y'all
the
was
That's
talking
movie
about
not the
version, all
movie
right.
is
So
not
the movie version
canon.
had Vicky Vale, right?
my
So
bad.
yeah,
Yeah,
Kim Basinger was
we did
putting out
start
in the
with
movies.
we did start with cartoons. So well, I told you I don't watch many cartoons, so I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, we went to cartoons, the comic books. I'm talking about the original stuff. Like I was saying, in the Christopher Nolan series, he kind of cleaned it up a little bit. Like, we got a couple of smooches there.
Look it, no,
And then
you're
Kim
old like
Basinger, I
me.
think Kim Basinger was she was putting out, but that was
Smoke,
about
you're
it.
old like me. Do you remember like the that it was like it was a round table with a bunch of kings or something. They used to all have swords. What was that? What was that cartoon? Oh
The Round Table
man,
sounds like King Arthur, but they're not
King
all King
Arthur.
Arthur.
You
Yeah,
talking
but it was a
about
bunch of them around the table.
That's the
what's
Round
the
Table.
name of it? He's the master of the galaxy or something like that.
Yeah, and it was
Are you talking
like a
about
bunch of them.
He-Man?
He-Man,
No,
He-Man. Yeah. Me
not
and my daddy used to
He-Man.
watch that.
I think he was getting what I was saying when he said the first name to King Arthur because it was like a bunch of them around the table and shit like that. You know what I
King
mean?
Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table?
Yeah, I
Merlin?
think so. Yeah, I like
Are you talking
those.
about Justice League?
Is that what it is? Man, you
Justice
gonna
League
make
was
me.
Super Friends, though. That's the name
Hold
of that
on, I'm
show,
gonna have
Super
to look
Friends.
it up since I'm on my computer now. So hold on, let me see what's going on here. Cause
Anyway, we're geeking out. All right. So
yeah,
anyway,
go ahead.
Brandon's
Let's get
gone.
back focused. My bad. My bad.
Nah, you good. We talk about anything on here.
Nah, that's just we go into these interludes and Brandon comes on the panel just because that's
Oh
what he
yeah.
talks about. He's not a
Oh,
boxing
okay,
fan.
yeah. Let's blame it on Brandon because I didn't bring this up. I'm like, how did we get
Yeah.
here?
Now I'm just tripping out. I'm tripping out on
I'm
how
like, oh,
lack of there was nobody who was just getting it like that. It was either a bunch of dudes who had better shit to do,
look, it's
or
Knights at
a
the
dude
Round
that
Table.
couldn't take no for an answer. Yeah, nice down. Yeah, that's King Arthur.
And then he said, nah, Skeletor was the true player. See, it was some cartoons where it'd be like the guy was slick and stuff, and he'd be like, wooing the girl and then sneak her out of some candy or something. I don't know, man. I'm like trying to think of the smooth player cartoons. Like, was the Coyote smooth?
Johnny Bravo.
To stay
You
taking
ever
L's,
watch
to take
Johnny
multiple
Bravo?
L's, everything. So
Nah,
that
that's
Johnny
more new
Bravo
school.
was like that dude was a big simp. Like that's what I'm saying. He had no. I think the kids call it Riz. We used to say swag. All right, no confidence. The dude was just
Dang,
a
that's what
cornball.
that means. You
He
just
was
taught me
always
what a
striking
word
out.
means. I never understood.
Nah,
You know what I
I
mean?
can't say that about Johnny Bravo. That nigga,
Johnny Bravo struck out.
I
1, 2,
seen
3
him
out.
get
1, 2,
hold
3 out.
on. I seen him get destroyed 1,000,000 times over in the worst way possible by these bitches, and
He
come
always
back.
struck out.
And he always came back.
Yeah, that's
But I'm
because he
having
was
to
just
Google these
oblivious.
people.
There was one.
Johnny Bravo image.
That dude stayed striking out and
But
stayed
that
shooting a shot.
nigga
He
was
is not
important.
okay.
Now you
What
see
all Johnny
today.
Bravo is he is a cartoon where you just shoot your shot, no matter what the hell happens. Just
Yeah.
shoot your shot.
I don't know who this guy is.
Who-
Y'all are talking about this person right here. Do I have the ability to share?
You could probably put it up on your
Yeah, no,
as
Johnny
your
Bravo. You can pull him up.
avatar.
Yeah, he's like he has like a
Yeah, I
kind
don't
of
know
a
about this guy.
pompadour,
Can you
front
see this?
hair.
Yeah, he's barrel chested, got motherfucking blonde hair, shades,
Yeah,
like
so he's
real
one of
cool
those
looking
guys
guy.
that he should be getting a bunch of women, but he's not.
Oh,
He has
you
like
have
really
to give
short
me the.
legs or something.
You got to give me the
He's like a
ability to
really
share.
big torso. Yeah, you got to check him out. You got to just go check out the Johnny Bravo cartoon. It's kind of a weird lore. And I don't know why the hell that's the Ed and Eddie and Powerpuff Girls thing.
Smoke, what the fuck you know about that era? That's way
Man,
past the time.
that's when I my firstborn. my son.
Oh, okay.
That's
You
what he
get a
watched.
pass.
Yeah, he watched Blue's Clues, SpongeBob, and
Oh
then by
yeah,
that
that's
when I had
all
my
the shit
first
I
kid,
used
and
to
then
watch back in the
Powerpuff.
day.
Yeah, there's
Yeah, man.
bonded with my kid. I got all the new cartoons. Anyway, fuck, he's 25 next fucking month, so so much for that shit. But yo, back to this elite shit. Back to this elite in boxing. Hold up, let me put up TBE. I got my man, the myth, the legend. Let's see if today. How you doing, TBE?
Hey, what's going on,
I hope you had a
Smoke?
great
Hey,
week.
yeah, I
Hope you're having a
did.
happy
I
Friday.
always do. Listen,
Oh,
Smoke,
GTBE. How you doing, bro?
what's going on, Marky Dan? Hey, TB. I mean, I'm sounding like you now, Smoke. But listen, Smoke, I got a proposition for you. I sent you an email. Check it out. Look for it.
Okay. I'll check it out.
All right.
So Canelo's not elite. I'm going to make sure we went through a trip around the houses for a second. Brandon,
said that?
will distract us, right?
I said that. I do think his career and his resume is elite, but at this moment right now, Canelo is not elite. I don't see him beating David Benavidez. I don't see him beating David Morrell. I don't think he's an elite fighter at 168 anymore. But hey,
I
you
mean,
could prove me
okay.
wrong.
So we jumped the gun. Right? Let me get your. How do you define elite?
Well, when I
In
define
boxing, like in
elite,
boxing, not just like in anything, but in boxing.
okay, well, when I define elite in boxing, that means you the best of the best. And when you step in that ring, I favor you no matter who you step in there with, unless you're going up against another elite boxer. If that makes sense, Smoke.
Well, elite is just a level. It's just another level, and it's above the the top level, right? So you have the top level and you have the elite level.
Right.
This week's my guy was Rocky Balboa, right? And it hit me that like Rocky Balboa isn't like not only is he a Hall of Fame fighter, but there's something about his career that at least the career that we saw, right, that they showed us on film, that would suggest that he's probably not even elite. Right?
Rocky?
Definitely a Hall of Famer, so right? But like Rocky Balboa, not really elite, right?
No, he fought what? He was a club fighter.
Yeah, he beat the reigning champion. First he tied, then he beat him. He beat Clubber Lang in a mandatory. Well, was he even the mandatory challenger? He lost to him, and then he beat him, and then he lost to a dude in exhibition.
No, he was a.
No, that was a real fight, but it was like an exhibition fighter. Dude had never had like a real professional fight in Ivan Drago, right? Then he went to Russia and beat him and go for the whole thing, but. No, wait a minute. He didn't even fight. No, he fought Drago in a straight exhibition. That wasn't even like a sanctioned fight. And then the rest of it was like tomato cans, right? The Clubber Lang thing. He was like a manufactured champ. But he was able to make the Hall of Fame. So, right, no, not elite, right? So, when I look at guys like Monster Inoue, right, I say that his competition is not elite. Like when I look at guys like Canelo, I think that his challengers are they kind of fall in the not elite also, but they're closer to elite than fucking monsters and buds for that matter. Actually,
Yo, you know what?
is Errol Spence better than B-Ball?
Hell no. Hell no. Not
But,
no.
but hold
Hell
on,
no.
is Earl Spence better than Stephen Fulton?
No.
Exactly.
Well, right. So for
The only
I don't know,
thing
is
that
Errol better
Spence
than
had,
Stephen Fulton?
but the only thing that Spence had over Fulton is one more belt. Other than that,
No,
if
it
you
had
really
something
break
else
it
over it
down,
too. They had a different
Stephen
kind of
Fulton
style.
was probably the more skilled boxer. Matter of fact, he is the more skilled boxer than Spence,
Without a doubt.
without a doubt.
Yeah, Stephen
Yeah,
Fulton
without a
definitely. Definitely. Yeah, but he's got something Stephen Fulton doesn't have.
Which is?
Fuck you
Yeah.
up. He's got fuck you
No.
up power.
No, you don't have
No,
that.
he got a fan base, Smoke. To say it like it
that's
is.
what
Stephen
he
Fulton
said he
fights.
has to
Stephen
have-
Fulton
no,
fights at
hold on a
122.
second.
He fights the.
Hold up a second.
That's what he got.
Errol
Go ahead,
Spence,
Smoke.
Errol Spence sent guys to the hospital. That's what I describe as fucking you
Yeah,
up.
but
I've been to the
guys
hospital
just
before.
stand
I
in
had
front of
I got hit in the eye and I woke up in the hospital, had a big shiner and all this other stuff, and that was just like falling off a bike. I was kind of fucked up for a few days.
I would
I
send
call
you
that
to the
fucking
hospital
fucked
if you
up.
stood in
If you
front of me.
pissing blood and all this other stuff, you fucked up.
Smoke. If you stood in front of me, I send you to the hospital. If you're gonna stand in front of a guy,
I mean, but not about
But
me
hold
and
on.
you. It's not
Hold
about
on,
me and
but
you. It's about like, listen. First off, we're not having slap contest. Like, first off, I'm not going to stand.
I'm just making an
I'm
analogy.
not going to go stand there with my hands behind my back, like,
But
oh
that's what
yeah,
they're
go ahead, do a thing.
That's
But
what
we're just,
did.
who we're comparing though is Errol Spence and Stephen Fulton, their power. I'm saying
I'm
that
just saying to
at
you,
least
Smoke,
Errol Spence has the power to
it's illusionary, man. All I'm saying to you is the fact
okay, Stephen Fulton doesn't have the illusion of power. He doesn't even have that.
Well, I'll give you that. You're right.
Okay, so just before you guys in your rush to talk about how Spence is like manual, all this other shit, just follow the conversation. Just follow the conversation.
Okay, Smoke.
Right. So, like I was saying, he has that over Fulton. Fulton is a definitely more skilled boxer. I don't know who is the actual better fighter overall. Whatever. But to me though, it's a Canelo thing versus the Monster thing. Canelo is in a division that has proven guys in it, and guys who seem to be futures of the division, right? And who knows how good Dave Monroe's going to be? We just don't know. He's a big kid with a lot of talent. Yada yada yada. There's no equivalent to that at 122. Like there was. I mean.
You had Figueroa for a little while, but he moved up eventually.
Yeah, he's gone. He's at 126. He's not looking like the same guy either. Like as a Figueroa, as a boxer, is not as good as Figueroa, the fighter. Right? He's figuring out his style.
No, he's a slugger. That's who he is.
Well, he's a bruiser. Really, he just likes to put his hand in your chest. He uses his head. He hits you on the elbows. He just beats you up. Right?
That's something I like about him, though. He reminds me of a lot of those old school fighters that used to fight close and in the clinches.
Well, that's what I think he's best at. But really, what he's doing right now is he's trying to fight from range and trying to pick his shots and all this other stuff.
That's not who he is. They need to stop.
And he's not. It's not that good. Like he's just not good at it. I mean, he's getting better, I guess, but it's like Dillian White. Like Dillian White was good at his style, but then he tried to work behind the jab and do hooks and all that. Whatever, dude. Fuck out of here. You get knocked out. But anyway, back to the subject at hand. Elite being all right. So the best of the best, I got that. It's just a criteria of how to determine who's elite versus giving it examples.
It's hard to say any of these guys.
I know elite as a descriptor, but how do you come up with a methodology to say that all right, no matter who it is I'm talking about, if they meet these criteria, then they're elite.
It's hard to call any of these guys elite nowadays, really, to tell you the truth. I mean, these guys don't fight enough like they used to back in the days. I mean, you got guys, fighting from fight camp nowadays. Back in the day, you didn't have time to get fat. You know what I mean? You fought in March, and then in April you was fighting. In June you was fighting again. By September you had another fight. 40 years over, you had like 5, 6, 7 fights. So nobody had time to get fat. You had to stay in shape all the time. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
wasn't. There's nothing about you getting. There was no such thing as a fat fighter back in the. And they were fighting 15 rounds, and so you couldn't afford to get out of shape at all. As a matter of fact, you couldn't get out of shape because you were fighting so much. This is an example. I'm gonna show you something right now. Look at this. In 1977, let's see, Carlos Zarate, right? In 1977, he fought
Great champion.
right 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 5 times, and that's continuous. 1976 the same, 1975 the same. So these guys every 3 months they're fighting. They never had time to really get fat or get out of shape. To me, those are elite fighters. I mean, nowadays, these guys they don't fight once every 3. Look at Keith Thurman. I mean, God. I mean, how? I mean, is he even a fighter? How can you call somebody a fighter? You know what I'm saying? So nowadays, man, the people are really elite. If you really want to say the elite fighters, I guess you have to look at the people on the top in the pound for pound rankings and get the elite fighters. People like Crawford and people like that, in a way, and people like that who actually fight, who stay in shape all the time, who live a fighter's life. You know what I mean? These guys are serious about the business, and they don't, but it's easy to get fat and out of shape nowadays because these guys fight once or twice a year, and that's like a lot. This is why Canelo is such a different fighter than a lot of these guys, because not simply because he's so good, but he fight a lot. So if you're gonna keep fighting, you're gonna stay sharp. It's just that simple. It's just just logics, man. If you're fighting once every 2 years, how are you gonna stay sharp as a guy that's fighting 4 or 5 times a year? You can't.
Right.
It can't be done.
Yeah, but the thing is, even then, everybody fought. So even then, there was guys who stood out amongst the dudes that fought all the time. Right?
Exactly, and those were really elite fighters.
So you do have to provide some context in that this era we don't do that anymore, and it's unfortunate, but we just don't do that shit. We don't fight 5, 6 times a year anymore. So we have to judge the fighters by that standard.
Yeah, back then, why everybody fought, and some guys were still, considered to be scrubs of that day, and then certain guys were still elite of that day. So now we're in a different day where they don't fight as often, and some guys we consider scrubs today, and some guys we consider.
And TBE, I agree with you 1,000% because that shit frustrates me when I hear a newbie come out and say he's only fighting twice a year. And that's the type of deal he has worked out with ESPN. Like, I don't like to hear shit like that. I want to see my fighter fight at least 3, 4 times a year.
There's not a distribution network for they don't have the means to it. There's not a delivery system that can accommodate these fighters in that way. Like,
that's true.
They're getting paid too much money nowadays. Back in the day,
back in the day, you had champions taking non-title fights in between. That was normal. You'd lose,
people don't understand the double-edged sword. We want to talk about how guys are multiple division champions and all this other stuff. You don't realize that when you have this many sanctioning bodies and this many champions, then there's not enough dates for all these champions to fight 4 or 5 times a year, and then also have us watching. There's 45 champions right now, current champions, and there's 52 weekends in a year. Like, how many times can you You can't fight 4 or 5 times and have people watch this shit. Like, what are these cards supposed to look like? How are these people supposed to get paid? Like, what?
Yeah, so the whole thing is just a performance at this point. I mean, it's just fact. It's very little meat on the bone right now with boxing. That's the problem.
It's a distribution issue.
Champion for each division. None of this 10 champions and all this nonsense. It's foolishness, man. Just because you got these promoters and organizations who want to try to make $1, they messed up. It should be just like they do in UFC. 1 champion.
So yeah, bro. And I was just thinking about that. UFC. My bad, Smoke. Go ahead.
There is 1 champion. It's called. They just call him undisputed now. But really, what it is there's 1 champion, right? And there's a few divisions that have the 1 champion. Let me see how many times I wrote the number 4 down here when I was doing my homework for this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times I wrote 4 belt. Oh no, actually that's not even. Oh, sorry. How many times did I write 1?
You counting Nui?
I wrote down 1 champion 1, 2, 3, 4 times. There's only 4 divisions right now of 17 that have 1 champion.
I mean, shit, Nui about to blow that nigga out the fucking water. So I mean, I think we could pretty much safely put him on that list right now.
And even those like so, I'm not even gonna like break that shit down. Okay, so how many divisions have two champions? There's one.
Jesus.
There's two champions that have two.
122.
There's two divisions. There's two champions that have two divisions that have two champions. Heavyweight and 122.
Oh, what are we trying to find, Smoke?
No, what I'm talking about right now is the idea about being elite and being a champion, right? So since they split up the sanction, but since there's so many sanction bodies, they've now taken the idea of champion and split it into four, right? So are you even a champion if you're a quarter of a champion? I mean, what is that?
That's a damn good question, Smoke.
So I mean, and that's where guys who are being touted as 4 division champions and all this other stuff, but it was never undisputed. That's where they find themselves. Like to me, like it would, instead of calling Monster a 4 division champion, he'd be a 1 division champion. But at least it's one of the original 8, right? It's not like one of these tweener fucking champions. Like I'm only 140 pound fucking undisputed or cruiserweight undisputed. Like how the fuck? I'm older in the cruiserweight division. How does that make you elite?
Yeah, I kind of hear what you're saying, Smoke.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like if you're gonna break it down to accolades and stuff like that, and just I was a champion. At some point you gotta, like, I understand Monster is looking monstrous. He is on the upswing. He hasn't had this wars and all that stuff as a Canelo Alvarez, but I still think Canelo is fighting better competition than Monster. I mean, yeah, he's not looking as good, but he's still not having these tough fights. And B-Ball was a hell of a fucking challenge. That was like a challenge that guys are not really taking. Is B-Ball better than, is like stepping up to fight B-Ball? Is that a bigger jump than Monster fighting Stephen Fulton? I think it's at least as big. Probably bigger though. Like, I don't know.
Nah, but this is just me personally. I just put a little bit more on Monsters simply because he hadn't been to that weight class before, and Stephen Fulton was universally viewed as the man. Whereas with Canelo, he'd been to 175 before. He won a title there, and while I think we all agreed Bivol is very talented, I can count a handful of people who had Canelo losing that fight. But hey, we fucked around and we found out afterwards.
Also, to bolster your point, I don't think B-Ball is like considered the best at light heavyweight. I think he is one of the best. Like, that and Better Beef, they've had to fight. Whereas everybody thought that Stephen Fulton was a class of 122. So I mean, I'm with that. I'm with that.
So am I. And by the way, I was one of those handful of guys. Okay, I had Bivol knocking him out, but it didn't come to pass. He just beat him. But he should have knocked him out. Actually, that Bivol. But Canelo got an iron chin. I gotta give him that. That's one thing he got. That chin is made of fucking granite.
If Bivol had put his jab to Canelo's body from the early rounds, he would have stopped him. Because Canelo started leaning on the ropes, I think in like the 3rd or 4th round. So if he had started that body work early, he probably could have stopped Canelo.
But Canelo got a great poker face, though.
Yeah, a lot of people thought that Canelo would win that fight by robbery. Also, like people thought that he would lose. Like that's cards, right? They thought that B-Ball was good enough to beat Canelo, that it was too much of a leap. Like he was just too big and too good, and had the correct style to beat him. But they figured that he could get a nod in the cards, and he almost did actually, because his style, like Canelo, has a much more fan-friendly style. Where I'll put it Vegas-friendly style than B-Ball.
I was watching that fight this morning, as a matter of fact, and because I was thinking, the reason I watched it because I wanted to make a comparison between Charlo and Bivol, and see what can Charlo do against Canelo. And when I saw that fight, I said to myself, I like Charlo, but I don't think he's gonna have a chance because Bivol was a big guy. He's actually 175 pounder. He's gonna box somewhat similar to the way Charlo is supposed to be boxing, moving. Obviously, I think Bivol is probably better defensively than Charlo. But I was thinking that the size, the speed, the power, but we don't know what it's gonna be like for Charlo at that weight. He never fought at that weight before. So when I look at the way Bivol fought, and I look at the way Charlo is supposedly going to fight, I just don't see Charlo winning. Unfortunately, I think he's gonna be. I think Canelo's gonna walk him down and beat him up. And because the only way he's gonna win that fight, he's gonna have to fight the way Bevo did, and be just as
Right.
effective. And I don't
Yeah.
think he can do that. I mean, he hasn't shown that to this point, but maybe he can. I just believe that the pre-Derek James Charlo would have had a better chance. If he was still with Ronnie Shields and he was taking this fight with Canelo, I would give him a better shot than him. Than Derek James teaching him. I just don't think Derek James. Just like there's two trainers I don't like in the boxing that I don't think really train fighters good. That's Derek James and Abel Sanchez.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by the fight. I'm intrigued. I think I'm actually picking Charlo to win, but I think he needs to be on all 10 toes that night. He
I
needs to move. He needs to keep he needs to keep at the correct distance. I don't think he can mix it up with Canelo. Yeah, he needs to stay out at his correct distance. That's all I can say. Just move, jab, just box. Don't
he
try
just
and go in there and mix
all
it up
right.
with that big dude.
I got you, but he's gonna have to box at least as good as Bevo did. Can he do that? He's gonna be he's gonna have to be at least
That's
he's
okay.
gonna
You got
be
a point.
he's gonna have to be at least as strong as Bevo was. Easy, that strong. Okay, he's gonna have to be able to to be able to take a punch. I just
But
don't. I'm just.
but the thing, but the thing that I thought about when you brought that up, I thought about the judges. If you can't even outclass him, or rather, if you can't beat him as bad, or no, think about how badly Bivol beat him, and Bivol only got 7 rounds against Canelo.
Exactly.
Can
That's what I'm
can
talking about.
can Charlo replicate a performance like that? I
That's what
don't
I'm
know,
talking
but
about.
yeah,
That's what I'm talking about. I'm not writing
shit, we
Charlo
gonna see.
off. I'm not writing him off, but I'm just. It's gonna be difficult for him to accomplish this. I mean, he's gonna have to be like you said, his A game all
Yeah,
the whole fight, and
All right, so then
or at least knock him out.
let's talk about the elite fighters, right? And the elite fighters, period, and then regardless of them being champions or not champions at the moment, right?
okay, but let's go class by weight class from heavyweight first.
All right. So that I was gonna bring up Usyk because you just said you thought only Bud and Monster were elite. So Usyk, you don't think he's elite?
No.
Yeah,
I said under heavyweight. I think
Oh,
those
under
are the only
heavyweight. Yeah,
two.
yeah, that's right. You
Yeah.
said under heavyweight. Okay, yeah, that's your caveat. All right, cool. All right. So for me, I got is Tyson Fury elite. Damn, he is. He
Yes.
is.
not a doubt.
Yeah.
And
It's
so I think Wilder has elite power, but not other than that. I think AJ is decent. He's a big guy, but I wouldn't call him elite. Let's see. Everyone else is like kind of prospects are kind of I don't know, kind of lame actually.
The
So
heavyweight division is soft right
yeah,
now.
we got two elite guys, one guy with elite power. He has an elite attribute, but that's about it.
I like the young guys that's coming up there right now. But my bad. Go ahead with the elite talk.
Yeah. So yeah. Hold on. Can you guys hold it down 1 second? I just got a phone call I have to take. But I'll be
Go ahead.
right back. You just hold it
Go
down.
ahead, Smoke.
Yeah.
So we're talking about the elite fighters by every division. So in heavyweights, I don't think there's really much discussion to be had. I mean, Fury and Usyk, that's easy. Let's move on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's thin pickings up there in the heavyweight division, boy.
man, I don't know. I don't know what to make of that shit. Tyson Fury. Can we blame him? No, but at the same time, man, that shit is a disgrace. You're fighting an MMA champion rather than unifying the belts and becoming undisputed. And there was worse, TBE. I keep hearing people talking about Tank doing the same shit and going and fighting Sean O'Malley, the MMA champion.
Yeah, I mean, why not? You might as well. You got at least you get some eyes on the boxing because boxing, MMA is outperforming boxing right now. you know, on our levels. And you know, I mean, lately we're getting some fights like we just had recently, some good, you know, halfway decent fights. You know, obviously the Crawford Spence fight is what we've been waiting for years. Now we need to get the Jamel Charlo fight. We need to get the Canelo fight with Crawford if that's what he's gonna go out on. If that's his cash out fight, there's a lot of good fights that we need to get that we're not getting. We need to see Tank and
Shakur.
Shakur fight
Mark
instead of
Smith.
both of them waiting around trying to wait out Devin Haney moving up towards to 140 pounds and dropping the belts. That's what they're waiting for. Shakur supposedly he's supposed to be fighting Frank Martin now.
Yeah, I heard that. Mhm.
What, so you turned down Undisputed to fight Frank Martin? I mean, come on, bro. I mean, get with the program, man. What the hell are you talking about? Are you gonna get more money for this fight than you was getting from Devin Haney? No.
Exactly.
Are there any belts involved? No. So
I mean that whole thing just boggled my mind. It's like if you know you can beat this motherfucker, and you know that when you take these belts and you go make a Tank Davis fight, that's easily the biggest fight in the world. Like, it's not even a question.
So what was that all about? It doesn't make any sense.
I don't know.
It
Yeah,
doesn't make any sense.
man, it's about marinating fights poorly. That's what I'm saying. Like, right now they got Shakur out there being his own promoter, and the young. And I like the young man a lot, but he's just not sophisticated enough about the world and how to be in these situations to promote himself. He's just not that guy.
Right.
He needs, like, what the hell is Bob Arum doing? What's Top Rank doing? What's Jay Prince doing? They got my man out here looking crazy.
Yeah, real crazy. I mean, stupid crazy.
The-
I mean, that shit. I never heard that like that in my life. But I'm not taking 25. Bro, you're not even supposed to get a percentage. You're supposed to get a flat fee. The man is giving you a percentage. Take it and run with it. This is undisputed. All the belts at once in one place. So when I see shit like that, I just know one thing. People gonna say what they want to, but I know that Devin Haney is not. I mean, Shakur is not confident he could beat Devin Haney. He's waiting for Devin Haney to move up and drop those belts. That's what he's waiting for. Then he can go ahead and terrorize the lightweight division. You know what I mean? But he's not gonna try to fight Devin Haney because he doesn't think he can beat Devin Haney. Okay, so why wouldn't you take a shot like that? It doesn't make any sense otherwise. I mean, that's the only thing that makes any sense.
Yeah, and the dude is I mean, he was on fucking life support at his last weigh-in. They said that he had to weigh in 3 times. Like, you take that.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I mean, you'll catch him at a disadvantage, right? I mean, you think it's a no-brainer.
Exactly.
Right? So what the hell happened with Shakur? What the hell was he thinking? And you stepping into the ring with him after his last. But you see, you know what the problem is? The problem is this. They told Shakur, Devin Haney and his father told Shakur, look, yeah, we can fight, man. We could probably fight at 140, 147 later on down the line. Just work with our program. You know what I mean? We could work this thing together. You see the way I'm running my son. We can run the same thing. We have you guys running in parallel, and then you're gonna meet at a later on in the date. And that was the program, because if you remember, Shakur used to run with the Haneys at one time. Now, and I think what happened is, Shakur saw all the accolades that Devin was getting, because, people were saying that Devin Haney, they were crazy for the move they were trying to make, but they made the right move. They got into the right position, and then Shakur is looking around. All of a sudden, fucking Devin Haney's at the top of the mountain, and he's down here, and it's way up there with Devin Haney, and he got jealous. He's jealous. He wants a piece of that action, so he decided to jump the gun and go in there and try to act like he's trying to make a fight when he's really just clout chasing. That's all it is.
Yeah, the thing I don't like with Shakur is, like, it feels like, I don't know, it feels like he's trying to talk himself into being a great fighter. Like, I know he's gonna get those fights, but it's just like, nah, you know what? Nah, I'm not gonna tell the young man to be humble. If he believes in himself like that, then talk it.
Yeah, he can talk it, but you gotta actually walk it.
He's a 2-division champion. What are y'all talking about? He's a 2-division champion, former unified champion. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but
hold on, Sheldon. What we was just saying is, why didn't you take the? Why
all 3 of his title fights?
Why he didn't take the title fight? Because he has an overinflated opinion of himself.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, there it is.
Okay, then we on the same page.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
He has an overinflated opinion of his value. He thinks he's worth more than he really is.
I think it's just I think he just don't think he can beat Haney. That's what I think. That's the fundamental.
I think Shakur Stevenson thinks he can beat anybody.
Well, he should have took that fight then if he thought that. I don't think he believes
Yep,
that.
because all these you acting like he's the only one. All these young fighters think they worth more than they really worth. All of them do.
Bro, but
He's
that's
not the only one.
Yeah, but worth more than what? You have a chance to become undisputed and call the shots. What the hell are you talking
But they
about?
don't give a fuck. They're not in our era, bro. They don't give a fuck about shit the way we do. They give a fuck about money.
No,
and clout.
exactly. What Shakur is doing is marinating the fight, and he's playing with fans' emotions the way that the promoters have been doing. But he's just not good at it because we expect him to be saying different things. He's not a promoter; he's a fighter.
Hey, let me get on you right quick. Rocky 3, nigga. Really? That's how you
Wait a minute, hold up a second.
Rocky 3, nigga.
Rocky 3. Listen, hold up. So we understand each other.
That's my second favorite Rocky after Rocky 2.
The opening to Rocky 3 showed us what a manufactured champion is all about. All he did was knocking over tomato can after tomato can after tomato can, doing commercials, and then when it came time for the real fight, he was not prepared. That was that tale right there is old as fucking boxing right there.
But that's old school. But that's old school trainers though, because Mickey knew you're not ready for this dude. You don't even train.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like, come on. Like before they get into Rocky 3 and totally sidetrack this conversation and like listen,
you did it, nigga, with that thumbnail. You did it with that thumbnail, nigga.
Fan to glean from a Rocky 3 movie.
Nigga, you did it with that thumbnail. Don't blame that shit on me.
Okay, hold it. Well, that's because the whole conversation is elite or not. You know, a lot of people say Rocky's elite, man. You know, there's a lot of boxers on film, but none of them made it to the Hall of Fame outside of Rocky. You got that Deuce penitentiary.
If it's one film or TV series I want to see before I die, I want them to make a Clubber Lang TV series, my nigga. Show his rise to the top, his way up.
He's wrong. There is another TV fighter that made it. Antonio Tarver made it to the Hall of Fame. He's a TV fighter.
No, I'm talking about a fictional character. I said a fictional character.
Oh, fictional character.
That only fights in movies.
What was that nigga's name in the Mason the Lion Dixon ain't a fictional character?
Who?
Mason,
but that was after he's already knocked out Roy Jones. Like, come on, man. That was him. That was a boxer playing a fictional character, not an actor playing a fictional character.
Rocky got
Is Robert De Niro in the Hall of Fame?
Robert Redford?
Robert De Niro.
No, just so we understand each other. Sylvester Stallone is not in the Hall of Fame. Okay? Rocky Balboa is in the Hall of Fame. Get it right.
Yeah. But Rocky's one of the greatest champions.
Robert, there are no actors in the Hall of Fame. There's only fighters.
Hey, you can't be shitting on Rocky though. Rocky had 12 title defenses, bro.
Nah.
Yeah, that's one of the things I want to talk to you about. You see that this whole idea about
no, Rocky had 11. I'm sorry, Rocky had 11 title defenses because he won the title back from Clubber Lang. He had 11 title defenses.
The whole idea of Rocky being in the Hall of Fame, that whole concept right there, as it relates to society and the virtual reality that we kind of live in, like kind of a.
No, he got in. No, they got in because they considered that was the greatest boxing movie ever made.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I think the writers or the actors should have been given their credit by their name. You shouldn't put a fucking character in, if you understand what I'm saying.
It's a crossover. It's a crossover character.
It is the character is the only person who belongs in there. Fuck the right. Like Sylvester Stallone does not belong in the Hall of Fame. Neither is Mr. T. None of those.
If that's the case, we need to put Chuck Wepner in the Hall of Fame.
No, Chuck Wepner got his. Chuck Wepner is cool. That would get me like the Bayonne leader and all that stuff. But I'm just talking about the. I'm talking about the Rocky Marciano was also part of it. Like you need the legend of Rocky Marciano to make Rocky Balboa go.
Yeah,
the guy coming down, and then against all odds comes up.
Chuck Wepner got his off the mud, man. Chuck Wepner actually fought and got beat up. He was the Bayonne bleeder. Don't forget that.
Yeah.
Bayonne bleeder. Yep, remember that one. The Bayonne bleeder.
The Bayonne New Jersey bleeder.
Yeah,
Oh
so
man.
we got
Yo,
adopted.
Man,
Got
Chuck
signed
who gave
Wepner.
him that name, man? Who gave him the name? Did Ali give him that name, or somebody else gave him
I
that
think the fighters gave him that name because every fight he was in, he was
Yeah, he
bleeding.
just bled. Yeah, he
name?
just
Oh,
What
bled.
the
okay.
He's
what
a
was the
tough
billing
dude. He
for
wouldn't
that
go
fight?
down,
It
but he'd
was
just be flowing blood. It'd be like a fountain of blood coming, a red mask. Like,
It was
like if you watch
exactly
the Chuck
the
Wepner
build
fight,
up to that fight.
it's
The
pretty
build
bad.
up
It's
to
pretty
that
brutal.
fight, Marky Van, was exactly the way it happened in the movie. Ali had his title defense lined up. The dude pulled out. He said he gonna give an unknown motherfucker a shot, and he picked Chuck Wepner.
right. Yeah, but I was saying, Sheldon, the billing of that fight was give the white guy a break or something like that.
But
Yeah,
people
But
cheering for
everybody
Webster
do.
because
yeah, he did the same thing they did in the movie.
that was the back in the day of
He gave a
those
club
days.
fighter, a dude that wasn't even in the top 10, he gave him a shot. He just gave
Yeah,
a dude a shot because he was the guy he could pick. Chuck
Those
Webber
were
was
the
like a
days of
2-week or
white.
3-week replacement. Am I right, Smoke?
Yeah, but he had a lot of
Yeah,
support because
yeah, and he wore his ass out.
those were the days of the
He
great white
he
hope.
tripped Ali, pissed Ali off, made
No,
him mad.
those are days they're trying to remanufacture the Great White Hope
Yeah, that was the days of
Exactly.
the great white hope.
you know, Ali was looking for guys that he could get rich with, not just be, you know, get beat
Yeah.
up or, you know, dance around and all that stuff. But
And he fucked around and tripped Ali, and Ali got mad.
Before you old
And
fogies started
beat his
like bringing us
ass.
back to the 70s, the 80s, and all this other stuff. We talked
Okay,
about
what you want to talk about?
2023, guys. We're
What's
on the
going on?
cruiserweight division. I think we got to the heavyweights before the old lady called.
Yep,
And,
Usyk and Fury. We agree on that.
yeah, we got Usyk, Fury. I think we'd all agree that Wilder has elite power.
Has an elite
Yeah,
power?
but
Elite power, yes.
Yeah, but
Yeah, he
but
does.
he's not an elite fighter.
when it comes
Right,
to
so
the heavyweight,
we're just looking for anything that we can stick elite onto. Anything we can.
He's not an elite.
So we going attributes, motherfucking your dress game,
Change
everything when you get
I'm
into that
saying,
right.
like,
Change
listen,
that, Marky
I
Dan.
think
Change
Tank,
that.
I
He's
think
not an
Tank
elite.
has elite power also. Like
He's
when
not
it
an
comes
elite.
down, yeah, I think
What, we go back to
is
Wilder.
Tank an
He's not an
fighter?
elite boxer. He's an elite fighter. He's not an elite boxer.
I don't even know if he's an
okay,
elite fighter. I know he's got elite power. He's got an elite right hand. He's got a pretty good left hand. I mean, he got a lot of power in his left too, but I think his power is the thing that makes him off the chart.
It's tricky, Shelton, because it's like the power is so much so that anytime you put Wilder in the ring with somebody, even if it's somebody that's better than him, we immediately say Wilder will beat him. So you do have to give that some
Wilder
credit.
decapitating Usyk. Like you saying, Usyk is an elite fighter.
Yeah.
I think that elite power and that right hand, like a southpaw guy against a guy who is a 1-2 and a straight right guy with elite power. Like, yeah, I'm picking.
Yeah,
we're
gonna have to put Wilder in that category then.
I don't say that about Wilder because I don't think he'll beat Usyk.
Yeah, he got champion hands and tuna can feet. That's what it is.
Yeah, well, he's not even tuna. Like he has like Division 4 basketball feet or something. I don't know what. He's just like really weirdly uncoordinated for an athlete.
Now let me ask you a question.
That's what they say about tall fighters, though. They're real uncoordinated.
Yeah, but all NBA players are his size, and they seem to be coordinated just fine. Have you seen Deontay Wilder try to dribble a basketball and like see his handles and all that shit? The dude's just like.
I mean, nah. All I know is he had he had a scholarship at.
Is a floppy kid. Like
Alabama. He played at Alabama. But let me ask you this, Smoke.
Let me ask you
this, Smoke. He played at the University of Alabama. But let me ask you this, Smoke. What are you expecting from Usyk tomorrow? Are you expecting a master class, or are you expecting Dubois to do something strange?
I'm expecting a boring pedestrian win for Usyk. I think it's going to go the distance. I think he's just going to outclass the guy.
Well, here's the thing about Usyk,
not that
though.
good, and Usyk is not that. He's not.
But here's the thing about Usyk.
He's got a pretty good killer instinct. But he just goes to a game plan. If he can hold up to his game plan, he's perfectly happy to cruise to a victory.
But here's the thing about Usyk, though, that people miss. If Usyk fuck around, gets you in a position where he's just boxing you and outboxing you, and he gets fucking tired of playing with you, he will turn up on your ass. You start getting hit with lefts.
No, that's how his thing is. He's like a little bit like that, but
he'll turn up on your ass.
His style is just a little bit too more amateurish for me to be picking him to like stop him. But I think he has the skills to stop him. I think his approach to the sport doesn't.
He says, you saw what happened with AJ in both fights. After like the 9th or 10th round, Usyk was like, fuck this. I'm going to turn up on this motherfucker.
Yeah. That shit, Sheldon, that shit right there, that's what really
Yeah.
That's what really impressed me when you get beat on and then you could come back like that. That's the real test of a great champion.
Yeah. Usyk will turn up on your ass if you be in there lacking.
So
Yeah.
we got some elite action. We got an elite fighter in action tomorrow. I don't know if we'll get some elite action out of it.
Yeah.
You know,
I-
we have
hey.
elite fighters. So
Smoke, I'm rooting for my guy Dubois, man. You know, my family, we rooted for his sister Caroline when she was in the Olympics. We were really pissed when that nigga quit. But I'm rooting for my guy.
Well, hold up a second. How come your family
be
wasn't
pissed when he
rooting for the
quit?
gold medalist
When he
Usyk
had
when he
a
was in the
busted
Olympics?
orbital bone, bro. Ain't nobody fighting through that.
No.
some
I'm
people
just
do,
pissed
but
in the
like,
sense
whatever.
of I was around people, I was around family, I was talking up this nigga, and then you quit. That's why I was pissed. I ain't mad that you bail out the fight. Your eye is fucked.
But the problem was he couldn't get he made zero adjustments and like listen, before the fight even started, if you looked at the way he was in the dressing room and the way his team was, like he was off to one corner, the team was off to another corner, nobody was talking to each other. It just looked like it's somber in there. Like I don't know. The guy just seems to be somebody who needs to take it back to the drawing board and rebuild.
Hey, we've had this conversation before, Smoke. We've had this
I just don't think he's
conversation.
that good. Whatever.
We've had
I think
this
it's
conversation
career's being
before, though,
squandered
Smoke.
right now, actually.
Me and you have had this conversation before, though, Smoke, and you know this. Motherfucking pain will make you reevaluate some shit. You know that.
Oh, well, listen, I don't even know that he necessarily quit. I don't think he could continue.
That pain made him reevaluate what I'm doing.
He couldn't do anything about. Okay, so hold on. I mean,
he couldn't see.
We can put it down to the pain, right? But I think the pain, if he could make some adjustments so that he wouldn't get hit with the same shot over and over again to the same spot, then
But
maybe
you asking the man to do something he don't know how to do, Smoke.
when you can't do anything about it, and all you're doing is having your vision taken away from you permanently. Like, what are you supposed to be doing this time? Like, tough it out?
It's the same thing we told you guys about Spence. Y'all was asking this dude to do shit he didn't know how to do. Well, asked him to move his feet, move his head, box. He don't know how to do none of that shit.
All right. Hey, listen, I don't know why this is still dining out on Spencer Crawford. Like, this is the second time.
I'm just the same thing.
Come on, Smoke. That fight, there was 5 years of build-up. You got to give them some time, Smoke.
You asking Dubois? No, I'm going back to Dubois. I'm going back to Dubois. You asking Dubois to make adjustments? He don't know how to do that shit. When have you ever seen that motherfucker make an adjustment? He don't know how to do that.
Because going into that fight, the toughest nigga they put him in there with was I don't know, some Japanese heavyweight. And when the fuck you ever seen a Japanese heavyweight?
A motherfucking trash can. The toughest dude they put him in there was a fucking hefty bag.
Exactly.
It's a fucking hefty bag. That dude don't know how to make no fucking adjustment. Come on, man, stop it, Smoke.
Are you talking? We back to Dubois? Are we still talking about?
But with Dubois, with Dubois,
with the right hand, with the left hand, that motherfucker don't know how to make no goddamn adjustment, Smoke.
Are we talking about Dubois? We talking about Spence?
Dubois is a one-trick pony. He gonna come forward.
Well, he was a couple of. He's a prospect. Like, here's the thing. Even though Joe Joyce was really old, he's also was kind of just a prospect. That's what that was. Like, Dubois was coming off the Nathan Gorman win, the Ebenezer Tete. Like, we didn't know what was going to happen in that fight, because both of those guys hadn't been tested in the way that, both of them provided like a unique test for each one, right? So,
Joe Joyce can box.
And Sheldon, And Sean, I wasn't saying that Dubois was a punk. I think he's a kid of high character. I like the way how he came back. It's just that, nigga, that night, the type of shit I was talking, I was talking that nigga up like he was the next heavyweight champion.
Yeah, he was tripping.
Yeah,
you talking up a 10-fight dude. Yeah, you were tripping, talking up a 10-fight dude.
And then I went to talking up Joyce.
Yeah, another 10, 12-fight dude. That's what I'm saying. That's the same thing I'm saying with the dude at 168. Everybody talking up this 10-fight dude while forgetting he's a 10-fight dude. You put him in there with some of the top dudes at 168, that shit gonna look real different. All that shit that was working.
Hey, I want to see it though, Sheldon.
But
I don't save nobody.
All that shit that be working against the Turkish dude and this other trash can from Brazil that he fought ain't gonna work against them top level fucking 168 pounders. I'm telling you.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Hey, what you like to say though, Sheldon? Put his ass in there.
Put his ass in there.
And,
Y'all like him
yeah,
so much.
we can hear you, D.
You think he can beat Benavidez? Put his motherfucking ass in there. See what happens to him.
I agree 1,000%.
Okay, before we start,
before
we start skipping all over,
to all y'all been cooking all morning, man. I've been listening to y'all. I love the topic that you guys are talking about. What separates from top level to elite. And I've been a boxing fan my whole time, and I'm gonna say this. I understand that it's kind of hard right now because, like they say, you got fighters that's not fighting a lot. Some fighters don't fight each other and stuff like that or whatever. But what I want to say is this. At one time, it was only one belt. We knew who the champion was. Then it got to a point where, yeah, they added belts, but we still knew who the champion was because we could get those fights and we could get other people to fight top fighters. And then somewhere along the line, it got a little fishy or whatever. So I just want to put this out here. For me, my criteria right now, a true champion is like, I think Smoke or somebody said it earlier. It's when you become undisputed. You have to become undisputed because if you're not undisputed in that weight class, it's really the bulljive what the new era has started in boxing. And I understand there's going to be times where you may not want to fight a certain person, this and that or whatever. And it's not so much that you don't want to fight that person. It's just the best of both worlds. And that's how I feel, for example, about the Bud situation, about people saying he ducking Boots. How can you say he ducking Boots to go fight either or, and both are undisputed champions and the bag is bigger? I don't understand that, but that's where it's getting tricky at. And that's why I say, man, I just wanted to put that out there. I love the conversation y'all having, man. Y'all keep cooking. I'm about to run in this mall. I'm still listening to y'all, though. Peace.
Yeah, we're only to the cruiserweights. We're only to the cruiserweights. We just got to the heavyweight, so we got like 16 divisions to get through, and I'm sure the welterweight is going to be chocolate. There's some of these divisions but what's happening is absolutely appalling. But some of it is indicative of what's good and bad about the sport, right? So
okay, so what division we on now, Smoke? What division we on now? What division we on now?
I think we're done with the heavyweights. We got through, but we're still dealing with Daniel Dubois because Usyk is fighting this weekend, so
you gonna beat shit out there, man. But anyway, we
I mean, we got if we're through the heavyweights.
Yeah. So cruiserweight.
Yeah, we can get
to
the.
I like that Samoan dude. I like Opataya.
Yeah, Opataya.
Well, he's Ring's guy, right? Ring also likes him, but he's not even unified. I'm not quite sure how he got a Ring belt like so quick.
What's his name? That
he beat
Bradis.
Bradis had the belt. Bradis had it. So
Bradis had the belt. Yeah, Bradis was kicking everybody's ass for 100 years. Only motherfucker he lost to was Usyk.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he went in there. He broke Opataya's jaw.
They thought
Bradis
won the fight. A lot of people thought Bradis won the fight. So
he was fucked up. Yeah. Let's see. There are 4 champions.
You got Opataya. You got the guy that Canelo was gonna fight from Africa.
No. He got beat.
He got beat by my man.
What's his name? Badu Jack.
And that's it.
The dude who beat Okoli.
You got Chris Billiams.
Oh, Lawrence Okoli. That dude. That beat Lawrence Okoli.
No, Lawrence Okoli got beat. He lost.
He got beat.
Yeah, you got Chris Billiams Smith.
That dude, Billiams Smith.
He is he's one. You got
he's okay. He's okay. He's not very good. He's all right.
I don't think none of them champions at cruiserweight are.
Get it off of Macaboo, and then we got another dude, Arsene Gulmarian. I don't know.
Never heard of him. So
I don't think none of those dudes at cruiserweight right now are elite. At least not at this point. I think Opataya, he has the opportunity to get there.
The elite at that division right now is Badu Jack. Badu Jack beats all them dudes. Except I think Opataya beats him.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I think Opataya beats him. I think Opataya beats everybody, but I don't know.
Opataya is the guy.
I don't even know if these guys.
But when we talk about elite fighters, I thought we were talking about like. Oh, okay. No, never mind. Let's just stay to the division. Yeah.
Yeah. No, we're right. So, no, you got it right. We're talking about who is elite, and then we're just talking about who the hell is champions, and are champions even any good? Like this whole thing about we've been talking about, like the division is supposed to have one champion. That's what a champion is, the best in the division.
Yeah.
So that's only achieved through undisputed. But even
No,
undisputed doesn't mean that you've fought the best, right? Like if we would have got AJ versus Wilder back in the day, both of those guys still would have had to see Tyson Fury, right?
Well, I don't know about that because who knows if Wilder didn't give him a shot, who knows if Tyson Fury would have got off the coat and came back? Who knows?
No, he was already back. That's the whole point. Like they offered him an AJ fight first. He'd already been back for 2 fights before he fought like Wilder. But that's not even my point. My point is like they still would have had they still had Fury out there talking about how he was the one who, as an undefeated fighter, and all the belts AJ had with his. Right.
But you glossing over the fact that the only reason
still would have to see him. So, like,
but the only reason you glossing over the fact,
what does the belts actually mean? Then how do we describe an elite fighter? I mean, how do you describe David Benavidez? Right? Like we're saying that he is one of the best at 168.
Yes.
Right. He's a former champ, but he's not a current champ.
2-time champ, undefeated.
Yeah, former. Not even a champ at all. Like, is he elite 168 pounder? I guess.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Right, but what does that make Caleb Plant? Is Caleb Plant an elite 168 pounder?
No,
Caleb Plant's at A-level. He's not elite. He's A-level though.
Yeah, Caleb Plant. I don't put him up there.
So now we got elite and we got A-level. Okay, I'm with this. Because I think I can get behind what you put down. I think I can support this idea.
So if we're doing it, wait, hold on. But if we're doing it by a letter scale, then we should just say elite is A-level and leave it at that.
No,
and
because we just said
we can't do that, Marcus. Elite is in a class by itself. Elite is in a class by itself. Then you got A-level, B-level, and so forth. But elite is something different.
Okay, I can follow that logic.
Yeah.
Like
that's
now,
what I'm with. I'm with
like
A-level,
now,
elite.
I
like this. I like A-level and I like elite, right? So then
when you come to David Benavidez right now, I don't see anybody beating him in that division. Maybe Canelo, but I don't really see it. I think he beats everybody.
You said Benavidez?
Benavidez beats everybody? I think Morrell beats everybody. I think Morrell, no, actually, I don't know if he beats everybody. I think it's a 50-50.
I don't know because Morrell's never been tested. He's never been challenged.
Benavidez. I got Canelo beating Benavidez, and I'm not sure about Morrell. I don't know if David Benavidez and Morrell, I don't know who's going to win out of that, and I don't know who Morrell's going to win out of Canelo. I just don't.
I don't know because, that's the thing. I don't know what Morrell is because Morrell's never been challenged. He's never been tested.
Well, we can say Morrell's talent. Well, we can say Morrell and Benavidez's talent is elite. We can say that.
Yeah,
I don't know that. I don't think that David Benavidez's talent is elite. Actually, I think he's just been a big kid that's been moved right.
I think he's a dog.
I mean, but when you
his stamina and his somewhat punching power makes him an elite fighter at that division.
I mean,
and
his size, at the size, is he an elite 168 pounder? Maybe. I don't.
Let me ask you a question,
I like the idea.
Why did we skip over light heavyweight?
Say again.
Why did we skip over light heavyweight? We just talk about the light heavyweight.
Oh shit! I ain't realized that.
Yeah, we sure did. We got 2 champions at light heavyweight. There's 4 at cruiserweight. That's not really happening at cruiserweight. A bunch of like meh.
Light heavyweight is pretty open and closed. Who the elite guys are?
We got 2 guys.
Both of those dudes are elite talents at 175. Both of those dudes are.
But we can't get an undisputed, which is bullshit.
But that's because of your motherfucking WBC president. That's the reason why we can't get it.
No, right. The reason why I don't give a damn about undisputed. I care about the fight. Like getting an undisputed. Like whoever won that fight. Would be.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say, I agree with you on that. Smoke, get Mauricio Suleiman the fuck up out of the picture because he fucking
he's the reason the fight ain't happening.
Yeah, but regardless of the WBC belt, like those 2 are number 1 and number 2.
Right.
We're going to find out who's the best, even if there's no belts on the line, right? So to me, the sanctioning bodies are immaterial at this point. They both put in enough work that they are clearly the number 1 and number 2 in that division. Yep. So
now let me ask you this: here's a monkey wrench. What if by some strange reason the gods just decide to give us a monkey wrench, right? And Callum Smith beats this motherfucker next month.
I know you was gonna say that.
Hey, People, hey, listen, people like to act like Better Beef is just this invincible monster. I think he's really skilled. I think he's experienced, but Callum Smith, man, that nigga, he been thumping his last couple of fights. That nigga been putting
Okay,
people
so
in the
anyway, so
hospital.
why is Monster Anyway
I want
elite
to see
but
that.
not Better Beef?
Huh?
Why is
Huh?
Monster Anyway elite but not Better Beef?
I don't understand that either. I don't know why.
I never said Better Beef wasn't elite.
Okay, well there we
Oh,
go.
but
Well, that's what we're getting
but
at. Okay,
okay, I see
well
your
you said
point.
you
Yeah,
did say that because you said there's only
yeah,
two elite
yeah.
fighters. So
Because
You're
that's
right.
basically all Better BF does is thump everybody.
Let me see.
yeah, like
So
that dude
far,
got like he has a switch.
There
Like
isn't
he has a
really.
switch that's unlike anybody else's in boxing. Like Bud
Mhm.
kind of has the same switch too. Like if you
yeah,
piss this dude off, then he'll go to another place.
yeah.
But like Better Beef, I don't know, man. That dude,
You can definitely put Better Beef on that elite level, especially if you go by my definition. I said an elite level fighter is anytime he steps in the ring with somebody, I favor him, unless
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
another elite fighter like Bivol. So you could definitely put Beterbiev in that category.
And I favor him. And I favor him even against Bivol, because if Bivol pisses him off, he gonna knock his ass out too.
I don't know.
I don't know. I got Bivol in that fight, Young Shun. A lot of people gonna disagree with me, but
Yeah, I got
I
that
mean,
Turbio.
I think I think you could pick
every
either one. To be
yeah,
honest with
every day the fight doesn't happen.
yeah,
It favors
50-50,
Bivol.
bro.
you, you can pick either one, and I wouldn't knock you for it because you got one
Yeah.
guy who got fantastic feet, another guy who got fantastic feet and can cut off the ring, and that's gonna be the question. Can you cut off Bivol?
There's Mr. Sheldon's beeper once again. You know what? I'm gonna get a song for you. I got that Sir Mix-a-Lot on deck. My beeper. Anyway, okay. All right.
Hit it, Smoke.
What happened?
I said, hit it, Smoke. You was about to play a song?
No. I'm gonna get it for him next time. Now it's in my
Ah, man, you fucked it up, Smoke.
yeah.
God damn.
I should have thought of
What
I
up, Red?
mean, you know, it is.
Big
Yeah.
Red in the building.
I got a couple ones that haven't dropped yet, but it hasn't been right yet. Anyway, it's all good. Yeah, it'll come out of nowheres. I do think that Better Beef. I like the idea of the definition. I favor you to beat everybody unless you're with another elite fighter. Okay.
Yes.
But actually that could just mean that's just really comparing two guys who are about to fight.
Right.
Neither guy could be elite, right? Like both guys could be trash.
Mhm.
Every week in the UK, we have like one guy is going to be better than the other. I mean, I was picking Ted Cheeseman to beat everybody. Oh,
Yeah.
but you're saying
I mean,
everybody but an
you
elite.
could be
Okay,
elite
everybody
in
but
a.
an elite fighter. Okay, hold up a second. But now you got elite in the definition. That's kind of tough. You can't define the word by its using the word, right?
Yeah, you couldn't pinpoint a elite fighter at 154 like 3-4 years ago. It was hot potatoes with them titles, man.
Yeah, but you also couldn't. Yeah, you couldn't pick who's gonna win. All right, but let's say you can pick who's gonna win, but it's just because nobody's elite and you're just better than the
Yeah.
rest, right?
That's why I'm happy.
No, but
Canelo cleared that
can't
shit
you
up.
be an elite fighter amongst trash fighters?
I think
Fighters?
you
Yeah,
can. I think Monster
yeah.
is making a case for that, and so is Canelo, to a certain extent. I mean, maybe even Devin Haney. We'll get to that, right? We'll get to down there. But we're going through the list. But I'm just trying to figure out a definition because I liked it until now. I'm saying, okay, if you can't use, how do we know if another fighter is elite if we are using the term elite to describe a fighter?
Right, and you can't compare them against another elite because they never really faced another
Yeah,
elite.
but how do you know he's elite in the
Right.
first place? Yeah, how do you
If
know
they never
how do you know he's
faced
elite?
each
Because you have to
other,
define
right,
elite.
right. If they
You
never
got to
faced
define
each other.
elite first.
I
And then
guess
you can talk about it.
that's maybe where the eye test comes in, Smoke, because we do evaluate certain guys like Morrell. I say he's elite, but
Yeah, but
obviously he hasn't faced anybody that could test that theory yet.
all right. So we got A level, right? So we have A level. Thanks for Mr. Moore before he hit this beeper call again. He had brain surgery or something he does in between panels. Thanks to him, we now have A level and we have elite, and I like that. The criteria for an A level fighter though is also tough, right? Like, because then how do you describe the difference between an A level and an elite? Maybe that can help out.
Well, maybe we should
I
maybe
think Spence is an A level fighter. I think Crawford is an elite fighter. So how would you articulate that then?
maybe being in with other A level fighters will make you elite.
Okay.
I mean, that would put a
Yes.
stamp
That
on
is
it.
technically true.
You know, I mean, that would put a stamp on it for us because that can be confusing when we say things like, "But can you be elite surrounded by?" You know, I'm not saying the fights was fixed, but they was all bums. You know what I mean? Like how do we say these guys
Who
are
you
elite
talking
with
about?
just the
Who
eye?
you say? Who you say put all bums?
No, we saying can an elite fighter never be in there with A-class fighters and still be elite?
Right. So can elite fighter be surrounded by trash? Right? Can you still be considered
what's
elite
your
if you're
analogy
surrounded
for
by
that?
trash?
Hold on, what's your analogy for that? Who's your prototype for
My
that?
thing is, I was saying Monster is like that a little bit.
Well, let me ask you. Hold on. Let me bring up a
Worse,
great
actually,
smoke.
you know, the actual guy who's being called elite, surrounded by trash, is Shakur Stevenson.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Because at 126 and 130, he was clearly the cream of the crop. He didn't have no competition. Clearly. And now they got him at this elite status at 135 and he's only had one fight. So I don't understand that. Yeah,
Against
I got
a guy that's not elite, might not even be A level.
Well, I don't know. You can't, but that I'm not sure you can say because if a guy's coming up, you take a guy who is a champion, a former champion in a division underneath, or even a unified champion, and then he comes up. We just erase everything that they accomplished in their career.
Right. So that now we're defining our terms. That's what we're trying to do is figure out because we use these terms and they're supposed to denote quality, right? But when you say champion, what does that mean? Is that actually a designation of quality? Like when you say champion, you say Rolly Romero.
Well, I can say this. The WBC got it right with Errol Spence. Errol Spence has supposedly moved up to 154. They made him number 3 because of what he accomplished at welterweight. That's what you're supposed to do with a guy like Stevenson. You don't automatically make him the number 1 guy. You make him number 3 and make him earn his way up. He got to fight some people to prove that he can handle it at this higher weight class.
So
he hasn't proved that yet because the guy that he fought was undefeated, but nobody even knew that guy. That guy had never fought outside of Japan. So we knew that guy wasn't fighting nobody.
So you say you rank him highly, but you don't put him in the number 1 spot.
Yeah, you make him fight and earn the number 1 spot. Yeah, you make him fight and earn it.
He carrying his XP with him, but now you're in a different division. We'll put you in the top 10, but you gotta earn that number 1 spot. That ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with that. No, that's a good analogy.
Yeah, that's how I see it.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. You know,
but now I feel like 1-2, which I didn't even welcome to the panel. Man, I don't know how long it's been since we actually chopped it up. But man, welcome to the channel, welcome to the panel. I don't know if you've ever been here. But but you just brought up, you know, he beat a champion coming up, and we're talking about champions. But I feel like now we need to delve into a little bit more of these champions that I don't think we know anything about. Right, guys, like the cruiserweight guy, Arsene Goulamirian. Who the fuck this guy fought? Like, let's take a look at Arsene. Let's give these champions, I guess, their proper respect. Does anybody know anything about this Arsene guy?
No.
All
right. So then I'm going to look up. We're going to do a little bit of a sidetrack here and go to his box rec and see what's going on with Arsene Goulamirian. Looks like he's from like Germany or something, or Turkey, or I don't know what the hell flag that is. Kazakhstan, I don't know. We're going to find out.
I think he's Romanian or something.
That means you've done something, right? It's done something that boxing fans.
Was he an Olympian? Did he win a medal?
Yeah, I don't fucking know. I don't know who dude is at all. Like, there's a couple of guys while I was looking on this list. I didn't know. Like, this started. The reason why I went here was because someone was talking about a unification between Janabek and the new champion at 160. I'm like, who the fuck? What? There's a unification between.
I
still don't know this guy's
I
name.
think
but-
Janibek falls in that category.
And Gaultier.
He hasn't really fought. Like, I put Shakur above him, way above him.
Yeah, but nobody said Janibek's elite though.
Right. But I'm saying when it comes to like Shakur, and you look at his last 5 fights, man, that's an elite resume.
His last 5 fights are not elite. But okay, his last
Really?
fight is a scrub. Like, what are we talking about?
No. It is. If that's all he got
Let's
around
do that.
him,
Okay, how do you go from zero?
that's the damn good.
How do we go from having 0 elite talent on his resume to his last 5 fights?
Who said he had 0 elite talent?
I did, like 34, like what, 2 minutes ago. Shit, like what
That's
the
your
fuck?
opinion.
It's like 2 minutes ago. I'm just saying, like we were just talking about.
Okay, let's look at
Well, let's go through it. Like, we could do it real quick.
Let's not skip over my man.
Did we consider Nakachila A-level fighter?
No, he just got stopped in 2 rounds by Murataya.
Okay. Now, did we consider Burchelt an A-level fighter?
No, he got stopped by 2 different niggas and probably somebody else.
Hold on. Before that, before he lost to Valdez, did we consider Burchelt an A-level fighter? Or
yes, he was a boogeyman.
He was A-level before the pandemic. If you guys remember, a lot of guys during the pandemic, so first off, they killed it, and then boxing came back kind of slowly. There was like a bunch of Top Rank put on a bunch of Mexican cards, and guys were like losing, like gained weight. I think that's where Benavidez ate himself out of the division. Ate himself out of the belts. Fucking Shakur ate himself out of the division because he was a 26-pound champion. He was trying to become, I think he was supposed to fight Warrington. He was getting ready to fight. He was having a tune-up fight before he fought Warrington, but yeah, that fight got scrapped. But you saw Burchelt step up, and he fought at 135, and he looked like straight garbage. Like, I think Burchelt really, his whole claim to fame was they were using him as a foil for Tank, saying that like Top Rank was using him as a scapegoat to like build up their roster and talk shit about the PBC, and saying that like basically Tank was ducking Burchelt.
Yeah, but wait a minute. Whoa. Who has Tank fought that was elite?
Nobody.
I didn't say that. I mean, we haven't got there. We're just talking about Burchelt right now. We're talking about Burchelt, and really, I was trying to get to the damn cruiserweight guy, but we started talking about Shakur, and Shakur is going to be one of these dudes because, I mean, he is definitely, he's stretching. He's one of those edge cases, right? Like, as a guy, can we consider a guy to be elite with a resume as thin as Shakur's?
I don't know if it's that thin, but I gotta agree with Marky Dan. I think it was Marky Dan who said it. That when you compare somebody, when you put somebody in a ring with someone else and you favor them, like almost all the time, that can make them elite as well. So that's how I feel. That's how I feel about Shakur.
Oh, okay, well then why'd you ask about Tank? Then why'd you ask about Tank then? When the hell did you think Tank was gonna lose? You think Tank's gonna lose to Pitbull Cruz?
No. What I'm trying to say is he hasn't. I don't think Tank has in his career been in there with even the top guys in his division.
Yeah,
with
but
anybody that could test him.
Even if he wasn't, who did you think he was gonna lose to? You still would have favored him to win, right? Who did you think was gonna beat him?
Yeah, but all he dudes is trash.
Up until now, I think Devin would give him if Devin was at 135, but everyone want to give him a pass for jumping up to 140. I would be like, maybe Devin. I think Shakur can
give him work.
Yeah, but you think Shakur is elite, so that still doesn't.
I think Shakur, based on skill set, I think Shakur beat him. I think Shakur gonna give him work.
Right.
But we still haven't determined whether or not Shakur is elite, right?
Well, I don't know.
Shakur was elite. Shakur was elite at 126 and at 130. He was elite.
Okay, well,
we don't know.
Then great. Then Tank. Even if you have him beating Tank, you still have Tank losing to another elite fighter. So he still makes Tank elite, right?
But I didn't bring up Tank.
Yeah.
I kept hearing Tank brought in, so I was like, well, I don't know if that's.
Well, I'll give you.
I got it. We're going through divisions because I feel like that. But the conversation is going to be about the sport, so it's going to go all over the place, right? The conversation. We start using examples, we're not just going to stick to the division. So
I'll give you a better example. Let's go back to 68. I'll give you a better example. everybody on this panel is starting to say that Benavidez may be elite, right?
Not me.
Find out.
I'm not there. I'm not anywhere near there, but
Nah.
but I'm trying to get there. I'm
Well,
I'm
here's the thing.
kind
We
of
gonna
I'm
find
there
out.
with one.
Yeah,
I think I'm there at 168. At I think I might be okay with elite at 168. I might be okay with that, but I don't even know about that.
But we gonna find out in about a month or two because he's gonna fight another elite guy in motherfucking the guy from Boston.
Yeah, they
Rhode Island, right? He's from Rhode
we'll
Island.
find out exactly what he is.
Boston is like
Andre?
Boston's a little bit more. Hold up a second. Can I get my regional bias on right quick?
Go ahead, get your regional bias on.
I think Boston would be a little bit more acceptable if for a brother to be from than Rhode Island. I like people from Rhode. I mean, I'm sure Rhode Island's a fantastic place. Shout out to Bruce Gas. But yeah, it just seems like life is kind of easy and calm and cool out there in Rhode Island. I don't know if they're producing the best fighters.
I'll say this, so wherever the fuck he's from, we about to find out exactly what Benavidez is. Because you can say whatever you want to say about Andrade, but ain't nobody beat him yet.
Right, but what you can't say is that he's elite at 168. Like I don't even know if you can say he's elite at 160. You can maybe say he was elite at 154.
We're gonna find out for both of them.
I gotta give Benavidez real credit for taking that fight, man. Because Andrade, he's the type of dude you're gonna lose against him, and you're gonna look bad losing against him.
What? Okay, hold up. Are we not forgetting? Are we just forgetting the Damon Nichols fight? I've seen.
I remember
Andrade against Damon. Hold on, Smoke.
Here's the reason why I'm bringing it up because you said that David Benavidez is elite at 168.
Right.
Your boys have one fight at 168 and look like straight trash. How the hell is beating Boo Boo, who looks like trash at 168, going to show that Benavidez is elite at 168?
Well, I don't know how he looked like
don't
trash.
think it'll prove.
He beat the dude and dropped him. He dropped the dude and beat him. So I don't know how he looked like trash.
Because that dude didn't get dropped. Because the drop didn't get counted. That's the first part of it.
No, listen. The problem with Andrade is he only fights at one pace the entire fight. That's it. Like this nigga, I don't know. He drops dudes early, gets them hurt,
you want to talk about what's
and
wrong
then
with him? Wow, I don't know that Boo Boo's elite.
we ain't got enough time for all that.
Boo Boo might have been elite as an amateur. He maybe was considered like he's the kind of elite that kind of like that Boots Ennis is elite now. Like it's a lot of like projecting his ceiling and all this other stuff in eye test.
Oh, so you putting him in the Spence category?
Kind of thing. Yeah.
You putting him in the Spence category now?
No, I'm putting him in the Boots category.
I ain't fought shit.
Yeah, like the eye test looks like he could be a world beater. But what he does,
that's what somebody was telling me the other day, that Andrade used to be the Boots of boxing.
Yeah.
He used to be the elite prospect.
He was about 10 years ago.
Yeah, he was. Like I would love this dude coming around. I thought he was gonna take over the whole sport.
Now he just sucks.
I mean,
I ain't gonna say he sucks. I just think that he ain't taking advantage of none of his opportunities.
Yeah, that's true.
But in his last fight, Damon Nichols is not the like class of the division, right?
I just seen Damon Nichols get knocked out in Team Combat League.
I think
from what I've seen of Andrade, I think the only guy that can beat him up there is Benavidez. I don't think anybody else got the movement to beat him.
What?
You don't think Morrell got the movement to beat him?
No, I don't.
All right.
Wow.
All right.
I for sure don't think Benavidez got the footwork to beat him, Uncle Sean.
I don't know what version of Boo Boo is playing through your mind right now, but it certainly is the one that we saw at 168.
I'm listening.
Here's the reason, Marky Dan. I'm going to give it to you. Here's the reason. Because David Morrell has fought nothing but fucking cab drivers and motherfucking Walmart workers his whole career. He ain't never fought nobody that can box. Mm-hmm. Nobody. I don't know what he can do.
Well,
so you still
what I say to that is, I don't give a fuck about the triangle theory. That nigga is gonna beat David Benavidez. I'm telling you. Hold on.
He ain't fought
I'm looking at the skill. I'm looking at this.
Of course he looked good.
He ain't fought shit.
Of course he looked good. Of course he looked good against the guys he been fighting. But them guys ain't that good. So when he gets in there with somebody that we consider good, we will see. We don't know. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying he can't beat the guy. I'm saying we don't know if he can because he's never been in the ring with anybody on his level. Nobody. Everybody he's been in the ring with was a journeyman or a motherfucking loser. Everybody.
Well, that at that point, I have no choice but to agree with you. But let me say this: when we just break down the skills, David Morales is gonna knock out Benavidez. There is nothing that nigga Benavidez. Agree, we're gonna see. I don't think he do nothing better than Morel, and
But
we're
that
gonna
don't
see.
matter. See, it gets to a point in the fight. Sometimes in the fight, the skills don't even matter. Can you outfight this motherfucker?
That's true. That's true.
The skills don't even matter. I don't care how good you can box. Can you outfight this dude? Because this dude is coming and he ain't quitting. Can you beat him? And we don't know that about David Morrell because he's never been pushed to that level.
I ain't gonna say that because the dude he sent to the hospital, he was pushing him hard in them late rounds, Shelton. He was pushing him.
Getting killed in the late round. That dude was getting outboxed, outpunched, outfought. He lost on every level. That dude might have won one round, maybe, maybe one round.
Man,
I put it like this, man. I think who is it? Sedonic said that Andre looked better than Berlanga, but that's not a high bar, man. I'm happy that Canelo didn't fight Berlanga, and he's fighting Jermell. Like,
no,
if that Berlanga fight would have been, oh my god, why?
Oh yeah, Canelo would have beat the shit out of him.
Oh my god, that would have been humiliating.
Canelo would have destroyed his career because that dude ain't never really been hit hard.
Yes.
I got my man Arsene Gulmarian's box rec pulled up.
Okay.
Before
Well,
that,
Arsene
I just read briefly about him. Wikipedia. The Wikipedia says that he's a French Armenian guy, but
French
on his box rec,
close enough.
Box
Yeah.
rec says he resides out here in Big Bear, in California.
Yeah, like Bivol. Okay.
But he's from Azerbaijan, not Armenia.
Okay.
So,
wherever he's from. Who's he fought?
Yeah, right. So I'm just telling you, like right now, like none of the records are correct. Like we don't know. My man, he fights in France. I don't see any of these fights taking place outside of France. Let's see. Nope, never left France. Wait a minute. This one fight was in Ghent. Okay. Looks like he went to Canada, France. So he's fought twice outside of France. And he has fought. Let me see if I recognize any of these fucking names.
Any descriptions of his style?
He's orthodox. He's 6'1", 73.5-inch reach. He has a 66% KO ratio. He's boxed 154 pounds. He's 27-0 with 18 KOs.
So you got some decent
career box rec is terrible for the amateur records, but take a look at it right quick before I go through all the. Just to break the silence, or clear up the confusion. I didn't recognize any of these fucking people. But yeah, he fought in the heavyweight division, of course, as an amateur, because the heavyweight division is the cruiserweight division in the amateurs. Yeah, the heavyweight division in the amateurs, the cruiserweight division in the pros. Sorry. I figured you guys might already know that, but let me be clear. France versus Ukraine. Oh, he fought Usyk in the amateurs. Fought him twice. He fought Pulev in the amateurs.
Did he beat
him? They didn't have very many amateur fights. He's 3-5 and 1. And they only have 9 of his amateur fights.
Oh my god!
But 2 of them were against Usyk. Oh no, sorry, that wasn't the right Pulev. It was not Oleg Pulev. It was Tervel Pulev. Different Pulev. So yeah, he's got 2 fights against Usyk, in which he lost them both. It looks like they were 2 weeks apart, actually, the fights. 2 or 3 weeks apart. So, yeah. The best known name on his career, on his amateur, the best known name on his resume is Usyk in the amateurs. And we know Usyk is a pretty good amateur, so it's not bad. It was in 2010, though. That was fucking forever ago. Konstantin Bajeru, don't know who the fuck that is. He got the title against Kane Watts. If you guys remember who Kane Watts was, then, or you know who Kane Watts is, then you're doing better than me. I have no idea who the hell that dude is. So yeah, every now and again we're gonna have to go up and see what it means to be a damn champion. If we're just gonna say, well, the guy's a champion, therefore you should get credit for beating him. Know what I mean? Oh, jeez. Did the geeks what? Yeah, the homework generally has people dropping off. I think you like the sizzle, right? I think. Well, 1, 2. Since you and I disagree on Shakur,
Okay.
let's hash this thing out and see if we can wake the people up. Like I would like the thing that sort of inspired this live was me finding out about this guy Gaultieri being the middleweight champion.
Yeah.
And I didn't know this until yesterday until I did some homework for the show. But Triple G is no longer champion at 160 at all.
About time. Holy shit.
Yeah. Right.
Shit. Yeah, that shit in the book bag running around the streets for the
Saying
longest time.
the wicked witch is dead, right?
Yeah.
You feel a brand new day.
I want Canelo.
yeah. Well, Canelo, and see, I feel like Canelo is at least active in fighting people. Like he might not be fighting the people that you want him to fight, but he's fighting guys. He's fighting some credible guys. Like John Ryder to me is a credible.
And he's active too. Yeah, active as well. And I mean, yeah, I get it, man. But that whole Triple G, that was one of the worst performances I've seen by both fighters in a long time.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
That third one was just. I was like, wow, he came in here, sparred, and went home.
Yeah. All right. So, Shakur Stevenson, the guy that most boxing fans say is elite, but in my opinion, has a thin, that is the thinnest resume out of any guy that has been considered.
I say
you said it's not that thin, but that's not. I'm not saying whether it is thin or not. I'm just saying it is thin compared to guys who are considered elite. Not like just thin by itself.
Right. No, I got you. I got what you're saying. I'm just saying when I see him in the square circle, I see he makes very few mistakes, and I know he's a problem. And he's usually going to be a betting favorite in that fight. You know what I mean? Unless Vegas is getting it wrong or on the hype train. And that's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting to make them bets. I'm waiting to make them Vegas bets. You know what I'm saying?
All right. So let's get with the prediction part of it.
Okay.
Thinking that he's going to win the fight. Independent. So you got him over Tank. Do you think he's going to be the
I got him edging Tank. Yeah.
And do you think he's going to be the favorite in that fight?
I don't. He may not be. He is.
Yeah,
I think
he might be.
He may not be.
Now.
Yeah, he may not be. I mean, there's a lot of things riding behind Tank. Tank got the power. He got a lot of. He's got skills too, and he's got a lot of good boxing fans on his side, and he has a lot of casuals on his side. So, I mean, I'm not knocking Tank as a fighter. I think he's definitely the cream of the crop. Like, he's a great fighter. And
all right, so we're willing to say for the purposes of this conversation that both guys, we're calling both guys elite for the purposes of the conversation.
Okay, for the purpose of the conversation, we can do that.
Okay, right. All right. So, so the Tank fight, you got him edging that one, and that's a good. So basically, that's everybody at 35. If there's anybody at 35 outside of Tank that you would consider elite, outside of Tank and Shakur,
to like where Shakur would have a huge problem.
No, outside of these guys, outside of Tank and Shakur, is there anybody else that you think is elite at 135?
At the moment, I can't think of any off the top of my head.
Okay, and do you have Devin Haney still as a 135 pounder?
If he is, he would.
I mean, I'm asking if you do. When you say you don't have anybody else, are you?
Oh yeah, I would say if he was still fighting at 135, I would definitely have him. He's the undisputed champion, no doubt. Yeah.
All right, cool. All right, so and Lomachenko, you don't think he's elite?
Yeah, I think he's elite.
Okay, so Lomachenko is elite. So do you have Lomachenko beating Tank?
That could happen.
But would you pick him to beat Tank? Are you putting your money on? So we talk about bets.
No, would I put my money on either? I wouldn't put my money on. I'll put it like this: I wouldn't put my money on either one of them in that fight.
Okay, go ahead. 50-50. All right. You think that's 50-50. But you guys, you're putting money on Shakur versus everybody.
Yes.
All right, I got it.
Yes.
All right, so
because he's young. That's why I wouldn't put it on Lomachenko. I don't know what Lomachenko going to show up, and I think Tank is Tank. So Tank going to show up regardless. But I don't know if Lomachenko going to age overnight, and even if he doesn't, it's a good chance that I think Tank can ice him. You know, but I just wouldn't put money on that because he could also be outboxed. So, you know, I mean, if Rolly went 7-8 with him and was giving him issues, what do you think a guy like Lomachenko would do?
Okay, Rolly didn't make it through the 6th round.
well, you know what I'm saying, but he looked good in it. He looked in about 5-6 rounds. He looked all right. You know what I mean? So
he looked all right for 3 rounds. I
right.
mean,
And
if you saw Tank moving around in the 2nd round, started moving lateral movement,
I'm not sure.
Rolly's feet, you know what's gonna happen.
I don't think Tank can take time off against a guy like Lomachenko and let Lomachenko eat any rounds up.
Yeah, but Lomachenko is a motherfucking slack. He's a gold brick himself. Like he's not working every minute, every second, every round. Like
I think he.
But here's the question. Here's the question: can Lomachenko hurt Tank? That's the question. Because if you can't hurt Tank, Tank just gonna sit there and lay a trap and wait on you. And then when he gets you where he wants you, he gonna catch you because he's explosive and fast.
I have a technical. Sorry, guys. Let me just interject right here. I have a technical issue. With my laptop, so like my sound's fucked up. But I have to go on my laptop because StreamYard kills my phone charge. I had to get off of StreamYard, charge my phone. I'm gonna be on my laptop, but my sound's gonna be really bad.
Okay, so, cool.
Everybody's listening. Like you guys, just like pick up the slack for me if you can.
Yeah, we got you, bro.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's the thing. 1, 2. I just don't know if Lomachenko can hurt Tank.
Right.
It didn't look like he could hurt Haney.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So if you can't hurt Tank. Tank just gonna sit back, lay a trap, wait on you, and when he gets you where he wants you, he gonna explode on your ass and catch you. That's what he does.
Nah, I get that. But what if he waiting on that explosion almost all night? And on top of that, he may not be able to hurt him physically, but he can definitely hurt his feelings and his ego throughout the fight. And what's that gonna bring out of Tank? Is when has Tank been frustrated in there or just getting touched up? We also seen Haney getting frustrated against Lomachenko and saying he knows what I'm doing. He knows what I'm attempting to do. You know what I mean?
Right.
He's like, stick to the game plan. But he picked up on the fact that this dude picking up on a lot of shit that he was doing. And I feel like Lomachenko has that experience where he can keep making adjustments and things like that. And I'm not saying that Tank can't get him. I just said I wouldn't bet on that fight. And if I had to, I would probably bet on Tank. But still in all, it's like Lomachenko ain't no pushover. So I'm like, yo, but that's why I don't bet on Lomachenko. That's why I bet against him against Tio. Because I was like, this dude's young, this dude's strong, and this dude's a slow starter. But now you see Lomachenko making adjustments. He's starting a little faster. He's learning from his mistakes, but he trying to steal rounds now.
And see, I'll agree. I would agree with you. I would have agreed with you like 3 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But now at 35, almost 36, I don't know if Lomachenko can still do that against a top guy like a Tank or Shakur. We know he can't do it against Devin because he just got beat. So
right, but we see, but I'm literally using the Devin fight as an example. What he was doing was he tried to come out a little faster, and then he was trying to steal rounds in moments.
Right.
So he was he making the adjustments as an older fighter to make those things happen and to try to get the dub. And it wasn't, and I got a lot of heat for saying I thought Devin won. You know what I mean? I got a lot of heat in these internet streets. And I was like, but at the same time, I'm like, you know, Lomachenko put on a good account of himself. It wasn't an easy fight for either fighter. They both had to dig for that shit. So
well, even at this advanced stage, I don't think Lomachenko's an easy fight for anybody.
Mm-hmm. Right.
You know what I'm saying? I don't think he's an easy fight for anybody because he's smart. He knows what to do in there.
Right.
He got great footwork. He got decent power. He don't have stopping power, but he got enough power to keep you up off of him.
Yeah, respectable power.
You know what I'm saying?
Respectable power. Yep.
Yeah, he got enough to keep you up off of him. But you know, I just think
he's also at his ceiling though, Shelton.
Yeah, exactly. He's small. He's a small guy.
He can't compete at 140.
Yeah, and I just think a guy like Tank, you got to be able to get his respect.
Right.
If you can get his respect, you can change his whole game plan. Kind of
Right.
like what we saw with Crawford and Spence. Once Crawford got his respect, Spence had no game plan. He had nothing to do. Nothing he could do.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Once he knew that he could be hurt, because going into the fight, he didn't believe he could be hurt. He going back off of shit that happened 9 years ago when you got hurt by Gamboa, but that was at 135.
Right.
He's not at 135 no more.
Right.
This is a different guy you fight.
Well, I knew he was going.
But you kept listening. You kept listening to that moron you got as your trainer.
Yeah.
You know, and you thought that that guy knew what the fuck he was talking about, and he didn't.
Yeah. He had no game plan. He had no game plan, and he couldn't change Spence from what he had made Spence.
Yeah, because they really believed all that shit they heard on YouTube, and I still stick by that.
Mm-hmm.
I believe they believed all that shit they heard from pundits and predictors and motherfuckers on YouTube that Spence was durable, which he showed he wasn't. Spence is tough, which he showed he wasn't. Well, he did show he had heart, though. Spence did show he had heart. You gotta give him that. Because the motherfucker kept getting up.
And he took the fight on.
Yeah.
Because if he would have said, "Nah, I'm cool with it," and kept listening to the people running his career, we would have never got that fight.
Right.
And,
right.
And they would have still been flying high, saying that this guy is the best of the best, and
all that old dumb shit.
That bullshit, right? But a lot of guys, a lot of hardcore fans knew what it was and what will happen when they got in the ring. And I don't think Spence, like you, I know you hard on Spence, and you like, well, he never really showed me anything. He showed me some shit throughout his career. He is a 3-time world champion. He's a bull in there, but you're gonna need more than that to take on a guy like Crawford. And it ain't just because Crawford can switch; it's because Crawford is an all-around fighter. He can do it all.
Right.
And Crawford, easy work of this guy.
And see, the thing with Crawford, when people were skipping over, is that Crawford came up from 135, right?
Right.
When you sail through divisions, become lineal in one, cleaned out the other one, and now beat everybody, knocked out everybody you faced at the other one. That means you fought all kinds of styles. You fought tall guys, short guys, fast guys, slow guys, guys with good footwork, guys who could punch, guys who could box. You fought everybody. Mm. So nothing that happens in the ring is going to surprise you because you've already seen it.
Yeah. Yep.
And you've already dealt with it. Like I said, I made an analogy way back in the day. I said Spence has never fought anybody like Crawford.
Right.
Right? Crawford has fought Spence before.
Yeah.
So he's fought guys like this before.
He
knew how to deal with it.
Yeah. You could mix 2 or 3 guys and say that's Spence.
Yeah, exactly. He fought that guy before.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So he knew what to do. You know what I'm saying? Just counter the jab is cool. Counter that shit. I'm longer than him. I can hit you without being hit, and set him up, walk him in the shot.
Can turn you. And we seen he had trouble with that too, because when Porter turned him, I was like, uh-oh. And then they were turning each other. Yeah, they kept turning each other. It was like he wasn't manhandling Porter. And I didn't understand that when Porter was like, well, he's a lot stronger than Crawford. And I'm like, Crawford was turning you. I was like, he couldn't throwing.
Yeah, he couldn't manhandle Porter because Porter had better feet than him, and Porter was a little bit stronger than him.
Right.
But Bud proved he was stronger than Porter and stronger than Spence. He's proved it.
But that kind of puts me back to the whole Lomachenko thing. He got some really good feet, man.
Right. He got great feet. Great
footwork. So people have a lot of issues with him. But I don't know if now I think about it, one of the reasons why I feel like Tio beat him was because of his explosiveness.
Right. Tio beat him because he's younger, faster, and stronger. He's younger, faster, and stronger. Yeah.
I said, I got into a long ass argument. I think it was Unrivaled. I was like, he can take position from Lomachenko just like that. Boom. Yeah. I said, just with his feet. I said, now I feel like when it comes to footwork, Tank has better footwork than Tio, and he can explode. And but the thing is with Tank, he's really patient. and he sets up big shots, and he's like, "Oh, there you go, bing!" And then he gets his coin, and either you drop, you get buzzed, or you eat some more. You know what I mean? So I get where you're coming from. I'm just saying, can he deal with it all night? Because I don't think Tank had anybody in front of him that can move like that all night long. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's the thing. We don't know. We know Tank can box. We know Tank got good footwork. We saw that in the Cruz fight because he outboxed that man with one hand.
Right.
You know, we saw you
sounded like what you said when you said, okay, yeah, sometimes skills pay the bills.
Yeah.
But this dude gonna be in your face all night. If he dealing with that, not just in spurts, he dealing with it all night. How's
right?
It's kind of like the same thing. It's like, okay, well, now I got to make adjustments.
And kind of like you said, which is the thing. Can Lomachenko deal with Tank being in his face all night?
Right.
Because Tank would have to bring up his output and bring up his movement. He would have to bring all that shit up to fight Lomachenko because Lomachenko gonna stay moving.
Right. And then that's that. And can Tank do that? Because Tank he never had to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because we see Tank. The thing about Tank the reason I question Tank is because Tank fights in spurts.
Right. That's why I have Bivol over Canelo. I was like, I said Canelo gonna have to work harder all night than he ever really had to. Because he gotta follow this dude around. This dude gonna be able to touch him where he can't touch him. He's not gonna himself, and he's gonna have to run all night.
The reason I picked Bivol was just the sheer size. Bivol is a legit 175-pound fighter.
Yeah, but he's a small 175.
He's a small 175, but he's legit at the division because he's been beating them dudes up there.
Yeah. But
Canelo is a 5'7" guy who came. He's a fire plug, but he came up from 147. This guy is bigger than you. Can you hurt this guy? Because you ain't never fought nobody like him.
Well, I think that came down to the fact that this dude had feet like a couple of the guys that he lost to already, and he's bigger, and he can do it all night. He's on his toes all night,
right?
So that's gonna make.
And don't leave this out. Don't leave this out. 1-2. Canelo couldn't hurt that dude. Whatever Canelo hit that dude with, he kept coming. He couldn't hurt that dude.
But I feel like
that dude was too big.
By the time he got to land them shots where he can somewhat land them consistently,
it was too late.
It was too late. His legs weren't there. He didn't have nothing left because he was chasing them all night and getting touched all night with straight jabs to the body, straight jabs to the head. He was frustrated.
But if you remember in that fight, in the third round, Canelo caught that motherfucker with a real good hook. He caught him with a real good hook. And Bivol came immediately back with a 1-2 and pushed him back to the ropes.
Right. But that's what
that shocked Canelo. Because usually that hook would stun somebody. And Bivol walked right through it.
Right.
Because he's been used to getting hit by bigger guys.
Right.
So Canelo's power didn't affect him.
He had everything that Canelo had to do is he had to generate everything. I could see his punches coming because he got to load up on them.
Right.
He can't just throw them from his hip like on Better Beer. And they're still gonna have power. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but Turbiev hit you with short little shots that you don't really think are powerful, but they are.
Right. They're heavy-handed, and he's at
he's heavy-handed.
Yep.
Yeah, he's heavy.
I think he could make cruiserweight easy. He don't have an ounce of fat on him. Like Better Beer, like that dude. Yeah, like that dude. Shit. I don't know, man. That's a bad.
He got that fucking sneaky. He got that sneaky ass elite power, where you don't think you're gonna get hurt, but when he hits you, you're like, whoa.
Yep. He got that. He got some sneaky footwork too. He can cut off the ring. So I don't know, man. But he'll have to work all night against Bivol as well.
So right, so the blueprint that the Canelo was using at 168 looked ridiculous against Bivol. Like Bivol was like, yeah, my arm hurts a little bit, but like, that Liam's that Cam Smith, like, you know, beating his arms up and makes his hands drop and all that stuff. That was cool but once they don't react the same as punches, your whole game plan looks ridiculous. Looks childish, actually.
Right.
Hey, what do you think about your arm punch? Are you in the third grade?
But there's no guys like Bivol at 168 either. Just saying. Like there's no guys on their toes like that, and that get off 2 shots, and then the third shot they're stepping back and still catching you, and down there in safe distance. Like the shit that he does is not. It's not. He's a bad motherfucker too. Like so.
You know what I think?
Is Demetrius Andrade, and Demetrius Andrade to me, listen, if this was 2017 or 2018, I feel totally different. But yeah, the man is just, I don't know. I've been just waiting for him to get his thing going, and he just never did. And so,
and it's based on talent. And the thing is talent when it comes to Andre, that's going to be the first thing to go.
All right.
I mean, he's going to have.
You know who I think we sleeping on at 68? Though we sleeping on him, Billy.
Yeah, I like him.
I like
he had no defense, man.
I thought is he moved 68? I thought he was at 60, but I don't know. Yeah, I like him.
No, he's at 68. Yeah, I like him too. He's an exciting motherfucker.
Yeah, absolutely exciting. I want to just invite Mo to the panel. What's up, Mo? Happy Friday. Hope you have a great week. Hope you have a weekend.
Salute, guys. How you doing, man? How you doing? Shelton, Smoke.
What's up, Mo? Hey, Mo, are we sleeping on Christian and Billy, bro?
Yeah, kinda. Yeah.
I think getting his name out there is just that the 168 division doesn't have the sizzle to it. It never really has a lot of sizzle, but as soon as Joe getting it added some to it. As soon as Canelo got there, it turned into like a super hot division, and it just the talent is there. The names aren't there. The whole thing is, I don't know. It's Canelo or bust kind of at 168. Like they're all right. They're pretty good. Christian Billy's good. He's good. But I want to get. But in this, but this is not about like who's good. We're talking about champions and elite. And Christian Billy is neither one of those things, in my opinion. I could go. I mean, there's still an argument to maybe because we talk about him being elite at 168. But before we get there, hopping around, I want to get back to the Shakur thing, being elite and all those things, because I feel like Shakur is a little bit more. I think he's a little bit more during of our attention than Christian Billy. Christian Billy got a little bit more work to do. Shakur, even though I'm not overly impressed with his resume, like with the 3 title fights he's been in, I do recognize the ability, but I also recognize Boots' ability. Boots has been in 0 title fights. Why is using the criteria of you would pick him to win the fight, unless he's fighting some elite guy? Why is Shakur elite but not Boots?
Well, he's got more accolades as well, and he's been in there with better competition.
Yeah,
that's a fact.
But I mean, but who do you think is going to beat Boots at 147?
I don't know, because I don't think we're going to see Spence and I don't see too many people except for a Bud or Spence in there with him.
Hold on, stop it. We don't know if Boots can beat Thurman. We don't know if Boots can beat fucking Stanionis. We don't know that.
But not about no knowledge. This is about predicting.
Right.
Do you predict him to win?
That's the thing is, when you take a Keith Thurman, you got he's a super talented dude, but this dude he be taking 2-3 years off out the game and then coming back. That shit don't work. You're not 20. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like come on, man. His hairline telling you everything.
Well, I heard somebody earlier. I heard somebody that you can echo this, Mo. I heard somebody earlier talk about the eye test, right?
Yeah.
So if you're going off the eye test, what you saw with Boots against Karen, what you saw in that night, Keith Thurman to give him fits.
Yeah. He struggled against Karen.
Yeah, but we talking about which Keith Thurman? What we don't even know what Keith Thurman we're going to see.
But whatever Keith Thurman, hold on, 1, 2. Whatever Keith Thurman shows up is not going to stand in front of Boots. We know that.
No, he's not. But But he needs to be active though, because now everybody
Right.
thinks he's soft. Even Clarissa Shields is like thinking like he's soft. It's kind of mad, man. How?
It is. I think he was a great fighter when he was fighting more consistently. I was a big Keith Thurman fan. I thought he was the most dynamic welterweight in the division at one point in time. I'm just saying, you can't just keep going back to the well and thinking that there's going to be water there if it ain't raining. You know what I'm saying?
I agree with that. I agree with that. But I agree. And then we got the Stanionis question. We know one thing that stops movers and stops punchers is a great fucking jab. And if Stanionis ain't got anything else, he does have that.
I don't think, to be honest with you, with the time off, I don't think Keith's gonna even be fighting at 147. I think he's gonna be following Spence and Crawford at 154. I think it's gonna be a Stanionis and if he wants to make a name for himself, he better jump up to 154 now, and that goes for Thurman, because he ain't gonna get that shot if these guys get there first. Like I talked about this like a year and a half ago. Yeah. I was like,
hey, let me ask y'all this. What happened to Butaya? Where's he at?
Mm-hmm. He got off the crazy earth and lost Ramadan. Now he has a crisis of career and faith or something. I don't know. He's gone.
Oh, wow.
I mean, I'm not this week speculating. Like he fought Stanionis on Ramadan. That's the last time I saw him. Not looking good and losing his belt.
And that, I think that also goes for Ortiz. He needs to just move on up to 154 and stop playing with his health.
Yeah. That's my point. It's like, even if you were to pick Bud or Spence to beat Boots, wouldn't you consider both of those elite at the division?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, like Bud is so even it would take an elite fighter to beat for you to pick somebody to beat Boots. Wouldn't that make Boots in and of itself, like given the criteria?
I can't say that because I haven't seen Boots in there with anybody even on a B level. All them dudes he fought a C level.
But we're talking about predicting though. Like, so do you think, can you make a prediction against Boots versus Stanionis? Would you just say it's 50-50, or would you make a prediction?
Right now, for me, it's a 50-50 fight because I don't know what about either of them. Neither of them is really been tested. Neither of them have really been tested, so I really don't know.
I can't hear Smoke though. He sounds like he's underwater.
All right, well, what's up, Jimmy? How you doing?
His laptop.
How you doing? We had a good week. Great weekend. Cook.
Go ahead, Jim.
I'm trying to speak as little as possible.
Yeah, go ahead and chime in, Jim.
Smoke. I can't hear Smoke though. He's kind of like missing every word, like every other word.
He's charging his fucking phone and he's working on his laptop, and he said give him a minute. So just go ahead and chime in, bro. Yeah.
All right, good to see Smoke live streaming again. I always love coming to the Friday barbecues. Yeah, man, what you guys talking about? Boots Ennis? I just jumped on now. I got the notification.
Oh man, we all over the place. We're talking about everything.
Basically,
wait a minute. Was Jimmy just talking right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he was.
He said, thanks for having me.
I'm gonna go out and come back in. I can't even hear now.
Yeah, we were just talking about elite versus A level, Jim. Elite versus A level, and we saying Smoke was saying that he considers Boots elite because in his opinion, it's gonna take another elite fighter to beat him. And I'm saying I don't know what Boots is because I haven't seen Boots in there with anybody else, even on a B level.
Right.
Yeah, but for me, bro, like if I'm honest though, I think he railroads Stanionis. I just think the kid is just way too talented physically, athletically. I mean, he's a tremendous. I can't think of a more physically gifted welterweight since maybe what we're talking about, prime Pacquiao or Ray Leonard, when it comes to athleticism, explosion, agility, sharpness, and the size and the power. I think he's Italian.
Skills too.
Yeah, skills as well, definitely. Good
and my counter to that is this: I see all of the shit you guys see, but I see that against the guys he's been fighting. I haven't seen that against a guy on his level or above it.
Yeah.
Same comment.
You're right.
Same
you're right.
comment that I made earlier, Shelton. I'm not saying they was fixed, but they was all bums, Rock. Because that's what it is. It's like that's what you going on. And can he do that against elite competition? And then the
You get B
smoke
plus.
guy talk about what is elite competition, and then we go all over the place. You're gonna go all over smoke. Keep the conversation going.
It's really tough, man, for Boots because there's not that many B plus welterweights in that division. There's not really any other champions outside of obviously Bud. So a Stanionis fight would be good. Top 5 welterweight, unbeaten record, a young guy. He's got some kind of baby belt. So on paper, I think that's a good next move.
And that's what Shelton said. He said, "Well, what about Stanionis and what about Chief Keef?" And that's good points. But I'm just like, I said, but what Thurman are we looking at? We don't even know yet. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Keith Thurman was supposed to fight Yordenis Ugas, from what I heard and from what he was saying on Brian Custer's podcast. So I'm kind of surprised that Ugas is now fighting Barrios, who for some reason keeps getting these big pay-per-view fights. I don't know what he's doing, but hey, man, it's working for him.
Yeah, I mean, showcase. He's showcasing. They putting him in there to showcase someone else, to hype them up because they're coming off of losses. It's the game, man. He's the showcase.
No, but I mean, to go from a Tank Davis pay-per-view to a Keith Thurman pay-per-view, and now to co-main event, a Canelo card against Ugas, and for an interim title on pay-per-view. I mean, bloody hell, man, Barrios is really getting, I don't know who his manager is, but he's really doing his work.
Yeah, doing his homework. And if he pulls off one of them upsets, then guess who? He gonna be in there with a guy like Boots. And it ain't.
I think Keith Thurman will fight welterweight. I have to be honest. I don't think Keith Thurman will fight welterweight again because there's really nothing in the division for him. I think Birdie said he wants to move up to 54. Guys like Tim Tszyu, that's a big money fight. Charlo's a big money fight. I'm assuming that some of those belts are about to drop and become vacant. Errol's moving up to 54. So unless Thurman wants to stay at welterweight and fight someone like a Boots Ennis, Virgil Ortiz is up there. So there's just so much options at 54 or in the next 6 months.
If I was a promoter for one of these talented guys, I would jump on Tszyu immediately because he's only going to get better. Because you better get him while, you know what I mean? You better get him now because he just keep getting better and better. I'm like,
yeah, he's about to fight Mendoza. I mean, I really love the way he's progressing. He's not crying about not getting a Charlo fight for all the belts. I mean, he just keeps on chugging, man. Tony Harrison, that was a legitimate top 5 guy at super welterweight, ex-champion, very good step-up fight. He blitzed him. Now Mendoza, a guy that's coming off a really good run, destroyed Fundora. He's got some kind of baby belt. So this guy's about to unify 2 baby belts, WBC and WBO. He's going to be in a very powerful position to fight either Bud Crawford, Jamal Charlo, or Keith Thurman in the future if he gets past this fight. Because he'll have 2 baby belts and say, look, I'm probably about to get elevated to unified champion in 6 months. You guys want to come fight me? The Australian government might put up a $20 million site fee. I mean, that's a lot of, you got belts, you got money there. That's a very good position to be in.
I'm sure they will, Jimmy, because they just paid $10 million for him to beat up fucking what you call that motherfucker, Tony Harrison. He made $10 million in that fight.
Who? Tony Harrison or Tim Tszyu?
Tim Tszyu made $10 million. Tony Harrison made $3. Like 2.5.
Okay, that's cool. And I think they're gonna step the game up when it comes to a bigger name. Because these are the same guys that they pay crazy money to host UFC events, WWE events, and boxing as well.
Tony Harrison told you that's the only reason he got off the couch. He said the bag was too big. Had to get off the couch.
154 don't be getting no props for the fights that they be putting on. Them fights be fighting the year, man, or close to, like all the time.
Fulton as well. I read on Twitter Fulton made $5 million to go to Japan. So I heard it was 3.
I told you that, Jimmy. Why you think he went over there? The bag was too big to turn down.
I'm saying that there's a lot of really
Why
good
you
money
think
overseas.
Triple G waited 2 years for Murata? $14 million.
He made that happen though. I mean, it was a big bag too. He could pay his bills with that.
Yeah, shit. Triple G smart. I mean, I don't respect some of the bullshit they try to give him unfairly, but as far as business, Triple G is a smart motherfucker.
Oh yeah, well Triple G bought. He had stock in the zone, didn't he? So,
yeah,
so he was playing the game from the beginning.
Look at Charles Martin. Look at Charles Martin, right? The dude was an undercard fighter.
Another
lucky to
smart
make
motherfucker. Let me go ahead and
$50,000.
sell this belt. Hell yeah, I'm gonna sell this
Yeah,
motherfucker.
yeah, for $6 million. Yeah, $6 million he got paid for that
Seven. He
fight.
made seven.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
He made $7 million
Yeah,
to fight Joshua. Because
yeah,
they was
7
talking
million.
about it in the build up to the Miller fight with Joshua and Andy Ruiz. Because Andy Ruiz made the same seven that Miller was gonna get.
Yeah, there's a lot of money overseas, you know. If you're willing to, you know, be creative, man, you can make a lot of money out there in the sports world. You know, I
It's
mean,
more money
Saudis
depending
as
on
well.
who you're fighting. Anthony
Yeah.
Joshua puts asses in seats. You can say what you want to say about Anthony Joshua, but he put asses in seats.
Yeah. I mean, look at Joseph Parker, a guy that really was doing nothing.
Wasn't nobody.
As far as, you know, got paid $10 million to unify.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, because of who he fought, because of who it was. He wouldn't have got $10 million. He didn't get no $10 million to fight Andy Ruiz, but he got $10 million to fight Anthony Joshua.
Yeah. Yeah, there are certain superstars. Like I think Tim Tszyu could definitely be one in that part of the world. Obviously, Anui, Joshua, obviously in Europe and in the States. I mean, you got a couple of people like Canelo. But I think Bud Crawford right now is in a really big wave. You know, he just did a huge gate in Vegas, big pay-per-view. He's trending on social media. You know, he's all over the UFC podcast, the Breakfast Club.
Well, Big Bad Bud is where he is because Bud to beat everybody that put in front of him. Even the people he thought he couldn't beat, he knocked them out. So Bud has earned his spot.
Oh yeah, that's what I think
Yeah,
about
it's crazy, man. It's crazy the excuses they still coming up with. I knew it was coming, but like the whole shit was like, I remember when they were like, yeah, man, you know, Porter wasn't himself. He was looking to retire. So what was Spence's excuse?
So what does that mean about Spence? Because Porter did better than him, so Spence was this. So Spence was looking to retire too.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, so I guess. And Bud said it. He was like, y'all gonna say he was washed when I beat him.
See, this comes from Kenny Porter's excuses, right? But someone showed me on Twitter, this is the same Kenny Porter after the Spence fight that said, we overtrained for Errol Spence. We just fought Ugas. We took 10 days off and went back to back into training camps, right? After the Ugas fight, we rushed into the Spence camp way too soon. So for the Bud fight, they took things a little more easy to make sure they were fresh. And they're so complete. Come on, man. Like, you can't. Like,
Yeah,
I like Kenny Porter, but
last minute. Yeah.
Yeah, that motherfucker's always making.
Jimmy, you've been around for a minute. What did I tell you? I told you there was no version of Porter. I don't give a fuck who they dug up. There was no version of Porter that's gonna beat that guy. Didn't I tell you that?
Yeah.
Man, I low
Yeah,
key
he's no
really,
version of him. He's not so
I
good.
low key really believe that Porter quit. I really believe that shit, and I bet he told him too. Because when he went down the first time, he got right up. Second time, he beat on the ground, and I think that was the signal. Stop it.
I don't know. It was what it was.
I'm just saying. I was
Well,
like,
look, Kenny Porter been knowing Bud since Bud was like 14 years old.
right.
Kenny Porter knew that this dude went down twice, and it's a minute and 45 seconds left in this round. This dude finna hurt my son.
Yeah, and he looking at, and that's what he do too. He's a finisher.
He finna hurt this dude because that's what Bud was finna do. Bud was finna put it on him.
I think he could have ended that Spence fight way sooner, man. I think he carried him a bit. Like that.
I won't say that, but I will say after 2 knockdowns in the 7th, he kind of let off the gas a little bit. Like, man, I don't want to hurt this dude.
Yeah.
I don't really want to hurt this dude. This dude, he's not a bad guy, you know.
Yeah.
And he didn't. And see, Spence was smart. Spence was smart, even though his team was saying all this other shit, and his fans were saying all this other shit. Spence was smart. Spence didn't piss that nigga off.
What do you guys think about Errol saying that?
Bud is one of them dudes, and I hate to use another sport, but Bud's one of them dudes kind of like a Jordan, kind of like a Kobe. They better when they mad.
Yeah, they're competitive, super competitive.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about Errol saying on Twitter that he's gonna trigger the rematch for December though? What do you guys think about that?
I give Errol all the credit. Errol got heart. Errol got a lot of heart. Errol got pride. Errol's not gonna win, but he got heart and pride.
Yeah, he's a tough guy.
Yeah,
Well,
there's
what
no
do you think about
Errol that can beat this guy. Because
what do you think
Errol.
about Bud saying that?
What? What about Bud?
No. So what do you think about Bud Crawford saying he'd be willing to go up to 168 to fight Canelo? What do you guys think about that?
I don't know.
I think he can beat him. I think he can beat Canelo.
I don't know if it's the best move.
I think he can beat him
I mean,
because Bud can outbox him.
it's possible, but I just don't think it's the best move. It's quite the jump.
I mean, well,
It's
think
3
about it.
weight classes.
But think about it, 1-2. Besides Charlo, what's left for Bud? What does Bud have left?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Well,
Nothing. And
well then why not? You know, but that's the other thing too. Like the whole fact that maybe that's why he wants to go after Canelo, because I think Canelo took that away from him. Because if he goes up there, if Jamel goes up there and loses, right,
which he probably will, it would be shocking to me if he doesn't.
Then
Bud won't get no credit.
He
Bud
won't get no credit. Yep.
Yeah, but you have to remember though, it's not even that though, right? So by the time Jamel, let's say if he loses to Canelo badly, by the time he moves back down, he'll only have 2 belts. But Tim Tszyu will have the other 2 if he gets past Mendoza, right? He's already going to get the WBO belt one day after the Canelo fight. And with the BC, I'm pretty sure in 6 months, if Charlo doesn't come down to defend, they're going to elevate Tim as well. So Tim is actually a master chess player. He's put himself in a position where he's not become a unified champion in the next few months, you know, with both belts. So Bud is thinking, okay, then if I fight Charlo, I won't get much credit, right? And that's if Charlo moves back down to 54, right? We don't know what's going to happen up there. I'll have to circle back to Tim. I mean, he thinks maybe it's just better just to fight Canelo. You'll get paid $30 million. And if you beat him, hey, man, that's a great legacy move, you know? Whether it's legacy or money, I think Canelo offers more than anyone right now.
But what did Bud just tell y'all? What did Bud just tell y'all in 379? He told you, I've done everything I need to do in boxing. Now it's about money. Did he tell you that?
Yeah.
So if it's about money, what's the biggest bad? Charlo, Tim Tszyu, or Canelo?
Well, Canelo, obviously.
Oh, Canelo, man, he's bigger than both of them combined.
That's just I don't know.
That's the fight he's going for.
Man,
now he might take Tim Tszyu in the interim if Tim Tszyu keep talking shit, because you know Bud's competitive. So you keep calling Bud out, you keep talking shit, you might get what you want.
That's a tough fight for Bud. I have to be honest.
Hell yes, it's a tough fight next year. But after what I just saw, you know, and the way I've seen Bud his whole career, I wouldn't bet against him.
I'll put it like this: if Boots wanted Bud, he could have fought Bud in December 21. He jumped right up to 154 now.
He could have fought Bud in December 22.
He could probably intercept it. I'm talking about now, though.
Don't skip over it 1-2. If Boots wanted Bud, he could have fought Bud in December 22 when they offered him.
Right, but I'm saying right now, though, if that's what he wants to do, if
he don't want to fight Bud.
Well, so then
he's talking real good. He don't want to fight Bud because he had a chance to fight Bud. He don't want to fight Bud
because he can make 154 easy.
He want to wait till the belts come vacant and get one of them. That's what he wants.
Yep.
No, I've heard his father, Boots Ennis, say they asked him, "Well, what do you want? You know, do you want the Arrows?" And this is when Arrow had the belt. Do you mind picking up a vacant belt? He said, "I have no problem with that. I'm just fine." He said, "I'll be happy to take that vacant IBF belt." I mean, they just want a belt, you know. So I don't think they really care about fighting Bud. And I'm disappointed in Boots. I'm not going to lie. Actually, I'm a big Boots fan. But, I mean, he should have taken the fight with Crawford when he was offered it. I mean, you know, it is what it is, you know.
1-2. Let me ask you a question. We know what Bud is, right? We've been saying it for years, right?
Mm-hmm.
You think the people in boxing don't know what Bud is?
I think a lot of them now know.
I think they knew before.
I think some did, and I think the casual is up to date now.
See, I always knew that as well, though. But my problem was this, right? The reason why I had Anui over Bud for a good 5 days, right? He was number one for 5 days.
Say it again, Jimmy. A good 5 days.
Yeah, a good 5 days, right? You know, he almost hit a week, right? It's got nothing to do with me liking Anui more than Bud. It's like, for me, it's like you have to kind of, even though I feel like you destroy Arrow, which I did all along. I said he's a wipe the fucking floor with Errol Spence. It was a mismatch since day one. But you still have to do it though to get the credit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you still have to you still have to win the fight. You still have to get the belts.
Hey Jimmy, what do I say all the time? Stop giving motherfuckers credit for fights they haven't fought yet.
Yeah. And I get it. He was frozen up. See, the funny thing is, Shelton, it kind of like it's really poetic, right? The way it's come like full circle, right? Now we know why the PBC guys were acting funny around Bud. Because like Errol Spence was the big bad wolf, right? I want Danny, I want Thurman, I want Porter. As soon as Bud moved up, suddenly we're talking about being businessmen and you know, I got to take advice off our Heyman and cross the street. And Keith Thurman was openly saying the Bud Crawford fight doesn't interest me. Danny was talking about his options. Now we know whenever these PBC welterweights got in the ring with Bud, they got fucking smashed, and it was easy.
I don't know, man. I think myself for sure.
I used to debate with these Spence fans. I used to go back and forth with these Spence fans about all the smokers on the PBC, and like really, Danny Garcia was heavy smoke. Like Ugas is like some kind of boogeyman. Like, come on, guys.
Well, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. This is what kills me, right? Bud Crawford told you a year ago in an interview. He said he told Custer, yeah, you can say what you want. You can listen to these dudes if you want to, but I'm telling you, ain't nobody jumping up and down to fight me. And everybody thought
I think they'll fight now, though. Sean, I think they'll fight now, though, because when they see that, when they see that, you know, that huge gate did in Vegas, the big pay-per-view, the media hype, all the belts, I think a lot of people are gonna, you know, start, you know.
Now, honestly, I don't think none of them old dudes want to fight. I don't think Danny will fight him. I don't think Ugas will fight him. I don't think Thurman will fight him. But I think them young dudes will fight him. I think them young cats will fight him.
I think the Thurman fight is the only one. I don't really care about Danny or Ugas, but I think the Thurman fight, because it is a guy from that era. And I wouldn't mind seeing that fight.
If you make the bag big enough for Thurman to fight him, because Thurman want money.
That's why he turned down the Ugas fight. I heard that he turned the Ugas fight down because the money wasn't good enough. I don't know what kind of business Keith Thurman. What does Keith Thurman want?
Thurman wants elite money, but Thurman hasn't put in elite work in the last couple of years. So,
right.
No, that's the problem. Yeah, and the problem is he's not really a big ticket seller either. So, where's this money going to come from? Like, you're not going to get paid. Like, you don't pay.
But the thing about Thurman is, if you line him up with Bud, Thurman will sell that motherfucker. Thurman will sell it.
Oh yeah,
the Thurman can't talk.
Yeah, he passed up on the last time. He got the offer, but he wanted too much.
He got paid $8 million to fight Manny Pacquiao, right? And I think he's just eyeing that payday. And that's just what he wants now.
And was
I guess he won't
like
fight
10 against Bud.
Yeah, he wants 10 for Bud because he know that ass whooping gonna be good.
Yeah, he know he got to pay them bills.
He know that ass whooping gonna be nice.
Yeah.
Bob Arum had 10 million. He didn't respond to the email.
But I'm sure it would be. I'm sure it would have been exciting while it lasted, though.
Yeah,
Thurman
Thurman would move and box.
Yeah.
Until he walked Thurman into a shot like he do everybody else.
Yeah, he gonna eat a body shot, and just like
I think they would have paid him.
And you know what's crazy? That was sucking the life out of Spence. I told everybody, I was like, they're like his body shots. I was like, but I said, Bud Crawford get full extension on his shots when he lands to the body, and you feel them shits like that. That was just a masterpiece. It didn't matter whether he was out jabbing him, catching him with the straight, hooking him, getting full torque.
But you know what? I'm gonna tell you something.
Body shots.
I'm gonna tell you something, one too. I can't be mad at the Spence fans because they drank the Kool-Aid like everybody else. They really believe that this guy was out here fighting elite guys because the PBC told him that Danny was elite. They told him that Sean was elite. They told him that Ugas was elite because he beat a 43-year-old man coming off a 2-year layoff, and they sucked that shit up and they believed it.
The sad thing is, though, Sean, we were telling these motherfuckers, right? Manny Pacquiao didn't even want to come back to boxing. He was a politician. The only reason he came back was because he lost the elections. This guy was on the sofa for 2.5 years. Like, come on.
Yeah. Like,
but you can't tell him that, Jimmy. They say Manny Pacquiao was still Manny, even though Manny was 43 and coming off a 2-year layoff. But he was still Manny. No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. But they didn't want to believe that. And that fight wasn't easy for Ugas. Ugas won it, but it wasn't easy.
Oh, yeah, it was a competitive fight. Yeah, definitely. I am disappointed in Thurman a little bit. I was hoping he'd fight Ugas, but at this stage, you might as well move up to 154. Unless he's the fight Bud in December. Which
you got to remember something, too. Mario Barrios don't cost much. Mario Barrios ain't with that give me a whole lot of money shit. You need to give Mario Barrios $1 million. He's going to get that. You give him 750, he gonna jump in.
Yo, didn't they fight in 10-ounce gloves too?
I'd rather see.
Didn't they fight in 10-ounce gloves?
I'd rather see Barrios fight
Barrios and Thurman.
Hey, who's that
remember
dog
correctly.
walking, man? Yo, cut. Wow. The dog says you don't want to hear. You don't want to see Thurman. The dog said, "I'd rather see Barrios fight Crawford than Thurman."
No, Barrios and Ugas is a good fight because it's gonna be competitive.
Barrios and who?
Thurman.
Mario
No,
Barrios
Mario
and
Barrios
Ugas.
and Ugas. Yeah,
That's gonna be a competitive fight. That's gonna be competitive. Hold on. That's gonna be competitive. It's gonna be a competitive fight. Ugas is not gonna blow Mario Barrios out of it.
Oh, Barrios is fighting Ugas.
Yeah. He's not gonna blow Mario Barrios out. Because Ugas,
I don't know.
People forget Ugas is about 37 years old. So
why did Thurman take that fight? What happened? How come Thurman didn't
the
fight?
money wasn't right. The money wasn't right. Thurman wants elite money now.
Elite money for being retired? The man is
He wants
retired.
elite money. He wants elite money.
Yo, to be honest with you,
You ain't
Sheldon,
getting Thurman for 750, but you can get Mario for 750.
but I'm just saying though,
Probably
to be
Barrios for
honest
half a
with
million.
you guys, yo, to be honest with you guys, Barrios and Ugas like that, like I'll probably tune in to watch it, but it ain't really worth conversation.
Yeah,
Like,
it's really not. Yeah.
I'm just like, man, I don't know.
I mean, it is our conversation. I mean, it's boxing. We boxing fans, right?
Right, but I'm just saying, it's like I tune in as a fan, but I
No,
don't.
I should tell you why. It's worth conversation though. No, they're actually fighting for the WBC interim world title. So the winner of that will become Bud Crawford's next WBC mandatory. So.
Why, he ain't gonna be there. He
I
gone.
mean, by that logic, if you want to use that logic, then Dubois versus Usyk ain't worth watching. And we're talking about.
No, that's worth watching.
Now you're talking about an undisputed champion.
Yeah.
Undisputed
okay.
and a
You're talking about an undisputed champion, right? You're talking about an undisputed champion. But be honest. I want you to be honest with me. How much of a chance do you give Danny Dubois?
Do I
give him a puncher's chance.
Puncher's chance as far as it goes, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's
That's
what
why the
heavy
thing that spoils that for me is that Usyk can move. Usyk ain't gonna be there to get punched.
Right, but I'm just saying that's a heavyweight division. That's why the heavyweight division to this day, because I think it's pretty much hot garbage right now. And the only reason why it's still lit and always been lit is because someone got a puncher's chance. It's the heavyweight division. These heavyweight blows coming at you. That's all it's going to take.
I think it is an important fight because you guys have to remember, right? The Usyk versus Dubois is the only heavyweight title fight we're going to get all year. Because Fury's not fighting. He's not putting his belt on the line against Ngannou. That's an exhibition. And Usyk's going to only fight once this year. So this will be the only heavyweight. Yeah, it's the only championship fight we'll get this year from the heavyweights. So.
Right. It's not bad, too, because I look at it well, I mean, Dubois still young. Usyk's on the top of his game.
Hey, that's not true, Jimbo. Jimbo, that's not true. We getting UFC champion versus heavyweight champion. We getting the championship fight.
Oh my god! Oh, Shelton, man, damn, man, why you have to pull that shit out of left field?
That's the bullshit. That's
why
the bullshit.
you throw that hurdle there?
You know what? Tyson Fury is just a disgrace, man. You know, he's a disgrace to the sport, man.
I know, and it sucks too because he can fight. That's what makes it even worse. It's like, man,
I thought, man, but I did like Fury back in the days. You know, his comeback story.
He's always been like that. Remember when he fought Klitschko and he got the title? What did he do? He retired. He just went missing in action.
Hey, don't run with that narrative, bro. He didn't retire. His ass got suspended because he popped.
Yeah, well, whatever. He was drinking.
Yeah,
you name it. He was.
Yeah, he didn't retire after he fought Klitschko. His ass popped dirty after he fought Klitschko, and he got suspended.
He was done, man. Deontay Wilder made the mistake of cherry picking and resurrecting him, and the rest is history.
Yeah, he resurrected him all right.
Yeah, I blame Deontay Wilder for all this shit because he brought that motherfucker back.
Exactly. I have to be honest, Tyson Fury This guy wasn't even a big star in the UK, let alone America.
Yep.
Those Wilder fights were the ones.
He was jealous of Anthony Joshua for a while there, man.
Yeah,
He envied the shit out of him.
Yeah, he still is. He still is. He still is jealous of Joshua.
Because
Joshua been getting his ass whooped. Joshua been fighting everybody, and Joshua still worth damn near $300 million.
Yo, I knew
and Fury ain't nowhere near that.
I knew Tyson Fury could put a monkey wrench in the division, and he did. But man, you know who disappoints me the most? Joshua and Wilder. When that shit was hot, they could have made so much money, man. Oh my God, everybody was talking about it.
So who ducked who?
I don't know, but
me personally, I feel like if I'm keeping it honest, I do think Deontay Wilder ducked Anthony Joshua. He was made several career high payday offers. He went on Twitter and told the whole world, "Hey Tyson Fury, you remember, right? AJ offered me way more money for Undisputed. I said no when I came found you."
You're right.
Yeah, I came found you.
But here's the thing, though. This is why
the guy that was literally making. This is
why the fights don't happen now, because they both old and they both need paydays.
Yep. But we're gonna get the fight, but it's gonna be like, you know what the talk gonna be after.
But the thing with heavyweights is the good thing about heavyweights is the last thing to go with heavyweights is the power.
Yeah,
that's the last thing to go.
That's true too. That's true.
And both of them got power. Okay, what you say about Joshua? Joshua can swat.
Why? Because he knocked out Elenius?
It's the biggest fight besides the Undisputed fight.
I have to be honest. I think commercially, AJ Wilder is actually a bigger money fight than Fury Usyk.
It's possible. I'm just saying it's the biggest fight, though. You know, all the way around, besides the Undisputed. But financially, it may make more money. Who knows?
The biggest fight is Canelo Crawford, bro. That's the biggest fight.
Canelo,
maybe you're right.
Canelo Crawford.
Yeah, that's a big fight. It's not bigger than Wilder and Joshua.
I think so. I think it is.
You know why it's not bigger? Because if it was bigger, the Saudis would be trying to pay for that.
Yeah,
they're gonna pay for it. Believe me, that fight's gonna happen. Believe that.
You know what sucks though? You know what really sucks about that fight is that Canelo really can't make 160 no more, because that would have made it even better.
Nah, it's fine, man. It's fine where it is. I think Crawford could make. He don't have to be 168. He just gotta be
right. Nah, I'm saying, but he's taking on a 168 fighter, and I recall. Remember when Cotto fought Canelo and they fought at what, 154?
Yeah,
154.
Yeah. But you remember how big Canelo was?
Yeah, it came into
them punches. Yo, when it didn't matter the combination punching, that fucking it was a close fight, but they had zero effect on Canelo.
Yeah,
zero.
Because Canelo, he don't have that kid don't have the power that Puerto Rico. What's his name again?
Cotto.
Yo, Cotto
don't have the power that Crawford has.
He had power though.
See, what you guys forget about Crawford is this: it's not really the power; it's the punch placement that gives and the accuracy that gives Crawford the power.
I have to be honest. I don't want to see the fight.
And the accuracy
I really don't want
to hit you and how to hit you. That's what makes him have so much power.
I think what makes it competitive is the reach, the speed, and like you said, the accuracy.
Yeah, I just don't want to see it, bro. I have to be honest though. I'm gonna be 100% honest, right? Terrence Crawford is gonna get knocked out cold in that fight, and I don't want to see it.
No, he's gonna walk that motherfucker in the shots like he do everybody else.
He's really not. This
isn't. He's gonna walk Canelo right into some shit. Because Canelo got bad.
I don't know.
Canelo's got bad feet, but
you guys are talking as if the fight's been made.
Right.
Shelton, Canelo's been knocked out.
I don't really want to.
Canelo's knocked out light heavyweight, Shelton.
Light heavyweight. He knocked out fucking.
What happened when he? Yeah, but what happened when he actually fought a heavyweight in his prime or light heavyweight in his prime?
Yeah, he fought a light heavyweight in his prime. He got his ass whooped.
If Cotto can go the distance with Canelo, so can Crawford, and do much better than Cotto did. So
I think that. Yeah, and what weight was that? And what weight was that?
Yeah, but Cotto's got a bigger frame.
I don't care. That weight don't really matter.
And this is at 160, right?
Skills pays the bills, bro. Not weight. It's not called the weight division. It's called a boxing. It's boxing.
I agree with you.
Yeah, but we haven't seen him at 154 or 160, so we're making big assumptions right now.
Well,
we don't know what's gonna happen in that fight. I don't assume Canelo's gonna lose this. I don't assume Canelo's going to beat Charlo. I think he will. My boxing IQ tells me he will, but I don't know if he can beat Charlo. I don't know.
I'd be tuned into it. I just don't like the idea of it. You know what I mean?
I love the idea of it, bro. I love it. This is what boxing is all about.
Exactly.
Why
is it okay? Hold on. Why is it okay for Canelo to dare to be great, but it's not okay for Charlo to dare to be great? Why is that okay? Yeah, why is that okay? I don't understand that.
No, I mean, I'm with you, Sean. Look, if that's what Charlo wants, man, at the end of the day, Canelo's a smaller guy who's moved up the divisions to win titles. If Charlo wants to do the same thing, more power to him. Yeah. But Bud Crawford is not Charlo. Charlo is way bigger and stronger than Bud Crawford.
Yeah, but Crawford's better than Charlo.
He is.
Okay. I hear what you said, Jimmy. Stop right there, Jimmy. I hear what you're saying. Charlo's way bigger, way stronger. If Charlo and Bud fight, who you gonna put your money on?
At 54, I choose Bud.
Okay, so what's the
problem?
That mutes your point.
No. I'll tell you why I won't mute my point, because Jamal Charlo is 6'1", right? Who walks around at 195 pounds, right? You know what I'm saying? Like,
that don't mean he can fight at that weight, though. That don't mean he can fight. See, we've never seen Jamal Charlo fight at 168 pounds or 163 pounds, so we don't know if he can carry that weight in a fight. Being that weight and being that weight in a fight is two totally different types of shape, Jimmy. It's two totally different types of shape.
No, but how do we know that Bud Crawford could do the same, though? And Bud's a smaller guy than even Charlo.
Bud has been moving up. He moved up three weight divisions so far already.
That's true.
I'm gonna tell you
it's got to be a limit.
For me, I saw a video of Bud Crawford at 160 pounds, deadlifted 410 pounds.
Yeah, he's strong. He's very strong.
I saw that. I saw that. That tells me that guy is stronger than people think he is. A lot stronger.
No, but you're not making any sense of this. You just said, right, Charlo, a guy that's way bigger, stronger, heavier, everything, spars with light heavyweights, right? But he'll have trouble acclimating. There's the two divisions.
We don't know. I didn't say that. I didn't say he'll have trouble. I said we don't know because we've never seen him fight at this weight. We don't know if he can carry this weight for 12 rounds. We don't know if his power is going to translate to this weight. We don't know that.
My question is, wouldn't it be more likely his power would than Bud's, a guy who's even smaller?
No, because Charlo wings punches. Bud is very accurate. Accurate, sharp punches hurt more than punches that you wing. He's an accurate, sharp puncher, and he has great punch placement. Charlo don't have that.
Exactly.
And here's the other thing. Here's the other thing to make your point of it. He has the height and reach advantage over Canelo still.
Exactly. Canelo's only 5'7", bro. He's only 5'7".
Advantage over Canelo.
Yes, he does. Canelo has 70-inch reach. Bud has a 74-inch reach. Canelo 5'7", Bud is 5'8.5". He's taller and blue.
I can't wait to see that fight, man. I can't wait.
We don't even know if it's going to happen, though. I doubt
it's going to happen.
Yeah, we don't know if this fight's going to happen. He just said he said he's willing to fight the winner. He didn't say he was. He said he's willing to fight the winner of this fight.
If that fight was to happen, Bud and Canelo, and that shit went down and Bud pulled it off,
yeah, you got to put him top 5 all the time.
Mayweather could never fight again.
I've been defending Canelo, guys. You guys know. I've been defending Canelo. No, you guys know I've been defending Canelo.
You got to put him top 5.
He cannot fight a welterweight. Canelo Alvarez will get dragged through the mud, and I'll help those dudes drag him through the mud if he fights a welterweight. He needs to fight the winner of Andrade and Benavidez, not Terence Crawford. Come on, Terence Crawford, a welterweight, dragging him up to super middleweight.
That's what I mean about the idea of it.
I want to see that fight. That's all I do. I want to see that fight. Let Bud get in there and do his thing. Let's see if he's as good as he think he is. Okay.
But see, the problem, Jimmy, is you acting like you ain't seen this before. Fucking Floyd Mayweather was a lightweight, and he beat shit out of Canelo.
No, but Floyd Mayweather was a guy that moved up half a division, though, right?
He's a lightweight.
He moved up half a division, right? He moved up from 47 to 52, right? He moved up from 147 to 52 about 12 years ago. And that's not the same Canelo. We got 168-pound Canelo who's a powerhouse, who's near his prime.
We don't know if he's a powerhouse. We just seen him, hold on. We just seen him struggle with Ryder, and we just seen Bivol beat the shit out of him. So we don't know about that powerhouse shit.
those guys are light heavyweights, though, champions, though. That's what I'm saying, though.
Oh,
You think would Crawford beat Bivol?
John Ryder?
Would Crawford beat Bivol, in your opinion?
Style make
No,
fight.
hell no. He wouldn't even fight Bivol.
Okay, well then,
hell no.
Okay, well then, what are we talking about? There's no point in mentioning Bivol because he probably beats
because
both
he
of them.
said no. We mentioned it because he said
but it's not
he
apples
would
to
fight
apples, is
Canelo.
it?
He never said he would fight Bivol. He never said that. He said he would fight Canelo.
But you're using the analogy that Bivol beat him. But I mean, would Crawford beat
But
Bivol?
shit, if you want to be technical, Jimmy, Laura beat him. If you want to be technical,
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Yeah,
I think
Fights, man. Just because one fighter could be another fighter doesn't mean he automatically.
yeah, Laura beat him. You know what I'm saying?
Mayweather fought Canelo Alvarez, right?
Triple G beat him in the first fight. Triple G beat him in the first fight. So it's not like I didn't see the guy get beat before.
No, but Sean, Floyd Mayweather dragged Canelo down to 152. If Crawford drags him down to 152, I'm sure he'll win as well. But we're talking about 168, though. These are two completely different versions.
It's never going to be 150
I don't know where you've been the last week, bro. I don't know where you've been the last week. But Canelo just told you out of his own mouth on the Breakfast Club, he ain't going down for nobody. Anybody want to fight him?
He's learned his lesson.
He ain't losing weight for nobody. He just told you that.
But then Bud should move up to 68 then, because that's not fair.
That's what Bud said. That's what we telling you. Bud said the winner of this fight,
164. They'll find a middle
at
ground.
168. He said he'll fight Canelo at 168. He didn't say nothing about Charlo. He said if Canelo wins, I will fight Canelo at 168. That's what he
didn't
said.
say that. He said he would fight the winner. Not that he'll fight Canelo. He'll fight the winner up and fight at 168 pounds.
Well, he got this choice to fight either one of them. You know what I'm saying? If Charlo wins, he'll fight him. If Charlo loses, he gonna move past the Charlo fight. Exactly. Because if Charlo loses, he knows he won't get no credit for beating his ass when he comes back down. He knows that. So if Charlo loses, he gonna move up and fight Canelo. Because Bud told you he only got 1 or 2 fights left, and if he can get a Canelo fight, he only got 1 fight left. And after that fight, he's done.
It's probably going to be Spence and then Canelo. He's gonna
fight. That's it. That's the only 2 fights. That's the only 2 fights I see him fighting. I don't see him fighting nobody else besides that. Because I don't see Charlo winning this fight.
Spence triggered the rematch clause yet?
Spence hasn't yet. He hasn't triggered it yet.
So does that mean that definitely Bud's next fight?
Yeah, on Twitter he triggers the rematch clause. He still got till 29th, y'all. He got till 29th to do it.
No, Sean. He put on Twitter that he's see Bud in December, though. So I thought he triggered.
I don't know about Twitter.
Has he actually signed?
Did he petition the WBC? Did he petition the sanctioning bodies? Did he activate the rematch clause? I don't give a fuck about Twitter.
No. They're not fighting at 47 though. No, they're not fighting at 47 though, are they? They're fighting at 54. From what I heard.
Yeah, Bud said he gonna get him he won't.
Yeah, so
Bud said, you gave me a shot, I'm gonna give you your shot. That's what Bud said.
Oh, he's gonna give him a shot into a vegetable, basically. I mean, this is a big favor Bud's doing him, right? Giving him another violent beatdown.
Well, you never know. He just might just hit him with the body all night.
Bud is just admitting that he knows. Bud is just admitting that he knows this fight would never happen if Spence didn't sign off on it. He knows it.
Well, yeah.
So he gonna get him in the same respect and give him a shot. That don't mean he's gonna take it easy on him. He's still gonna beat his ass, but he gonna give him a shot.
I don't think the pay-per-view will do 700,000 buys again or whatever it did, right? I don't think it'll do the gate.
I doubt it too, because nobody wants to see it now. Nobody wants to see it. You're right.
Because it wasn't even competitive. That fight would struggle to do 300,000 buys because it was so one-sided and violent. And in these economical times, paying $80+ for a pay-per-view is hard, man, on the average Joe.
You never know. People might just pay to see Bud do it again. Just to see Bud do it again, they might just pay.
Yeah, I think Spence really needs a confidence win before he gets in with a rematch.
Yeah, more than likely this fight's not going to happen. I don't think 50-50. I think this fight might.
I love it. I love seeing Crawford beat Spence up like all my fucking.
It's 2 words. It's 2 words you omitting though, Jimmy. It's 2 words you omitting is contractually obligated. Bud knows he's contractually obligated if Spence triggers the rematch clause. He has to fight. That's in the contract.
I agree, but I just feel like if anyone cares about Errol Spence, they won't let him They won't let him near that man. I mean, they kept him away from him for 5 years.
They care about Errol Spence. That's why they're still making excuses.
I don't think they want Errol Spence to do this fight. I think Errol Spence wants to fight. They never want to fight in the first place, ever.
But Steven Espinosa just told you that he don't want to fight.
Yeah.
He just told you he don't want it. He want Errol to fight somebody else and get his name back up.
Yeah. I think with Errol, he saw the check that he made with Bud, and so he probably wants to, because he's very money oriented.
Hey, Heaven, stop motherfucking chatting in the chat, Heaven, and get your ass up here. Spence lover.
If Spence don't change his trainer and add a new trainer or get some other trainer in there besides Derek James, don't even think about fighting Crawford again.
Let me tell you something, bro. You can dig up Eddie Futch. It ain't gonna help you.
No, I mean I get what you're saying, but I'm just saying if you go back,
it ain't gonna help it. It don't gotta give a fuck who he get. It ain't gonna help.
If you go back there with Derek James, it's suicide, man.
He ain't skilled enough to fight this guy. It's just he's not skilled enough. You saw the skill gap. The skill gap is too great.
Yeah, he's not gonna gain that much skill by December. So,
I don't give a fuck if you dig up Ray Arcel. It ain't gonna help him.
But I wouldn't go back in there
with Derek James. Time with Errol, though. Can I be honest? I just feel like Bud Crawford, he's only got maybe 3 fights left in him. He'll be 36 before the year ends, right?
Yeah, I agree.
I just don't think he waste time with Errol Spence. I mean, he's already wasted 5 years on him.
He's contractually obligated, Jimmy. He has no choice. If the boy triggers the rematch clause, he has to take it because he signed the contract.
I don't think.
But what about Fundora? No, but I think there's a way out though, Sean, because Fundora and Mendoza, according to Fundora's team, they triggered the rematch to fight Mendoza. How is Mendoza fighting Tim Yu then in Australia? You know, I don't know. Maybe there's a way out.
What you say about Fundora and Mendoza? What'd you say?
No, Fundora had a rematch clause to fight Mendoza against the interim belt, and he said he was going to trigger it. But now I guess I don't know what happened there. Because he's fighting him in Australia.
Because Fundora and Mendoza they're not names. They're good guys, but they're not names. When a name like a Crawford and a name like a Spence sign a contract, as you saw with Wilder and Fury. Fury tried everything to get out of that fight. He couldn't.
Hey, Jimmy. Another thing you got to take in consideration, if he tried to get out of that fight, he don't know when his next fight for that type of money will come across his way.
There you go.
Mistake. Cash out,
There you go.
That's a good point, man.
How big a hit would his stock take if everybody would say he ducking Spence? He don't want to give him the rematch. He ducking. He ain't gonna try to go through that.
Oh, ducking. I mean, after that bloodbath, I don't know. Outside of a couple of YouTubers, I mean, I don't think anyone with a serious conscience would say, I mean, ducking what? Making Spence a vegetable. Ducking that.
Oh, they were saying.
Yeah, I guess.
They were saying.
Yeah. Well, I guess Tyson Fury ducked Klitschko then, right? He ducked the Klitschko rematch.
Huh?
I guess Tyson Fury ducked the Klitschko rematch, didn't he?
He ducked his way out of that shit. He didn't want it. He ducked out of that shit. But he didn't duck. He got popped dirty and then fucking got high. So he didn't really duck. He just took himself out.
Yeah, but I'll say this: his mental state was that fragile at the time. I think he would have lost if he had the rematch.
Yeah, I don't know if he could have beat Klitschko again. Who knows? Klitschko wouldn't have took him lightly this time. I bet you that.
Well, apparently Klitschko didn't stop training until he fought AJ from the loss to Fury.
Yeah, that
Really?
AJ, that Klitschko that fought AJ would have beat the shit out of you.
Yeah, he had a 2-week training camp heading into that. The fight got cancelled twice. So Klitschko came in great shape. He was coming off a 16-month layoff, but he had 2 training camps in between, training everything. So he was sharp.
Yeah, he came ready for AJ. AJ was just too young.
Yeah, that was a great fight, though. That was a great
fight. One of the best I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, especially for heavyweights.
Hell of a fight.
And see, at Klitschko, he was about to take that rematch with AJ, but he just realized, truth be told, he got a lot of money in the bank, and his body, he just knew that he couldn't push his body the way AJ could.
Yeah, dude, too young.
Yep, Uncle Sheldon, and we all know what happens every time the great heavyweight champions try and go back. They get put the fuck down by the young champions.
Oh, except for George.
Yeah, but even him, he was getting his ass whooped left and right by Tommy Morrison.
Was it 3 attempts or 4 attempts?
Yeah, 3 times or 4 times what?
He got beaten on his comeback a few times, didn't he?
Hey, look,
Yeah.
beat the shit out of him. Tommy Morrison beat the shit out of him.
Yeah. George, man, he just carried that big punch. Because Michael Morrison was beating the shit. Michael Moore was beating the shit out of him. And he just stopped him.
Well, that's what boxing is about, though. You know what I mean?
Put him to sleep.
Yep.
Salute to all of y'all. This is the thing. This is the thing.
Calvin, get your Spence loving ass up here.
Well, hold on now.
Oh, that's Sport 7. Sport 7. Where's my $30, man?
Listen, I'm gonna put my phone number in the chat, and I want you to call me, and we'll straighten that out tonight.
Okay, no problem, man.
Okay, brother. Because I told you to put it in there. I ain't really savvy like that. I got my thing. I tried to reach out to you, but I'm gonna put my number in the chat. Matter of fact, you got a pen? I'll give it to you right now.
All right, no problem.
We'll sort it out in an hour.
I'd put it in the private chat if you don't want to get trolled, though.
Yeah, I ain't worried about getting trolled, man.
Okay.
Y'all want to?
Yeah, you don't want.
Nah, I'll put it back there. We can keep talking about it. I just wanted to address that quick, brother.
Oh yeah, no doubt. I was
Yeah, you don't want motherfuckers calling you about Spence getting his ass kicked.
Yeah. Now let me say something.
Nah.
Mr. Shelton. I ain't never claimed to be no Spence lover, brother. I told you that I linked to him. And let me tell you guys something. Not everybody on here, but some of you brothers on here, where your lack of honor. If the man want a rematch, let him get the rematch.
Hey, I don't have no problem with him getting his ass whooped again. Cool.
I think it's a matchup problem. You know, I was concerned with those check hooks he was taking from Ugas, but and it panned out. And yeah, it's a difference in skill level. But let me tell you something about Derrick James. One thing about fans in sports in general, any sport, is fans are fickle and fake. Let me say this: Derrick James has a great camp and he's a great trainer, and people want to critique him. But one thing about Derrick James is he's an excellent rematch. He makes adjustments for rematches. He did it with Charlo, and it ain't like he can't do it with Spence. Is it enough to win? I don't know about that.
Only reason we own Derrick James, let me say this. The only reason we own Derrick James, because Derrick James was running around here for a year saying Crawford wasn't shit. He was just athletic. That shit don't work. That's switching shit. That's some dumb shit. And all the shit he said was absolutely, positively fucking wrong.
Not only that, you're running your mouth. Not only that, this is the thing about Derrick James now. Just like Shelton just said, he said all of that, right? He kept downplaying. I mean, my whole thing is this. If you think the opponent is nobody, and he hasn't fought anybody, and his record is the worst record of all the champions, how can you prepare your fighter to face this opponent? Because you underestimate the opponent. So if you're the coach and you underestimate the opponent, what is your fighter going to be doing?
Yeah,
The whole thing with Derrick James is that if Spence had won this fight, everybody will be up there talking about how great a coach that Derrick James is. But now that Spence lost the fight, he's above criticism? No.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. He was making jokes about Bomac, right? So Derrick James is a big boy. If you can talk shit about Bomac's weight, you can hear people criticizing him. But let's not start giving out victim jackets, bro.
Hold on. Let me just say one thing. Hold on. Let me say one thing. Hold on. One thing real quick. I want a tough glove boxing. I saw this on his channel, I think yesterday or today. He said that the thing about Derrick James is he's making it seem like it was Spence that lost and not the two of them that lost. And he's right about that. Derrick James is not taking the loss with Spence. He has Spence out there on his own taking the loss by himself.
Listen, Joshua looks like garbage and
I want to address. I want to
Frank Martin looks like trash. If Charlo gets wiped out by Canelo,
hold on, brother.
So Spence got stopped out, right?
No, hold on, James.
See how good he is.
Hold on.
Go ahead, Sammy. Go ahead, Heaven. I want to hear what you got to say.
You hear me, James? Hold on a minute. The brother, I stopped because he was finishing what he was saying about Derrick James. Let me just say something here. It's not about no victim or nothing like that. I'm telling you that Derrick James he's getting a lot of slack. It ain't about a victim. He is. He's the best trainer in boxing, whether you like him or not. And the bottom line is, he is what makes him special. He's not. It's like in football. Some coaches are good at making game adjustments, like a belt. Some coaches can make adjustments at halftime. some coaches cannot. They come with a game plan, and if that game plan don't work, they lose. I'm telling you, Derek James is a game plan type of coach, and he has
We'll see
proven.
against Canelo. We'll see
Well,
against
I don't
Canelo,
know
right?
that. I don't know that, Sports 7, because I say Bomac is a better coach because Bomac has proven that his fighters make adjustments.
Well, I mean, what other fighters do Bomac have that can accomplish
Well, Trey
anything?
Shakur as well.
Undefeated So-Called Nelson, undefeated Keyshawn Davis.
Okay.
I mean, he got some fighters over.
But so we're gonna ignore that Derek James. We're gonna ignore that Derek James has a undisputed.
Charlo was the champion when he got there. The only champion he built. Listen. This is the truth. Charlo was the champion when he came from Ronnie
He wasn't
Shields.
undisputed.
You can't deny that.
He wasn't undisputed when he got there.
He was a champion though. He was already a world champion.
He took.
He was a world champion at 154 pounds when he came to Derek James. Derek James did not build him. Ronnie Shields built him. Ronnie Shields.
But hold on, Sheldon. Something I add to that. It hasn't always been high ups with Jermell Charlo. It's been some peaks. It's been some valleys in there. That nigga done lost to Tony Harrison.
Derek James was his trainer. Derek James was his trainer when he got his ass whooped by Tony Harrison.
Yeah, and my point I was just about to make, he helped them come back in the next fight and for the Castano fight. So I gotta give Derek James some type of credit.
Yeah,
I'm not saying he don't get no credit. I'm not saying he don't get no credit. I'm saying he's not what they say he is because he underestimated that man. And if you a top trainer and you know this guy's undefeated in 39 fights, you don't underestimate a guy like that. You don't go around saying, he ain't fought nobody.
That's fair, Sheldon. That's very fair.
Wait a minute, because Phil
He did this.
Hey, Sports Heaven.
Yes, sir.
Sports Heaven is one thing. Because look, to me, I agree with you. Derek is a great trainer and all that. But it's one thing you can't make an adjustment for. You can't adjust for somebody that's been preparing for you for 5 years, and you gotta adjust to try to adjust for a fighter that's you only been preparing for him for only 2-3 months. You can't make an adjustment for that.
Well, I mean, the thing is, this is what I think, man. I think that the problem really is that Crawford got better timing. His hands is faster. He has longer reach. Is Spence live off the jab? That's how he built his momentum. And against Crawford, he's not going to be able to do it. He thought he might could have played a strong game and make it an inside game, but come to find out Crawford was stronger. Now, with all that being said, at 154, can Spence get stronger and they play more of a grittier type of dirty type of boxing fight and take it to the streets and try to neutralize it from the distance? I don't know that, but all I'm saying is Derek James has proven on more than one occasion that when he come back for that second fight, he get it done.
Derek James don't have the ability to make up for time.
Maybe not.
And Derek James is not going to make that man 7 pounds is not going to make a difference. That's what I'm trying to say, Sports 7. Because just like Errol Spence going to get stronger in 7 pounds, Bud will be stronger.
Like we don't need to talk. We don't need to talk a whole bunch of shit about Derek James.
Crawford is just better than him.
But Crawford is a better fighter also. But if we're just talking about the corners, because this is more about Derek James than I thought the point was more about Derek James than it was about Spence.
Derek James has won, and Spence has won the fight. We'll be talking about Derek James for Coach of the Year again, right?
Well,
yeah,
I mean,
right. Yeah, like the defense issues, though, I do think that Bud has a better. I think that's what we just saw. But everyone puts it on Bomac as if Bud doesn't have 3 trainers. The dude that I think is doing the best work is not Bomac, actually, in this whole thing. Bomac's a pretty good manager. He's a pretty good mouthpiece. He's the face of Bud Crawford's corner, but I don't think he's the brains in Bud's corner.
Well, did you hear the instructions he was giving Bud? He was telling Bud exactly what to do. Every time he throw that lazy jab,
I've heard him tell Bud
he's not fast. He's not fast enough. He's slower than you. He's not stronger than you.
I'm not even mad at that. I'm not even mad at that. None of that stuff. I've also seen him completely disregard what Bomac was saying in the corner and all kinds of shit. He did that in the John Porter fight. To me, the thing that sort of solidified the 3 head trainers thing in Bud's corner was firstly, it was the Maurice Hooker fight with my fucking Scoobies. My ears pricked up
Bud can't jump up on there and Bud starts schooling.
Mo Hooks was completely tuned Bomac out, and he needed Bud to go in there and tell him some stuff. That was the first part. But in the build up, the actual press conference for Spence Crawford, they were talking about, there was some voice. I don't know if it was Grand. There was some voice off the fucking stage that was talking a gang of shit. Like, oh, you gonna get fucked up too. Like that dude. I don't know his name. But that dude in the corner, I think is one of the boxing minds behind it. Like Bomac, cool. I'm not saying he can't train, none of that stuff. I'm just saying I think the X's and O's guy is not Bomac.
You get that with Johanna, like Bud, but I think Bud is just Bud. Like, I think he pretty much trains himself. Like obviously, Bomac is a good trainer. He's there to help him prepare and get tactically sharp. I think Bud just does his own thing. I think.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that if he didn't have two other guys. I think Bud is a big enough asshole that he doesn't just have hangers on for no damn reason. He's not like, he's not gonna just sit around there having people like stroke his ego. You got to have a job or you got to be gone. He's gonna have
a good team. Everybody has a role. Everybody has a role.
Exactly.
That's why they're there.
Yep. He doesn't seem like an entourage guy.
People forget, right? People forget that Bud went to the UFC for 6 weeks and trained with those guys. Then he hired a couple of those guys and brought them to Colorado for 6 weeks to train with him to build his strength up.
Yeah, I mean, he did a lot of wrestling.
It was that grappling thing, right? He was knowing when to wrestle. The thing about fighting out of a clinch is to confuse your guy so you don't know what he's going to do. That's why Devin Haney is so good with why he can fight in the clinch, but people don't know. Because you don't know if he's going to actually clinch you or if he's going to hit you with a right hand, hit you with uppercut, or just spin out of the way. You don't actually know when the clinch is going to happen.
Yeah,
so what Bud was able to do was to confuse Spence in the clinch because you didn't know what Bud was going to do in the clinch. Was he going to clinch him? Was he going to spin out? Was he going to do something else? So the clinching thing, like fighting on the inside, which is also Spence's bread and butter, wasn't there for him because you had to think.
Right. And he likes to clinch. He doesn't clinch. Errol doesn't clinch. And when he tried to clinch Bud threw him like 3 feet across the ring. So like,
he likes to do body control, not to like he does head pin, he does framing. Like Spence is great at framing and body control. So yeah, he's right. But yeah, anyway, it was just the idea that you don't know what is going to happen in a situation makes the other guy think. And that is what Bud is an absolute master at. But I think it is a product of the amount of brains that he has, like combat brain. I'll put it, since we brought up the UFC shit, I'll put it in the overall combat brains. The guy seems to be one of the best prepared boxers. He seems to be the best prepared guy in the game.
And what did we say at the beginning, Smoke? Bud's IQ is going to win out. Didn't we say that from years ago?
Yeah, I mean, listen, for me, intelligence is knowing what you're good at and what you're not good at, right? So intelligence is about delegation. So, yeah, being a smart guy isn't necessarily that you're training yourself. It's understanding that where your deficiencies are and then plugging those holes.
Yeah, I mean, think about the great fighters of the past. How many times you heard Ali tell everybody, shut the fuck up, I know what I'm doing?
All the fucking time.
Shut the fuck up. Oh, you motherfuckers, be quiet.
Dundee was but listen, if there was no Angelo Dundee, but we may never even known that my man changed his name to Muhammad Ali. He might have been Cassius Clay the whole damn time. Because, Muhammad Ali was talking about quitting in the Sonny Liston fight. There's linen in my eyes. I'm going to shock the world. I'm going to expose the fraud. Mm-hmm. Ain't nobody care about that shit. Stay away from him.
That's part of being a great corner, man. Dundee knew how to motivate. It's just like what you talked about with Bomac. Bomac is not the X's and O's guys. It's the same thing with Dundee. Those guys are there to give you some instruction and maybe to motivate you.
I'm ready that there is like
but you also need to know, like Dundee was a hell of a boxing brain, but he was no like Ray Arcel or Eddie Futch or anything like that. He knew the intangible. He could tell you some intangible shit. But it was Muhammad Ali is a lot of about his just own physical growth.
And Angelo knew what he had. He knew this guy was special. This guy does everything wrong, but the shit works. So I'm not going to change nothing. Let him do what he does.
Right.
But I mean, if you look at Dundee's two biggest guys, it's not like he taught him. Mostly it was motivation, right? Sugar Ray Leonard and Ali. Like it was those moments where you're blowing it, kid. Like it was those moments.
But you got to look at with
like during
Leonard,
the Henry
he did a
Cooper
little
fight.
bit more.
Like, you need that
With
guy.
Leonard, he
You
did a
need a
little
guy
bit
who's
more
just
though.
like part of the team is going to make sure that he's the custodian of the fight. Your corner. The reason why you lost the fight isn't going to be because of your corner. That's what a great corner
Leonard,
person is.
with Leonard, he did a little bit more though, Smoke, because he matched Leonard tough all the way up. He didn't match Leonard soft. He matched him tough to see what he had. And once he figured
I
out
don't
what
even
he
know
had,
was Dundee the
he let him go.
matchmaker in that thing? I don't even know if he was the matchmaker.
Yeah, but Dundee was making all the fights for Leonard. Yeah, that's it's in the
Wasn't Bob
documentary.
Arum the matchmaker at the time? And then Dundee was his manager?
Yeah, watch the
Mike Trainer was
Showtime
his manager.
documentary.
Mike Trainer was
Watch
his
the
manager.
Showtime
Mike Trainer was doing
watch the Showtime documentary. Mike Trainer was his lawyer. Dundee was making those fights.
He was his lawyer.
Yeah, Dundee was making those fights. Dundee matched him tough.
He was a
to see what he
matchmaker.
had.
I mean, Trainer was a matchmaker. He was a lawyer that was working as a manager. He was a promoter at one point. Yeah, but anyway, that's a different
people
point.
forget that Sugar Ray Leonard never signed with anybody.
I'm take a look.
Leonard never signed with anybody. Leonard and Trainer did one fight deals with everybody. They didn't sign with nobody.
Correct. They would bring in the promote. They would bring in Bob Arum if they wanted somebody. They like Mike Trainer's the guy who put on Lou Duva, put on Shelly Finkel.
Right. Yeah, Dundee built Leonard because he matched him tough and saw what he had. And once he figured out what he had, he just let Leonard go. Do what you do. People forget.
Yeah, I don't know. Like it's just that, like the Bud. I think there's a lot going on with
He's
Bud.
playing some great boxers. Like Jose Napoles and Carmen Basilio.
Yeah, he has some great fighters in this too. Now, Angelo Dundee knew boxing. Don't get that fucking twisted.
Oh man,
yeah, he's an amazing boxing mind. He lost a lot when he lost that guy, Georgie Benton. Like a lot of the guys that I grew up watching, and that's what's weird about the sport is that just the lack of actually boxing brains. That shit seems to just be gone. That just seems to be irreplaceable.
We got coaches now. We don't have trainers and teachers. We don't have teachers. We got coaches.
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna ever replace guys like George Benton and
Stewart
and
Eddie
Stewart.
Fudge. Yeah, you ain't gonna replace those guys.
Angie Dundee. Those guys are just gone. Like that. I think they took all that knowledge with Ray Arcel.
Hey, now we got some great boxing brains. Now we got McGirt, we got Ronnie Shields, we got some guys, but the game has changed so much. It's not about this guy fighting the guy in front of him no more. It's about matchmaking.
Like they were like Georgie Benton. I mean, sorry, sorry, the guy you just Ronnie Shields. He's just doing what he can. Right?
Yeah, he's doing what he can.
He's just trying to uphold the standard, but he can't hold
exactly.
Hey, Shelton.
But not only that, being a good something about being a good trainer I like back then is that you had to have your tricks up your sleeve like a Panama Lewis. Like if you had to have a little bit of, you had to have a little bit of ammonia hidden in a towel or something, cutting niggas' eyebrows.
The one I missed. Give me that one.
Oh, sorry.
Exactly.
Hey, to me, I don't even call them coaches. They more like cheerleaders to me. They want to hop on YouTube and do interviews, and the only fighter they know is a fighter they train, and they only make their name off of one fight. That sounds like a cheerleader to me.
What the nigga say? I don't even watch boxing.
I don't watch boxing. I heard him say that so many fucking times, Shelton. And I'm just saying, like, this ain't looking good.
I'm just saying, like, listen. I first heard that thing out of Floyd Mayweather, the first guy that seemed to be really proud of his ignorance. But I don't get that. I don't get like what are you bragging about exactly?
Hey, I seen Javante tell his coach wait, and I seen Adrian Broner tell his coach to shut up during fights.
Well, nah, you got some special fighters and athletes who could do that. Like a Michael Spinks, he told his trainer in the middle of his Larry Holmes fight to shut up and pour me some water. In the middle of the fight.
That's because, that's a different thing, right? So Larry Holmes and Michael Spinks were in the same gym. They were both Eddie Futch guys. But Eddie Futch can only trade one of them. He chose Larry Holmes. So, like, that guy wasn't really Michael Spinks'.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I didn't have that context.
Yeah.
Put him in his place. Smokey put him in his place. Shut the fuck up.
It's just like when Ali fought when he fought Jimmy Ellis. You know who Jimmy Ellis' trainer was, right? When he fought Jimmy Ellis when he came back?
No.
Who trained Jimmy Ellis?
His trainer was Angelo Dundee.
Oh, that don't surprise me. He had the same style as Ali. Or no,
Yeah.
not the same as Ali, but he's slick.
Yeah. But Ali had been on suspension, so Angelo had to keep working.
Yeah, I had to pay the bills.
Yep. Shit don't stop because you leave.
You know what I'm saying? Ali wasn't mad at him. Shit, he just went out there and beat the shit out of Jimmy Ellis.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. You have to be a custodian of the whole fight. There was a John Ruiz guy who was always like yelling and screaming in between. Give John a break, give him an extra breather. Knowing when to how to not know how to what is it? The plausible ignorance of not knowing how to wrap a glove, right? Like how the tape is flapping at critical junctures in the fight. All of a sudden, you can't keep the glove taped right. Like stuff like that is like what the corner is great with, or taking a whole bunch of time putting the mouthpiece back in and giving your guy some direction. Like
Joe Goosen Corrales.
Yeah,
that nigga Joe Goosen, he took a little bit of time on that ring apron with Corrales.
Yeah, all those are like the subtleties on it. I don't really have a problem with Derek James outside of he seems to have the worst damn pre-fight preparation in sport, especially when it comes to Spence. Like I was the first time I saw it, the first time I was like, what the hell are you talking about? Was in the build up to Mikey Garcia. But also the fact that Errol Spence was getting so blowing up in between fights, that was kind of weird for me. But the game plan he went in, the pre-fight plan for Mikey Garcia and Sean Porter, those two things maybe were just like, what the hell is going on with you guys? Like, why are you trying to outbox Mikey and outbully Sean Porter? Like, what the fuck are you guys doing?
Yeah, I always thought that was just some stupid shit that Spence said because he was embarrassed that he didn't look flawless in his fights. I never believed
the
that
whole
bullshit.
thing. It doesn't matter. Like, that's even worse, right? Like, there's no positive way that you can put. There's no spin. There's no plausible way to make that thing sound good. Like, you had terrible game plans for both fights. Period.
I wanted to fight Porter that way. No, you didn't. Porter made you fight that way.
Even regardless, there was no. There's
Yeah,
no evidence.
yeah, we've always knew that was some bullshit.
Here's a problem with that. There's no evidence that he had a different game plan. So I can't even go there with you guys. I have to take the man at his word, and his word is, and it's atrocious that this is what he's saying.
And take him at his word. He's lying. You don't take a motherfucker at their word when they're lying.
He's lying.
Here's
Here's my problem with saying he's lying. I didn't say
barefoot work. Porter was out fighting him, outboxing him. You saw that. So don't try to take a man at his word.
What I didn't see was the
fucking lying, Smoke. He's lying.
Shelton. I didn't see evidence of another game plan. I didn't see evidence of another game plan. It would have been different. Like if I saw him go in there and try to outbully Mikey Garcia, but Mikey Garcia wouldn't get bullied, then I'd be like, okay, great. Or if I saw, I would be like, yeah, he's lying. Or if I saw him try to outbox Sean Porter, but Sean Porter just wasn't having it, then I'd be like, okay, yeah, he just made him fight his fight. But I didn't see that. What I saw was him try to outbox Mikey Garcia from round one. I saw one fight where one round where he really just put pressive gas on Mikey Garcia, but that was it.
Broke up,
and then Sean Porter, I never saw any round, not one moment of that entire fight did I see him try to not one moment of the entire Sean Porter fight did I see Errol Spence try to outbox Sean Porter.
Well, I thought
none of it.
Smoke.
Well, here's the question. Man. The question is, when have you ever seen Spence fight any way different? He never had a different style.
Well, that's what I just told you. Those two
he
fights.
Never fought nobody
in Mikey
different.
Garcia, in the Mikey Garcia fight. Okay, this is what I'm saying to you. In the Mikey Garcia fight, he should have fought the way he fought Sean Porter. In the Sean Porter fight, he should have fought the way he fought Mikey Garcia.
Smokey. Let me say this, brother. To me,
go ahead, Heaven, because Smokey ain't listening.
When I watched that Porter fight, I won't get into the Mikey because I get what you're saying on the Mikey fights, Smoke. But as far as Porter, Porter was hitting him with some lunges and cutting the distance on him and closing the distance. I think Porter really made him fight his type of fight. I don't think Spence chose to fight his type of fight. I think Porter really made him fight his type of fight, and that's what I think he can go into before the fight when Porter was talking about.
I'm with you. I'm with you if I didn't see the exact opposite. What I saw was Porter trying to be the boxer and Spence not allowing that shit to happen. I didn't see Spence trying to be the boxer, but Porter not letting it happen. I saw the exact opposite.
Was closing the distance on him a lot of times in that fight.
I mean, listen, I'm not saying they didn't cut the distance. I'm saying they cut the distance on each other. I don't know if there was distance, really. And really, when there was distance, it was Porter trying to create the distance, not Spence.
Well, I don't know what the fuck you was watching, Smoke, because I've never seen that nigga fight any way different than he fought.
I'm just talking about this particular
he fought against Bud. He fights the same fucking way.
I keep mentioning it
all the fucking time. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I keep mentioning
he
the
fights
Mikey Garcia
one
fight.
way, bro.
Mikey Garcia fight, bro. He did not fight
he
that
didn't
way.
fight different. He fought the same way. He fought Mikey the same way he fought Leonard Brundle, the same way he fought motherfucking Lamont Peterson. He fought all them motherfuckers the same way.
He didn't fight the same way.
What the fuck you talking about?
It's all good. It's all good. It's
Yeah,
what we have to do
How you making shit up? That nigga ain't never fought different.
Listen,
he fights one way.
Since this is really only a thing between you and me. You keep talking about he's just a one guy and he fights.
He's a one-dimensional flat-footed fighter. That's what he is.
One of these days, we're gonna set up a special kind of like maybe at the end of a live or at the beginning or whatever the fuck. We're gonna sit down and we're gonna look at the differences between the way he fought Sean Porter and the way he fought Mikey Garcia, and let's see.
There was no difference.
Lamont Peterson too, and let's see if we.
There was no difference. He's a flat-footed, come forward, volume puncher. That's what he is.
Do that against Mikey.
He did.
He did not.
He did the same thing. He walked Mikey down and beat him up.
He tried to outbox him and counterpunch. He turned into a counterpuncher against Mikey Garcia.
Oh my God, Smoke! Stop making shit up, Smoke.
Okay.
Stop making.
Why do you think it went 12?
He went 12 because the motherfucker ain't got no pop. That's why it went 12.
Okay,
nigga ain't had a knockout since 2015.
Okay,
he ain't got no pop.
Wait. If all he did was come forward, why was it? Listen, we're just gonna watch the fights. I'm not even gonna.
We just watch the fight.
We're gonna watch the fight.
The nigga don't have no punching power. He don't have no pop.
Okay, I got you. So guys' faces just break by themselves now. I can't get what you got. Bud won. Bud proved that Bud is better than him. Bud did not prove. I just want to make sure that we are on the same page with this.
Okay, go ahead.
Bud proved that he is better than Errol Spence. He did not prove everything you said about Errol Spence is true. You guys need to stop with this.
Well, I told you from the first day I met you, Smoke. The first day we got into an argument, I told you from day one, the first day I ever met your ass, that a flat-footed, come-forward guy will never be Crawford.
I told you that. I got it. I know, bro. I know it. Listen, I'm not saying that what you're saying was not the case. What I'm saying is everything you're proving that you're using this as proof that everything you said about Spence is correct. But listen, but some of the stuff that you said about it, I agree with. But the other stuff, like stuff I witnessed with my own eyes, I witnessed this guy outbox. I witnessed him outbox 3 guys: Mikey Garcia, Lamont Peterson, and Danny Garcia. I watched him not just being a straightforward volume puncher. I've watched these 3 fights. So, all I'm going to do is we're going to watch those fights and not use like the fact that Bud is better than Errol as a blanket statement to now let's now shit on, like validate everything I ever said about the guy being the king.
No, but Shelton's right though. Hold on.
I don't need to hear Spence haters that unite. They tell me to hold on and just because you co-sign Shelton. We're going to watch
we can disagree.
But you can tell, but TBE, go ahead.
Shelton is right. Overall, when you look generally speaking, he's 100% right. Spence,
you're acting just like Shelton. And so is Jimmy. And this is not offense. This is no offense to either you, to Shelton, or to Jimmy. But all of you guys are using the Bud Crawford win to validate every negative thought you've ever uttered about. You're using Bud Crawford's win to absolutely validate every negative thought. You're literally on here. I don't understand why I can't finish.
We told you that.
I'm not going to interrupt you guys.
We told you that Danny wasn't shit. We told you that Mikey wasn't shit. We told you that none of those dudes was very good. Ugas wasn't shit. We told you that. You just didn't believe it. But we told you.
I told you so for like 5 seconds and let me finish my point.
Yeah.
Like, what you guys are now doing is using the fact that he won the fight to validate every negative thing you ever said about thought about Errol Spence. Just because Bud is better does not mean that all of a sudden Errol Spence can't punch. That everybody who thought Errol Spence could win was drinking some Kool-Aid. All this like weirdo stuff that you guys are on now. Okay, Bud is better than him. Yes, and Errol Spence apparently is very fucking flat-footed. Nobody was saying that he wasn't flat-footed to begin with, but
yes, they were. Yes, they were.
No, if you guys listen to me, right, I get where you guys are both coming from. I'm actually I get what Smoke is. So you're saying that you never said that, but literally about 120 seconds ago, your exact quote was, "The motherfucker has no pop." So
he don't have no pop. He had a knockout.
I mean, bro, like you can't. Don't have no pop. Okay, just so we understand, just so we can not be in like crazy town. Can we? Can we agree? Can we agree that it takes some pop to break somebody's face?
It takes an accumulation of punches to do that.
Okay, great.
You
Can the accumulation I get? Right. So we all know people that it doesn't matter how many punches they throw, they're not breaking shit.
But it takes more than that. Hold on. It takes more than just being able to punch and break the face. What it takes is the guy has to be willing to keep his face. Throw his face into your punches. So
okay, great. So that's fine.
His face
okay, great. So,
punches. Okay, so I mean,
no, I'm with that. I'm totally with that. So like if there's a guy who got his face broken or busted up constantly because his lack of head movement or basically lack of defense, okay, great. Now I'm with you on that. But even still, I wouldn't say that the guy hitting him has no pop.
Okay.
How do you measure pop?
Okay. Here's my definition of the pop.
No, you said he had the illusion of power. That's what you said earlier. Now, this other person says no power. Like, you guys got to stop with you're going way overboard with this. Like,
who's the last motherfucker that he knocked out? That he just stopped knocking him out?
The guy he fought before Bud.
Who? He didn't stop. He didn't knock him out. He stopped him. The ref stopped that fight. I'm talking about knockout.
I mean, I'm sorry. Knockout.
Leonard Bundy.
I want to say
no, it was Ocampo.
Lamont
It was
Peterson.
Carlos Ocampo.
Yeah, that was a body shot, but that was a body shot.
And that was
Leonard Bundy. He knocked him out cold.
Oh, Leonard Bundy. Leonard Bundy was the last dude he knocked that fuck out on Channel 4. Yeah, I remember.
I don't know why is it. Okay, hold up a second. I don't understand this metric. Are you saying either he has no pop or he's knocking guys out? That's the metric. It's either all or nothing.
No, he's not.
I mean, if you're talking about just knockout power, then
he's a volume puncher. That's why I keep telling you.
Hold up a second.
He's a flat-footed, come forward volume puncher who beats people on accumulation.
Okay.
He's not a knockout artist. He's not a power puncher. He's not that.
So but knocking people out cold is not what Bud does either. But nobody's telling him that he doesn't have pop.
Come on,
Spence don't even know. This is the difference. This is the difference.
No, I'm trying to keep it egalitarian so I can get through this conversation without tearing my hair out. Like,
listen, Smoke. Everybody that Bud has stopped, did they go down to the canvas?
Okay, now you're going down to the canvas.
Yes or no? Did they fall? Did he knock them down?
Did everybody fight? Did everybody
fought at welterweight? Did he knock him down? Yes or no?
I don't think he knocked down Benavidez. I don't think he knocked down Jose.
Yes, he did knock Benavidez down. Knocked him down with uppercut.
No boogaloo shuffling.
Dropped him with uppercut, and then finished him.
Okay.
All these fights you naming for hold on. Let me finish. All these fights you naming for Errol, who did he knock down? Kell Brook took a knee.
Knocked down. He dropped Porter.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Yes, he
did.
did.
He got the same uppercut.
He did drop Porter.
No.
He did drop Porter. He
touched the ground with his hand. He didn't go down.
He went down. No. He went down, got up.
No.
He went down, got up.
Okay, let's take Porter out of it. Who else? Let's take Porter out of it. Who else?
Who else? Just touch the ground. If you touch the ground, it's a knockdown.
I mean, what if you take a knee because you don't want to get hit again? Do you call that dropping them?
Hey, Smoke, we got that. Who else?
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking.
Nobody.
I'm asking a question, bro. You got to answer my question that I'm asking.
Okay, what's the question, bro?
Do you consider that dropping to a knee so you don't get hit again, getting dropped by him? If the guy takes a voluntary
knee, if your glove touches the canvas, you got dropped.
Okay, great. So Kell Brook, he dropped Kell Brook. He dropped Sean Porter. He dropped.
No, he
Well,
got
Campo went
technical
out.
knockdown against Sean Porter.
You got Peterson. See, here's my issue with you guys. You just don't you spend so much time with guys with, I guess, casual fans or trolls who are in for Spence that you have now just thrown everything that Spence does even reasonably well out the window, like it's a mere bag of shells.
That's not it.
There's a reason
all
why.
I'm trying to
Just
tell
don't
you, Smoke,
understand.
listen.
Just so you
all
understand.
I'm trying to tell, I don't know what they say.
Can I get to a point?
Go ahead, bro.
The reason why Errol Spence was a unified champion was not simply because he fought a bunch of scrubs and he was protected.
He did.
Part of it has to do with his fucking boxing
You
skills.
said it, not me. You said
He
it,
did.
not me.
He
No,
did.
you guys. I've been listening to you guys. You've been saying. Hold up a second. I've been listening to what you guys been saying, and right now I'm refuting. I'm pushing back on what you've been saying this entire stream.
Okay.
All it has been is
keep going.
all you
Keep
guys
going, because I got a
have
question for you.
talked about.
Hold on, TB. Let him go. Keep going, because I got a question for you.
Yeah, all you guys have talked about since this whole thing has started about how limited and how really rudimentary, basic Errol Spence is. That's it. You've not said a single thing about what he actually does well outside of him being a volume puncher.
That's what he's good at. But see, here's the thing.
He's something better at that too. He's also better at body. He's also pretty good at body control.
No, he's not.
Okay.
No, he's not. Listen to me. Listen to me. We've been telling you since the day. At least I've been telling you.
I told you so.
I've been telling you since the day I met you that the guy is not what you think he is. Hold on, wait. The guy's not what you think he is. I've been telling you that. The guy's not what you think he is. The guy fought a bunch of B-level guys. Now you tell me who are the two best wins on Spence's resume. Tell me.
That's fine. My issue is not that. My issue is not you saying that he fought a bunch of B-level guys. My issue is that Bud has also fought a bunch of B-level guys. But when it comes to Bud, it's all about how much power he has. When it comes to Spence, it's all about how he has an illusion of power. These comparisons he's come out in his mind. It doesn't make sense.
Just go by the numbers.
You gotta go
Let's go by the numbers, Smoke.
Oh my God!
Spence has
Now you want to go by,
29 fights, right?
you're talking about the letter grade. Now you want to go by the numbers. My issue is that you cannot. Okay, hold on a second. My issue is that whatever. Hold up a second. My issue is that whenever you start talking about Spence and you come up with a metric, I try to apply that same metric to Bud, and now you want to talk about something different.
No. I'm not talking about nothing different. You brought up the knockouts and all that shit.
Fighters and knockouts because that's where we started. But now it's talking about knockdowns, and now look at the number, how many it was.
Bud Crawford has 31 knockouts, correct?
Oh my God!
I just want to shout out a question because I'm kind of confused as well.
Knockouts,
you guys keep moving the goalposts. Let's keep moving the goal. Let's never do a one-to-one comparison based on the criteria that you started off with.
How am I moving the goalposts when you brought it up?
You gotta have criteria, man.
Because before you said who get knocked out cold. Before this whole conversation started, this whole line of questions started with. Hold on, this whole line of inquiry started with who's the last guy that he knocked out, and I said the last guy who fought before Bud, and then you said no, the ref stopped that.
But it was actually Leonard Bundy.
No, hold up. Let me fit. I'm just doing a little bit of recap.
Okay.
I said it was Ugas, the last guy who fought about Bud. Then you're like, no, he didn't. The ref stopped that. Guess what? The ref stopped all the fucking Bud's things. Except for like I'll say the Mata Rose. What's it? Not Mata Rose. What's this dude's name? Avenesian.
You talking about Avenesian?
Avenesian was out. Okay, so let's put Avenesian to one side. But all those other dudes, they weren't knocked out cold.
The ref stopped it.
Yeah, so like, why is this now like a? Why does this become a criteria for Spence, but not for Bud?
We even on that.
I actually think Shelton's been harsh. I think Shelton's been harsh. If I'm honest, Errol Spence does have good traits. He's got one of the best jabs in the sport. He's a good body puncher, fundamentally sound. Probably one of the best pressure fighters in boxing, right?
So what happened? Where's the fundamentally sound? What happened to all that shit last week?
They keep saying that. Where was the fundamentally?
He got hit with everything but the
I'm asking you a question, right? I'm not asking you a question. I disagreed with you when you said Spence is top 5 pound for pound, right? You said you had in your pound for pound list Errol Spence in your top 5. Why did you have him top 5 if he's got no pop, one-dimensional?
Because I have him in the top 5 because of the amount of titles he won and the people he fought.
But more people have got better resumes.
Those are the guys that was out there. So you got to have a 3-belt unified welterweight champion who's undefeated in your top 5. Now,
Okay,
I also told you. I
so
also
why
told
not?
you. Let me get in context. Hold on. Now, I also told you the dude ain't fought shit. He ain't fought nobody. And when he gets in there with somebody who can actually fight, he gonna beat the shit out of him. That's what I told you.
What separates? So what separates Beterbiev, 3-belt unified champion, undefeated, a better knockout percentage, and he actually destroyed the number one guy in his division, Evodzik, right? He was lineal champion when he ended Adonis Stevenson's career. So I don't know, why would you have someone who you consider a guy with no pop, one-dimensional, not that good, has fought nobody? I mean, by your standards, Errol Spence is a C-level fighter.
He is.
What
I've been telling you that since I
Cameron?
met you. I've been telling you that since I met you. I ain't changing my stance because you bring up some points. I think Beterbiev is a better fighter than Errol Spence.
Well, that's fine. Right, so, and I just wanted just a quick break, and then you can get right back to it. Jimmy, I had some technical issues when you came onto the panel, and I couldn't tell you what the discussion is. Right. So what we're doing right now is trying to separate the difference between elite, the difference between what is elite fighter, and whether or not being a champion means you're actually good. Right. So that's where we are in this whole thing. Right. Because there's 45 active champions right now. Right. And we're talking about seeing who the hell is elite and whether or not just because you're a champion, does that even mean that you're a good fighter? So and I feel like I should say that since you're talking about pound for pound, and one of the reasons why he's a pound for pound is because he's collecting belts. So if he's collecting belts, does that make him good or not good? I don't know how the hell you break people's faces, but you don't have pop. That's really where
that makes him good against the people he fought.
Just because you don't have as much pop as well doesn't mean you don't have any pop, right? So for me, it's like
somebody would actually fight is a different deal.
Yeah. But for me, it's difficult for me to answer the question because like not all champions are created equal, right? So when Canelo Alvarez got in the ring with Caleb Plant, they were both champions, right? On paper, yeah, they were, but Canelo, was A+ fighter, and Caleb Plant was, good B level or B+ fighter, whichever one you wanted. So I think even within champions, not all champions are elite. I don't think so. But what is elite? So when you say A level, do you consider that elite? So when you say elite,
but right now we're working with elite is above A level. So A level is here, but elite is another category all by itself. So you can get a bunch of A level fighters, but there's never going to be a bunch of elite fighters.
Right.
It active at one time. That would be a golden era boxing if everybody was like it. If you had let's say you had, what would it take to have a golden era boxing? 10 elite fighters?
Yes.
5 elite fighters? Well, how many do we have now? How many elite fighters do we say? What would you say that there are in the entire sport? Let's say there's 2 in the heavyweights. There's 2 in light heavyweight. There's no one in cruiserweight.
I think there's one. There's 2 in light heavyweight. Yeah,
there's one in light heavyweight. There's one. People say, I say that there's one in super middleweight. Somebody said that there's maybe one guy who can be considered elite at 168, and that's David Benavidez. To me, Canelo's the only elite guy at 168. You got Bud, who's elite at 147. I'm going to go with Tank being elite at 147. I don't even know. Is Devin Haney elite? I don't even know if he's elite. I think he's just real good.
Hey, salute, Smoke. Hey,
yeah, what's up, Victor?
Hey, what's going on? And salute TBE, salute Mr. Shelton and the rest of the panel. Hey, can I interrupt before everybody else chimes in on who's elite and who's not elite?
Before you chime in, you'll get the first one back. But right now, we're just trying to figure out who is elite. How many we got?
Okay.
But you got it when we open it up. But let's just decide who is elite first, right? So
I didn't want to comment on. I didn't want to comment on who's elite.
How about we throw in the usual suspects? Then we can maybe subtract some people.
Hey, Smoke. No, I didn't want to comment on who's elite. I just wanted to rewind for 1 second. Won't take a minute about the Bud and Spence and who
go ahead.
is.
You got it. Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, I just wanted to say this about that. Let me say this about Spence. And Spence is not everything that everybody thought he was, including me, because I saw him fighting them fighters. I noticed one thing, and this is what I'll say about the who hits hard, who's the knockout artist, and all that. But Spence hits hard. Shelton is right. He's a volume puncher. And I said about Spence, I said if he is going to beat Bud, what he's going to have to do, he's going to have to pressure him, push up on him, keep him in small places, in corners, up against the ropes, and beat up his arms, elbows, triceps, and all that to slow down his power, to diminish his power and slow down the speed. And that's what he does with every fighter and everybody. So anyway, to make a long story short, what I'm saying is Spence hits hard, but he's not a knockout artist. He can break eye, skull bone, and he can damage arms and all that, but he doesn't have the power to knock motherfuckers out. And when you clip somebody, like I think he clipped Porter, and Porter took that knee. Once again, that was a clip. That wasn't a power punch necessarily. If you clip somebody on the button, that chin, snap that neck, it's going to temporarily knock you off your equilibrium and knock you off your balance. So all I wanted to say was Spence is not a knockout artist. He hits hard, and that's about it. Volume punch.
Yeah, we weren't talking about knockout artists. They said he had no pop, and he has an illusion of power. Like that's the fucking type of time they're on. I don't whatever.
Well, it depends on your criteria, bro. You gotta have some kind of criteria for pop. What is the criteria?
Pound for pound, is elite pound for pound, like. So is that what you're saying? So anyone who's truly elite should be on the pound for pound list, right?
So pop. So pop generally was the sound it makes when the glove hits, right? That's one part of it. But then there's also snap. But that snap is about the person reacting to your punches, right? Snaps their head back or stops them in their track, kind of sort of stuff. But yeah, I don't know. Like the illusion of power, like the way that you guys are talking, I wouldn't be able to tell the difference if you're talking about Errol Spence or maybe Devin Haney.
All right, let's put it like this.
Or maybe Stephen Fulton. I don't know.
Let me give you an example then. All right, so you saw the fight, right? So you saw the jabs. So you saw the way Crawford's jab was affecting Spence, and you saw the way Spence's jab was affecting Crawford. Who you think had the most pop?
Again, this is not about whether or not Bud hits harder than Spence. This is about calling Spence.
Which jab had the most pop?
Hold up a second. Do you think that Bud has no pop on his jab? Do you think that he has the illusion of power? Bud.
No, I just said.
I know, but your question seems to be in a different topic, and I'm tired of you guys changing the fucking goalpost. I'm over this shit. We're not talking about whether or not Bud can hit harder than Spence. That's literally not what this conversation is. The conversation is you guys saying that Bud can't hit it all.
Hey, listen.
So for me to answer your question, I need for you to understand. I need for you to tell me what you think about Bud's punching power. Do you think that Bud is a knockout artist?
What do you? What's the criteria you use for knockout artists?
Okay, a guy who has pop and can knock you and wins by knockout, right? Has knockout power.
Okay. So,
what's your definition? How would you define it?
Well, I define it like this. If I look at the fighter, right? So let's say, for example, Bud has 40 knockouts in 31 fights, right? We have to go by the numbers, the ratio. So now, how much knockout does Spence have?
Right. So again, this is not a comparing Bud to Spence. I got you, bro. And I'm listen. Nobody's calling Bud and Spence a knockout artist here. What you guys are saying is that he has an illusion of power and he has no pop.
Hey, Smoke. Let me Smoke.
That out. All right.
Yeah. Hey, let me take a bite at this. And use an example. Let me take this example. Listen, when Bud, okay, what Shelton just brought up a little while ago, the El Campo fight. Now listen, when Bud took him out, what he did was he hit him in the ribs and maybe the kidneys or the liver with that left. He was still standing, and then immediately Bud came back on the other side of his body with the right. Now, those two impact energies met in the middle. And when you send that impact through a guy's body, liver, kidney, solar plex, whatever. That might take him out. That might not take him out. That might take him down to his knee. It might not. But when you send another one before that one travels and meets its end, the left one travels before it met its end. He hit him again with that right, and those two power impacts met in the middle, and that quivered his whole insides, and that's why he went down. Now this is the other example I'm gonna give. Why he went down, took 2 knees, 2 gloves, and a forehead to the campus. Everything was on the campus. Now that was 2 body shots. Now when Tank hit Mario Barrios and a couple other fighters, 1 shot, and they went down. Now they got back up, but they went down with that 1 shot. Mario Barrios, Ryan Garcia, and some other fighter he fought took a knee because he hit him with 1 shot. That's what you call knockout power. By the way, when this thing that you're discussing right now, what do you consider a knockout? A knockout power is this. This might be a good example too, maybe not. When he hit Rolly, Rolly was actually knocked out on his feet. That's why the ropes kept him in the ring. That's knockout power. When you can hit a motherfucker 1 time, he hit him flush on the side of his jaw and snapped his head back, and that was enough. And that's why the ref called him out. But when he hit him with it, he was going to go through the ropes if the ropes hadn't been there. That's knockout power. And it took him 1 punch to hit Mario. It took him 1 punch to hit Ryan Garcia, and they went down. And Ryan Garcia didn't get back up. But it took him 2 punches to take El Campo down. Body punches.
Yeah, but listen, Tank power, like Tank's a knockout. See, listen, I'm not sitting here calling Spence a knockout artist. I'm not talking about who hits harder. None of that. I am right now. I am, and also I want people, because this fight took so long for it to happen, and people like Shelton, who have been saying the same thing consistently about this fight, about the outcome of the fight. It's going to take a while for the, they got to stretch out and flatten. But in the aftermath of this thing, people are acting like this because they got the fight for right, that everything they said along the way was absolutely validated. Some of this stuff, by the way, was absolutely debunked, right? Like Spence is not his own boss, and he has to do whatever Al Heyman says. That's the real boss, right? That got debunked, but people are still running with that narrative even today.
We don't get
Like at some point, like you got to stop with it. Like, I get it that you have some preconceived notions based on whatever criteria you saw and you feel like is reasonable. I'm not even trying to argue whether or not your point is valid in this thing, but I'm just saying, like, you're now like listening to you guys talk. I literally can't tell the difference between Errol Spence and Paulie Malignaggi.
See, I was never. I don't.
You got to stop with this shit.
No, I don't. You can't listen. You can never be a pressure fighter if you've got no pop, because who the hell are you going to walk down? You've got nothing on your shots. Like, that doesn't make any sense, right? You must have some kind of power, and I think he's a strong dude physically, and he can whack. Obviously, I think he's more of a volume dude than a one punch guy.
No,
yeah.
What I'm saying is this, Smoke. I want you to hear me clearly. I'm gonna say it slow so you can hear me clearly. I've never picked against Spence except for this fight, because I knew by my eye test, by what I see, not by what you say or what Jimmy says, what anybody said. I knew by what I saw in the ring that the guys he was fighting, the guys that lined up against him, weren't that good. They were basic guys who stood in front of that guy and let him pound them. All those guys, they weren't that good.
I'm not mad at that at all. My point isn't even
I'm
that.
saying
My point
you're
is,
trying to tell me that this guy does all these things well, and I'm telling you that we can agree to disagree, because I think the guy's a basic, flat-footed, come-forward volume puncher. He doesn't do anything great. He does some things well. He doesn't do anything great.
We don't
and he doesn't have no power.
Right, that was the issue that I have. I have an issue with when I'm watching dudes break dudes guy's face. I now hear how he has no pop. Like, for me, like on the same stream, I've heard he has an illusion of power and no pop. I can even get we can agree. We don't even disagree. We don't even disagree.
If a guy don't keep his face in front of you so you can hit it, you can break his face.
Okay, Why weren't other people breaking his face? You know that the guy had more than one fight, right?
The guy ain't shit. Smoke.
Great. So now why wasn't other people breaking his face? Since Errol Spence has no pop.
The guy ain't shit, Smoke. He never fought anybody who could compete with him.
Listen, the ain't shit part is not fine.
He's not what you thought he was. That's all I'm trying to say.
Fine, man. Listen,
the guy was not what people thought he was. The guy's okay. He's a decent fighter. He's good at what he does, and he looks great, just like Boots. Just like Boots, he looks great against the guys he was lined up against. When you
But
put him in there with
just like Bud, bro. But it's also just like Bud. And especially
because
you
the
guys talk
difference
about
between
Spence, because
here's the difference.
just so we
Here's the
understand each other.
difference.
I don't think that Spence. That's my whole point. Is that when I started using your same criteria for Bud, all of a sudden it's different.
But you can't because Bud has done this.
That's my
no,
whole
you
point.
can't. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why you're logically flawed. I'm gonna tell you why it's flawed. Because we've seen Bud do this in multiple weight classes. We've seen
against the
Spence
same kind of guys.
Multiple guys, multiple kind of styles.
Okay, wait, hold up a second. But when it came to the level of the quality of opposition, they're all B-level guys. None of those dudes are
I don't
A-level.
know that. You can't sit here and tell me that at 147 you think Danny Garcia could beat fucking Mean Machine. I don't know.
What I'm saying is I can't say that Mean Machine is not.
No,
that's not what I said. I didn't say that they could beat each other. I said they're all B-level guys. See,
I don't know.
What I'm saying? Bro,
I don't know.
You gotta stop with the moving the goalposts, man.
No, I'm just saying.
Listen,
I don't know.
Hold up a second.
You trying to keep saying, telling. You keep trying to, in a roundabout way, tell me this guy is an elite fighter, and I'm telling you, this guy is not that.
I literally am not. That's okay. That's where we're having a disconnect. I am not talking about how he's an
You
elite
trying to tell me this guy's good?
Just so we understand each other. Just because I think he has pop doesn't mean I think he's elite. There's plenty of guys who have pop that are good fighters who are not elite. You are saying that he has no pop.
Yeah, well, that's what I believe. So we can agree to disagree on
whether
that
I
point.
say he's elite, right?
Yeah, we can agree to disagree on that point. I don't think the motherfucker
I don't
got
think
no
he's
pop.
elite. I didn't say that he wasn't. Okay, hold up a second. I didn't say that he was not elite. He might be elite depending on how we define elite, which is also still poorly defined, even though we've been at this shit for like
we've been at this shit for a while.
For sure. You said you had him ahead of Louis, right? You said you had him ahead of the monster.
Louis ain't fought shit. The best guy on his resume is Stephen Fulton. So I ain't all sold on the new way like that.
No. What sold you on Bud though? Before he fought Errol Spence, there's guys like
What sold me on Bud was beating Ricky Burns. What sold me on Bud? Listen. What sold me on Bud was beating Regis Prescott. What sold me on Bud was beating Ricky Burns in his hometown.
But come on,
that's what sold me
you
on
can't
Bud.
Louis fought nobody and then bring up Ricky Burns and Prescott like they're like the creme de la creme.
That's what sold me on Bud. I've been watching Bud since then.
I think you need to
I ain't started watching Bud last week. I've been watching Bud since he was fighting in Carson. I went to see him fight against some no-name scrub when he had dreads in his head.
No, but we're not
Bud since then.
Bud to Anui. I'm talking about. You said you have Spence ahead of a monster Anui, which I thought was crazy.
I have a lot of people ahead of Monster Anui. I got Beterbiev ahead of Monster Anui. I got Bivol ahead of Monster Anui. I got Canelo ahead of Monster Anui. I'm not sold on that guy like you guys are. That's fine though. You young guys like him. I think he's okay.
How could you not be sold on when you pick Fulton and you were wrong?
He's okay. I don't think he's all that.
It was easy. No, but
I don't think he's all
you picked Fulton to beat him because you picked Fulton to beat him,
and I'm gonna pick somebody else to beat him too. I'm gonna pick somebody else to beat him too.
You're wrong though.
I'm gonna pick somebody else to beat him too.
But your opinion of Anui isn't correct though because he smashed.
I don't give a fuck. That's what the part you miss. I don't give a fuck.
No, but what I'm saying though is you have to be.
My opinion is incorrect. I don't give a fuck. No, I don't. I don't have to do shit.
So you're
I don't have to believe it.
Yeah, but everybody got a blind spot. And
I don't have to do anything. You can like him. That's cool. You like the new way. That's cool. I ain't mad at you. I don't think he's shit. I don't think he's shit.
I would have to disagree with you on that one.
So hold on. So what makes Bud Crawford great? What makes Bud Crawford great?
The fact that he's beaten, or the fact that he's knocked out every welterweight he's fought. The fact that he's a two-time undisputed. Nobody's ever done that.
So in December, Anui's about to become a 4-division 2.
We don't know that. You don't even know if he's gonna win. You don't even know if he's gonna win. Okay. The fight hasn't happened. I tell you that shit all the time. After the fight, you can say that, but you can't give motherfuckers credit for fights they haven't fought yet.
What with my track record? I'm saying if he does. How about this? If he does, right?
Okay,
Then
there you go.
he'd be the
That
most
sounds better.
fighter.
That sounds better.
Okay, if he does, I mean, look, he's already a 4-division ex undisputed, current unified. I mean, he's doing pretty good, well already. You know,
I'm not
like
saying he
he's
hasn't.
doing pretty.
I don't care what he's done. I ain't gotta like the motherfucker.
Does he have a loss on his record?
I ain't gotta like the motherfucker. Shit, I think Joe Frazier was a hell of a fighter. I didn't like the motherfucker.
Does he got a loss on his record?
No, he's undefeated.
Nah, I don't think so.
Shit.
Monster Anui. No, he's 100% undefeated. There's no confusion about that.
Well, Monster, yeah, he beat everybody he fought. Yeah, ain't no confusion about that. But he'll never be the first guy to be 2-time undisputed. He'll never be that.
The other guy he said he's the other. No, the other guy's saying that Monster's taking a loss. I'm like, no, he's never lost.
Oh no, he hasn't taken no losses. Monster beat everybody.
Yeah,
but see, you said, like you said, Jimmy, he'll never be the first guy to be 2-time undisputed. He'll never be that. No matter how many undisputed
he might be the first guy to be a 3-time. He might be the first guy to be a 3-time undisputed, though. So we'll have to wait and see.
We'll see.
Obviously,
we'll see.
Bud's at double the fights. Of course, Bud's more accomplished. He's at double the fights of Anui, right? Bud's at literally 40, 41 fights. Anui's at what, 24? I mean, you know.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Anui's 29. Bud's 36. I mean, you know, there's obviously, you know, Bud's more further along in his career. But I'll be honest, you know.
Bud's at the end. Bud's not further along. Bud's at the end.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Now with the new
yeah, it's over,
right?
Bud.
Yeah, they're different generations, but
yeah.
But when you see Errol Spence ahead of
Hey, Mr. Shelton, let me ask you about. Yeah, hey, let me ask you about this B-level fighters, or you know how we rate fighters B level, C level, A level, and all that. Would that include? Wouldn't a B-level fighter include not just a lower degree or a lower level of fighting skills and abilities, but also the ability to take a punch?
Yeah, no, there's some B-level dudes that's tough as hell.
Okay.
There's some B-level dudes that's tough as hell. I mean, Danny Garcia is a B-level dude, but he got a chin like a muffin. Danny got a chin.
Yeah, for real. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Danny's a good B-level fighter. The guys that Tank has been fighting for the most part have been C+. So I mean, there's a lot of, you know.
Danny looked pretty
I
good.
mean, I'm just saying, if you think he's a B level, I'm just wondering who is the non-B level competition on Monster's resume, on Usyk's resume, on
the only A-level fighter
Bud's resume. Who's the non-B level talent? Any of these guys' resume?
In my opinion, the only A-level fighters that Monster has fought have been Nonito Donaire and Stephen Ford.
Yeah.
So he's got two. Great.
Two.
He's got two guys, A-level. So who else we got? Usyk. Does he got any A-level guys?
Hold on, Smoke. Hold on. Wait a minute. How could he knocked out Fulton? Who did he go the distance with? Those guys should be the better. Would be the better.
He went the distance with Nonito once, and then he knocked him out the second time.
He knocked him out in the second round, the second fight. Knocked him out in the second.
Nieves, Antonio.
Who?
Antonio Nieves.
Who is that?
That's one of the people that fought that went the distance.
I say who, and I'll ask you again. Who the fuck is that?
That's not the point.
Who you
I'm
talking
just
about?
saying that in terms of who you're going to classify as the best fighters he has fought. It can't be somebody who knocked out. It can't be somebody who went the distance.
Wait, hold up. Wait.
I think I just clarified that point. I just clarified that point. I said that there's some B-level guys that are tough as hell. You can't knock them out. I just said that.
Yeah, like people talk about like Errol Spence not knocking out Mikey Garcia. First off, nobody knocked out Mikey Garcia. That's the first part of this whole like weird ass fucking thing. Second off, Mikey Garcia is nobody. Like he's not just a tough B-level guy. Mikey Garcia was an A-level dude. He hadn't fought at that weight before, but he fought at 140. Like, come on, man. Like, what are we talking about?
Yeah, well, that was Mikey Garcia's problem. What happened with Mikey Garcia was that
Mikey Garcia was elite at 135. At 140, he was okay. At 147, he wasn't shit.
Hold on, let me finish. Mikey Garcia came into that fight heavier than Spence was. Okay? He came in heavier than Spence for that fight. So, he put on too much weight. He shouldn't have put on so much weight because he was talking, people convinced him that somehow Spence had overwhelming power, and Spence
Okay.
was gonna break him.
I feel like you're somewhere around my age, right? I feel like you've been, and perhaps if you're not, and my bad, but I'm just listening to your voice and I'm putting you around my age. We've been watching boxing since we've been involved. At least I've been watching boxing, and probably you too, since there was 10 divisions, maybe a dozen, and like 2 sanctioning bodies. Right? It's like the idea, right? The idea that these guys at 140, like to move up in the division, you used to be 135 to 147 was you moving up.
Yeah.
Like if you're a 140-pound champion too, that's like cream on top.
Yeah, you had to go to 140 from 147 to 160. There was no 154.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you know what I mean? You went from 135 to 147. Like this whole, I mean, 140
that was normal. That was nothing extraordinary. And are we talking about 15 rounds too?
Yeah, like if Mikey Garcia is elite at 135, but couldn't bust it, but got his ass whooped to the point that he was unusable at 147.
Yeah,
why is that not? Why are we not giving?
Is Mikey a 4 division champion? Hold on. Is Mikey a 4 division champion? Yes or no?
Yes.
He was champion at 126, 130, 135, and 140, correct?
Yes.
That tells you right there, he should have never tried to fight at 147 when you started at 126. You should never tried it.
So why do you want Bud to
I don't think that was the issue. I don't think that was the issue at all. I think the issue actually was this.
Okay.
Which is kind of dovetail with what you're saying, but not exactly. The issue was that Mikey went into that fight, like I said before, he was heavier than Spence. How could you come from? So how could that be possible?
Listen, he looked terrible at this weight. Let's just put it out there. Let's put it in that fight. He physically looked terrible.
Came in that heavy. And
that is one of the worst snack bodies I've ever seen. Right? In memory, like that snack pack did not. First, he looked jacked like a kangaroo, and then he went from that to like I don't know what they were. He had dad body in that fight.
The steroids didn't help.
Listen, whatever it is that they figured out, whatever regimen, it didn't give him the best looking physique on the fight night. That's all. That's what I'm saying.
He should have came in a little bit lighter, but he screwed up by coming in too heavy because again he was convinced by people out there like Smoke talking about how much power Spence had. You know, you should have never listened to none of that nonsense. You should have focused on speed.
Well, don't.
No, listen. I think
Mikey did say he saw something. Mikey did say he saw something.
Like for me, man.
You saw.
No, hold up a second. Like, hold on. Some of you guys
take advantage of it.
Some of you guys make me feel like I have OCD, like maybe I'm autistic. I'm on the spectrum. The shit that you say at a certain point, like I start to tear. I didn't think so until I started talking to you fuckers about boxing, but now I have to listen to you tell me that a guy with no power, has the illusion of power, that I'm drinking the Kool-Aid, has no pop, is still out there breaking faces and dropping people and stopping people. But
that shit don't impress me because he ain't fought no goddamn body, Smoke.
Okay,
why is it that hard for you?
Nobody has fought anybody.
That I don't.
He's not some special case of guys who haven't fought anybody.
I don't value the guy. You value the guys he fought. I don't.
I'm not talking about valuing them. Listen, regardless of how I value them, my thought is because I don't like your competition, that means you have no pop. That is ridiculous.
And you know what?
Hold on a second. I'm telling you that Wilder has Wilder has elite power at heavyweight, right? I don't know if you're here for the who's elite or not.
Hey, look here. I think
who he proved that against? D-level fighters. It wasn't. We knew he had pop against C-level fighters, against B-level fighters. Even the fact that we think Tyson Fury is elite on this channel, and I don't know anybody else who said that he's not elite. The fact that he put him down 4 times, now he's proven against the best of the best that he can drop you being outweighed 40, 50 pounds. It can't be a damn fight worth a lick, right? So we know his power is proven. But before long before the Fury fight,
before the Ortiz fight, we knew that dude's power was elite.
Hey, look here, and I think we're making a terrible mistake. I really do. I think we're making a mistake in judgment. We start to become, we bordering on bias when we start to rank a fighter C, B, A because of who he fought. Because you can see a nigga being an A fighter fighting a C fighter or a B fighter opposition because of his skill set. You just mentioned Shelton a minute ago about your precise and proficient. I said you can see an A ranked fighter fighting a B fighter, and you make the mistake.
No, you can't. No, you can't. Incorrect. Incorrect. Let me come and debunk that stupid little point, man.
Okay, well, you get my point, right? You get my point. I think you're making a mistake. I think you're making a mistake. Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. I know you got my point, but let me finish it. I think we're making a mistake. I think we're making a mistake in judging a fighter, and let's say, for example, an A fighter, that he's not an A fighter because he fought a B or a C fighter.
Yes, you're incorrect. So basically, there's more to it. There's more intangibles than just skill set. Skill set. When you're facing C-level and tuna cans and chitlin circuit guys, we don't get to see your other intangibles, like knowing if you got heart, knowing if you got determination, knowing if you got intelligent adjustments to make against other elite fighters. What are you talking about? Oh,
bogus,
bogus cap. Hold on, sir.
Okay.
So thank you. So like I said before, you cannot tell if someone is an A-class fighter from fighting guys that are levels below them. That doesn't make any sense. Maybe you can. There's exceptions in this world because you are a Tank Davis fan. You are a Tankamaniac. So maybe you're referring to Tank Davis. Yes, to me, he is an elite fighter. He does have elite skills, but we don't know if he has a real heart of a champion. We don't know if he's got a granite chin. We don't know if he can make elite adjustments against elite opposition. So don't come here with this A-class fighters can look good against CE-class fighters and know that they are special talents. No. You need to get in there with another junkyard dog and show us that you have elite level skills, elite level determination, elite level durability, elite level availability.
I don't classify Tank as an elite fighter because he's never really proven he's an elite fighter against anyone of note. He's never fought the top champion at 30, 35, or 40, never unified. I don't think he's held a relevant, meaningful title in about half a decade. And the recent run he's been on, he's rematching Isaac Cruz, a guy who, was he a C-plus fighter?
You better not rematch him.
Ryan,
but Jimmy, is that not what Butch just said? That's exactly what Butch just said.
Yes.
No, but everyone was saying that when we're talking about elite fighters, and a couple of the panelists put Tank on that list, and I don't agree with that. And what the other gentleman was saying that we don't need A-level fighters to fight other B-plus fighters. They can keep smashing tomato cans. No, why would the term hype job expose? Why would the term hype job exist if that notion was true? The reason why that word hype job exists is because everything is smoke and mirrors until you really step up to elite,
Correct, Jimmy.
And here's my argument against that. You guys talking about Butch. You said it doesn't make sense. Well, here's my argument against that. When an A-level fighter fights a B-level fighter, the way that you can tell whether he's an A-level fighter is the manner in which he beats that B-level fighter up. How about that? That's a formula there. That's science. If he's an A-level fighter and he's fighting a B-level fighter, then he should beat the holy shit out of.
Okay. So what level was Isaac Cruz?
I have a question.
What level was Isaac Cruz? What level was he? What level was Isaac Cruz? What level was Hector Garcia? What level was Cuellas? What level was Leo Santa Cruz at 135? What level was those guys? Huh?
Okay. Well, I'll answer your question like this. I'm not going to categorize any of Tank's opposition. I'm gonna stick with what I just said. The way and the manner and the ease in which he beat those motherfuckers. Let me know.
Isaac Cruz was easy, bro. Isaac Cruz was easy. Come on. Isaac Cruz was not an easy fight. Come on, it's not.
I didn't say. I said I'm not categorizing any of them. I'm not putting any of Tank's opposition. But I know one thing that since we're stuck on Isaac Cruz, I don't know why we stuck on him. Let's talk about. Let me use this as an example. And he leads. Huh?
Preach, Victor. Preach, brother.
Yeah, I'm going to. Look here. Look, look here.
Lion
Put
Sports Haven.
Tank
Lion.
in Tank's ability to beat up bigger guys than him is part of the criteria.
Lion Sports
So
Haven.
easily.
Hey,
Now
Victor.
you guys are talking about, a lot of people are talking about Tank and Shakur. Well, I shouldn't use Shakur and Tank as an example because Shakur is damn near Tank's size, got the same reach and all that. But I'm talking about big motherfuckers with long reach that have some rating themselves, and this guy gets in there, littler, smaller, all his dimensions suggest that his opposition should take, like Mario Barrio. Like Mario Barrio.
Well, hold on.
All right, man.
Hold on, Victor. Let me just chime in. I'm just gonna tag back out.
Please
brother.
do.
Like Demolition used to do back in the
Yeah,
day.
yeah, Victor. Yeah, Victor. You need some help, man. You need some help. Get the life
because
jacket. Throw the
here's the
life jacket
thing,
in
right?
Sports
Here's the thing,
Sports
right?
Haven. Go put the ice bag on Victor's head.
That's okay, brother. Listen to this.
Shut up, Butch.
Here's the thing, right? Rather not Tank has fought to some of the guys that we may want to see. You know, a lot of guys we want to see ain't fought nobody that know like that no way. That's number one. Number two, to sit up here and act as if Hector Garcia's trash, or to act like the Mario Barrios is trash. Like if you want to laugh at because you don't think he's up to that caliber. Mario Barrios is a B-.
Mario Barrios was not a top champion in the division, bro. We can't stop. He had a baby belt, and most people thought we won it for robbery.
Hey, brother.
So
I listen,
we
brother.
can't get.
Brother,
I get it, bro.
No, Jimmy, when you throw a rock at a crowd
Do you
of
include the weight training? Do you include the weight training? Sports Haven.
well, y'all don't talk about that with Errol Spence. Y'all don't talk about that with Errol Spence.
That's right.
No.
And
The rehydration clause. There was no rehydration clause in the contract. There was no rehydration clause.
Hey, Sports Haven, watch these niggas call this nigga that I'm getting ready to mention. Watch them say he ain't shit.
One more thing, Victor. One more thing.
Okay,
I'm finna shut up. I'm gonna tag you back in. Last time I checked, I didn't know Ryan ever fought 140 officially.
No, he did. He fought. Who's that bum? He fought Fortuna.
It was a catch weight. It was a catch weight.
No, it wasn't.
All right. And this idea about
one last thing, Smoke, real quick. Watch these niggas jump on this nigga. Well, I'm gonna mention this nigga's name and watch them say he ain't shit or he's a B-level fighter. Mario Barrios fought Keith Thurman. What you got to say about Keith Thurman?
And he lost. And he lost.
And he didn't lose. He didn't lose like he lost to Tank, nigga.
He didn't lose like
he lost every round.
He lost.
He didn't lose like he lost to Tank, nigga.
Hold on. One of Tank's best wins was used as a tune-up.
Keith Thurman chewed up.
That don't mean Tank can beat
How do you
Thurman.
feel about that, bro? One of Tank's legacy wins was used as a tune-up. One of Tank's legacy wins was used as a tune-up, bro. Just like Pedraza. Tank's legacy wins have been passed around as punch bags, bro.
He wasn't a tune-up against Tank. He was acting like Tank was an underdog in that fight.
Just because that doesn't mean that Tank can beat Thurman.
Listen to this.
That doesn't mean that Tank can beat Thurman.
Listen to this. Pedraza, when Tank beat Pedraza,
he was undefeated.
Tank was there. That was a legitimate win. See, that's what I'm talking about when you want to talk about. Let me tell you something. I don't have a problem with us agreeing to disagree. But when people start hating on, that's the thing with Terrence. I do agree. A lot of them brothers was hating on Terrence Crawford. He ain't fight nobody. He ain't fight. To me, that's trash. I don't like when people want to shoot down another man's what they bring to the table. Because what Victor's saying, right? You can say whatever you want. These guys that Tank is fighting, a lot of them. Hold on, Jimmy. Hold on, because you keep yelling.
But that's a lie, though. When they were saying Terrence hadn't fought anyone,
a lot of these
Terrence
guys
had fought the top fighters at 35 and 40.
I never said. I never said. Listen to this. A lot of these guys that Tank has fought in the last couple years, they've been undefeated and they've been solid fighters. But like Uncle Victor said, you ain't gotta like it. And like Uncle Victor said, though, Uncle Victor said it's key. He just didn't beat him. He beat the balls off of him.
Oh, well, that's what you beat you, bro. That's what you do to journeyman. You beat them up. I mean,
listen to this again. The point.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Haven't I heard what you said? But here's the thing. Just because Tank beat.
Can you guys please stop talking over me on my own shit? Trying to make
just because Tank beat Barrios don't mean he can beat Thurman.
No, he didn't. You wasn't saying that. You wasn't saying that, Smoke.
Can I please get a word in?
No, you wasn't saying that, Smoke. We didn't hear you.
Yeah, okay. I know. I know because you're talking over one another. You're too busy trying to get your points off. One at a time, guys. Tank, right? When it comes down to this elite and all of this, I just want to just keep in mind, it used to be 126, 135, 147. Those were 3 weight classes that the guys that we're talking about. So when you're jumping all around and talking about who's elite and who's not elite, just think that these are the 3 weight classes that are historically the ones. Like, it's not like 15 weight classes like it is fucking today.
Okay, and what Mr. Shelton said about that doesn't mean that Tank can beat Thurman. I bet you he can put up a better fight. But I tell you what, Pedraza was a motherfucking champion, and Tank fought. And by the way, here's another.
Wait a minute, man. Tank will beat the shit out of Thurman. What the hell?
Okay, I'm in agreement with you, but I don't want to start that argument. I want to go here.
Incorrect.
Pedraza was a champion. Pedraza was a champion. Pedraza was a champion.
Victor, let my man finish his point.
Yeah, Pedraza was a champion, and Tank dominated that motherfucker from the first motherfucking bell. Dominated, and then what did he do? He knocked him through the ropes. Now, don't tell me that you can't tell me that Tank ain't no elite fighter, right? Because you ain't seen the best.
That's nothing to do with Keith Thurman. That's nothing to do with Keith Thurman. Keith Thurman is a former unified champion. He'll fuck up. He'll knock the stuffing out of Tank.
I don't think Thurman could beat Tank. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I believe so. Thurman, he hits him real hard. He was getting caught by shots in rolling.
Listen to that. You think so? Thurman gets hard.
He didn't seem like Barrio.
Leo Santa Cruz was buzzing him up. Leo Santa Cruz was buzzing him up. Leo Santa Cruz.
But guess what though? It don't seem like Barrios was feeling. His face looked. The nigga needed a facelift. But as far as like it stopping him, it didn't stop him. All I seen was Thurman said out his own mouth. Had he put a little bit more pressure on me, he might would have got me. And listen to this. Tank gonna catch that chin and he gonna hit that body. And Keith don't like to get hit in the body. Now one time Keith, when he was in his prime, he was
He's never been dropped. He's never been dropped to the body.
Today. Now, back when one time was in his prime, that's another conversation. But today in 2023, Tank could put that boy night.
No, incorrect. That's why they don't.
And Butch said Tank was getting busted up when he fought Leo Santa Cruz.
Pedraza was putting hands.
That shows you how twisted these niggas are and how motherfucking much they reach the line, man.
Pedraza was putting hands and foots on him.
You're a goddamn lie. He wasn't putting no fucking hands and foot on Tank at all. He came out of there with no mark. The only time Tank has ever been marked was with Leo Santa Cruz, and that was because he was walking through his punches, nigga.
And look, Leo Santa Cruz was overlooking.
Is Leo Santa Cruz an A-level fighter?
I wouldn't say that he is, but you know what? The way Tank beat him, listen. I wouldn't say he was. I wouldn't say he was, but I'm gonna say this. The way Tank walked through Leo Santa Cruz's punches and literally took them in his face to get to him. He didn't try to dodge. He didn't try to keep.
Where's the head movement? Where's the head movement?
Listen, the point is, he traps his opponents. Look, Butch. He trapped y'all overlooking it.
He walked down the flyweight. That gangster, man. He walked down the fucking flyweight.
You know what's funny is, the thing is, what's so funny is, and this is what's so funny to me about y'all is like, the Tank, his IQ is ridiculous. His ability to make middle fighters. Hold on, Jimmy. Because every time I throw that rock in the crowd, you seem to be the one that yelled. So listen to this.
You're the one that lost the best, bro. You're the one out here losing left and right, bro.
Listen, Jimmy, I do my
You're not walking out there with empty pockets.
Guess what, Jimmy? I do my best to be civil with you, brother, because this smoke channel. But listen to this. At the end of the day, what's getting overlooked is all these guys you're talking about, these is traps that Tank be setting. Tank is setting traps. He was getting hit by a Cruz because that shit wasn't phasing him.
Mario Barrios had no business in that ring with Tank, bro.
All right, what about Mario Barrios then?
Yes, that was a good fight.
Mario Barrios had a real fight.
Devin Haney, bro. Look at Devin Haney. That's why he's a real fighter, bro.
But I'm glad
he fought Lomachenko. He's about to fight Prograis. He fought Kambosos for the belts. Well, we got to bring up Pedraza. some motherfucker that's irrelevant, bro. That even in his prime, he was a top 2 in the division. Now, what are we talking
That
about?
nigga is still up and running. When you talk about irrelevant,
He
that
don't know what he's
motherfucker's
talking
still up
about.
and running.
He still got
What
Yeah,
the
he's
fuck
still
are
up
you
and running
talking
as a
about?
tune-up.
If he wasn't
As a
relevant, he
tune-up.
wouldn't be in
As
the
a
game no
tune-up.
goddamn more.
Look at Devin
Okay,
Haney, bro. That's all
here's
gangster
what I
moves,
gotta
bro.
say.
Hey, where's
This is what I want to
Lomachenko?
say about
Where's
Davis.
Progress?
This is what I want to say about Davis. Hold on. This is what I want to say about Davis. Is Davis not the money man at 35?
I'm not sure, man.
Davis is the knockout specialist at 35.
Is he not the money guy? Is he the top money guy at 35?
Don't leave out the knockout artist part. He's both.
Okay, forget all that. Does that mean that Tank Davis can make any fight he wants to make at 35? Yes or no?
Listen, that ain't got nothing to do with what we talking about, Mr.
Huh?
Shelton. Don't try,
Yes or
don't
no
move the
question.
bar.
I ain't asking for a soliloquy. I asked you a yes or no question. Yes or no? Can he make any fight he wants to make at 135? Yes
Hey,
or no?
okay, you know what? I'm gonna answer it for you, Shelton. I'm gonna answer it for you, Shelton. The answer is yes, but he ain't gonna make it out. He ain't gonna make out the fight you want.
No, I don't give a fuck.
Of course he is not. He's a cherry picker. He's a cherry
Because
picker.
it
We
ain't
know
about
that,
me.
bro.
Listen.
We know that.
Because it's not about me. It's about
No,
he's
it
saying
is.
he's the
You're
best.
arguing,
So if
not
he's
you,
the, hold
not
on,
you,
hold
Shelton.
on, hold
But
on,
everybody.
hold
Okay, let
on.
me real quick.
Because if he's
Everybody
the best,
else's argument. Everybody else's
if
argument
he's the best,
is Tank ain't shit because he hasn't fought who I want him to fight. Fuck
no.
He hasn't
That's
fought
not what I'm
anyone
saying.
good,
I'm
bro.
saying if he's the best, if he's
Why
the
are we
best
talking
at
past each other? Why
135,
are we painting each
there's
other
some other guys at
opinions in the
135
worst
that say they
extreme?
the best. So why don't he fight
This is
those
gonna
guys
take forever.
instead of fighting Isaac Cruz again?
Yeah. That's what. Yeah,
That's
what the
my
fuck's
question.
going on. Yeah.
Hey, and you know what? I don't want him to fight Esau Cruz again. I think that's a waste
It's
of
not
time.
about
Yes, you
you.
do.
It's not about you.
Yes, you do.
It's
I
not
know
about you.
it ain't about
Yes,
me.
you do.
I'm
It's
not gonna
about
get what I
him
want.
saying.
Yes, you do,
It's
Victor.
about
Yes, you
him
do.
saying he's the best. So if he's the best, and there's other guys that at 135 that saying that they are the best, why
Yes,
doesn't he go and fight
them.
those
Yes,
guys
go and fight them.
instead of
Go and
fighting
fight
Isaac
How are
them.
we
Cruz
coming to the
again?
conclusion that he's not gonna go fight those guys? You guys have
Bro, his
concluded
entire
that
career,
Tank
So
ain't
who's he
gonna
gonna
fight
go and fight?
somebody.
regular belt.
So Victor, who's he
Bro,
gonna go
regular
and fight?
belt.
He's
Victor,
fighting
who's
How
he
many
gonna
times
go
you
and
gonna
Because
have
fight?
to
he
win a
ain't
regular
fought him
belt,
on your
bro?
again.
timeline.
So
Because he
Victor,
ain't fought him on
He's
your
pushing
timeline.
so
30.
And he
Victor,
ain't
who's
fought
he
the
gonna go
nigga.
and fight
He's
then?
Because he
pushing
ain't fought him
That
on
30.
tells
your
me all I need to
timeline.
know.
And he ain't fought the
No,
nigga
that
you
tells
want
me
him to
all I need
fight.
to know.
And he
Who's he
hasn't
gonna
fought
go
him
and
on
Pushing
That
fight?
your
tells me all I
30.
need
timeline.
to know.
Then he ain't
He's
shit.
That tells me
pushing
all
30
I
and
need to
fought
know.
nobody. Nothing.
That tells me
Zilch.
all I need to know. He fight Isaac Cruz again. That tells me all I need to know.
Right? It's because he hasn't fought. He hasn't fought on my timeline. I need him to fight tomorrow. I need him to
I'll
fight
say
next
it
week.
again,
I
Vic,
need
slow.
him to
I'll
fight
say
this
it slow
nigga.
for you, Vic.
And that's what you say.
Vic,
And that's what you say.
Vic,
Not you.
I'll say it
Not
slow
you
for you
necessarily.
again.
Let me
He's
finish my
pushing
point.
30,
But
bro.
not
How
you
long do you want to
necessarily.
wait?
GG shit off, man.
He's
Yeah,
pushing
but he needs
You
to
saying
fight
30.
the
who I
same
want him to
thing over
fight.
and over, bro.
Take
He
that
needs to
You
GG
fight who
saying
shit
the
I
off.
same
want him
thing
to
over
fight.
and over, bro. This is all I'm saying.
This guy's a fan girl, man.
Well, see, that's the disrespect. Motherfucker ain't about to be a fangirl. That's
Hey, Lomachenko's crying, man. Hey, Lomachenko's crying, man. Hold on.
you know what I'm saying? Like, people be killing me where they just have to be so like disrespectful because they don't agree with another man's opinion, But anyways,
No, sports haven. There's opinions and then there's facts. You look like to get the facts mixed up with the opinions. That's what we're not
well,
gonna
I
do that.
mean, this the same one that said Conor Ben didn't fail a PED. So
Yeah,
I mean,
and the fact
ain't that funny how we
and the
once
fact is
again
that he got exonerated, so
the
he didn't
fact
fail
is,
nothing.
but look, the
Yeah,
fact is
yeah,
though,
yeah.
the fact is he dirty.
No. I just told you a
And
fact.
he
Now,
said he
now you're
was
trying to
eating
rebuttal
eggs.
my fact with
And he
something
said he
fake.
was eating eggs.
Excuse me. No, he didn't say he was eating eggs. The lab said that he was eating too much eggs. He didn't say that. You know that, Sports Haven? That's a fact. What about that?
Okay.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna say this and I'm
okay.
gonna shut up. I'm gonna say
Your
this and
boy
I'm gonna shut up.
trash.
The
Your boy will
fact
knock out all your
that he's
welterweights.
fighting Isaac Cruz again, when he can fight anybody else that he wants to fight, tells me everything I need to know about Tank Davis.
Listen, you know what
He's a
the funny
cherry
thing,
picker.
Shelton,
He's a
is?
cherry
You know
picker.
what's funny is this was gonna get overlooked. It's kind of
Baby
like when I used
belts
to
and
listen to
bombs. That's Tank's whole career.
when I used
Baby
to
belts and bombs.
listen listen, let's check this out. When I used to listen to people act like the Spence and Crawford wasn't gonna happen, and a lot of people was, you know, putting it off on Crawford and and you know, I used to sit back and say, you know, well, what happened if they fight? And it ended up happening. See, sometimes the fights don't happen when we want them, but it's gonna be funny when they lined up from across from one another, and then and when he knocked one of them motherfuckers out, I wonder what's going to be said.
Whoa. When they line up who?
Now, is Tank Davis elite or no?
Wait a minute,
You
hold up.
damn
Let me
right.
say something about.
Damn
Let
right.
me piggyback off of Sports 7. And what did they do, Sports 7? They started finding ways to call the motherfuckers' names, ducks and scared and moneymaker and all that bullshit about two elite, somewhat elite fighters, at least in Spencer's case, Shorty and Bud's. But once them niggas failed to be the niggas they wanted to see and to fight when they wanted them to fight them, they started calling the motherfuckers' names. That's what they do.
Yeah, but bro, they're fighting champions though. But they've been fighting champions.
Shut up, man. That
across
shit
3
is bullshit.
divisions. You got drag out Pedraza from the grave.
Tank is the champion,
A
nigga.
motherfucker that won his belt from Edna Cherry via robbery. That's Pedraza's title run. Getting a fucking belt off a bum in a robbery decision.
Suggesting what?
So that's what we're trying to figure
That
out.
motherfucker was
We're
10
trying to
years old
figure
when
out
that
right
fight
now
took place,
how
ladies and
to
gentlemen.
actually discern this quality of opposition. Like, really, by what criteria can we base these guys to put them in some sort of class? But whenever we try, it seems to be some special pleading for some fighter that you think. So it's hard to come up with a methodology that fits for everyone. So when we talk about Spencer's competition and we say he's been fighting a bunch of B-level fighters, and I say, okay, Bud has been fighting a bunch of B-level fighters, now it becomes me trying to say that Spence is elite. No, I'm trying to make a class called A-level, B-level, and elite. Right? I didn't say anything about where Spence it fits in that whole thing. I do say that Bud is elite. Now, how we define elite, we still haven't really done that well.
Yeah, if you're able to go on the pound for pound list, then I think you're elite. If you won several titles and you're able to go on the pound for pound list by top level media outlets, right? Publications like the Ring Magazine, etc., etc. The list goes on. So I think you're elite. So I think a guy like Bud Crawford, Saul Alvarez, Monster Anui, Alexander Usyk, Artur Beterbiev, Jamal Charlo,
You see the
Devin
pattern
Haney.
here?
Okay, so now,
what is my point?
Let's say there is a dozen or less elite fighters like active right now, right? If you go through all 17 divisions, would we say that there's guys who are not champions who are elite? Guys like Boots Ennis or Shakur Stevenson?
No. Can't say they're elite because they haven't proven it.
With Shakur, it's different from Boots, right? Because with Shakur, he's a 2-division unified champion, right? So
yeah, he was elite at 26. He was elite at 30. At 35, we don't know.
Another guy, Lomachenko. Where do we put him?
Right now, he's not elite. No, he's not an elite fighter.
Not now. But in his prime, he was an elite fighter. In his prime, he was elite. He's not elite now.
Listen to this. Listen, hold on a second.
I don't believe that. That's not true. Lomachenko is elite.
Yeah, I mean, and this is what I be saying.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's why we have to probably define what elite is instead of just looking for examples of elite and say yes or no. I mean, we're playing the game.
Crazy.
Well, you have
that's
to
part
be
of what this
right?
thing is, right? Go ahead.
Because he arguably beat
in your own division.
Listen, man, he arguably beat Haney. A lot of people felt like he beat Haney. I
well, look, it was a close fight, but look, he lost the fight, and he hasn't held a major version of a title in about 4 years. I mean, I like Lomachenko.
He hasn't had a major version of a title in 4 years. He was just a champion not a couple years ago when he fought T.O.
And how long ago was that? That was over 3 years ago, right?
A couple years, 2-3 years. I mean.
Okay. Well, like I said, bro, he hasn't held a title in a good few years.
That don't
and
stop
he
him
lost
from
to
being
Devin
elite. He's still elite, bro. He just
you have to do something or win something to be elite.
If Lomachenko is not elite, then nobody is elite in the fucking division.
So is Haney elite?
No. Yeah, of course Haney's elite, yeah.
Oh, so Haney's elite, but not Lomachenko, and Lomachenko proved and arguably beat him.
Well, look, the winner of the fight is the guy that historically.
That's not how that's not always true, brother. Because historians, that's not always true in sports. In boxing, that's not how it always goes in mixed martial arts.
Yes, Lomachenko's a Hall of Famer. Vasyl Lomachenko will get into the Hall of Fame.
We're not talking about elite. We said elite.
Listen, No, that's
We
what I'm
said
saying though.
elite.
Lomachenko, all the great things he's done are things he's done. He's not doing any great things. He
He
lost to
just
Devin
done
Haney.
something great a couple months ago, bro. That
What,
was
lose
an
to Devin
elite
Haney?
fight. That was an elite fight.
No, it was a great fight. It was my favorite fight of the year probably so far, right?
Well, it wasn't my favorite fight of the year, but it still was an elite fight. Those
And a
are
lot of
two elite
people,
fighters.
most people thought. Look, I'll give you this though. Most people thought Lomachenko won the fight. Most people I spoke to on Twitter, YouTube, the fan polls, the media, but he didn't win it though. That's the thing though. He actually didn't win the fight. So
No.
how
What
can
I'm
you be
trying to
elite?
say is that listen. Roy Jones beat Tarver the first time, but if you talk to some people, if you talk to most people, you'll swear to God that he lost.
Yeah, but
So that's the beauty about boxing. See, that's some of the beauty about boxing is sometimes
All right.
the losers get renowned as winners.
Yeah, but what's Lomachenko been doing
Well,
the
my
last
question
4
is
years?
this,
I mean,
Heaven.
who's he been fighting? Guys
My
like Richard
question is this
Comey.
to you, Heaven.
Go ahead, brother.
Here's my question to you, Heaven. Here's my question to you. You said that Lomachenko's elite, correct?
I did. Yes, I did.
So if Haney beat Lomachenko, that don't make him elite?
No, I didn't
He
say
thinks
he
he was
wasn't
wrong,
elite. I didn't say he wasn't elite.
Oh, I
I'm
thought you
asking,
meant
I asked
okay.
you, is Haney elite? I asked you
Yeah,
that.
he's elite.
Is he
He's
elite?
let me tell you. I'm
Okay.
gonna tell you who I think is elite. He's elite. Shakur's elite. Tank's elite. Tio is elite. Yeah, elite. These are the best fighters in the world. To
What
me,
do they
that's
all
what
have in common apart
when
from
you are the best.
Tank Davis? Shakur proved he was the best fighter at 130 when he consolidated the titles, right? Against Oscar Valdez, #1 versus #2, 3-belt unification. I'm including the
They
Ring
both
magazine,
was on
right?
the top rank.
Teofimo
Was on the
Lopez.
top
Let me
rank.
finish, bro.
They both.
Teofimo Lopez
Go
went
ahead.
into 2 fights against top pound for pound guys, future Hall
Top
of
rank
Famers,
guys.
as a significant underdog, unified champions, right?
Top
He beat
rank
both of them
guys.
in 2 different divisions, right? Cool.
Top
Who's the
rank.
other guy?
All
Devin
this is
Haney,
top.
undisputed
All this is
champion.
top rank.
He's about to fight.
All this is
Hold on, bro. About to fight Rigas Prograis. With Tank Davis, it's a whole bunch of excuses, handouts, baby belts, bombs.
Handouts.
All right, here we go.
Bro, listen, bro.
Bro, you're giving him a handout as a pound for pound status, bro.
You just
Nothing
top
more than
rank
cap.
specialist. Top
All right,
rank.
bro,
You
just
was
give
mentioned
him
all
more,
top
bro.
rank. Top rank.
Okay,
And
well, it doesn't
who
matter,
is the
bro.
Hall of Famer?
Whose problem is that? Whose problem is that? That's Tank, bro. That sounds like Tank Davis' problem, bro. That sounds like
That
his
ain't his
motherfucking problem.
Come to the PBC. Come to the PBC if you want to smoke.
That ain't my problem, bro.
Yeah. Hey, look here. Hey,
Why?
you know what?
Devin Haney's got his legacy.
Hey,
Devin Haney and
all the
Teofimo making
criteria.
legacy, bro. It's Tank is the one that out here fighting Isaac Cruz, a
Man,
motherfucker
Tank
that
is
will fix busted
20
toys for a living.
Listen, man. You just because you feel like that, don't Tank is more popular and he's more famous and he's more loved by more people. He's more listen,
Instagram
Tank is-
followers,
listen,
Jake Paul,
Tank is
baby
more-
Jake
look here.
Paul. Oh, bro,
Tank
baby
is
Jake
more
Paul.
loved.
I got you.
Tank
Davis to baby
is more
Jake Paul.
loved.
All right.
Hey, Sports 7.
Tank
Hey, look
is more
here.
loved than all 3 of those motherfuckers together.
Baby
That's
Jake
right. Hey,
Paul.
look,
No,
hey.
I got you, bro. Baby Jake Paul. I got you, bro. Baby Jake Paul.
If
All right,
somebody
cool.
gets in your face and calls you a cocksucker, I want you to be nice. Okay. What if somebody calls my mama a whore? Is she? I want you to be nice until it's time.
Out of his mouth. Still got Similac on his breath.
Hey, look here. You know what? The criteria for considering somebody elite, it has a whole slew of qualifications. You know what one of them is? Is that he won't back out, turn down, or duck, let's say duck, a fight. Even 10 motherfucking seconds of it. And with Shakur and Oscar Valdez, Shakur ran away from 10 seconds of that fight.
Tank has been running away from Lomachenko for 5 years, bro. You don't remember him starting.
I wouldn't give a
You don't
damn if
remember
he
him
bought
starting
that
when
boy up.
Lomachenko
I
questioned his
wouldn't give a
manhood.
damn if he bought that boy up. If he beat
Lomachenko questioned Tank Davis's manhood, bro.
If he beat that boy up all that fight, them last
Did Lomachenko
10
question
seconds,
Tank's manhood?
he turned away
Did
from him
Lomachenko question
and
Tank's
ran
manhood?
the other motherfucking direction.
Tank Davis got his manhood questioned by Lomachenko, and he laughed it off, bro.
Elite fighter's gonna face his
He laughed it off.
every fucking second of it.
Tank Davis
That's
ducked Lomachenko,
part of
bro.
the criteria.
Okay, and Tank Davis ducked Lomachenko. But Lomachenko questioned his motherfucking
He ain't
manhood.
ducked nobody. That's
Yes,
a lie.
he did, bro.
That's cap.
He ducked
You
like a
don't
little
know that for
bitch.
a fact.
He
You
ducked
don't know
like a
that
little
for a
bitch.
fact. That's a
Larry
floating
Ellerby even
rumor.
said they don't want the fight.
That's a floating rumor.
There's
That's a
receipts.
floating rumor that you
There's
jumped on that
receipts.
goddamn
No, it's not, bro.
bandwagon.
Tank Davis said he don't want to fight Lomachenko. He said it's a fight hub, and he said it's a fight hype.
He said
Like a
it.
little bitch.
Floyd said they don't have time to fight. What's his name? Loma.
Emotional damage. Where's the therapy button?
You're a trip, bro.
Smokey's good at that.
Yo, what's cracking? What's up?
Yeah, so that's part of the criteria. It's a whole bunch of stuff to consider. Haney is an elite fighter.
What's
Haney
up,
is an elite
how's it
fighter.
going?
Haney is an elite fighter because of all of that alone. This alone, should I say? All of his accomplishments and being undefeated. That makes him an elite fighter. But he's falling short in some of the other criteria. He's falling short in some of the other criteria.
Bro. You're right. It's your backdoor, Rolly Romero. You're right, bro.
He's gonna fight a good fight against Regis. What's Tank's gonna do? Fight Cruz again? Come on, bro.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, that's it, bro. That's it. And this motherfucker's telling me about ticket sales and Instagram followers.
He won or lost that fight against Loma. He's fighting two elite fighters back to back, bro.
Yeah, hey, you know what I think, bro? I think there's a difference between elite fighters and an elite fighter in a certain division, bro. Like, if you say who are the top fighters in the division, you can say that they're the elite fighters of that division. Doesn't necessarily mean that they're elite fighters in all of boxing. You know what I mean? There has to be hold on. Every division has to have elite fighters. It has to have their top fighters. Every division has to have it. Every division.
Vader.
I'll go along with that.
Yeah, because they're the top. Hold on, my boy. Every division has to have the top guys. Even if the division you think it's weak, or not you guys, but certain people think it's weak, or it's real competitive. Every division has the top tier guys, and those guys should be elite in that division, not necessarily in all of boxing. That's why there's elite, and then there's pound for pound guys, which the pound for pound guys can go to another division and don't necessarily have to be elite in that division because they're new, but they're a pound for pound guy and they would be considered one of the guys there that could be elite, but not fully. If you
Just like Tank Davis. Well spoken, brother.
like Shakur's one of those guys where he was elite at a 130, 126. He was elite he just came into 135. And he can't be elite yet, but since he's a pound for pound guy, I think he could be an elite guy there once he
Okay. Supposedly he's gonna fight Frank Martin, bro. If he beats Frank Martin.
Yeah, but Frank Martin is not a proven guy either, so that fight's not gonna make him elite. He's gotta fight another guy who's a top guy to be elite in that guy in that weight division.
Yeah, brothers. What I look at when I see or when I think about elite is, and I said it earlier, my definition is when that fighter steps in the ring, I don't favor them again. I don't favor nobody against them. I'm always gonna have them as the favorite. That's what I think of when I think elite. Unless they're in the ring with another elite fighter themselves.
Okay, so
yeah,
so
that makes sense. That makes sense.
So your definition is you can only have one guy elite in one division, because nobody else can beat him. Because nobody else can beat him.
No, I made a caveat at the end. Unless they're fighting another elite guy.
But what makes him elite, though? That's what I'm saying.
No, it's the fact that hold on. So when Shakur steps in the ring, personally, this is just me. Outside of Tank Davis, I don't see nobody troubling him. I don't see nobody beating him. That's why I consider Shakur elite at 135. Y'all can disagree with me on that, but shit, that's just my criteria. I look at the motherfucker and I say, can anybody in this division beat this motherfucker? If in my opinion, no, I consider him elite. It's really that simple for me.
I get where you're coming from. My thing is I can't really consider him elite yet because he hasn't proven it yet.
Yeah, but
I can understand that as well.
Yeah, I mean, once we see it, then yeah. Even though I'm pretty sure almost all of us have probably Shakur beating everybody at 135. Maybe a couple, maybe two people, can probably beat him. But I mean, I think he has to prove it. Even though we know.
And those two other people are the elite fighters of the division. Point blank, period.
Yep, Devin Haney, one of them.
No, incorrect. No, incorrect. No,
Nah,
incorrect. Man.
Haney's
Devin
out
Haney
of
is
it,
one
bro.
of them.
There's other
Haney's
fighters.
gone.
There's other fighters that you don't even know. There's other guys you have no clue about.
I don't
You know
care
what I'm saying?
about other guys. They're not.
Because
They're
you,
not.
you
They
can't say
don't
you
have
don't care.
four
Because
belts.
you
They
can't
don't
say
have
you don't
four
care.
belts.
You don't say you can't. You
Who
don't care.
cares?
That's like going to NBA and saying I don't care about the rest of the
Yeah,
team.
but
Well, you have
you
to
talking
because
about? We're
they're in
talking
it.
about elite fighters.
Yeah,
You
but if
can't
there's
be
other
some
fighters
guy in the
that you
division
don't
that
know, then
nobody
they're
know
not
about.
elite. They got to
How
at
can
least
they
have
be
some
elite?
recognition to
What
be
do you mean there's other
considered
fighters you
elite.
don't know? They're
Yeah.
not elite. That don't make sense. That don't make no sense. What are you talking about?
Hey, that makes
What are you
sense.
talking about? You
Just
can't
because you
have
don't
no
know them, they're not
goddamn
elite.
motherfucking buddy that
Just because you don't
nobody
know them.
knows be elite.
Just because you don't know them, they're not elite. Is that what you're telling me?
If nobody knows, you just said there's other boxers that nobody knows about. So 2 or 3
No, I'm
motherfuckers
saying
that
to you
do
that you
know
don't
about
watch
them.
everybody. You don't watch everyone. You don't even know. You can't even name me the top 10 fucking lightweights right now. Name me the top 10 right now. Go on.
That's not. Man, stop trying to go off the subject, bro. Get
Yeah,
stay
you're
on the
What do you
always
mean go
doing
off the
that.
subject? You're going off the
What are you
subject. You don't even
talking
know what you're
about?
talking
Stop
about, mate.
talking
So what are you talking
nonsense,
about?
man.
What are you actually talking about?
Yeah, he's
Huh?
trying to sugar shake the conversation now. He's trying to be a
What
politician.
he's saying is he knows an elite fighter somewhere that nobody else knows. And because he thinks he's elite, he's elite. Shut up, nigga.
Hey, Sports Haven, go rub some Vaseline on Victor's eyebrows, man. Go rub some Vaseline on Victor's eyebrows. I'm about to counter punch it. I'm about to punch him up again. Because you're just waffling. Tell Tank to go unify the division. Tell Tank to go do stuff that Cambosis
Hey,
did,
look, I'm
Teofimo
gonna
Lopez did,
put some fear. I'm gonna
Lomachenko,
put some
Devin
fear
Haney
down
did.
your spine,
Get out
Butch.
of here, man.
I'm gonna
Get
put
out of
some
here.
fear down your
You don't care
spine,
if he
Butch.
fights a
Cause
milkman. You don't care if he fights a milkman.
I'm gonna put some fear down your spine. I'm gonna send Tank after your ass if you don't shut the fuck up.
Hey, let me ask you
I'll
guys
knock
this,
him out.
bro.
I'll send him to the next. I'll
Nah,
send him
my
to the next
nigga Butch
Hey,
will
dimension.
let me
step
ask you
on
guys
Tank.
this.
Believe
So,
that. My
I'll
nigga Butch
knock him the
6
fuck
foot
out. I'll
8.
send him to the next
hey,
dimension.
Let's
do you
go,
guys,
Butch.
I'll
in
put his
order to
jaw
be,
to 10.
in
I'll put his
order to
jaw
Let's
to
go,
be,
10,
Butch. Tell
15
these
pounds in
niggas.
his chin.
hey, in order to be elite, you have to beat another elite guy. Do you guys agree with that or no?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Not necessarily.
Yes, no,
I
yes, you
think
do.
Crawford
Yes.
was already elite before he fought Spence
Yeah,
or
fighting
Sean
Spence
Porter.
didn't make a
Yeah, but
an elite. He was
you're
already
talking
elite.
about
Exactly.
why do you get like
Hey, but
special exceptions?
for those
Why
who
do you
said,
mix up the
hey,
exceptions with everyone else? There's
but
exceptions.
for those who said, yeah, how do you explain Tank Davis being elite then if he hasn't
Well, I'm
fought
gonna tell you
an
like this.
elite
This
guy
is the
yet?
part where I
I'm gonna go
disagree
on
with you
mute
a
for
lot of
them.
this. Sometimes here's the thing, right? Elite sometimes is elite skill level. It's because Mike Tyson was considered elite much early in his career, and he beat some good fighters, but most of the guys on his resume wasn't worth 2 squats, but he still was an elite. And when he fought other fighters, even when he came up short, when he lost a step or two, he still had qualities that made him elite, and you could see that he was still dangerous in those fights. So
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
I agree
saying.
with you.
That's different. That's different. Nah, that's different.
That ain't different, brother.
Raider.
That's different because Tyson was
Hold
beating
on.
everybody.
That's what you
Tyson was
call an
beating everybody.
elite
No, that's
skill
not
set.
different. That's not different.
That's
Tyson
elite
was not
skill
elite.
set.
Nah,
Yeah,
Tyson was beating everybody. Bro.
Who was
So
he
don't
beating
give
then? Who was he
anybody
beating? Tell me.
I mean, he was beating the guys from the 80s. It wasn't really
Yeah, he was
like it wasn't no
I'm asking.
all-time greats on his resume or nothing like that.
even though so what if there
Right.
wasn't any all-time greats? He still beat the brakes off everybody.
Well, that's what Tank Davis is doing, brother.
No, because there's Tank Davis has
No.
guys that are there that are good and he's not fighting. That's
The
different.
guys that Tyson was fighting, a lot of them wasn't good, brother.
No. You're
No,
not.
but those were the guys at the time,
So what I'm telling.
Sports.
Okay, so what I'm telling you.
No,
So
it
in the
wasn't. No,
80s.
let me hold on,
Okay,
y'all.
so
Listen
let
to
me
this. Hold on, let me
hold on.
No, I'm
So
gonna
in
let
the
you talk. I'm gonna
80s,
let you talk, family. Hold on, let me say
who did Tyson not fight?
Hold on. No, I'm gonna answer your question before I go any further. Let me just say this: Mike Tyson is one of my top favorite fighters behind Sugar Ray Leonard and Muhammad Ali. I love Mike Tyson. I'm 44 years old. I cried when he lost. Every time when he lost to Buster, I cried. But I'm not saying he didn't fight nobody. But to sit up here and say he was fighting, he didn't beat no one elite, but he was considered elite. But go ahead and ask your question.
I'm gonna tell you. Okay, so the difference is that when Tyson was fighting, hey, hold on, my boy. What I'm saying is when Tyson was fighting, there wasn't nobody that he couldn't fight that people wanted him to fight. Tank Davis has not fought anybody elite,
That's
and
not
the
true.
people out
That's
there.
not true.
The
People
guys
wanted
out
him to fight Ray. No. That's not. See, I don't know if you remember this. A lot of people wanted him to fight Riddick Bowe.
It was a lot of fights that Mike Tyson didn't necessarily that was some questions about, and he was questioned for ducking. If you really want to keep it real.
Okay, so maybe Bo, I can give you one, but at least he fought the Holyfields.
Well, I don't know
He
about
fought
that
all
one.
these guys. Tank Davis at 130.
He was considered elite,
at
brother. He
130.
was brother. He was considered
now we're
elite before
nitpicking with Bo.
he was considered elite. He was considered. Hold on, man. Look, Tank was. Mike Tyson was considered an elite fighter before he fought Holyfield.
No, I know, but okay, I know, but listen, what I'm trying to tell you, bro. What I'm trying to tell you is that Tank Davis hasn't fought the best at 130. He hasn't fought the best at 135.
Who has Mike
or
Tyson
140.
fought? Who was he fighting that made him elite? Dave? Let me ask you this: who did Mike Tyson? Hold on, let me ask you this. You could hold on, no. I'll cut you. You said now to be elite, you have to fight somebody elite and beat somebody elite. Who did Mike Tyson beat that was elite?
Let me ask you this: did he fight the top guy?
No. Answer the question first.
Hold on. Was there anybody besides Riddick Bowe that he could have fought that you said that he didn't fight? That he didn't fight? You can't say that.
It was some Lennox Lewis was in the mix too. But listen to this.
No, he did fight him. That's what I'm saying, bro.
No, I mean, that's so long. I'm talking about prime time. I'm not talking about, and he lost. So let me ask, but
I ain't too sure about that Riddick Bowe fight, to be honest.
I see why. Listen, I see why you didn't answer my question now with what you just said. So let me ask you again, so the panel can see and hear your answer. Who did Mike Tyson fight that was elite? Who did he beat that was elite? Before he fought Holyfield in them, before he did his last little run, before he was over the hill. Who did Mike Tyson fight that was elite?
No, but here, okay, the difference is it's not who he beat, is who he didn't fight. That's what we're talking about. Tank Davis, he's not fighting these guys.
Who did he fight that was elite then, brother? Who did Tyson fight that was elite?
I'm not talking about who he fought elite, bro. Because that was
that's what I'm going off of your criteria.
No. That's what I told you earlier. I said if beating another guy that's elite makes you elite, what has Tank Davis done? That's what
I didn't say that. No. I'm asking you. Do you believe that?
Not necessarily.
Well, no. There's neither yes or no.
Nah, not necessarily.
Don't booger leg shuffle. Don't booger leg shuffle.
I made the example. No, because I made the example with Shakur, bro. Shakur was elite at 126 and 130. When he goes to 135, he's not elite yet because he's not proven.
Okay, well, look, let me ask you a question.
So Tank Davis hasn't fought the elite guys neither at 130, 135, or 140.
Okay, let me ask you a question. All right, let me ask you a question. Give me two elite guys, pick them, and then tell me what you think as to whether or not Tank would beat him.
At what division? Because he fights all over the place.
Yeah, any division. Choose them.
Okay, let's go 140. Let me see. I'll say Prograis. Who else is right there that's elite? Who's another top guy? Josh Taylor just lost. Is Josh Taylor considered 140 still?
T.O. Let's say T.O.
Yeah.
Okay, let's say T.O. too. T.O. and Prograis.
All right. Tell me what you think.
As far as what?
What's your prediction?
With what?
Whether or not Tank will beat him.
I don't think he'll beat any of those two guys.
Okay. All right. I see where you stand. But you know what? Let me tell you what I think. I think he will knock Prograis the fuck out early.
That's our all opinions. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I understand. But I'm saying that to lead up to this. But I believe that Tank will knock Prograis. If he fights him early, I'm talking about 3 or 4, he'll knock him out early. And he'll eventually knock T.O. the fuck out. Now, I didn't say beat him. I didn't say win on the judges' courts. I said that he will knock them both the fuck out. Now, then let me just say this. What I'm saying about you guys saying Tank is not an elite fighter, there it goes right there. Because from what I see, what Tank does with these bums, if you want to have it that way, we'll have it your way. With these bums, the way he beats these motherfuckers, I see his abilities, his skill set, his intelligence, and last but not least, his motherfucking cloaked with immense power. I gave an example earlier on this panel about how Spence knocked out El Campo. It took 2 body punches. When Tank knocked out that big motherfucker, it only took 1. And that
nobody's questioning Tank's power, Victor. Nobody's questioning his power.
No. We're not talking. No. I know we're not questioning Tank's power. We're testing whether or not Tank can whip an elite fighter. And I just named 2 that I said he can.
It remains to be seen. It remains to be seen.
Yeah, that's the thing is that we're just predicting because he hasn't proven it yet, bro. So we can't really say that he can't.
In Brooklyn, you gotta show and prove. You can't talk your way into nothing. Okay, you gotta show.
Exactly.
We don't want to hear that.
Yeah, prove it.
Yeah, you gotta prove it, bro.
Well, you don't want to hear it from me. You don't want to hear me talk about it. That's what the fuck we're doing up here. Because guess what? Ain't nobody, neither one of us in that motherfucking ring fight nobody. So we ain't got nothing else to do but talk about it. But Tank has proven already that he knocks fucking motherfuckers out. He takes it out the judge's hands. He's got immense
Berlanga did
power.
the same thing, bro.
He's smart. He's intelligent. He's skilled.
Berlanga
And
did the same thing.
Once again, like I said before, in order for me to come to the conclusion that Tank is an elite fighter is the way he fucking fights. He's a smart fighter.
You're an elite fighter by the way you knock out bums. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say that he's knocked out bums, bro. I don't want to say he's knocked out bums, but I'm gonna say that he hasn't fought the best. I will say that.
You're right. I don't want to call them bums either. You're right.
You know, that's the shit I be talking about now. A lot of people, and it's so funny how motherfucker. It doesn't matter if it's football. I'm about sports because the shit is all around the world. The same song. A motherfucker be jumping up and down. There was so many people that were saying how Ryan was going to beat 10 and and not only like my man Uncle Victor said, not only did he beat Ryan, he made him look like he didn't belong in the ring with him.
He didn't.
But was Ryan the best?
Because he was just considered one
But
of the
was
kings,
Ryan the best in that division, though?
He was considered one of the best.
Hold on.
I
can't recall too many people picking Ryan Garcia to win that fight.
Yeah.
And maybe, I don't know, maybe you in your own circles, but I don't remember it. Everybody was picking Tank.
No, we talking about Mario Barrios. I thought we were talking about Mario Barrios.
Oh, okay. I thought y'all were talking about Ryan.
You know what? Mario Barrios, in some eyes, in the important eyes, in the eyes that where it means something, where it's significant eyes, he deserved to fight with Thurman. So the Mario Barrios was not no goddamn tomato can if they thought that he deserved to get in the ring with Thurman.
Who deserved the fight with Thurman? Barrios?
Barrios.
Oh, he lost.
He wasn't even
Barrios came off a loss, a knockout. Barrios came off a knockout.
And he's not even, wasn't even a
To be honest, that really speaks to how low Barrios' level is. He's coming off. I mean, he was a tune-up fight for Keith Thurman off a 2-year layoff. Like, come on, bro.
Bro, and then not only that, bro. When Tank fought Barrios, I don't even think Barrios was a top 10 dude. One of the top 10 guys at 140.
He was only
I think he won his last fight by robbery.
And you know,
Barrios.
look, and it'd be so funny how people, my man Leonard said it best. People be thinking what they think until the fight happened, then they look stupid like a lot of us looked in the Spence fight. You know, let's be honest. Oscar Valdez. Oscar, hold on a minute. I say, hey, you don't have to. You don't have to like that. But guess what, though? A lot of people, you could make an argument. Oscar Valdez lost his last fucking 4 fights, but yet still, they was talking about him in a pound for pound conversation before Shakur made him look like easy work.
Valdez on a pound for pound list for 7.
No, Valdez did lose his last fight.
I never said, brother. Hold on now.
Yo, somebody call my name.
Brother, don't.
Casual statement fucking ever, bro.
The only way that
go ahead, Sports 7.
Yeah, don't sugarcoat, don't salt sugar me and try to flip, don't politician me. I didn't say he was in there. Listen to my words. Don't try to listen to what you want and then make it to your own. I said there was some conversations about him getting into the pound for pound list, and that would have probably been the case had he beat Shakur. And a lot of people, a lot of people thought
Valdez.
A lot of people
Valdez was a disgraced fighter after he popped for PEDs. Nobody was talking about him on a pound for pound list. Sports.
Yeah, nobody. Hold on.
Wait a minute.
Different
Punch
worlds,
Drunk.
bro. I guess we in
Punch
two
Drunk
different
might have
worlds.
been only Punch
I don't know,
Drunk.
man.
Hey,
Maybe I'm in a
I've
different.
never
Mark
heard that in my
Mark
life,
it
bro.
down.
I've been close to the pound for pound. Nah,
Hey,
bro.
mark it down. Mark it down.
Only Punch Drunk.
I'm listening.
Pound for
Hey,
pound
look,
list.
let me try to be reasonable with you, man. Listen, you know what TBE just said, and a lot of the panelists said, no, we got to see it. You understand that?
Yeah.
Did this, Tank did that. We need to see, and they need to see him fight who they consider
He's
an
got to
elite fighter,
prove it,
so
bro.
they can see if
Yeah.
Tank is
Yeah.
really an elite fighter, right?
Yeah, he's got to
Yeah.
prove it.
All right, then. Now, I want you to tell me what you see in this. I'm going to stand on it. I've repeated it, and people pull it off. But I'm going to say it again to you. You might be a little bit more reasonable and sift through that. Give me something more reasonable response, not this biased, hateful response. I'm talking about,
Hey, brother, go ahead.
I'm talking about that Oscar Valdez and Shakur, right? And Shakur is supposed to be an elite fighter. Oscar
Yes.
Valdez, you must admit, is a bad motherfucking ass. And I'm gonna tell you how. Because in the last 10 seconds of that fight, Oscar Valdez, though he lost that fight, though he got his ass pummeled, he was still coming at that fight. What did Shakur do? 10 seconds.
That doesn't make
Last
him
10
elite,
seconds.
though, bro.
This what
Well, hold on. I'm trying
That
to
doesn't
follow.
make him. That doesn't make him pound for pound, though.
Well, hold on 1 second. This is what I was trying to say about Valdez, and this is what I'm really trying to say about Valdez. This is what I'm really trying to say about Valdez. Valdez was the best win on Shakur's resume. Do you agree or disagree?
What about your Harry?
Yeah, I'd have to agree. Yeah.
Okay, so if he's the best win, and we can see, arguably, Oscar lost his last 4 fights. Now, maybe the one, I ain't gonna say he lost that one. It was close to not the one before last. He got
Conceição?
Yeah, Conceição,
Conceição?
he lost that fight. Yeah.
Not Conceição.
That
No,
was
he had a fight between them. He had a fight. He had a fight before he just fought this fight. He had another fight.
Adam Lopez. Yeah, I thought he lost that fight too.
Okay, so I'm glad we're on the same page. So what I'm trying to say is Shakur's best win on his resume is Valdez, and Valdez is definitely not elite, and he's definitely not even an A-level fighter, and he's very questionable.
But I
Yeah,
tell you what,
Sport 7. How I feel about Shakur is the same way I feel about Tank. They're both elite. They both have to prove it. It's really that simple. Like, it's
Nah,
nothing
you
to
can't
really
say that
do
about
mental
Shakur.
gymnastics over.
Shakur's a two-time champion, unified champion, bro.
Hey, see, now listen to that.
Wait, hold on, brother. It's been some. Are we really bringing up the champion element of it? I mean, Rolly Romero has a belt at 140. Like, come on.
Okay, but hold on. Let me explain. That means he's beating the top guys in the division. That's what that means.
So Haney proved himself to be elite, beating Roma. Right there, he fucking beat a fucking high school fighter.
I would say yes.
Fuck yeah.
I mean,
yeah, it's no kidding, bro. It's a fucking fact. He beat the high school.
see,
At the very least, he's the best at lightweight.
yeah, you have to call Haney elite because he got in there with those guys. So, I mean, he went in there. He fought George Kambosos in his hometown. He fought Lomachenko. So I would have to put Haney in that class.
At 135, absolutely, he's elite, and there's no doubt about it. But he's out of there. So,
but guess what? Guess what, Marky Dan? All those people that Haney fought, Linares, what's his name, Kambosos 2 times. You consider those elite fighters? Linares was an old, washed-up fighter, and motherfucking Kambosos ain't shit.
No, I look at Lomachenko as the elite fighter on his resume.
That's the only one, bro. That's the only one.
Yeah, that's the only proven ground he's ever been on. And and hold on, and that's more than Shakur and Tank. So I have to give Haney that credit.
I agree.
Okay, there you go. There you go, TBE. There you go. Kambosos knocked fucking Teofimo down, flattened his ass, and then he cut him up. He shred him up. Now, what do you think Tank's gonna do to him?
I don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know. We gotta see.
We don't know. We gotta get Tank in the ring with him first.
If I was to guess, I would say Tank will whoop his ass, but I don't know. We have to see it.
That's the thing with Devin. We don't gotta guess.
And who's above Haney right now? Teal, right? He beat 2 elite fighters. Loma and what's his name, and Josh Taylor.
Yeah, so you can't degrade.
Can't argue that one.
Kambosos is a good fighter.
Yeah. It's because the
Because it's not about your talent, it's about your accomplishments. You know, it's about accomplishments and talent, and he has accomplishments. Even though he might not have a lot of talent, but he accomplished what he accomplished. So you can't just throw that out the window. If you have elite accomplishments, then you have to be, you know, maybe you're not the top tier of the elite, but you got to be the elite if you have elite accomplishments.
It's only Tio and Haney, bro. Those are only 2 motherfuckers, bro. Tio and Haney only the 2 motherfuckers who be skilled elite fighters.
Tio ain't gonna jump in there with Haney. He's too busy ducking.
No, but those are only 2 because Haney beat Loma and Tio beat Loma and he beat Josh Taylor.
Yeah, I'm saying, but Tio ain't gonna try. Tio retired before he would have faced Haney. If Tio didn't retire, this fight between Progress and Haney would be between Tio and Haney. I mean,
Tio hasn't retired.
Yeah, but you know, he's moving shaky, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he just handled some personal problems, bro. That's it. Motherfucker said he was capping, he was gonna retire. His bitch, they ain't gonna vacate his ass for the WBO no more. So
I mean, you know, Tio is moving shaky. He said he don't want to fight no more Mandingos.
Well, Tio, listen, the thing is, I learned to respect Tio. I had to learn to respect Tio because as much as I'm not a fan of, I don't like some of his antics. The truth about it is, and let me say this: I thought he lost the fight before. I thought he lost the fight before last. Truthfully, but he got manhandled by Kambosos. But I will say this: for him to beat Lomachenko and the way he beat on Taylor, the way he beat Taylor was almost as impressive as I mean, like he really beat I was very impressed with his performance against Taylor. You know, I
don't think Taylor was. I don't think Taylor was at his best. I think Taylor was.
No, but I thought
we're gonna take Errol Spence. We're gonna go the Errol Spence route. He didn't look right.
Hey,
well, that's Taylor's problem.
Hey, do you guys think that the better the competition, the better Tio performs, or not?
You don't like when I interrupt you, homie?
I agree with that, Raider. My bad.
Same like Crawford, probably, right? The better the competition, the better they perform. Tio and Crawford.
I think it's about
buy that for $1.
Who thought Tio was gonna have a performance like that? I didn't.
No,
I thought Taylor was gonna beat his ass. I had Taylor beating his ass.
Well, you know, the thing with Taylor, let me say this. I was taking him at first, but at the end I changed up because what I realized about Tio is Tio struggles against guys with good footwork. And Taylor, he likes to stand right in front of you. And people started to forget that Tio is a got one
Taylor got decent foot movement. I ain't gonna say that good. He got decent.
No, I said he struggles. He struggles against guys.
But Taylor, bro, when he beat Jose Ramirez, you didn't see his foot movement, how he was beating his ass, bro. When he got out the ropes and fucking knocked his ass out.
I'm not saying that. No, listen to me, brother. I'm not saying that he don't have good foot. I think Tio is one of the most athletic fighters. He inconsistent throughout the fight, but he's very good. I'm just simply saying this. He struggles when his opponent has very good feet work. Taylor stands right in front of him.
The only thing I don't like about Tio, the only thing I don't like about Tio is this, and that's the only thing I don't like about him. I don't like the fact that he tried to claim that he was undisputed at lightweight. I don't like the fact that he's claiming to be 2 times undisputed now that he's at 140. To me that's fraudulent. Okay, and it's to me it's like he got some kind of mental problem. You can't, you can't go around claiming something like that, bro. You know what I mean?
Hey, you know what I was? I'm gonna piggyback on that, and you know what? People started following that to the point where Derek James and Charlo were believing that as well.
Yeah, no, stupid. I mean, well, you already know what Derek James' problem. He got a Crawford problem. Every time that you mention Crawford's name, Derek James starts capping and start talking nonsense, and that's every single time. Not one time that you ask Derek James about Crawford, he didn't say something stupid. Okay. Oh well, 10 knockouts against who? He ain't fought nobody. He got the weakest resume in lightweight of all the champions. That's switching. That's dumb shit.
I mean, we all say stupid things, bro. Like
but
Blair
not
Cobb
like
could beat
that,
Errol
bro.
Spence and shit. You know how it goes.
Not like that, man. I mean, he just kept saying stupid shit. I mean, just kept
Hey,
on.
Yeah, no,
hey, TBE, and you know what? That's a stupid. Hey, TBE, that's a stupid thing. That's a stupid thing for a trainer and a promoter or a trainer to say about his fighter when he's getting ready to put his fighter in to win, and then what he says is the motherfucking fighter I'm getting ready to put my fighter in with, he ain't shit.
Yeah,
That's stupid.
It doesn't even make good business sense if you're trying to sell the fight. You know what I'm saying? The whole thing was stupid what he was doing. I mean, I never seen anything like it in my life, bro. I don't get it. I mean, people just try to explain that shit away, but to me, that's a serious issue.
But you know what it could have been? You know what it could have been, TBE? It could have been that he doubted that Spence was going to be able to get that fight.
Well, no, I'll tell you what. It's not only he doubted that Spence was going to fight. When he doubted that Spence could win the fight, I guarantee you, I bet money on it, that he was advising Spence against taking that fight the whole time.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Yeah. He probably doubted that.
And both motherfucking fought one similar opponent, bro, Sean Porter. You know, some people say, nah, but Terrence Crawford fought, what's his name? Sean Porter, Popcast Sean Porter, and Errol fought Showtime Sean Porter, bro. And I was like...
No, Derek James said that he said Kell Brook was shot, and they must have known he was shot because he couldn't take the punches. You know, he had no punches. Well, now you got to ask Derek James now. Is Errol Spence shot? He got knocked out by Crawford the same way, and even in more brutal fashion than Brook did.
Sean Porter.
I mean,
and Sean Porter was doing good, bro, in that fucking fight.
Yeah, sorry, you're winning.
Derek James gonna answer some questions, bro. We need to. Derek James have a lot of questions to answer before they put him in there as the coach for rematch, bro. He got a lot of questions.
If Porter doesn't go down in that Spence fight, bro, Porter could have probably won that fight or got a draw off of that.
Some people still.
Yeah, it was a close ass fight, bro. Against Spence was a close ass fight.
Same thing could be said about David Avedisian, bro.
That was the fight that Spence took all the damage that you see in him now. Was in that Porter fight. That's when he took a lot of punishment in that fight, bro. Porter beat the shit out of Spence in that fight, and in that fight was where Spence got the most beaten of any fight he ever. That was the toughest fight, no matter what he said. Not even the book fight was a tough in terms of him taking punishment. Porter,
I think
second most punishment.
Yeah, right. You know.
Fucking Crawford gave him the fucking straight ass whooping, my guy.
Nobody saw that one coming.
Yeah, a lot of people saw it coming.
I didn't. Not like that.
Nah, dude.
But you know what?
That fight for me was a 51-49%. I had Crawford to win that fight, but
yeah, but you know what? That was
I had Errol, bro, but fuck, Errol wasn't even competitive. My bad. Go ahead.
I'm just saying that was the absolute picture perfect example of styles make fights. That was it right there.
It was more than style.
Huh?
It was a lot more than style. It's a whole. You heard what Crawford said, right? Yeah. Crawford said that he never worked this hard in his life for a fight, bro. He did a pre-camp and a camp, right? So what was Spence doing that whole time?
I don't know.
Okay. Bullshit and party.
Kicking it with Yellow BC.
or going to lay down and saying, do what?
It's about style. It's about
I think wasn't he acting? Not like in bed, like if he was drunk or something.
Yeah, he was like, dude.
It's not about just about style. It's about lifestyle as well. You know what I'm saying? It's about style. Yeah.
Check it out. And my brother's Black and Brown panel, bro. We got that fucking video right there, bro. Do what?
Yeah.
But Derek James knew the truth. He knew what was going on. That's why he was acting the way. That's the only way to explain why he was acting the way he was acting. It was like reverse psychology. You know what I'm saying? So he knew the whole time. I mean, I just can't think as a coach. If you're a real coach and you know fighters, right? You train fighters. There's no way you can tell me you can look at Crawford, look at the fights that he had, and then look at your fighter and then can't say to yourself, damn. This guy Crawford got some real good skills compared to my fighter. I mean, it's gonna be a tough to coach against a guy like that. But no, he didn't say none of that. He was like 10 knockouts. Can you imagine somebody saying 10 knockouts against who? You talking about a guy that moved up from 135 pounds to 147, and he's knocking everybody out, and you gonna say, "Oh, 10 knockouts"? Who doesn't matter against who?
Hey,
what are you talking about?
Always matters.
Did Crawford drop?
Boots and Crawford next.
Did Crawford drop Mikey Garcia on the amateurs? He
Yeah, he
dropped him
said
back.
he beat him in. I think he beat him in that.
Yeah, he beat him in the amateurs. They say it was a good ass whooping.
Who?
Crawford to Mikey Garcia winning the amateurs.
Who won that?
Crawford. He beat his ass like twice, I think.
Crawford beat a lot of them guys up, man. You would even hear what's his name Boo Boo Andre talk about Crawford, bro. Crawford is like a legend in the amateurs among a lot of them guys. He beat up a lot of guys.
The only no fighter that Crawford lost weight, it was against Ugas. That's it in the amateurs.
Ryan beat Virgil on the amateurs, so I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, he did. So yeah, amateurs, I don't really pay too much attention to.
That's what I'm saying.
Look at Virgil, bro. Virgil has 100% knockout ratio, bro. I think him and the Turbitiv are the only ones.
I mean, I don't understand why Virgil never took the Crawford fight, man. He had it twice. Why didn't he just take the fight? What's going on with Virgil? I mean, he's knocking people out. He should be ready to take on Crawford. He had the fight in the bag twice and he turned it down. So what's up with that?
Well, he's having medical issues, bro. I don't know what. Nobody really knows what's up with that dude. You know what I mean? I hope he does better, man. You know what I mean? Because I would love to see him and Boots get down, homie.
Yeah, I like the way Virgil fights, man. He fight hard. You know what I'm saying? He's like in a way, every punch is like a vicious punch. You know what I mean?
That's the kind of dude you want at a bar to fucking have your back, motherfucker like Virgil. You know what I mean? Yeah, that motherfucker's that was not just a boxer. That motherfucker can fight. He has hands, bro.
He's a fucking beast when he hit him.
Yeah, that's shit.
Beat the shit out of Maurice Hooker.
That was a good fight too, bro. I like that fight.
Mean Machine
Maurice
too.
broke his hand. Yeah, Mean Machine almost had him though, but
McKinson.
Yeah.
Orozco, he fucking knocking everybody out, bro.
Yeah.
Fucking Herrera, the fool that actually beat Danny Garcia in Puerto Rico.
There it is.
Knocked him out.
He was already out in his prime, bro.
Yeah, and nobody ever knocked out Herrera. You know what I mean? But I don't know, bro. After Virgil's on his way, bro. He just gotta. I don't know. Hopefully, he gets healthy. See what's up. That's cool.
Yeah, man.
He haven't fought in a while, man. He need to get on the. You know, he was on that train to. He was on that train going up. I mean, what happened? All of a sudden, he just fell off. Like just
no, it's because of the health. His health, bro. Yeah, I think it's 3 or 2 times that they postponed his fight already.
He literally died, bro, like a fucking month ago.
It was 2 times, way. It was 2 times.
No, I'm just saying that's what Staniones, because it happened already before. Remember?
Well, listen, this is about Ortiz. Ortiz Ortiz is one of my favorite fighters to watch, and he's got a good future with him, and he's a hell of a fighter. But that motherfucker got a lot of little holes in his game, and when he step up, that's why they're not rushing him to get in there with Boots or nobody like that, because I think he can beat Staniones, but it's not. He don't have no footwork. He's just coming at you straightforward. He got a great jab, though. He works good off the jab. He got good combinations, but he's just he's just kind of slow on the defensive side. And I thought he got dropped by Mean Machine, but it's not that. That's fighting, though. I'm not one of these guys that think, oh, just because you get hit or dropped, that means no. That don't mean that. You're supposed to get hit and hurt. But to me, he do got a lot of holes in his game.
Well, him and Boots would be a good fight, though.
Yeah, that'd be a badass fight. I got Virgil on that.
Oh yeah.
I got Virgil on that one.
Yeah, because that's a per, and I'm glad that's what you're saying. But the truth of the matter is, him standing in front of Boots, the blueprint to beat Boots has already let you know is to somebody with good footwork that's gonna counter him and gonna make them chase him and get him frustrated. If you stand in front of Boots, with his reach and his speed and his power and his athleticism, he's a that's why the Virgil's coaches, and you may not agree with it, but they're not pressed to get in there with Boots because he's a mismatch nightmare for him. Stanionis is a little better because Stanionis will be in front of him, and Stanionis can't match his power. And I think ultimately Virgil will stop Stanionis, and that'll blow him up to star status. But he's a complete mismatch for Boots. He'll get in there, and Boots may not stop him, but Boots will beat the dog shit out of him like he did to the last boy.
Well, let's see
gentlemen,
it. Let's see it. 'Cause Boots don't get in with nobody, bro.
Nah. I think it's the opposite of what you said, bro. I think a guy that's gonna be fucking Boots is a guy like Virgil, bro. Non-stop pressure, bro. Because coming forward by using footwork, you're not using the jab. Because you're not gonna. Because Boots usually fights dudes that just stand there. They're just right there and he picks them apart, bro. Virgil's not gonna stand there. He's gonna come forward. He's gonna come forward with his jab. You go to the body. He's gonna fucking put a lot of pressure on this guy. A lot of pressure, bro.
He's gonna put Boots on his bike.
The last dude that Boots fought, he fights very similar to that. Put pressure.
Yeah,
on
but
you.
that guy, but the skill difference was huge, bro. Come on, what's his name? Fucking.
Let me tell you something. I wonder what Virgil would do. I wonder
Yeah,
how Virgil would take. I wonder how Virgil would take his punches. I wonder how Virgil would fare against that same dude. That dude hit
Kicks
hard.
him out in two.
Oh, dude, fucking Virgil will knock his ass out, bro.
Well, I'm just
Two
saying
rounds.
he got dropped by. I'm just saying he got clipped by Green Bean. He can't afford to get clipped by him like that.
Yeah,
That
but
dude
so,
clipped him.
but so did Crawford, bro. So did Crawford, bro.
We ain't talking about. He ain't no Crawford. We ain't talking about Crawford.
Boxing takes, bro.
No, you ain't gotta like my
No,
different opinions. I'm saying that all I'm trying to say is, see, this is what I mean about when people have their different takes. I never said Virgil didn't fight nobody, but let's just keep it real. He ain't been in there with no killer yet. All right, and
Well, he's got a better. He's been in
it's hard to say. It's
with
hard to
better
say.
guys
It's
than
hard.
fucking Boots.
Yeah.
It's,
Boots
brother,
turned
it's
down
hard
the
to-
Green Bean.
I can't sit up here. I can't sit up here and listen to somebody discredit Boots when Boots had fought good fighters, and then sit up here and act like Virgil got some love. Virgil ain't neither one of these young guys have been pushed or
I
challenged.
think Green Beans probably would have beat.
No, you're right that neither of them have been with the top, but for sure Virgil's got a better guys, better names on them Boots. Way better.
How? Explain
Okay,
to me how his resume.
Okay, go through the list.
Green Beans
Let's
probably would have beat
go
Boots.
through the list.
Green Beans would have beat Boots.
Hooker.
I agree.
No, let's go through Boots. Go through Boots, and we'll go through Virgil's.
Listen. The names don't give me the name because I can't think of none of these motherfuckers who their names is. I know Hooker because he's just popular, but at the end of the day, Boots' last fight was a good fight. That was a solid win for him.
What's his name? What's his name?
Brother. We can't get into the names. We can't always get into the names.
Checkmate.
That ain't checkmate. That ain't checkmate because guess why? That's why when Tank Davis beat Gamboa, that was just the name.
Okay, name me another name. Then. Forget his last.
Mikey Garcia. When Spence, hold on, no. When Spence beat Mikey Garcia, that was just the name. Mikey was too little. That's not a legitimate win for Spence.
We're not talking about Spence and Mikey. We're talking about Boots, bro.
I know what we're talking about. What I'm talking about. If we look at the rankings, hold on, no.
You say we can't compare.
If we pull up, what name? What's one
Doesn't
major?
want you to compare. That's the difference.
No, I know. It's all good, bro.
Somebody pull up Box Rec, and let's look at the rankings and
When
the
did
records
Dirk get
of
here?
these guys.
Okay, well, just tell me some of the names that Boots has fought. Just not his last fight, because you didn't know the last name. But tell me somebody.
He fought Karen.
No, I'm talking about this guy. I'm talking about sports.
No. My name is Sports. Yeah, I can't remember the names. He got a couple.
Not even one.
Listen, I can't think of his name. He fought somebody coming up from. Say it again.
No, I'm just saying one name at least, bro. Like somebody.
I'm just
nobody.
My brother. I don't know how much more to tell you that I can't remember these motherfuckers' names, and you trying to make that political. I'm telling you, if you pull up the fucking Box Rec, there's the 2 or 3 fights ago when Boots fought somebody, that was a decent win. I'm saying that he
Yeah, bro. Like, I'm not even trying to go at you, bro. I'm trying to say is that hold on, bro. I know, but okay, but listen, but what I'm trying to tell you is that I told you that Ortiz has way better names than Boots, and you said no. And I'm telling you, yes. No, I don't go through the names, and you don't know none of those guys' names, but I know fucking Virgil's opponents. I can name you like 3 or 4 of them right now, right off the bat. It's like, as I'm telling you, he has a better resume, and you said no. So I'm trying to let's talk about it, but you don't even know the name, so there's nothing to talk about. That's what I'm trying to say.
True.
Hey, by the way, that last fighter that Boots fought, wasn't his name Vila?
Yeah, I'm right back. I'm back. I had a phone call. So all I'm trying to, this is what I'm trying to say, man. This is what I'm trying to say, man. All I'm saying is that neither one of those boys have fought nobody that's worth talking about. For you to say he got a better resume, a way better resume, I don't understand how you can come up with that analogy. And then we're going back into styles and the matchups. If you want to keep it all the way a buck and keep it all the way 100, Virgil got flaws and mad holes in his game. And if he goes in there and you talking about him gonna put pressure, he gonna try to put pressure on Boots and he gonna get hit with some shit. And that's why his coaches said they don't want to smoke right now. They'll wait down the line. Why would they say, well, we'll fight him down the line instead of fight him now? That's what his coaches said. Why?
Now, okay, so what you're saying is if they both haven't fought the best, it doesn't matter who has a better resume. That's what you're saying.
I didn't say that. I don't know. I said neither one of them have great resumes. I don't think what you're saying. One
fighter can't have a better resume than the other.
Listen, your opinion of Ortiz's resume is not as mine. I think his resume. I think both of them
you don't know Ortiz's resume.
Yeah, but you can't say that because you don't even know the guys he fought.
Man, I watched Ortiz fight his last 5 fights, and I do know the people he fought. They ain't none of the Hooker wasn't. First of all, Hooker was past his little time. He was trying to make a comeback. Green Machine, he's not all that special. And Ortiz last fight, it was some bum he rolled through, and he's supposed to have been fighting Stanley Jonas twice, but he keep getting sick.
Yeah, but how come when Crawford fought Green Machine, everybody said, "Oh, yeah, it's a good fight," but all of a sudden Virgil fights him, and it's nobody now.
I didn't. Hold on, brother. Hold on. I don't know what everybody is. Everybody did not say. Everybody did not say. It's a lot of people. Let me show you something right now. I'm glad you said that. A lot of people discredit that win with Green Bean. They make fun of that win that Crawford had with Green Machine because they say it was a cherry pick. It was a whack ass fight. That's what a lot of people say.
Wasn't fucking Green Beans undefeated?
Well, hey,
how you fucking cherry pick an undefeated fighter? Probably something you said.
I mean, you all say Tank do it. Tank fight. He cherry pick undefeated fighter. So you see how it's funny how motherfuckers switch the goalposts when they want it to sound good for them. Y'all been saying Tank cherry picking all day, but Tank got about 7 or 8 names on his list.
Who's y'all? No, I'm not. I didn't never say that Tank is cherry picking. I'm saying he's not fighting the best.
So I don't know who said what. I'm just listening to what I'm hearing.
I'm saying Tank hasn't fought the best guys. That's what I said.
No, but I'm talking to 3 or 4 of y'all. So so if that means I wasn't talking to you, I'm talking to your man. That's y'all. He the one that said how could it be a cherry pick? He was undefeated.
I don't think nobody in here said that he was cherry picking.
Yeah.
He just said up here and said. He said, let me tell you what he said. He said, how could he be cherry picking somebody that's undefeated?
Yeah, no, but who said that Tank was?
That's what he said. He said how could Terrence Crawford be cherry picking Green Machine when he was undefeated? But yet and still, Tank's a cherry picker and he's fighting undefeated guys.
Yeah, so who said Tank was cherry picking?
Yeah.
Well, I've been hearing that since I've been on this damn show. I done heard it a handful of times.
Marky, was it you? Was it you, Marky? Apologize to that man.
No, it wasn't Marky. It wasn't Marky. It wasn't Marky. Yeah, see that then when you start getting
but when you have when you have two fighters, when you have two fighters,
little kitty game.
When you have 2 fighters, bro, right? And if they both haven't fought the best guys, you can still compare resumes, bro.
I mean, you can do whatever you want. This is boxing, man.
That's what I'm saying.
Boxing is not like basketball and football. Boxing has opinions is a motherfucker.
So the resumes don't matter.
Man, I don't think Virgil got a better resume than Boots, man. You ain't got to agree on that.
Okay, well, we don't have to debate on it.
Virgil have half as many fights as Boots have. He don't have 20 fights, and Boots have like 38 fights, right? Something like that.
Yeah, Boots has more fights than Errol Spence.
Okay, so Boots have a lot more fights than Virgil.
And you know what? That's as far as I'm concerned, that's another criteria when you're aiming toward ranking a guy, whether he's elite or not elite. It's also how many fights has he had too. It doesn't. That's a minor criteria, but it's one that can be added if necessary. There's some motherfuckers that ain't had but 2 or 3 fights, and you can consider them elite. How does that happen?
I think it comes down to the way a fighter develops, right? And not every fighter develops the same way. You know, I don't know if you can name 30 of Julio Cesar Chavez, maybe 40 of his first opponents. Who knows who the hell Canelo's 30 fights were against? Like, you know,
that's most fighters.
I mean, it's not. I mean, but we know every single one of like Loma's damn near, right? I mean, it's like 20 fights. You know, it's kind of like we know each and every. We can name like maybe 15 of all 20 of his fucking opponent kind of stuff. Like, it's just the way a fighter develops. Yeah,
or Bibble.
but I mean, Canelo's an exception too. It's not like every fighter. Like, the fact that you can find like 30 fights on Boots' resume and you don't really know who, like maybe Lipinets, Chris Van Heerden, like the names are not really the thing that's on his resume. But he has had a lot of fights. What does that speak to? I don't know. Like for me, I'm still trying to figure out how do we define elite versus just trying to find examples of elite and then argue about the example.
Yeah, no, that wasn't what we were talking about. But I
mean,
get what
it
you're
kind
saying
of
about
is.
the
Like, yeah, I mean, that's how we got here. It's like because it's this whole thing about Boots versus Shakur, right? When it comes to it, but now it's about Boots and Virgil, but now it's about how fighters develop. Like there's a blueprint. There's like, to me, depending on your amateur, that can speak to how you develop in the pros. But then if you're young and let's say you come up in a different system, right? Like if you're come up in Mexico, you're probably going to have a whole bunch of fights against a whole bunch of people you never heard of. Devin Haney is not Mexican, but he went to Mexico to fight. So you don't know who the hell those guys are for the majority of his resume.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Career, right? My bad.
Yeah, I know, I agree with that. But we were just comparing Virgil's resume to Boots' resume.
Yeah,
That's
no,
what we're
and
doing.
I think what is getting caught up on, which is why I'm trying to move the goalpost a little. I was trying to move the conversation, not the goalpost, but the conversation ahead, was because we're getting hung up on quality of opposition versus the name value. And he's saying just because you know who Maurice Hooker is or Sammy Vargas is, or Green. I mean, the fact that we call him Green Beans tells you what we think of his, his boxing ability. Like people are not ridiculing your nickname once they like you. Like once you earn that.
Wait a minute.
You know what I mean?
Only Spence fan was doing that. It was the heterosexuals that was.
Oh my God, dude! Will you stop with the listen? Cut this good one. Jesus Christ! Listen, no, you don't understand.
And the man fan and the Johnson jumpers.
No, okay, right. What I'm talking about is when it comes down to someone's nickname, it is only people who haven't done things that people generally like to denigrate. Just like you were talking about Errol Spence, the way you talk about Errol Spence is the same way you talk about his fans. You think he hasn't done anything. Other people think he was a unified champion.
Bro, not his fans. The heterosexual. It's a different thing.
I got you. The fact that you're trying to create discord amongst the fan base, like even that entire thing. Your entire approach to Errol Spence is exactly what we're talking about.
You got the heterosexual, you got the man fans,
all right.
You got the nut huggers, and then you have the Johnson jumpers. It's 4 categories.
You got all those, right? And then
regular fans are okay. They're pretty cool. You know what I'm saying? But the rest of them.
All I'm saying is, like, when people might have name value at a certain point in their at a certain point in their careers, but Sammy Vargas, for whatever he was at his pinnacle, he was not that when Virgil fought him. Maurice Hooker, for whatever he was at his pinnacle, he was not that when Virgil Ortiz fought him. So how do you compare that to a guy like Ruben Villa, who doesn't really have a name, and who the hell cares about the guy's name? Maybe I even got his name wrong. I don't know. Like the dude hasn't done anything. Like nobody knows if you pronounce my man's name Andrade, like, is it Rigondeaux? You gotta do something. Or else people make fun. That's all I meant about green beans. Like, no, like, what's Janabek's? Okay, let me ask you this: is Janabek his first name or his last name?
I think it's his last name.
What's his first name? Janabek Akamulia.
Exactly.
wow.
Like, you know what I'm saying? You got to
Wow.
do something in sports before people know your name. Like, just stop with the whole name stuff. Like, let's move on with it.
Yeah.
Finally, I can get the fuck in. Goddamn, bro.
Phantom, stop crying, nigga.
You know,
What's up, man?
You sure? Let me get 100, man.
Senior citizen in technology. You know.
You still calling me old, nigga? I'm tired of you with the bullshit.
No, he's calling me
You
old
sure? Let
right
me get
now.
100
Actually,
though.
now he's calling me.
Hey, Phantom, you
it's
pulling up
my,
to the fight, bro? You pulling up on the 30th?
Which one?
How would you know?
Canelo, Charlo.
How would you know? It's not like a
In
circle.
Vegas, September 30th.
Yeah.
Tickets too high, bro. Like, what the tickets
That's
looking
not,
like?
I'm still waiting. They still ain't like 5 and 4. I'm waiting a couple more weeks to drop down to like 3. I'm gonna jump on.
He'll be that blue pea going in the crowd, right?
What you say,
That's only
Smoke?
like it's only a month away.
Yeah, but they go down to like 3. They go down to like 3 in like 2 weeks. In like 2 weeks, they'll be down to like 300. That's why I'm gonna jump on.
You know Phantom's there when you see that blue pea in the crowd.
Yeah,
there
yeah.
he is. I recognize him.
Hey, fellas. By the way, is it true about Tim Tszyu and Mendoza? I think it's Mendoza.
Yeah, they fight in October. Yeah, they fight in October.
Is that right? Anybody got an opinion on that?
Hey, that's a good fight. That's a good fight.
Yeah, good fight.
Tim Tszyu trying to stay busy. That's a good fight.
Mm-hmm.
I would favor Tszyu, but Mendoza can crack. We know that.
Man.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie. I thought Tim Tszyu would fizzle out by now, but man, he living up to his daddy's name. I gotta give him that credit.
I wanted his daddy's name, but no, come on. Ryan Mendoza.
And they fighting for the
No. But I'm telling you, he's doing way better than I thought he would be doing at this point, Smoke. That's all I really mean.
Yeah.
Hey, Smoke, ain't they fighting for the WBO?
You talk about Tszyu or Mendoza?
I'm talking about Tim Tszyu. I thought he'd be just like all the other great athletes' kids. He just fizzled out by now, but nah, man, he's legit.
And they fighting for the WBO title because Tim Tszyu will have it by then.
Yeah, he gonna be a star over there in Australia.
Yeah.
Shit, he already a star over there in Australia, man.
Yeah.
I look for that to be Crawford's next fight.
More than likely, it is. If he wants that 3 division, if he wants to work towards that 3 division undisputed, he probably gonna have to fight Tim Tszyu, or he might just wait for Canelo. I think he might just wait for Canelo and call it a career.
See, I wanted him to get. I'm disappointed. Let me just put it out there. I wanted Crawford to get that Tim Tszyu fight.
What for?
Because I think he is on his way out the door and he should get a couple paydays. And Tim Tszyu is like probably a huge money fight.
From the winner of the Canelo fight.
It's not an either or. Why not do both? I would not walk down and fuck them all.
Yeah, I don't see why he can't fight Tim Tszyu. I mean, if Charlo beats Canelo, I mean, that nigga is going to be tied up with him still. But I know most of y'all think Canelo beat that nigga, but still.
Yeah,
well, I wasn't even talking about tied up with him. I was thinking that.
Yeah, Canelo ain't letting you get out the door. Canelo ain't letting you get out the door without a rematch clause. You know that.
Exactly. And Bud still got his own business to handle, OG. He still got to deal with that Spence rematch.
Breaking news. Spence applied for his license today.
Oh, okay. So he's coming off suspension. Okay.
Was it approved?
You know it's going to be approved. Come on, man.
I don't know that. I'm asking, was it approved? Anybody know?
You think he just applied? That's the weekend.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll see. But
they have to give it. They have to
Hey,
give it the.
fellas,
I guess the
how many
appearance
fights we got this weekend, fellas? How many fights we got this weekend?
I think we got 2.
Dubois fighting Usyk, and who else is fighting?
Jaron Anderson.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Big Baby fighting this weekend. Fighting Rosinski or something.
And they got the kid Jabalov on that undercard.
Jabalov is finally fighting. And wait a minute, I thought is He's a
He's
PBC
making his
guy.
ESPN Plus debut, Smoke.
Oh, he left. No dates. See, this is what I'm trying to tell you guys. You're like, why is my favorite
Mm-hmm.
fighter not trying to fight more than twice a year? They don't have dates for these guys. Like,
It
you
looks like
can't have.
ESPN got the dates.
Well, they don't have the dates either. That's what that's what the issue is. He's making a debut. We'll see how often he fights there. They got Torres, and those maybe they'll mix it up and stuff. But there's not enough of a. There's just not enough weeks in the year. You only got 52 calendars, 52 weekends on the calendar. There's 45 guys. We are identifying how many elite fighters, right? Let's talk. We said 2 at heavyweight, 2 at light heavyweight, one at middleweight,
Who's the one at middleweight?
welterweight. Sorry, super middleweight. I mean,
okay,
super middleweight. Well, you don't think Canelo's elite, but everyone else does. So you have one that tracks for the Canelo. Then you go down to Budge. I think we have 3 at lightweight. If you think that Devin Haney is a lightweight, and then you have Monster Inoue. What does that give us? 8. I guess Bam. And what do you think? Bam Rodriguez? You think he's elite? Is Estrada elite?
At that 112 weight division, no, I don't think he's elite. That weight division is some sharky waters. At 112 for Bam Rodriguez.
You don't think Bam is elite? Okay.
No. I'm saying at 112 when you got Julio Martinez, they got the kid Galliafy, they got Sonny Edwards. It's a lot of smoke down there that he got to deal with.
Sonny Edwards. He's about to fight Sonny Edwards. But do you think he's going to win those fights or no?
Yeah, he can win those fights. Yeah.
You think if you haven't won them, based on your criteria, your thing was beating an elite fighter, someone else that you deem to be elite. We still haven't defined what elite is, but you know it when you see it. Let's call it art, right? The art of elite. If you fight another elite fighter, so you don't think Galliafy is elite or no?
No, not yet. I think he's. Okay. I do think he's talented though.
What about Sonny Edwards?
Yeah, I would say Sonny Edwards is elite at that division. Or no. Hold on. I don't think none of them are elite, Smoke. Not yet. Okay. They got to step in there.
So you don't even think Bam is elite either, even though he did put the further work to put in at 115.
Man. I just can't. Like, listen. I don't see all of those fights are 50-50 at that weight class for him. I just don't see him be at this moment. I don't see him as an elite fighter at that weight. Let's see after the Sonny Edwards fight.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
All right. So we got like 9 elite fighters, right? So if you have them fight 40 times, that's 6 months of fights right there. Like, who else is there? Like, that's just for the elite fighters. You can't have, like, how the hell are you supposed to? And then how many out of 46 weeks? How many are supposed to be mega fights? Is he supposed to be padding his resumes? Or are they supposed to be having tuna can like stay busy?
That's a great point, Smoke. That's a great point.
I mean, in a perfect world. Yeah, I was just gonna say quickly. In a perfect world, if we could be like the UFC and have a super fight every month, or have a big pay-per-view event every month, but that's a perfect world. Go ahead, brother.
No. I mean, that's a good point you make, Smoke, because you just threw in the mega fight right there. So how can you be, a boxer and be in a mega fight, but not be considered elite? Because Tank got about 3 or 4 fights that he could fight in right now, and they all would be considered low-key mega fights. Well, we probably say about 2 or 3. I would probably which would you say, T.O. and Haney?
I'd say T.O. Shakur.
Are we saying T.O. is right? I didn't even say that T.O. is elite. I'm mixed with 140 pounds. Are we saying T.O. is elite?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
okay, there you go.
Yeah, he deserves that.
There you go. So yeah, you got 10 guys. That's almost the entire year. That would be 40 dates. That means like if you are not one of the elite guys, good luck trying to get a date. So if you're like, if you're B-ball, I guess you get some David Benavidez, Jermell Charlo.
I mean, you could humble yourself and fight on some undercards.
Yeah, humble yourself. Okay.
I mean, nigga, you out here begging for dates. I mean, shit. Humble yourself.
No. People are not begging for dates. What they're doing is fighting twice a year.
And in turn, how much they getting paid?
Probably a lot more than they would as an undercard fighter. Because basically.
But if you were to fight I mean, you're probably right, Smoke. But if you were to fight 4 or 5 times a year, I think you would be walking home with more income. That's just me. Matter of fact, that's just logic. But
that's not logic. Not if you're one of these elite. Not if you're one of these elite guys. These elite guys want A side. You see what you could.
So you think?
How many times the what?
Anderson, how many times he fought this shit?
One so far. This about to be his second.
No, I don't think so. I think it's like his third.
I'll take your word for it. Yeah.
And while we're talking about, a little bit about like guys who would be searching for dates. How come when we're talking about people who could potentially beat Tank Davis, how come no one says Subriel Matias? How come no one still can figure out that dude is a whole problem?
I don't say his name on purpose, brother.
Yeah.
Exactly.
If Subriel wants to shrink down to 135, then the fight can happen.
Right.
Sports 7 don't think he's that good.
Shrink down. Shrinking things.
But your favorite fighter don't want to fight him, so
Shelton,
he must be something.
Shelton, hold on, Shelton. You didn't hear what I said, so you assuming. You misunderstood me, OG. I said I don't mention his name on purpose because I don't want Tank to fight him.
Oh, okay. Smart man. Smart man.
That's what I'm saying.
Being honest.
That's what I'm saying.
Smart
I
man.
don't want him to fight him.
Hey, guess what? I'm gonna give you another piece of a surprise. Tank don't want to fight him either.
Well, hey, I don't blame him. Shit.
No. Ain't no money in that fight.
No,
There's an ass whooping.
It's an ass whooping.
It is so weird how fans treat Subriel. Like I've never now that dude is turning into a boogeyman, a for real boogeyman.
Hey.
He hasn't even.
Hey, what's your favorite saying, Smoke? That motherfucker is a whole load.
Yeah, he is. And I don't wish him on anybody. I don't you talk about high risk, low reward. You're not gonna. Who but Pierce are gonna give him respect for fighting that guy?
Man, you ain't trying to fight that dude unless you got to.
Okay. A big, strong motherfucker like that to throw 100 punches around.
Yeah,
takes a terrific shot and keeps coming forward.
Yeah, you don't fight him unless you have to.
They wedge you down. People are saying, he's basic and yada yada. I think Tank would have a problem with Jeremiah Ponce. Just straight fuck up. We're talking about the leaders at 140. They got against Prograde. Jeremiah Ponce,
Ponce. I actually picked Ponce in the fight against Matias. He was one of my favorite fighters, but he can't beat Tank. Yeah, until he got beat up. I had to give Matias that credit. But Tank.
I don't know if he's taking the shot. The shots that Ryan Garcia was landing on Tank, but they wasn't even big shots. There wasn't even a lot of them. They're going to be totally different with Jeremiah Ponce.
Yeah, people like him.
We're gonna see.
That's just like that last dude. That's like the last dude Boots fought. Sometimes people ain't got necessarily that one. They just hit you and it hurt every time they touch you. It just hurt. That's how Matias is like. It's just like it hurt.
Yeah, he's got heavy hands.
Yeah, but it's volume and accumulation. He ain't got like a one-hitter quitter. Like the less you get hit by that dude, the less dangerous he is, bro. Like simple.
No, well, it's not that. No, it's the less you get hit. Well, that's true for every fighter, right? There's only a few guys that just one time. That's all it takes. But one time seems to be all it takes for you not wanting to get hit by Subriel Matias again. He got kind of fast hands, and he throws them a lot. He lets his hands go. That's a tough guy. That's a tough guy to be. Anyway, I want to see somebody fight him. And, people talking about Dev Haney. I'm afraid for him. People talking about Tank. I'm afraid for him. I'm less afraid for Shakur, believe it or not. But I'm still afraid for him too.
Look, you hear motherfucking T.O. talk about he want to be undisputed at 140, this, that, and the other. He mentioned all them other motherfuckers. He don't never mention that IBF. He don't mention that guy. He don't say nothing about that dude.
No, well, he told Prograde that he couldn't fight in the country anymore. I don't know what. T.O. is just on something. Right? He says whatever comes to mind.
He's smart. He's sharp. I get T.O. that. He know who to talk to and who not to.
Oh yeah, you know who to talk about. Matias will pull up. Bro, that's what I was saying. Like people were like, why could? Well, not anybody. My man Knockout KO, if you're listening, shout out to him. I love my man's channel. And if you're not signed to Knockout 86 TV, Knockout 86 Knockout Boxing 86 TV. That's what it is.
Yeah, that's it.
Then you're tripping. That's a great channel over there. I love what they do. I
love Knock too.
Going on. Yeah. Now I said all that. My man was over there talking about how nobody's calling out Tank. Subriel Matias is calling out Tank.
Hey, but here's what I noticed though, Smoke. This the funniest thing. Knockout talk about everybody else around from 35, 140. Knockout don't never bring up Subriel.
Yeah, and he thinks that Tank beats him too. Like, I don't know. I don't think he's how confident he is about that one, but
hey, well, let's get Tank ass in there and find out. That's an IBF title. Let's get Tank ass in there. Let's find out.
I haven't been excited about a Tank opponent in I don't know how long.
And look, they're on the same side of the street.
And I would be for that one. I would be like gung over that fight. I'd be all about it. I don't even know who to pick. Fight party. That's a fight party fight.
See, I'm an asshole,
Orthodox, right? Grit.
Y'all know I'm an asshole, right? I'm an asshole, so if I was Crawford, you know what I would tell Tank? You want to fight me? Why don't you go fight him?
Man. I mean, you can do the 3 Billy Goes Gruff thing when it's your friend, like when like Keyshawn Davis and Shakur is doing over there. It's still weird as hell. Like you have to actually be blood related. The Charlos can get away with it. The Klitschko's can get away with it. It looks weird with Shakur anyway.
Yeah, I tell that motherfucker, I'll fight you. I'll fight you, and I'll give you all the A-side privileges. Go beat that motherfucker, and I'll fight you.
Is that what he gonna tell Boots too? Is he gonna tell Boots that go fight Subriel and then I'll fight you?
No, Subriel and Boots is in different weight divisions. They're different.
And tanking Subriel different weight division. Or they in the same division?
They in different weight divisions. But Tank is the one calling out Crawford. Crawford ain't calling out Tank.
And Tank ain't calling out Crawford. He just said I'll knock his ass out. That's all he said, bro.
Okay, well, okay. If you want to fight,
he was playing, brother. He said he was playing.
Oh, he did say he was playing. I forgot that. I guess Phantom forgot that too. I forgot about that.
Y'all be trying to.
I was just playing. Okay.
You trying to get
Hey, look, he was only talking about his power. That's all. He wasn't talking about nothing else but his power.
Real quick. He cleaned that shit up real quick. I ain't mad at him.
Yeah, Boots it don't look like Boots playing though. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Boots not.
No. But see, I'm gonna go back. I gotta go back since Phantom want to make little slick comments. I gotta go back. Boots has already offered to fight. He turned it down.
He turned it down. Yeah.
Yeah, sure he did.
Yeah, he did.
I mean, you calling Bozy a liar?
Where was that contract at? Where was that term sheet, bro?
They sent it to him.
They did not. These were phone calls.
No, they sent Bozy a term sheet. Bozy took that shit to Espinosa. They had a meeting.
No, they did not.
And they couldn't come to it. They couldn't come to an agreement. Yeah.
You misrepresenting the story, Sean.
All right, bro. All right. Whatever. It don't matter. The nigga turned the fight down.
No, it
I don't give a fuck what you say.
You say so, bro. You say so. Gotta let the OGs have one, right? Gotta let them have one.
You got to. Because the bitch ass nigga didn't have to leave the WBO. He could have stayed there. The bitch ass nigga left.
Yeah, you know, if you want to fight the dude on your network with 3 belts, I mean, you know, that's bad business. Yeah, I know.
No. You want to fight the dude on your network with 3 belts because you think you can whoop him.
Well, Crawford got them all now, so what's the excuse? What's the excuse?
Ain't no money in it. That's the excuse.
That's not the excuse.
Oh, okay.
Bo's not
Right,
trying to
right.
make that
But
fight.
Tank is all good because there's money in it. I got you.
All
I got
right.
There's
Bo's
plenty
not
money in
gonna-
Tank. You
Bo's
gonna
not
sit
gonna
up here and
put
tell
a
me
fighter in there
that
with
Davis to make that fight. Hold on. You gonna sit up here and tell me that Davis to make that fight, which ain't gonna happen anyway. But if Davis to make that fight, it ain't no more money in it. A Tank fight than a Boots fight. That's what you're trying to tell me?
It's not about the money. It's about the fact that for Crawford it's the money, but for Boots, Bozy is not going to put Boots in there with a killer like Crawford. Forget about it. It's not going to happen.
you. Ridiculous, bro. Like, what I'm saying is they're both pay-per-view, but Tank is more money, bro.
Yeah, Tank is more money. Tank is more money for anybody.
But they're both pay-per-view. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but they're gonna pay him way more money for Tank than they're paying for Boots.
Yeah, but none of them want to fight. Tank don't want to fight.
And the dude told you, and the dude just told you, Phantom, on three separate occasions that I've done everything I need to do in boxing. Now it's about the bag. He told you that. So I don't know why you don't believe.
Well, I mean, the problem is, this the problem, Uncle Shelton. This is the problem, Uncle Shelton, and this is where, and this is where I feel it if you're a Crawford fan, because every time you turn around, Crawford can't do nothing right. They always got something to say. But the truth of the matter is that he ain't gonna probably get the Canelo or Charlo fight. So who else if you need the money fight, just go ahead and.
Nah, he's gonna get the Canelo fight. Believe that.
How is he gonna win?
People want to see
After Canelo stopped Charlo. After he stopped Charlo and make you mad, Sports Heaven, because he gonna stop that nigga.
And then
I'm not saying he. I'm not saying he won't, but I mean, I'm not.
Crawford stops Spence again.
Wait. So wait, Canelo can stop Charlo, but he can't stop Bud. Is that what we're saying, bro?
Yeah, that's what we're saying. I'm not saying he can't. I'm not saying he can't stop Bud. I'm saying Bud is a way better boxer than Charlo, is what I'm saying.
Fair enough.
But Charlo, but let me say this about that fight. I'm taking Canelo to win the fight, but let me just throw some caution out there. Let me just throw some caution out there for
Which
y'all.
fight you talking about?
Okay, go ahead, Sports Seven. You said you taking Canelo to win, but
yeah, let me just be clear for all y'all. The brother, I'm gonna tell you, brother.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, because I said I'm taking Canelo to win the Charlo fight, but don't get it twisted. If those betting odds look good, because here's the thing, Charlo ain't nothing to fucking play with. And his accuracy, his hand speed, and he got power. He got power, and if he and don't think
at 54, he does.
Man, listen, we don't know if it's carrying, but if it carry, and it's not, what if it carry?
Yeah. Those are
And if it now listen to me on Shelton. Canelo walking him down and get clipped with something, because Charlo is a master at countering you. And Canelo walks in and get clipped, that shit might go the way a lot of you motherfuckers might be mad.
It might, but see, the only issue I have with that is I ain't seen Canelo even wobble since like 2010. So that's the whole thing. I ain't seen
nobody
him
that can wobble him since 2010.
I think I will say this. Now you may disagree with me, but I think Triple G hits a little bit harder than Charlo. I say Bivol hits a little harder than Charlo. You may disagree, but that's what I think.
And he boxed better too than Charlo.
So
yeah, but I think it's up to Canelo if he wants to fight Bud. Like if Canelo say no, then it's not happening. It's all on Canelo.
You're right, Phantom. You're absolutely right.
Well, he already said he would fight him in 168.
Then he changed that up and said no, because if I beat him, you're not gonna give me no credit. So new shit happened.
That was the same. If you come
really?
not going down.
As soon as Bud said I'll fight him, that's when he's like, okay, wait, on second thought. Really?
On second thought, maybe I'll take that back.
Yeah, I'm not actually playing crazy. I play crazy on TV.
Nah, Bud's gonna fight him, boy. I can't wait for that fight, man. I'm gonna make a lot of money on that fight. That's like on the spread. Oh man, it's gonna be big money. I'm gonna make a lot of money on that fight, bro. I can't wait.
What for which fight? Canelo and Charlo?
No,
Canelo Bud. He said the Canelo Bud is gonna happen.
Oh, you're holding out for it? Hey, listen, I'm not. I would love that fight to happen. I doubt it though. I don't know. It seems like it seems too much like right. Boxing's not been that way in a long time. Like I don't know, man.
I think they realize that they want boxing to come back. You got to go back that way again. That's what they got to get to. We got to get the big fights. You even heard Charlo talking about fighting Benavidez and fighting fighting Plant and fighting the net carrier, the fisherman. Yo, if he's serious about that, I'm talking about Jamel now. If he's serious about that, yo, that's good, man. We need that. We need that kind of energy. Boxing need that energy, bro. We need fighters, people fighting each other, the best fighting the best. You know what I mean? Whatever weight they are. Yeah, I can't wait. It's gonna be an epic fight, bro. Epic. The biggest fight in boxing. I'm start making my T-shirts now.
Hey, salute panel. Salute to everybody on the panel. TBE, Uncle Shelton,
Victor.
Fort 7.
Hey, how much tank paying you, bro?
Minimum wage. But
Yeah,
that's all I need.
He should pay you more, bro, because you're a good advocate. I'll give you that right
Hey, remember this though. Bud say he done fishing now, so now he cub hunting.
there. Lion cub.
So he cub hunting. So he done with the fishing, now he cub hunting.
Anyway, fellas, I'm gonna step out. I'm hoping to come back in before you shut down. Thanks, Smokey.
All right, brother. Talk to you later, Vic.
All right,
kid. Peace, y'all.
Yeah, that nigga say he done with the fishing, man. He cub hunting now.
Man, what do you think? You think Charlie's gonna go the distance, Shelton?
He can. He's got to stay away from that power because we know for a fact that Canelo only got about 7-8 good rounds in it. We ain't seen that in the last 3-4 fights. He start to gas out round 9.
Yeah, but by that time you done knocked the guy out already. that time.
Yeah, if he can avoid that power. Because if Charlo got a gas tank. You can never question Charlo gas tank. He always in shape. So if Charlo can last, if Charlo can take and beat, Charlo can beat him.
At 168, how was his gas tank at 168 though?
Yeah, that's the question. That's the question.
Yeah, there's a lot of unanswered questions with Charlo in this fight, bro. So a lot of iffy questions going on with Charlo. So it's gonna be it's tough to really judge who's gonna win. Based on the fact that I could see if Charlo had moved up before at least once successfully, but he never did it. So a lot of questions.
Charlito, little Charlo. He said he the big Charlo now.
Yep. I wonder if he beat Canelo, man. That would be an epic fight between him and Bud. If he can beat Canelo, if he can beat him, man, that would be the shit right there. That would be a great fight between him and Bud. I would love to see that fight too. You don't have to be Canelo. I would love to see the Charlo Bud fight. Either one is good. It's a good fight. Either one is a big fight. Because if Charlo wins, it's gonna be a bigger fight than if Canelo wins. Because Canelo will be if Charlo wins, he'll be 2-time undisputed, and Bud will be 2-time undisputed. So you'd have 2-time undisputed against 2-time undisputed. Technically, that is, even though they're stripping Charlo at 154.
Let me ask you guys something. This is kind of a inside baseball. I can call someone else, but I can have you guys on. I just got to call my one of the, family member needs to lose 8 pounds to pass an exam, in the military, right? What kind of diuretics can you use to safely use that? It's some over the counter.
How much time does he have?
It's a he, and he has, I want to say 4 days, 4 or 5 days, something like that.
If you stop eating for 4 days, you can lose that weight, bro.
Maybe. Right, that's what he's doing right now, is starving and cleansing. But that's the question. What do you do as a fighter? And I know I know what they use, but I don't know if any of that shit's over the counter really. I don't know what UFC people use. They must use something. Those dudes are always popping for shit though. I don't think in the military they don't trust you for shit anyway. They probably run a test on these guys.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they do.
Are we talking about for a piss test?
No, it's no, a physical.
The guys
gotta lose weight.
Yeah,
Who you talking about? Your son?
No.
Yeah, you gotta be at a certain body mass index, BMI.
Yeah, he's
You
got
gotta be at a
to.
certain
So he
BMI
has
to
to put.
pass the physical.
So he has, he's got to. No, this is what one of the in-laws.
Well, there's this thing called oxy powder, and like you maybe take 4 of them when you go to bed, and then you know you wake up in the morning and it's shit city, and then apple cider vinegar.
Okay,
Hey,
so
look.
it's called. You said oxy
Hey,
powder.
you know what's funny, Smoke? Back
Yeah,
in
you
my
can
day
get it
when I
on
went in,
Amazon.
you know what they had for fat bodies back in my day?
What?
They call that shit remedial PT, nigga.
Yeah. I don't know what
While everybody else is eating dinner, your ass is on this track. You running.
He was a Marine for a bunch, and now he's switched to a different branch, and whatever.
Oh yeah, you gotta lose that weight, baby.
Yeah.
Lose that weight, but they don't do that no more. They say remedial PT was cruel and unusual punishment, I guess.
Oh.
Making their boys do sit up till midnight.
How do you go from being a Marine
and you not fit?
Well, see, once you get older, as you've been in the service for a while, Phantom, and as you get older, your PT standards start to drop. You don't have to do as much.
Yeah. Also, he got married and had like 2 kids in the last like 3 years.
Yeah, you gain weight, but you're an E5, E6, so you ain't got to do as much. But when you go to a new branch, they don't give a fuck about that. You got to start all over.
Yeah, he went to exactly. He's may re-enlist in this different branch. But anyway, all that
depends.
all
That depends on how much they need you. If they need you, they'll offer you they'll tell you, okay, you can keep your rank or whatever. Or they even add rank if they really need you in another branch and they really want you. They'll let you keep your rank.
Yeah, he probably changed them OSs too, though. TDE.
Oh,
yeah. He
okay,
thought he was done, and then anyway.
got it. Okay, that's gonna be a problem right there. Yeah.
Yeah, because you got to go back to basic, you got to go back to advanced school. You got to do all that shit all over again.
So you said oxy powder and apple cider vinegar, right?
Yep.
All right. Cool. Thank you. As you were, gentlemen.
Okay, boss. We're gonna go ahead and run up your watch time hours for you. Okay, Smoke.
Not so much. Like right now is a little bit of a low. But I do just want. It's going to be a minute. But I just want to get to my guy, or so he can have as much time with this apple cider vinegar and oxy powder as possible. I like finding answers and then passing on what I learned. I don't know what the hell this oxy powder does, but he can fight. But at least there is an answer. Go ahead. Sorry, what were you saying, TV?
No, go ahead. I'm good. Do your thing.
Now go ahead. We're all ears. Yes, run up my watch time hours, please.
Yeah, we're doing it. We've been doing it for the past 8 hours, bro.
Oh, that's every week. It's one of my favorite parts of the week. I got to tell.
Hey, Shelton, bro. Every time I see you walking around like you on a different. Where the hell are you, bro?
I'm at home. This is what you do when you retire, man. You walk. You try to stay fit. You know what I'm saying? When you retire, you ain't got no work to do all day, so. You walk around, you try to stay fit, eat a little bit, fuck with the dogs,
I thought you was at work walking around or something.
Well, no, I stopped working, was that 21 October 4th? Okay. Was my last day. Ain't no more working for the kid.
You got a channel?
Oh, no, I ain't got time. I ain't got the patience for that.
Okay.
I got too much other shit going on. I've been wanting to barbecue and spend time with the wife and shit. I just love talking shit to Smoke. Talking shit to Smoke and goddamn watching some boxing. Smoke is live. We watched the fight together or something. But other than that, man, I got all kind of other shit going on.
Okay, bro. I got you.
I'm trying to move to another state. I got so much business to handle.
What state you in now?
But I am TDE taking my black ass to Vegas on the 30th and watch Canelo and Charlo. I ain't never seen Canelo live. I seen Charlo live. I seen Charlo live at the Castano fight, but I ain't never seen Canelo live, so I want to see that.
Yeah, that might be an option for me as well, because I haven't been out there live to see a fight, so that would be good. That'll be but really, more than likely, I'll probably just sit that one out and wait for the Crawford Canelo fight.
Well, I just want to be in the building because the energy for that Canelo fight is gonna be crazy. It's gonna be and it's gonna be September, October. It's gonna be crazy. End of summer, Vegas gonna be popping.
Yeah, no.
It's gonna be 1,000,000 degrees. Charlo Canelo is a good fight. That's a real good fight. Too bad they don't have the old school posters, right?
Yeah, that's when you want to collect.
Mm-hmm.
How do you see that fight ending? How do you see that fight ending?
I don't know. I really don't know. I can't really call it because I know Charlo got a gas tank. I just don't know if he can take the power of a legit 68-pounder cracking on him.
All right.
Well, we could compare him to. Well, yeah. Well, I was going to say compare him to Castano, but then it's not 168 pounds; it's 154, so it's different.
Yeah, I would venture to say that Canelo hits a little bit harder than Brian Castano.
Yeah, but I'm saying that in terms of Charlo taking the punch, he didn't take Castano's punch very well at 154, so I don't know how he's going to take Canelo's punch at 168. He probably just to say about the same, I would think. And the only difference is I think pound for pound, Canelo hit harder than Castano.
He should
that's really the
consider
only question. Because if you think about it, really, Smoke, if you think about it, Charlo has all the advantages.
Well, he has a disadvantage in his hairdo. He needs to stop wearing that S curl. He needs to get that shit out of his head. Every time he gets hit, it jingles like he's Raggedy Ann.
Well, nobody told you to stop wearing your S curl back in the day. Hold on. Nobody told you to stop wearing your S curl back in the day.
You don't know what was going on in my head or my household back in the day. The hell out of here. Let me just tell you that.
Nobody told me to stop wearing my S curl. Shit, I wore my shit for a long time.
Well, you weren't a professional fighter back then, and I never was, right? So I'm just saying, like, he needs to, like, it puts extra oomph on the punches. It makes it look like he's getting hit with a Mack truck.
That S curl ruined a lot of couches back in the day.
Oh no, that's the Jerry curl. That's it. Yeah, that's it with the activator.
I used to have a shag too.
Yeah.
Hey, Smoke. I used to be the nigga with the shag too. I used to have a shag too.
Oh wow. Oh yeah, you're LA. Man, I used to cry laughing visiting my cousins. Stuff like LA was what you got going on? Yeah, I had blue bandana, all that. I was breakdancing, all having fun. And came out. What set you clear? What? You can't wear that blue bandana. What? I'm dancing. Oh, okay. Where you from? Oakland. Okay. Still, you got to put it away. Fuck that. Anyway, yeah, man. LA, you guys are different. Shags, Jerry curls, plastic on couches. You guys different. You guys are different.
That's LA, baby. We used to have it all back in the day, boy. You had the Covadas. When your people get mad at you, cut all your hair off. You wore your fro, the curl, the S curl, the shag.
Focus sack, yeah, man.
The fade with the waves, all that shit.
Yeah, we're a little bit more easy going in the Bay, but
Yeah, sure. Let me get my 100 now, sure, man. Fucking mad.
New butcher.
What's going on? No, sure, man. What's going on, fam? Come on, fam. What's going on, man? I've allowed this. What's going on, fam?
Say that again.
I said, what's going on? What happened, OG Sean? You left me in the dirt again, fam. What happened?
I just got my fucking car totaled. You knew all that shit. Stop it. I'm waiting on this money to come in. It's got to get a new car, man, too.
You got that, fam. You got that. They can send that to you, fam. Let me get that hand on, man. You got that, man.
These motherfuckers still got me on pendant. I hate pendant.
I hate loading.
Yeah, I hate pending, man. Shit, go on and you already totaled the motherfucker out. Now where's the check at?
Why are you totaling your?
No, I got T-bone, bro.
You keep forgetting that I really do not give two shits. You keep forgetting that I don't give any fucks. You keep forgetting it.
Smoke. Yo,
Hey, Smoke,
Fuck you,
man.
Smoke, you motherfucker.
Hey, Smoke, give me that Honda, man. OG Sean's gonna pay you back, man. Fuck that, man.
Oh man, Smoke, no joke, Smoke. Run that one more time, Smoke.
Fuck Smoke, punk motherfucker.
Yeah, fuck
Run
Smoke,
that one
man.
more time, Smoke.
Oh no! Oh wow! Oh, it's not funny, and it's not funny and legendary. It's all about timing and rest. You need the timing part of it. You can't just the repetition will happen again.
Yep.
But yeah, you gotta
The
let that
timing
go.
part of it is called.
Oh man, that was hilarious. Oh shit. Okay.
So Butch, give me your thoughts, Butch. Do you give Dubois a shot?
Nice. Oh.
You got a punch shot.
You take it hard. You take it hard, Butch.
She's got like I'm just that I'm torn in between saying he's got a puncher's chance and he's got two other chances, Slim and none. And Slim walked out the building, man. Fuck. He's gonna get the brakes being off of him. Shit. Oh my god. He's gonna get the break. He's gonna
Well, I think he got one more shot. He got a chance if Usyk get old overnight.
Usyk ain't getting old overnight, bro. You seen what he looks like, OG Sean. The man's in shape. He's in shape. He looks like Shangu shape. He looks like a monster. Daniel Dubois, and it's in Poland. I don't know. I don't know. It could be. You never. If he clips Usyk where he's meant to clip him, then we're in for a surprise. But I don't want to. I just want to see Tyson Fury and Usyk anyway. So I want Usyk to just clean up Dubois anyway, man. I don't want to see Dubois kill this guy. Kill Usyk with one punch, and then Dubois got all the belts, and then what would that? No, man. That'll just fuck everything up, man.
No, just make it more interesting.
No, I wouldn't.
Yes, it would.
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah, because Usyk, Fury would probably mop the floor with Dubois.
So how'd it be interesting?
Yeah, you're right.
Well, you got weirdos out here, but you got weirdos out here that's giving Ngannou a chance.
Who's giving it? Who are people? Who's giving Ngannou a chance?
Ngannou?
Ngannou?
They're giving that dude a chance.
Whose day's giving who? Whose day? What's this Thanksgiving? Whose day? Who's giving what?
Ngannou? Hey, come on, man. That's not even a boxer.
He ain't got no fucking chance.
And look how Fury did him. It's a 12-round fight.
As soon as it gets to 5 rounds, he's dead. He's dead. Ngannou gasses out. He gasses out in the UFC. As soon as he gets to round 5, he's dead.
That's a dead man walking right there.
Fury's gonna destroy him. OG Cyberman, what's up, fam?
You know, I don't think he's gonna. I think Fury is just gonna faint him to exhaustion. Actually, I don't even think it's gonna be
Faint
that much
him to
fighting.
exhaustion. I heard that one, boy. I said faint him to exhaustion.
Yeah, he's just gonna keep fainting. Faint.
Oh my god, he said faint him to exhaustion. Shit.
Yeah, the guy's gonna be like, okay, yeah, enough of this.
I said faint him to exhaustion. That is too funny, boy. Hey,
It's gonna be the easiest millions of dollars that Ngannou's ever made.
Usyk's gonna
let
beat
me
the
ask you
shit.
this. What do you think about the exhibition fight between Floyd and Crawford?
No,
Floyd get knocked out, man.
Yeah, I don't know if Floyd knows how to do an exhibition. I don't know if Crawford knows how to do an exhibition.
He doesn't know how
How
to do an
the fuck
exhibition.
no?
It's gonna be an exposition on Floyd's head. Floyd is a tomato can.
Yeah.
Let's just get it out the way.
Yeah,
Keep it pushing.
I don't know
So
if
it's a
corporate
can
knows
like
how to
he's
turn
an
it off.
actual can now, like
No,
he's
he's
an
a whole
old
can.
can, like.
He's
You
a
see, like
whole
when I
can.
say old can, no offense to the old can, because we're all gonna get old one day. But I'm saying he's old as in Floyd actually looks old. Like if he gets in there with any of the B level, A level caliber fighters, he is meat. He's done. They're gonna tear his head off. He couldn't even avoid punches from what's that guy's name that he just fought?
Okay,
That
all
bomber.
right. I put you like this: Floyd and Floyd next for Spence for tune-up fight.
Okay.
The thing, the thing with Floyd Mayweather is two things: how much money he's gonna make, and he got to make sure he wins. So he's not gonna entertain that at all.
Well,
Got
a
to
real
make
fight
sure he
between
wins.
Floyd and Spence right now, after in December instead of Crawford. Spence and Floyd, who wins?
Spence and Floyd.
Yeah,
I go Floyd. I go Floyd.
Yeah, so do I.
Floyd out
Yeah.
boxes. Yeah. All it is is
Wait a
footwork. All you
minute.
need is footwork.
Wait a minute.
All you need is footwork
Floyd
to beat
versus
Spence.
who?
All you need is footwork to beat Spence, man.
Oh my God! No, you
No,
also need to be
Floyd
able to fight.
versus Spence, man, not Zoo. Spence.
All you need is footwork to beat Spence, man. So you need
Hey,
footwork.
Floyd, listen, you need to also not have to be a grandfather. How about that?
Yep. You see, Floyd Mayweather is not a stupid guy. He know if he was to ever get back in the ring with a live, active, legitimate fighter, we as fans are gonna look at it more as a real fight than an exhibition. That's why I say he ain't trying to lose. He don't want as an exhibition and went the full distance, but man, that guy really beat Floyd. That's something that he can't deal with.
So you think that Spence? You think Floyd would be afraid to fight Spence right now?
No. He's saying that that's not sweet Georgia Brown. You need that Harlem Globetrotters versus the Washington Generals. We need that bucket full of confetti. We need the shot from half court, all that. Put the ball in your stomach, under your shirt. He needs to know he needs to stick to the script. And Bud is not going to stick to any script.
I don't know about that. I think Bud, they could do an exhibition.
And Spence. Spence has still he's got something left in the tank. A lot left in the tank. I mean, you guys just are having your victory lap and doing whatever it is you guys are doing.
You're still kind of sensitive about that Spence loss.
Well, I do have sons, and they are, I think they're still in shock. Me, not for, that was championship hands. The surprising thing to me, and I still can't quite wrap my mind around it, is the way Spence's face looked really early in the fight. Like none of Bud's other opponents looked like that. Like just bruised up and was all like battered, like within 3 rounds. Like I can't wrap my head around that shit.
None of Spence's other opponents. None of Crawford other opponent was running their face into Crawford's power jab. There wasn't. The one time that Book did it, he got knocked out right immediately.
Listen, all Jeff Horn did all night was do that. He was actually jumping on it. So he didn't even work behind a jab. He was just like leaping on a Bud's fist.
Yeah, and you saw what happened to Jeff Horn. He just
the ref finally waved it off, but it was boring. He could have went all 12. I don't think Spence could have made it all 12.
He's more durable than Spence. He was more durable than Spence.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Everybody was. Literally everyone but Face was more durable than Spence. And that I just can't wrap my head around that thing. That's just the weirdest part of that fight.
I understand also that Spence caught Bud at his most experience, right? He's the only one to fight Bud at this level, at this experience.
So everyone's gonna fight. Everyone who fights from now on is gonna catch him at his most experience. So
exactly, and this much training. He said this is he trained the hardest for this fight than any other fight he ever fought. Okay, so he took this fight very seriously.
He did. I know he did.
Yeah, so he was ready, and
I know he prepared really like a laser for this fight. I'm just saying.
And Spence was preparing for a guy, but the thing about that is that Spence wasn't preparing for that guy. He was preparing for a guy that never fought anybody, a guy that had the lowest, the weakest resume in the for all the champions, a guy that light in the ass, a guy that was, he was bigger and stronger than. Okay, he was training for a whole different guy.
It wasn't even that. He wasn't even training for that. The thing was, he's living off his own legend. He got gassed up. He believed his own press. He believed the hype and found out that there was a guy that had been laser focused on him for years and had so many answers in there and had game plan for every scenario that, what actually showed up in the night was easy. And Spence, if a 15-month layoff tells you all you need to know about how he approached that fight.
So the question is this then, Smoke. Can Derrick James lead Spence to any semblance of victory in the second fight, or should he look elsewhere?
Should Derrick James look at? Well, Derrick James is the trainer. They all work for Spence. People have now shown that everybody works for Spence.
Yeah, but
Spence is gonna get in there.
Should he look for some additional assistance in the rematch? Should he look to get a different perspective in the rematch, or should he continue using the Derrick James formula?
I think he should not. I think he should go backwards actually and get with Blu-ray. But I don't know if Blu-ray is going to have enough time. 6 months is a really quick, fast turnaround.
So you think the only problem was the strength and conditioning then?
No, it's a focus thing, and the strength and conditioning exposes all that stuff. It's a between the ears thing. It's a how much are you going to sacrifice? How much are you going to dream about like whooping that dude's ass? How much are you going to prepare for that guy? Because Spence didn't roll over. He was still trying to win. Once he got dropped in the second, he came back in the third. I felt like that was the best round of this fight. Like the first 3 rounds went about the way I thought, minus the knockdown. But the knockdown changed the momentum of it, right? It was just kind of like Spence early and yada yada. But then as soon as Bud turned up on him, that was over.
Well, you heard what Bud said, right? Preparation. The fight is won in the preparation in the gym.
Mm-hmm.
So at the end of the day, I'm just saying, bro. I mean, a lot of people keep overlooking this, but I mean, I can't overlook it. I'm sorry. The fact of the matter is that, based on what I heard from Derrick James leading up to this fight, I don't watch boxing. I only saw him fight 2 or 3 times. And somebody sent me that. I don't even watch the fight. But he always has something to say about Crawford, but he never watched Crawford fight. But he always has something to say. So, I mean, based on what I heard from Derrick James, I just don't see how Derrick James could have adequately prepared Errol Spence for that fight against Crawford, because the guy that he had in his mind that Crawford was a totally different guy. So he wasn't preparing Spence for that Crawford. He was preparing Spence for some imaginary Crawford that he had in his mind, some in his vain imaginations.
See, what they were saying was, if we build you right, then you can beat anybody no matter what they bring to the table. So we don't need to prepare for this guy specifically. And I've seen this attitude in guys, and it's supposedly what Floyd Mayweather was supposed to be doing. But Floyd Mayweather was the fighter. The trainers were looking at tape all the time. Like to hear your trainer say he doesn't look at tape, then what the hell are you preparing me for?
Right away, that's a red flag for me right there. When a guy is out there bragging about not watching boxing and you a trainer, what the hell are you talking about? How is that possible?
Well, not watching tape on your fighter's upcoming opponents. Like, how do you? Like, then who the hell is doing it? Like, I can understand why the fighter wouldn't be doing it, but okay, if you're not doing it, the fighter's not doing it, then who is? How do you know what to exploit or anything? Like, were you just gonna go and freestyle every time?
Spencer, you saw all the Crawford's fight. He said he's a fan of boxing, so he watched boxing. He actually watched it. He likes to watch fights, but his trainer doesn't. So I don't know how that works actually. So, you notice though, I'm being truthful about this, Smoke. You saw when the fight was going on in the corner, right? And Derrick James was telling Spence to step around, chop, step around. Spence looked like he was a million miles away. He wasn't listening to nothing that Derrick James was telling him, because you know what he realized? he realized that he was in that ring himself, and that Derrick James was no help at all. Okay, he
I don't think he
realized that
realized him. No, I think you're right the first time. His mind was a million miles away. He didn't realize shit.
because he realized
Yeah,
that
he didn't
was on
realize
his own.
anything.
He was on
He
his
didn't
own.
no. His mind was a million miles away. Period. His mind was a million miles away in the press conference before the fight
a million
when he was
miles
talking
away
about
from Derrick James.
No,
Derrick
I'm saying
James
his.
was talking about.
What I'm saying is his was not in his right mind. He was focused on the wrong thing for years. It wasn't. It just showed up in the fight on fight night. But in the press conference, when he was talking about who was going to walk out first and who made the fight, he was focused on the wrong shit. But the fact that he was talking about doing it, at each stage of this thing, you could see Errol's like little snapshots of just his mind being a million miles away.
Yep.
Yeah, not just a million miles away. I don't think. See, I think what you understand. There's a reason. There has to be a reason for that. And so again, I'm going to reference, what happened in the ring, in the corner, doing while Derrick James was talking to him. And my point is that the thing that was that he felt isolated. Basically, it's not just in the ring itself while the fight was going on, but it was even leading up to the fight with all the shit that Derrick James all the dumb shit that Derrick James was saying, bro. I mean, even I remember when they was at the press conference they brought up the thing about Teofimo 2 times, and Derrick James jumped in. Nobody asked him anything. He just jumped in and said, "Oh, Teofimo did it. He's 2 times." I mean, and you could see Spence looked at him at the corner of his eye, like, "What? What the fuck? What? What are you talking about?" But he didn't say nothing. But he just kind of looked at him like, I mean, Derrick James was just. I mean, I don't understand what Derrick James was saying could have instilled any real confidence in the fighter. Because I'm pretty sure one thing I know about Spence, and Spence, he kind of knows fighters, he knows boxing, and he said that he watched all the Crawford fight. So I know for a fact that what Derrick James was saying and what Spence was seeing was 2 different things. Okay.
I don't think so. I think what we saw, I think Derrick James was giving him the exact right instruction for that fight. And for whatever reason, Spence was not able to pull the trigger. I don't know what the hell it was, but yeah, he was just coming straight head. He was coming in straight lines, not using any angles. Wasn't moving his head off the line. He wasn't doing it like he was. Derrick James gave him the right instruction, but yeah, whatever.
I don't know about giving the right instruction because
it was the right game plan going in was wrong.
Step around. What does that chop? What the hell does that mean? What the hell does chop and step around? What is that supposed to mean?
And I agree with what Derrick James saying, but I think he's saying it to the wrong fighter because I never looked at Errol Spence as a fighter that fight at angles.
Yeah, but he's telling them to do something that they didn't train for.
Yep.
They
I never looked at Spence that way. A fight that uses angles and turns his opponent and stuff. I never looked at him as a fighter like that. That's stuff that got to be taught in the gym.
You can't manufacture that in the middle of the fight. It doesn't work like that, bro. So, I'm just saying.
I don't know. Well, I mean, we all have our own interpretation of what angles are. Then I thought it's instead of coming in straight, coming to the side. Use your thing. Like Spence was just coming in straight lines.
Yep.
Not moving off the line at all, and that's using the angle. That's the thing. Like, so he's not been a straightforward fighter to me like that. But whatever.
The only hope that Spence had to win that fight against Crawford was there was only one way he could have won the fight. Okay, and besides getting a lucky punch off and knocking him out, the only way he could have won the fight was to move away from Crawford, let Crawford come forward, and he do the counter punching. That's the only way he could have won that fight.
Yep.
I think there's a couple ways. There's a couple things he could have done. I think he could have fought Boots and Thurman. And so he would have been sharp and also a little bit, prepared for switch hitting and all that other stuff. And not having it. I got you. I'm just saying what I'm just going through my thing. I'm sorry. I'm almost done. I'm probably tricking you a little bit more with that film.
Because it's not like I said.
But I think he could have done that to have been better. And also had somebody watch tape. And then go over something, some of Terrence Crawford's weaknesses that they could exploit versus just playing to their own strengths and hoping that would be enough.
And the thing about it, Smoke, A lot of people don't want to accept the fact. We always talk about this. Inactivity plays a big role in a fighter's career. Spence only had one fight in a minute, and that was Ugas. His fight got canceled with Pacquiao because of his eye injury, and he sat out the rest of that year.
2 fights since 2019.
He sat out the rest of that year, and with everything that he'd been through with his body, personal and everything, the inactivity, the injuries that's compiling and stuff like that, that's not good to go into a fight of that magnitude with a fighter like a Crawford. Now, had it been anybody else, maybe a Stanley Onis or maybe somebody else of that caliber, or it might would have been different and stuff like that. But when you're fighting a caliber fighter like a Crawford, and that's a big, big, big fight, and you're going into a fight with one fight in the last, year and a half, 2 years, and you've been known to be accumulation of injuries, regardless if it's to your own or basically just fluky, but that's pretty much been the case with Spence the back half of his career and stuff. Either inactivity or fluky injuries.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things played into that the outcome of the fight that had nothing to do with how much better a fighter or boxer or whatever Bud is than Spence. I think there's a bunch of things he could have done that might have not only made him more competitive, but could have maybe even gotten him the victory.
Well, as far as I can see, is the main thing that you need to do is stay away from Crawford's power. That means he had to fight in the back foot. Fight going to, he should be fighting going to his, like do some lateral movement, going to his right. Okay. But again, with Crawford, it doesn't matter if you go to the right or the left because he can switch. So, either way, whatever you do is going to be a problem for you. So, it's hard to beat a guy like Crawford if you're not really prepared. And Spence just wasn't prepared for that fight. He just wasn't prepared for that guy that stepped into the ring on the 29th. He was preparing for something totally different. And what he was preparing for.
And you know, everybody on this panel, we men, and pride is a big thing when it comes to our nature. And I understood the sentiments he had, but to be honest, if it took this situation to happen for a minute, I'd have done moved up if I was Spence, and hopefully get this opportunity to fight him later on than sooner, because it's not making an excuse. It's just legitimate. He stayed there and waited for Crawford, and all these things happened to him and stuff. And along the way, him putting on extra weight in between fights and got to come down so much from the weight he put on. I just think I'm going to catch this guy maybe at a higher weight class at 54 or something. It's not going to happen at 47.
Oh, he could have caught him earlier if he was smart.
Yeah.
You see? But, they thought they was, pulling a fast one or whatever the hell they thought they were doing over there. They thought they was waiting Crawford out, aging him out or whatever.
Yeah.
And we all see how that turned out. But you gotta.
I don't think any of that was the case. I think everyone was doing business, and business was booming, right? Like everyone, like ESPN was doing, was launching ESPN Plus app. They had Terrence Crawford as their guy. The Zone entered the market. They had that, they were talking about $1 billion over there. PBC, they had their Showtime contract. Fox just got into the business. And that's when he re-upped the Top Rank. He could have gone to PBC. They gave him an offer. He's like, no, I'm gonna stay here Top Rank because ESPN Plus app was launching. Right? It's just, I don't think any guys were ducking. I think the business dictated what was going on. But in between that, I think Crawford stayed hungrier than Spence.
Yeah.
Spence, I gotta go by what Crawford said because he's actually in there and he said they were freezing him out. So I'm gonna have to go with that because that's what it looked like to me from the outside, and he's saying it from the inside.
Well, but he also said that nobody was ducking him. He also said that he sued Bob for not making the fight.
No, he didn't think the fighter was ducking him personally. He thought it's all part of the business, but that doesn't mean they wasn't freezing him out. Remember when Spence said to Crawford when they had that meeting when they was in the red and black hoodie, and he said to him, And he rolled off all those names of the people that he was going to probably fight next. And then Crawford said to him, "Is my name on that list?" And what did Spence say? He said, "No."
Yeah, correct. And you know what? Right. And Bud had a list also, and guess whose name wasn't on it? Spence.
Spence.
These guys, like, this is, I don't understand, like, why, like, when it comes to this sort of, like, you know, these kinds of promotions, right? Right, but like, because what I'm saying to you is this, and it's very obvious. Bob Arum is telling you he does not care about cross-promotional fights. He wants to make in-house fights. That's what he does. Bud never once, while he was with Top Rank, went on a non-Top Rank card. Never. And nobody else on Top Rank will do that either. So, like, this whole, like, scapegoating, like, I'm not noticing what's going on in Top Rank, it's, like, ridiculous to me.
Yep.
Like, he knew what was happening. Like, when he signed to Top Rank, you knew that from that moment forward, that entire time, if you're fighting Terrence Crawford, he's going to be on a Top Rank card.
Yep.
Yeah, but even Floyd Mayweather was signed
to Top Rank freezing you out.
Time. So what are you saying?
Yeah, no, but that's not other people freezing you out. That's ridiculous. That is you and being when you are not fighting anywhere. The fact that they don't come to your network is not them freezing you out.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you know that's how you look at it. I guess Crawford disagrees with you.
No, I mean Crawford was talking crap for a second, but whatever, man. But even Crawford said, "Yeah, I was in my feeling. I thought, but you know, he basically said I was right." Basically, Crawford seen the light.
He said,
"Yeah, but
right.
Yeah, he got that. Yeah, I mean, he got that paid. He went over to PBC and started back in money and be like, "What's going on with the pay per view?" Like, okay, hold up, Bob been tripping. Now he's mad at Bob. Now he's back to saying I got like 10% of my paycheck. Now that he's messing with Al.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm not even going like whatever. People talking about still saying it's freezing out.
He did say something like that. He did say something about the fact that he was looking at things in a different light, especially when it comes to the guaranteed purse as opposed to the betting on himself.
They got all these people twisted up. I was trying to explain to people like what it is to own your own business and what it what it is to assume risk and how you're compensated for assuming that risk.
Yep.
Whatever. Like
but now he's on his own, and that's why you can see all of that. He's never going to see all of that if he's signed to Top Rank or PBC. If he's signed to PBC, he's not going to see that either. Okay, so like he said, he wouldn't negotiate with Errol Spence. He would negotiate with Al Heyman.
Well, that's the whole thing. The other people they'd already seen the light. Bud was just tripping. Bud was out there getting his 10% on the dollar, 10 cents on the dollar. Talking about they're freezing them out. These guys are talking about we over here getting it, and you're out there chirping in the wilderness about some nonsense.
Yep.
Who was getting it?
The PBC guys, the guys who had already seen the light that Bud just saw.
Yep.
I don't know what you're talking about because for what I
I'm saying when Bud just said that betting on yourself thing, that guaranteed money we're talking about, the PBC guys were already doing that. The whole time Bud, you're talking about Bud saying they freeze them out. When those guys said those list of names that Errol Spence had, all of that was him getting back in money. The back in money that Bud now realizes was the thing he should have been getting the whole time.
The whole time, yep.
That's why Errol Spence wasn't all gung ho for it. That's why he's a little bit more tame. I think he's a little bit more silk sheety than Bud, right?
That's hungry. Okay, I got you. I got it.
That's what I've been saying a lot lately. Smoke, Shakur Stevenson. I know he's a young fighter, but he also want to put himself in that top position. He better start learning and understanding his place outside the ring also. And like what I'm getting, I'm getting a fair shake with the talent and abilities that I have because I know what my friend went through, Terrence Crawford, and he all of a sudden seen the light. So I'm gonna just sit there and go through the same thing that he went through and others that had to leave Top Rank to pursue whatever they wanted out of their career. It's the same scenario.
Yeah, but
because
a lot of those guys had the backing, right?
Shakur Stevenson is not going to talk Bob Arum into nothing. The others couldn't do it. What makes him different?
Right. Well, the guys. Well, the thing was the big guys had Bob's blessing, right? And Pacquiao and Oscar, like they had the full support of Top Rank. The other guys had to get theirs in spite of Bob, and that's Mayweather and Bud. right? They both got money. They both had millions and all that stuff. But to get what their market value, they had to leave Top Rank.
Yep, they had to leave. And there's gonna come to a point in time when Shakur is gonna have to leave because the bottom line with Bob Arum and we like Shakur and stuff like that. But he's not in a category of an exciting fighter that's gonna draw numbers. He's a great young talent. He could be a great all-time great fighter. But as for him being inside the ring and stuff like that, that's a part of it also. He's not an excited fighter and he's not a numbers.
I mean, he had a big chance. He had a big chance to get to where he had to go in one fight against Haney. And I don't understand that, bro. How do you turn down such a fight for all the belts and 25%? How do you turn that down, bro? How?
Well, that brings me to my other point is that I think Bud and Floyd Mayweather definitely had better teams around him than Shakur has. You know, like you need a team. If you're going to negotiate the Top Rank while you're there, you can't just be out there floating with like superstar promoters and superstar managers, and basically you're not on there. Like you're not their number one priority. It just doesn't matter. Like you know what? I'm now just putting it all together. Yeah, Shakur. Yeah, Shakur's in a world of problems. It's been bothering me ever since the Devin Haney Loma fight, and he was in the ring all by himself. I'm like, what's going on here? It's now just occurred to me. Shakur is living in everybody else's shadow.
Yep.
And he needs to figure out how to strike out on his own and blaze his own trail.
Yep. 100%. I got you on that one.
Like he's in Jay Prince's shadow, he's in Bob Arum's shadow, he's in Lomachenko's shadow, he's in Tank's shadow, he's in Devin Haney's shadow, he's in Bud Crawford's shadow, even in his own gym, kind of thing. Like that young man needs to figure it out. It sucks that he doesn't have a dad that's looking out for him, like who knows the business, or uncles, or whatever the hell. Right?
That's why I was saying, Smoke, if Shakur would have taken that 25% and become undisputed, there's no way Tank side cannot pay attention to that. There's no way they're going to be able to overlook that and come up with some scenarios. They don't put asses in seat. There's no way.
All of boxing takes notice of that. And he did that over what, 5 points? 10 points maybe?
That was you don't give away $90 to make $10. You know what I'm saying? If you're selling something for $100, somebody comes to you and say, "Yo, I got 90." You don't say, "Oh no, I want 100." You give them for 90. What? You're gonna give away 90 for $10? I mean, but that's the way some people think. You know what I mean? So, it is what it is. But to me, that was the dumbest thing in boxing in the last 20 years.
Yep.
I never heard anything like that in my life. I'm sorry.
That's what I was saying. Where he's going to recoup having a payday fighting Devin Haney, taking that 25%, whatever anybody else he's going to fight. He's not going to have it unless he fight Tank. That's it.
Yeah.
But the other thing is,
biggest payday for undisputed and stuff like that. Before it would have been way more at stake than any other guy he's gonna fight.
Well, I would have took that fight. I would have took it for free. Okay.
The thing is, I know that he's marinating the fight. He's just doing a bad job of it, right? Yep. Like he now just looks crazy. Like what you're supposed to do is to say that you're not gonna get any credit for beating Devin Haney, who's weight drained. Something like that. You don't go like, "Oh yeah, I deserve more money." Like what? Like you're the boogeyman, but now you're the choosy beggar. Like what the fuck is going on? Like you got all of your characters mixed up. You're sending all these weirdo messages, and you're just exhausting people. Aren't you now you're the fat guy that like lost the belts on the scale, right? You're going back to a 130-pound fat guy, professional athlete.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what happened when you don't have no real guidance, though. I guess I don't know who's guiding them, personally. Like you need like a publicist or somebody,
Yeah,
to show him
he's fucking with too many giants. Like at
show him
some
how to
point,
move.
he's. I feel like a lot of his elite status is because of his association with people. Like he's associated with Andre Ward, associated with Jay Prince, associated with Bob Arum. The silver medalist, which ain't the gold, but it's still pretty good fucking status, right? Especially for an American amateur. It's for or in these days, I should put another qualifier on it, like
No,
a modern day.
But he has bona fide skills, though. It's not just
He is, and he is good, but at a certain point, he just gets overshadowed by everything else, like everyone else. Like he is good, but he's not Jay Prince good. Jay Prince got offset. Like Jay Prince got a murder trial that is like actually more to the cultural moment than fucking Shakur Stevenson.
Yep.
You know what I mean? It's just kind of like Devin Haney, the little brother, is like outshining him. Tank, the big brother, is just doing it's just in a different stratosphere when it comes to everybody. Like he's getting it the way that lower weight class guys are not even supposed to be getting it. Yeah, I don't know. Like Shakur, that dude is behind it, but he does have time though.
Who you think advised him not to take the fight? Do you believe he actually?
No, I don't think they were ever going to take the fight. I think they are marinating the fight for 147 when they can make all the money. I think the Top Rank is Marination City. Everything, the way that they maneuver, is about marinating and leveraging that moment for whatever it is that the Top Rank. Like Top Rank has so they budget for greatness, right? So they want to. Their calculus is what is the best fight we can get for the correct amount of money. Right, and by a correct amount of money, that means their budget that they have from the network. Right, that's what they're trying to dole that out, and they lose money on the more marquee names, but they gain money on the up and comers. So guys like Jared Anderson, they make a mint off that dude because they get the one, just the one yearly, the annual end budget, right? So guy that costs $4 million and not at least so hype on those dudes versus guys who cost like, 150,000. Because then you got to spend all the budget or as much of the budget to make sure you get your budget renewed. Maybe spend a little bit more so you get the budget increased for the next next budget cycle. But basically, you're trying to like keep the money you're trying to keep as much money in the pot as for yourself, right? That's why Bob is like on some Bud cost me X amount, or this other fighter who's a marquee name cost me Y amount. Meanwhile, they wouldn't even get those contracts if you didn't have those big sellers on them. But you call them loss leaders. But you have to pay Bud his money. You have to pay Loma that money so you can get the budget in the first place.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now that you don't have the Buds or the Oscar De La Hoyas, the Floyds on your roster, then why is the network giving you money? And it seems like the network is paring back too, because that budget for greatness is not. I don't think that's where the sport is anymore. There's not enough content. Yeah, there's not enough distribution. I don't know. I can go on and on about this stuff.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
It sucks that it's coming down into the Shakur is becoming a cautionary tale because of it. Like it's sometimes I don't make a music reference. It used to be like Death Row Records, right? They had all these heavy hitters on it, Tupac, Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre.
Yep.
They even had a Dog Pound coming in. Then there was another guy, like a singer dude that was supposed to come up, like Davy Boy or something like that. Like even Lady of Rage, like had her little moment of sun. But if you were like, what was that one's name? I can't even remember his name now. He had a golfer. He had the name of like a famous golfer, Sam Snead.
Yeah.
Right. If you're a Sam Snead, it's kind of hard to catch runs at Death Row. You know what I mean?
You're right. Because when you looked at deck row records and stuff outside of Suge, it's really 3 figureheads that you paid attention to and thought about and talked about when you said dead row: Pac, Snoop, and Dre. And everybody else was just everybody else was just in line, you know.
Yeah, Snoop had his whole Dog Pound thing, so he had Nate Dogg and Corrupt, you know, all that. And that was kind of then that was they had their own little cool vibe. Warren G was there to the side, not with Death Row, but like affiliated with the Dog Pound. They had this whole like affiliation. It was a nice little moment. But I'm just saying, Shakur now seems to be a guy. Is he Daz Dillinger? Like, what is he gonna play? Is he gonna be Corrupt? Like, is he gonna be able to strike out and be? I don't know, man. He's just being overshadowed. I think his skill is being drowned out. His PR is just terrible for this cultural moment. And yeah, anyway, beating the dead horse at this point. Let me ask you, J-Side. What are your thoughts right now? I don't know if you're paying attention to it, about the cruiserweights and the middleweights, like right now. Oh, that leaves J-Side too. All right. Yeah, let's see. Breaking news: Robert Helenius failed a drug test. Now, that's why he won 7 rounds. So if he wasn't drugged to the gills, it would have been over faster. It's kind of interesting. Okay, let me scroll up and read the chat, see what's happening. This has been a slow boxing week. You know it's slow when news of AJ and Wilder are like kind of one of the major stories, right? You know, it's a slow boxing week.
Yeah.
But we do our homework, and I did not realize that Triple G is no longer champion. I don't know how that happened, but in the whole fervor of these big fights and the controversial decisions and wanting guys to step up and all this stuff, the era of Triple G is over.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. Talk about what an inauspicious drop off, right?
Yeah.
I remember when HBO was trying to shove Triple G as a pound for pound number one. As a matter of fact, I think he did make pound for pound number one over Andre Ward and Floyd Mayweather at one point.
Yeah.
And just spoiler alert, Triple G was never better than either one of those dudes.
Yeah.
Not any day of the time that both those guys were active.
I guess he came.
He was never better. But
I'm older fighter.
they tried to hold that.
I'm not even close to what I was. I'm not even close to what I was, and they put me over fighters that I shouldn't have been over.
The era of Triple G has come to an end.
Yeah, and 2, I don't have that money machine.
I can say, as a middleweight reign during that era, we had some good fighters. The fights, I guess, the best fights Triple G was in. Canelo had some pretty good ones. Sergio Martinez, we had a couple of decent ones.
Mm-hmm.
Cotto was all right. Danny Jacobs. That was more a Canelo fight. Yeah, Triple G's reign was it was all right. It was all right. It wasn't terrible. It was decent.
Yeah.
It was decent.
Hey, Smoke.
Hold on.
Smoke.
What's up, Phantom?
Can you hear Jonathan Simon? I don't think you can hear him.
Y'all can hear me?
I don't know what's happening. I don't know if I can hear you.
Yeah,
hear my headphones. Hold up. That's what.
Let me come back in if y'all can hear me.
There you go. Shit.
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you now. I took the headphones off and forgot. I was wearing headphones. Go ahead.
You wearing headphones now? You got a whole little setup now.
Well, yeah, I can't just the phone. You know what? Let me actually go to a different part of the house. Let me try that.
I mean, your sound is clear. You know, I'm just saying you
Okay,
wearing
sound clear. All
headphones.
right, cool. Yeah. I put the Bluetooth on. But I
Yeah, I
tried it
can hear you.
earlier, and you guys were saying it wasn't so good. But yeah, I got tired of wearing these earbuds. I took the headphones on. And I was just all talking and shit, and forgot that yeah, I need to actually wear the headphones in order to hear you guys, right? So yeah, what's up?
Who y'all think is gonna be the next emergence fighter for Top Rank? Since Bud is gone and getting older, and Loma's getting older, who y'all think is gonna be that next fighter
The
for
guy
the
who's
company that everybody gonna pay attention to with Top Rank?
Obvious that
it,
it's Shakur's heir apparent.
no, it is not obvious at all. To me, it's Jared Anderson. The way they got Shakur out there floating, it looks to me like they're more interested in Jared Anderson than Shakur.
Well, he is a heavyweight, so.
Yeah, they're trying to I think they're trying to build out that Eastern European market that that Loma is spearheading. They'll have some Janabek in there and some other dudes. Jalalov is there now. Yeah.
Well, all they really got to do for Shakur is get him a tank fight. Like, if Bob wants to bullshit around the bush and act like you don't have to just do that, well, then that's his issue.
He said he don't give a damn about Tank. He said I got in-house fights. Fighters can do what they want, but if they wanted, but what he's interested in is in-house fights, and hopefully he can put together a package, like whatever.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So if they're not trying to do that for him, then Shakur needs to jump ship. Bob recently said it's a big fight and it's a good fight, but take that with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
You can be great if it fits in the budget.
Yeah.
That's how Bob works.
Budget. If it don't fit
Affordable
in
greatness.
Budget, it don't fit in his budget.
Oh my God, that is too good. I gotta remember that concept. Affordable greatness.
Yeah, I can see Shakur being a PBC fighter within the next 3 years.
28 years old. But let's see what PBC also has a dates issue. I mean, these guys, man, they got to figure it out. They got to figure it out. I don't know how he's going to build up the book at Top Rank, fighting the likes of is he even going to get the Cambosos fight?
I don't know. He's fighting. Bob said for sure he's fighting in November for the vacant WBC. He said for sure.
He's fighting TBD, right?
No, WBC. Bob said Shakur is fighting for the vacant.
No. TBD is to be determined. The opponent, basically nobody.
Yep.
It's a Shakur Stevenson date, not even a fight date. It's a Shakur Stevenson fighting on this date for a vacant title. Okay, great, awesome.
Facts.
Exciting stuff. real titillating stuff. I'm intrigued. After the Yoshino, how can you top that, right? And by TBD for a vacant. Okay, awesome. At least he'll be a 3-division champion, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a nice sidebar. 3-division champ.
And he'll be a headliner.
Yeah.
I mean, if Shakur wants to collect belts at 135, then Top Rank is the place to be. You at least gonna get 2 or 3 up out of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
2 or 3. What belts at 135?
Oh, and listen, Bob is excellent at scapegoating the other side too.
Haney got all the belts.
The reason, this is definitely going to be Tank's fault that the fight didn't happen. Tank's definitely going to be overrated and garbage and all this other stuff. And if they fight, if Shakur wins, it's definitely going to be because Shakur was, whatever. I'm sorry, because Tank was protected and yada yada yada. Same thing. Same thing with Charlo and Canelo. Same thing with fucking Spence and Bud. Whatever. Same thing with Wilder and Fury.
Because I could see Shakur getting the WBC, the WBO, and then maybe the IBO.
The WBO, I can definitely. Well, I think
Tell
that
Tank to
one.
fight someone for real, man. Tell Tank to fight
No,
someone for real, man. Holding
no.
his
See,
feet to the fire.
here's the thing.
Holding his feet to the flames, man.
I think that I think Loma's getting that WBO.
Why the fuck? What I don't understand is why the fuck aren't we getting these fucking fights like we should be? What's the next
Okay, so
movement?
what?
We don't know
That's
if
why.
Shakur's
That's
gonna
why I
fight.
say
We don't
smoke.
know
The
if
only.
Tank's gonna fight. We don't even know if Devin
That's
Haney's
why I
fighting
say
Regis.
smoke.
We don't know
Here we
shit.
go. Fall
We don't
breather
know
rant.
nothing.
Here we go.
The only
Okay,
question mark I
Hold on, man.
have,
What
or
are you talking about? Man? Come
Bob
out your
Aaron
cave.
would have.
You finished driving that fucking truck yet?
Yeah. I said the only question that Bob Aaron would have, he has an opportunity to get 3 belts back on his side of the playing field, because Shakur fighting for the WBC, Loma's gonna fight for the WBO vacant, and we don't know what Kambosos is gonna do in his fight for the IBF. So if at least two of them guys, we can pretty much say they're gonna come through and pull their fights through. I don't know about Kambosos, but if he does, that's 3 belts on Top Rank, and there's 3 in-house fights that he can make.
Well, the problem. So Frank Martin's got to come in there somewhere.
Somewhere, yeah.
He's got to be. Yeah, he's got to be ranked somewhere for something.
Yeah, so now I wanna see Floyd Schofield. I wanna see Frank Martin. I wanna see Zepeda. What about that nigga? Zepeda, get his ass in there. William Zepeda. You get me? Then you got fucking Isak Cruz. He don't need to fight Tank next. He needs to fight one of them brothers. Then you get Edwin De Los Santos. You need to get them niggas' asses in there. Get them asses in there, man. Had enough of this shit.
Fights that I want to see. What fights do I want to see?
I want to see I want to see Isak Cruz versus William Zepeda. I want to see Floyd Schofield against maybe a Edwin De Los Santos. I want to see him against maybe a Isak Cruz, or I want to. There's other guys. There's other guys in the division that I don't know if you guys know about.
Isak Cruz and Raleigh.
Yeah, I'm just saying you came in kind of hot. You came in kind of hot for someone who's talking about Frank Martin, Schofield, and Isak Cruz. I mean, like, really, how much are you invested in these guys? What the fuck they got going on? There's like 45 champions. There's 45 like reigning champions, and none of those are them, right?
Well, I want to see them. You get me? You still got Jermaine Ortiz up there. You still got Raymond Muratalla. You know what I'm saying? You still got Kambosos up there. Someone needs to beat him up. Someone needs to knock him out. Someone needs to knock it. See, whoever knocks out Kambosos stops him. You get me? That's a great look on their resume. You know what I'm saying to you? You still got Michel Rivera up there. You still got
okay, I see you. You want to mix up on the second tier? Okay, I feel you. You want clarity. You're looking for clarity.
Yeah.
Well, Frank Martin is ranked high enough to fight for that bacon, bro. So he should be positioning himself for that.
You still got Barenchik. Barenchik is up there.
You're right, fam. He is in a position to fight for a world title.
Barenchik is done though. Barenchik is finished though. That dude is super well.
No, he's not. He's no. This is another fight. Smoke. This is he's undefeated.
Which one? Barenchik?
No, Dennis.
Oh,
Dennis.
you're talking about Dennis.
Hey, Jay Simon, I got a question for you, Jay Simon.
What's going on?
What does this say about a fighter when you juiced up and the shit still don't help you?
It depends who they're fighting. It depends who they're fighting.
I mean, if it's two guys who are juiced up, right?
Tank, you're dead.
No,
well,
one guy was juiced up.
He's talking about Robert Helenius popping
Yeah,
dirty.
one guy was juiced up and he still got knocked the fuck out.
Well, I mean, maybe he would have got knocked out in 2 rounds if it wasn't for the juice.
Helenius was
all right, like he didn't last 1 round with Wilder, right?
Helenius was juiced up. Wait, Helenius was juiced up.
He was juiced up, bro.
Yeah. He passed he failed the test. Yeah.
Well, I guess he was using the steroids from the Jose Canseco days. Though I dated shit. I don't know.
Take a minute. That's slow.
I got a question for you, Shelton and Mr. Smoke and Mr. Simon. What do you think, Marcus? Marcus Brown moved to cruiserweight now.
Marcus Brown moved up to cruiserweight?
Yeah.
It's gonna be a bad thing for him.
You never know.
Well, I mean, like Smoke said earlier, though, I don't think he was here, Butch. Cruiserweight ain't really got that much, bro.
Nope.
Oh, yes, it does, man.
And Shelton, here's the crazy thing,
man.
Shelton. You know who was in line for a championship in the cruiserweight division? You wouldn't believe. Sergey Kovalev.
You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
How old is that motherfucker? Like 90?
Is it 90?
Yep.
He's a drug cheat too.
Okay, so let's look at cruiserweight, Butch. Let's look at cruiserweight. You got Badu Jack, who's like 52, right?
Yes.
And you got Kovalev, who's 90.
You got Dodokos is still there. Dodokos.
Then you got
he's all right. He's another long in the tooth dude.
The only guy I think that really got some squabble up there is Jao Pataya. I like him.
Pataya, yeah. I mean, he's
Richard Riappo. We was about to knock him out, and then the management fucked it up.
Oh man, who Maris Breeders?
No, Opatea. We was about to knock out Opatea, and then they fucked it up for Richard Riappo. They fucked him up, man.
Yeah, Riappo would have beat the fuck out of Pateo. I agree with Butch.
Who?
Would have knocked him out. Richard Riappo. Richard Riappo.
Yeah, Richard Riappo.
The
Richard Riappo win the fight?
Midnight train. The midnight train.
Did Richard Riappo win the fight? Yes or no?
No, the fight didn't go through. What happened was basically he's the guy that beat Chris Smith. You know the guy that beat the shit out of Lawrence Okoye? Yeah.
Right.
The WBO champion. Yeah.
Right.
Richard Riappo is the guy that beat him. Yeah, he was supposed to fight Jay Pataya. The management fucked it up. He couldn't come to
okay. So he wanted to fight Maris Breeders instead?
No, we agreed on a date, and then Opatea's team kept changing the venues, and they kept changing venues and shit.
Oh, okay. Maybe his broken jaw wasn't healed yet. You know, because remember, Maris Breeders sent him out of there with the president.
No, Opatea's fighting another Englishman. He should be fighting another. Opatea should be coming over here. He should be fighting another Englishman called Jordan Thompson.
Why don't he come on over there and beat up Chris Smith? Because he ain't shit.
No, Jordan Thompson, undefeated cruiserweight. Jordan Thompson.
Why don't Junior Thompson fight Chris Smith? They're in the same area, right?
No, Jordan Thompson. He should be fighting Opatea.
Okay, well.
No, he said, why don't your guy Riappo? Why don't you have your guy Riappo fight fucking Chris Smith? Is what he said.
Yeah. Want to fight him? He got a belt.
We already whacked him up already, Smoke. We beat him already.
Well, beat him again. He got a belt now.
He got a belt. Yeah.
Perfect time to beat him again.
No, you don't want that.
I think you want to do is probably try and get.
Is Riappo? Is he not ranked or something? Where is this good dude now?
Yeah, if he's so good, I come in the top 5.
What do you mean he's ranked? He's ranked number 1 in the WBO. He's ranked number 2 in the IBF.
Okay, so what belt does Chris Smith have?
He's got the WBO.
So why ain't he fighting him?
Because Chris Smith knows what time it is. He already got beat.
But you go to the sanctions. That's why you go to the sanctioning body.
Chris Smith don't have a choice.
We fucked him up already, man. We break his head.
Yep.
If he's the number one guy, then Chris Smith don't have a choice. Correct?
Yeah.
You don't have no
well,
choice.
I mean, it depends.
We're gonna box him in. We're gonna box him in.
Yeah.
Oh, we gonna get that belt from that guy that he ain't fought for 3 years. He held that belt for 3 years. The Arsene Gudamarian. He's held that belt for 3 years. He's 27.
Okay, so what happens if Marcus Brown come up there and just headbutt everybody and win the title?
Oh boy, he's ranked number 4 in the cruiserweight. He's ranked number 4. He's gonna put us on work. He's gonna have to put us on work. He has to go fight select Cizlak or Dorty.
Did I hear wrong?
You go fight. You go fight.
You know he's gonna headbutt the shit out of him and bust him open, right? You know he's gonna headbutt the shit out of both of them.
Drug test. You guys say Hellenius failed the drug test.
Hellenius was juicing, and he still couldn't beat Jocko.
He failed the drug
even with the juice.
Oh my God! So they canceled the Dillian. Hold on. Let me get this straight. They canceled the Dillian White fight, right? Probably a fight that would have probably generated triple the numbers, right? Only to have Hellenius step in.
Yes, and he was juicing as well.
Yep. And we don't give a
fuck.
It
ain't like Dillian White would have been better. Dillian White would have got knocked the fuck out too.
This is juiced up promotions. Man. Might as have a juice fight. The juice fight. Might as have a juice fight, man. Steroid fight.
Say what you want about Al Heyman, but hey, listen. Say what you want about Al Heyman, but when they pull out, it's because of injury, right?
Welcome to the UK.
Quote unquote injury. Let's see what
happens.
I know you gave Bum Gun and them drugs, nigga. I know you gave Bum Gun and them steroids. Them steroids
what you say,
for your dogs.
I said, welcome to the UK.
Welcome to the UK, though? It's the UK, man. I don't think it's the whole UK. I think it's just them Eddie Hearn guys be trying to juice up and trying to beat Joshua.
It's Sports Haven. You
Conor
sorted out.
Ben.
You fixed Baumgartner. You gave her them pills for those were for your dogs.
Well,
You
Conor
gave it to
Ben,
her.
we can't talk about Conor Ben. Conor Ben just want titties. That's all.
Nah. Conor Ben didn't cheat, sir. He got exonerated, Mr. Shelton. So that's a lie.
Oh, he got exonerated? They threw it out?
Correct.
No.
Correct.
Oh, okay. Well, don't count it. If they threw it out, they threw it out.
The people that popped him.
Hey, if they threw it out, you got to take the titties off the resume, bro.
No, they didn't.
Exoneration means it never happened, bro. I know about that.
No, they didn't. None of that happened.
They cleared him or did they exonerate
What'd you say, Smoke?
None of that happened.
What happened? What did you
UCAD literally last week said that they are okay. So
hey, Smoke, don't try it, bro. Read the article.
Let me go. Let's see.
Don't try it.
There's no exoneration, bro.
Like, yes, he did.
There's no exoneration. Okay, let's do it.
Do you want me to get the receipt?
Yes, please.
Yeah,
of course I do. Of course I do. Yes.
Because there is a difference now. There's a difference between exoneration and clearance.
Yeah,
those are two different things.
You know, we can be pedantic if the need arises, but I'm not even trying to be that. I'm just trying to get the general gist of what he's saying.
Okay, go ahead. Read the receipts.
Yeah. Now just put the link in. I'll read it. I know some people.
Yeah, they say exoneration. If you're exonerated, that's just like if you're in a joint and then you get exonerated. That means the crime never happened. Whereas you go back on appeal and you can prove there was some fault in the case, and you just get cleared and you get released. But if you get exonerated, that's just not even on your record no more. You see what I'm saying?
That just seemed like a lot of them guys.
Like a lab is about to admit that one. I don't know about that.
So Conor Ben cleared of cheating.
I don't. No. I need the link. I just need the link.
Conor Ben is free to resume his boxing career after he was cleared by a UK anti-doping investigation into the 2 failed drug tests, which forced the cancellation of the fight with Chris Eubanks Jr. So he has been cleared of this nonsense that you guys tried to accuse him of.
Okay, all right. Can we put the link? Can we put the link? Okay, hold on for a second.
UK
all right, so
and VADA. Want to bring it?
He's in clear, bro.
No, not UCAD and VADA. UCAD is not VADA at all.
It says it here.
That's why I'm asking for the link. Can you please put the link in the private chat?
You gonna put it in the private chat, bro? He says the man is clear. The man is clear. We can't call him Titty Man.
It's gone some technique to.
I need to know. See,
it's gone some technique. Hold on.
Yeah, I just need to see this thing.
You'll be hater smoke. You can't call that man Titty Man no more.
No. Hold on a second. You don't understand what I'm saying, bro. Literally, last week's show was about UCAD, but it was about UCAD literally petitioning to get Conor Ben's whatever clearance he's talking about reversed. So I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're stupid. That's what they're stupid. He made
okay. So they're petitioning themselves. Like, who the hell is petitioning? Like, what the fuck is going on here? That's why I'm looking for receipts now.
Yeah, that could just be that UCAD didn't want to be wrong, bro. They didn't want to be wrong. They want to fight the power.
Okay, that's why I'm asking for the receipts.
How are you trying to reverse
I can give you receipts about UCAD petitioning to get what they need to petition to reverse the decision. Like, get the fuck out of here. I need that receipt.
After they found no conclusive evidence.
Well, we know Hellenius didn't clear. Hellenius got
that is the issue. Right there. That is the issue. No, so that's the issue. The issue is it being cleared by the WBC. That has nothing to do with UCAD, nor does it have anything to do with VADA.
Excuse me.
He got cleared by the sanctioning body.
After hearing with the National Anti-Doping.
Yes, who cleared him? Yes, but who cleared him?
Been vindicated for the second time, and it says
who cleared him? Okay, hold on a second. I just need the receipt. Can you please just put the link in the private chat?
It takes techers. It takes Ghana's
I hear you. Okay. So now your car got ran over too.
UCAD process now has.
Come on, I hear you keep making the claim. Don't make me do the search myself.
Hold on, let me go do the search. Let me right back. I'm gonna go do the search.
We too got Pop Shelton.
I'm tired of your ass crying, smoke.
Helena, you got Pop Shelton.
He said, UCAD can confirm Mr. Ben is no longer provisionally suspended.
Okay, I'm not trying to hear all that.
Rules. However, it is added that 21 days to decide whether to appeal against the decision, which was taken by independent National Anti-Doping Panel. Ben has fought Yeah, we're good, man. We're good. We're good.
Okay, nah, we're not good. we propagandist you. Put the link in.
I'll put the link in. Don't worry. He has some Americans.
Yeah.
Don't try to speed read what you want to say.
Oh,
Yeah,
speed
you know what I'm
read. Speed read.
saying?
Yeah.
You're trying to get in. You're trying to poison the well. We know what poison the well is all about. You're trying to get the partner. You're trying to get your point across. We want to see the article.
Hold on, player. Hold on, player.
All right. You know, I was out there busting Mr. Moore's chops. He went to go do the search himself.
You don't try to bury my guy underneath the ground. You don't try to put him underneath the bus. What ain't gonna happen, boy?
No, we just put him in the egg carton. We just put him in a carton of eggs. That's it.
Yeah. You put him in a carton of eggs. That ain't work.
You forget, Butch. I like Conor Ben, so you know what I mean. I was disappointed that.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Yes, I
do. Here's the thing.
Don't come with that.
Here's what I'm saying.
I like Conor Ben now. No, hear that bullshit. You know driving him into the ground. You know driving underneath the ground. So now you're gonna know.
Man, I still think that eggs thing is a wonderful excuse. That shit is gonna keep bearing fruit for a long time.
He didn't come up with that.
Nothing but yolks from here on out.
It was the lab that came out. And
said, it was a lab. Yeah, I hear you.
Yes.
Yeah, but whatever. We'll
Conor
see.
Ben is free to. Yes.
Yeah, we're gonna see. I know the WBC loves to clear people because they love envelopes. They like getting them envelopes. Suleiman never saw an envelope.
They love envelopes.
Yeah, exactly. They love
envelopes.
We know Suleiman. Yes, they do. But I want to see if somebody outside the WBC, Suleiman, Mauricio Envelope Suleiman, like if somebody else actually cleared him, like the actual doping agency. I would be very surprised if the lab said it was our fault. That would be a monumental thing. Talk about like, why would anybody ever go to that lab again? I'm just saying, like, just the insurance like liability seems that makes it unlikely that they're just gonna raise their hand and say it's my fault, not this dude.
I'm telling you that it's all a facade anyway, man. Look what they tried to do to Baumgartner.
I'm still waiting on your snail mail. I'm waiting for the queen. I'm sorry, I'm waiting for the king to fix your connection so I can get that link.
Hold on.
Usually cut and paste is nothing but it. I hear you bumping your gums though.
No, I can't. I need to find a specific link on here. I can't find it.
Well, you're just reading it, right?
Yeah, but not that was on something else. Hold on.
Something else. No, okay. So the shit you were reading.
I can't copy and paste it and put in there. I can't. It won't allow me to do that.
Okay, right. So it's locked down. Yeah, not all. Yeah.
No, hold on. Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna try. Hold on.
I told you he was gonna try to.
So just tell me you tell me who it is, and I can look myself. What's the headline?
He don't need your help.
Hey, get out of here, man. You know about mirror. Just type in there. You know mirror.
Yeah.
The mirror.
The mirror. Okay, the mirror. What's the headline?
Conor Ben cleared of cheating after investigations. Cleared of cheating after investigations.
You know you already fucked up with the Daily Mirror. You already know that's some tabloid shit. But whatever. We're gonna keep it going. We're gonna keep it going. We're gonna keep it going. Daily Mirror.
Read it.
Okay, we're gonna read it and laugh. I'm gonna weep laughing. I'm sure there's a weeping that's about to happen.
Read the Metro. Read the Metro then. Metro.
The Metro. Okay, no. I like the
Metro.co.uk. Metro.co.uk. Read that.
Okay.
Okay, fuck the mirror. Fuck the mirror, innit? The mirror ain't good enough for you. So you read the Metro.
No, the mirror's fine. I like the mirror. The mirror's okay. I'm just saying. I just want to say.
Don't put an ice pack on a small can.
Come on, but don't do me, bro.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I am not a sports media outlet. I don't have to tell nothing how. Nigga's a cheater.
Conor Ben. I think so. Yeah, I gotta keep it real. And I like Conor, I hope he does well, but I mean, if he's not using steroids, then no one's using steroids,
Well, is that what you're saying, Jimmy? Yeah, Boo-Boo's gonna need some steroids to beat Benavidez.
You know what it is, bro? There's a lot of things in this world I don't like, but the truth is what it is,
The truth is what it is. What is the truth? What's the truth? Yeah, you ain't got no. You ain't got no truth. You ain't got one. So just leave that.
Come on, bro. You can't really be that blind to the truth,
What do you mean by blind to the truth? Listen, they're taking tests. And they're not even bringing it back to lab over a week. What the fuck is that?
Look, see, they say innocent until proven guilty. Once you fail the drug test, I mean, isn't that pretty much you're guilty? and then the
No,
onus is on
because
you to
we
clear
we
your
never
name.
we don't know what the fuck they did with those test tubes. We don't know what the hell happens in them labs. We don't know who the fuck is looking after them. We don't know shit. We don't know shit.
Well, then they might as well. Well, then Cassidy, by that logic, there's no point of even doing the tests because
No, there is.
every
It just has
lab.
to be done properly. There is because why don't you come there and take the test there and then, and you
We
get the
know a
results
fight
there
got
and then. You get
canceled
the
because
results
his A
there and then.
sample and B sample came back positive.
No, incorrect. The B sample didn't come back positive.
Well, I'm still trying to get over this whole situation. Hellenius got busted for using steroids.
Yes, he did. Yes, he got popped there.
Oh, do you know what it is? I think he must have. Because he had a tune-up fight, I think, a week before that, right? And he had
Oh
a full
wow, he had a
camp. So
6 rounder. He had a 6 rounder.
yeah. So he must have used that to get in shape, because obviously, no offense to the finish, but it was a small event in Finland. I doubt the drug testing was that strong up there. Oh wow, what a kick in the fucking nuts, man! They cancelled this huge fight in the UK, the blockbuster pay-per-view, basically over nothing. I mean, if you're gonna fight a drug cheat, why not fight the drug cheat which will bring in triple the numbers? That's madness. That is madness.
He basically switched out a drug cheat for another drug cheat, but we didn't know he was a drug cheat. So now,
Yeah, I know,
So
but
is
it's like
Baumgartner a drug cheat as well?
you would have paid like.
Is Baumgartner a drug cheat as well?
She's a drug cheat too.
So you're just saying that because they just
No, I'm saying that because
She's a drug cheat until proven otherwise.
Well, listen, I hear that, Mr. Sheldon, but let me say something. I want to be clear because this is what I be noticing. Like, motherfuckers think because you sometimes you say certain things and they try to pin you to be a part of something. Listen, I'm not a part of the get along gang or the riding anybody's bandwagon. I am a Tank fan, but outside of that, I keep it all the way 100 down the middle.
Stop being a Tank fan, man. He ain't doing shit.
Don't matter. You a Conor Ben fan, and he can't.
Yeah.
Bloody hell.
Hey, to
We're
answer
at
your
the
question, though,
talking about rock
question,
bottom. You got a Conor Ben fan arguing with a Tank fan who's more credible, right?
To answer your question, though, Butch, Alicia Baumgartner is a drug cheat until proven otherwise.
Oh yeah. She's a cheater,
So
no
I'm
doubt.
innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah, I can't give her no pass. I hate that.
So about innocent until proven
until
guilty.
she proves she didn't do it, she did it. The test says she did it.
All right,
Yeah,
so I just want to
we
make
didn't
sure
see
that
we didn't see the test. We didn't see the test get taken. We didn't see it get taken.
Can I ask you a question, Butch? Was your the article you read, was that from July 28th?
Yeah, that's the one I sent you, Smoke.
Okay, so that's the July 28th article. Can I send you
Yeah, that's the one I sent you to your. I sent it to your phone. Yeah, I sent it to your
I just
phone.
want to make sure that we all understand that like April 17th is after July 28th, right? Because let me tell you what happened on April 17th.
Before July 28th, right?
What the hell are you talking about?
Sorry,
Smoke?
August 17th.
You
Sorry,
smoking too much of that
August.
LA Kush.
Sorry,
Too
August
much of that
17th.
California
August,
Kush.
my bad.
Yeah.
August,
You
yeah,
smoking too
August
much of that
17th.
LA Kush smoke, man.
Well, I'm about to spark it up. Definitely it's about to happen. But like August 17th, right? I'm definitely about to do that. But
Smoking up some Tank. Lining up some Tank.
let's see. Let me make sure I got it right. Yes, that's August. I don't have my eyes on a man of a certain age. It's August 17th. August 17th, right? You're correct. Cleared on April by UCAD. But on August 17th, 2 weeks, I got to say that, 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks later, UCAD says they are now appealing that clear for Conor Ben.
That's
So
fine.
that's like the
That's
latest
fine.
news.
You can appeal all you want. It don't matter.
Right.
Well, the
You can appeal all you want.
The problem with Conor Ben is he came out publicly and tried to, I guess, in their eyes, discredit the credibility of a pretty big drug testing agency in Europe, right?
He came out and said straight away, he said, "What? This is some bullshit."
That's why
He
they're
didn't hide or
appealing
nothing.
it.
He came out on live TV and said, "What is this crap?"
That's why they're appealing it. I feel like Conor Ben, he's really he should have done what Tyson Fury did when he failed a drug test. He went to hiding for a couple of years. He kind of swept under the rug. This guy's running all over Good Morning Britain, on social media, threatening to sue people.
Come off it, Jimmy, man.
Agencies. No. This is a PR disaster. Conor Ben has actually really fucked up his image, like almost beyond repair at this point. I mean, running all over Good Morning.
Nothing's beyond repair. You know what fixes repairing? Winning and knocking niggas out. That's what fixes repairing.
You know what
If
it
he
is,
goes
though?
and he fights one of the top welterweights, let him come and knock out Furman. Let him go and knock out
Yes,
Boots.
that's why I
Let him go
fell
and
off
knock out
Conor
one of
Ben,
them
bro.
guys.
He can't fight old men though. He can't fight
his
old
profile
men.
gets repaired.
This is why I fell off Conor Ben, bro. I actually was originally supporting him, but when he came on Good Morning,
Who the fuck you like? Who the fuck you like?
I'm giving my point, right? I'm giving my point, bro. Listen, when he started crying, bro, he's acting like a spoiled child, bro. Like, we get it. He's a
Fam, they
silver
bumped
spoon
him,
kid,
fam.
right?
They bumped him.
He's
He
a
was about to
silver
knock out
spoon, bro. It's a
Chris. He
silver
was about to
spoon
knock out
kid.
Chris Eubank
He
Jr.
had
He was
his
about to
whole
knock him out.
career, bro. Listen, he's a silver spoon kid. He had his whole career paved in front of him, and when he got caught cheating, he's crying like a baby and throwing his toys out the pram.
He didn't get
Like,
caught cheating because he didn't fucking cheat, mate.
bro, have you not seen the roid rage in his interviews when he starts snapping at Eddie Hearn and his wife during IFL interviews for no reason?
Oh,
The
so that
guy's
means
clearly
he's cheating.
chemically
So that means
imbalanced.
he's cheating. Now that means he's cheating. Yeah.
Okay, watch his interviews from
Come off it,
2.5 years ago,
That's a
and
sign.
watch his interviews today.
What's a
He's got
sign? What's a
extreme
sign?
mood swings.
Rage.
He's got
Roid
extreme.
rage.
Come on, Cassidy,
So
man.
what?
Come on.
So when Tank was snapping out on Tevin Farmer, was he on roids as well?
No, that just won't whip his punk ass.
Nah, nigga.
He
Nah,
was,
nigga. Don't
he
say that.
was,
Nah,
he
nigga.
was.
Nah, nigga. Shut that
He
shit
was,
down.
Butch. Facts.
Salute, poodle.
So Butch.
Yeah,
What up,
you
bro?
know you can't compare snapping on an opponent like snapping on your motherfucking people.
He didn't even fight Tevin Farmer. Why did he snap out on him on that? He didn't even fight that nigga. Why did he snap out on him like that? He didn't even fight him.
Well, you know what? At the end of the day, my man ain't never failed no test. He ain't, yeah, I know. Hey, I used to stutter when I was a kid. I come a long way. The bottom line is Tank ain't never failed the drug test, but Conor Ben has. So how about that?
Oh yeah, is that what you're gonna say? Is that what you're gonna say? Hey, why does Tank hold that
just straight off the bat, just straight up. Like, I'm not using the Daily Mirror. I'm not using bad left hook or nothing like that. When it comes to the UCAD appeal of this whole thing,
Smoke, man.
that's
Leave
straight.
Conor Ben alone.
Hey,
Smoke,
hold on.
man.
I just wanted to do a quick sourcing thing, right? You all gotta muddy the waters, bro.
There's some fishy business going on.
You gotta poison the well, man.
Smoke. There's some fishy business, Smoke.
Let's hold this L, bro. You gotta hold this L with a little bit more grace and dignity.
Nah, Smoke, man. What happened to Bumgarner? What happened to your girl?
He's like Conor Ben, bro. You can't hold it, bro.
We're gonna talk about everybody who ever failed a drug test ever, right? Like, hold up a second. Before we do some whataboutery, before we get there, I just want to point out the difference in the quality of source.
How much pills you finna take, Big Baby Miller?
Wow.
We're gonna have to bring out the list. Oscar Valdez and his favorite.
Everybody, right? Before we talk about the sourcing of my receipts, right?
Then they want to blame Canelo Alvarez, Mexican meat.
No, that's what I'm saying. No. What's your opinion on that? When VADA cleared or WBC cleared Canelo, did you buy that? When they said, "Hey, look, it's linked to beef product."
Yes. I don't believe Canelo Alvarez.
He's a cheater too. He was a cheater.
Who Canelo Alvarez?
No, I'm saying at least with Canelo, right? It was something that's viable, right? That Latin America does have a history of issues with beef products, right? The Brazilian soccer team, etc. And I'm not even 100% sure
about that.
A Brazilian.
I'm not 100% sure on him.
So you think Canelo Alvarez is a cheater?
I don't know what he.
No, I don't know about anyone, bro. But with Conor Ben, I know he's a cheater, bro.
Oh no, you
Conor Ben.
Jimmy, what the fuck are you talking about? Hey Jimmy, what are you talking about, man?
He failed a drug
test.
Bro. That shit.
Jimmy, you don't know what you're talking about.
No, I've done this before in life as well. When he started crying because he knew it was the end of the road, the jig was up, and I've done that, right? When I was a kid, I tried to weasel my way out.
The jig was up. No.
And
you're wrong.
Eventually, my parents found out that, hey man, they ain't no reason out this. So I'd start crying in it when I was a kid.
Just make sure you're back here when Andrade gets his ass whooped. Just make sure you're back here when Andrade gets his ass knocked out.
We'll see, bro. We'll see. We'll see, bro.
Just make sure you're back here, fam.
Well, don't be surprised.
Just changing the subject to Andrade. What the fuck?
So Phantom, what are you talking about? What are you really talking about? Because you just like to, I don't know, what do you want to debate me on?
He just telling you that Conor Ben's a cheater.
Well, yeah, because I got the evidence. You get me? Phantom has no evidence.
You don't have any fucking evidence, but you got news articles that you don't even want to post. What the fuck are you talking about?
We're not news articles. He just fucking gave. I just gave him the news article. Was you listening? Or you in your cave? That cave, the bats in there, just fucking up your ears or something? Huh? Huh? What are you talking about? You just read out the article. Conor Ben ain't no cheater. Just accept it. I know you're upset that the Englishman passed the test with flying colours. You're upset. But don't be. because he's coming to crash on all your welterweights. You ain't got
It
no heavyweights.
sounds
You
like
ain't
they
got no
gave my man
cruiserweights.
a pass,
You
right?
ain't got no
And then
heavyweights.
he
You're
shot
allowed
his
in
mouth
you
off,
ain't got
and they
no
was like,
heavyweights.
"Well, fuck you. We'll
You ain't got
reopen
no
the case."
heavyweights. You ain't
That's
got
what
no
it sounded like to
cruiserweights.
me,
You ain't got
bro.
no light heavyweights. You ain't got a damn crumb. All you got is little fucking 135 pounders and 147 pounds. You ain't got shit. Don't tell him about nothing, man. Conor Ben gonna come over and take over that division. Stop bitching and humming, man.
He hadn't even won a belt yet. What are you talking about?
Tank ain't won a belt yet. Tank ain't won a belt yet. He ain't won a belt yet. Well, belts Tank won at 147. No, sorry, what 135? Sorry, what belts
I
he
mean,
won?
did he
What
win?
belt he won?
I mean, he won a belt.
He was
What
about
belt does he
to.
won at
Zero,
135?
zero,
Super Saban.
zero belt.
Why does Calvin Ford?
Not do that,
Why does
but
Calvin Ford?
Conor Ben
Why
was
does Calvin
about
Ford
to.
talk about
Conor Ben was
belt?
about to weasel
We
his
don't
way
want the
out of
belts.
it, but
The belts. Why
he
is he
couldn't.
holding on
He
to
couldn't
that
leave
Reggie
well
belt?
enough alone, right? No, the
Why is he
fan's
holding on to
right.
that
He was
Reggie belt?
about to weasel his way out of it, but he couldn't leave well enough alone, and here we go. The
Yeah, Conor
case is
Ben. You
reopened.
don't want to chat shit about Conor Ben. You lot can.
exactly. You should have just kept his mouth shut instead of going on national TV over there. So I'm gonna sue everybody. Like they gave you a pass and you fucking backstabbed him, bro. What the fuck?
They didn't give him a
What's this
pass.
guy talking about? What are you talking about, Phantom? What are you moaning? What are you raising up
No, no,
your gum cells about?
no. But think about it, bro. He was gonna get cleared with bullshit with the eggs, right? But this guy's running around threatening to sue people, questioning, organizations' credibility on national TV, and now they're gonna put the fuck to him, bro. So it is what it is.
No,
Like,
Jimmy,
that-
Jimmy, you don't know what you're talking about.
bro, you should have
These
left well
Americans,
enough alone.
they brainwashed you. The Americans, they brainwashed you. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, they got to me. The Cassidy, they got to me, bro.
Yeah, 100% they did. 100%. You think Andrade is gonna win that fight? they definitely brainwashed you.
Hey, I've said we'll see what happens. I haven't made a choice yet.
They know we'll see. We know what the fuck's happening. You're gonna get smashed up and chewed up.
What's that got to do with Conor Ben being a drug cheat, though?
No. But you're saying he's a drug cheat when he's not. There's clear evidence that says he got cleared, and you don't want to accept the facts. So
Hey,
there's
you know
nothing wrong
what,
with
Bush? You
it.
know
It's
what? At the end
confirmation
of the day,
bias. It's
Bush,
confirmation bias. I can't make you believe something that's right.
Bush,
Like
at the end of the day,
the
you know
sky
what,
is
brother?
blue, and you're arguing with me about the sky is
Brother, at the
green.
end of the day, Bush, we love you. You family to us, man. We accept it. We accept.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You're
We
the
accept. We
first one to come
accept
out
the
and say,
situation.
"Oh, I like Conor Ben. I like Conor Ben." No,
No,
you
I do
don't.
like him.
No, you fucking don't.
I
Okay,
do like him. I like watching him fight. He
yeah, well, I
fight me
don't
like
like
an old ass
I
boy.
don't like Tank. I don't like
I
Tank.
like how he knock out
I don't
old
like what he
men.
does.
I like how he knock out
Tank
old
ain't
men.
fighting nobody that we want him to fight. He
Bro,
ain't fighting nobody.
look
He
at him.
came up.
Conor Ben
Coach
pulling out
Kenny
Manny
came and said,
Pacquiao.
"I'm gonna flip a coin."
Hell Brook.
And who you want to see next?
Jesus,
Shakur
man, this
or fucking
system.
Devin? Why are you talking about Isak Cruz and Chris Colbert?
Nah, but bro.
Well, we're not talking about my
What do you think
man right now. You talking about your druggy ass, your boy.
See. I'm not gonna lie. See, what do you mean druggy ass? He didn't take no
Okay,
drugs.
Butch, what do you think about
talking
what do you think about Conor Ben trying to drag a damn near 40-year-old Kell Brook out of retirement? What do you think about that?
What do you mean draggy Kell Brook? What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, apparently they're trying to make the Kell Brook fight, so Kell Brook's gonna come out of retirement.
So what's wrong with that?
A
What's wrong
guy
with that?
that
Kell Brook can't fight no more because he's 39, 38 years old. He can't
bro,
fight no more.
Kell Brook. Yeah, but come on, Kell Brook's clearly got a
I
cocaine
didn't know there
problem
was
right
a
now,
certain age
and
limit
he
that you
needs to
can't
be.
fight. I didn't know that. I didn't know there's a certain age limit you reach and you can't fight no more. I
Okay.
didn't know that.
Well, Kell
Well,
Brook
hold
is out
on
here
now.
Stop
battling
with this
demons
old
with
shit.
Hold on,
Stop
Bush.
with
I
this. He
thought
was
you was
old
about the
shit.
best fight in the
He was
best.
old. He was old. He
Wait a
fucking
minute.
signed a contract. He thought he was gonna win. What are you
No,
talking about?
no. I thought it's about the best fight. The best make the big fights. The big
Yeah.
fights.
Conor Ben is not one of the best. So where did you go with that? Where did you go with that? What did you think I was gonna say? Yeah, Conor Ben's one of the best. Conor Ben can beat Bob Crawford. Conor Ben could this that. No.
But Boots Ennis though. Yeah, Boots Ennis though. He's got Conor Ben. You still like Conor Ben versus Boots? You're still on that one.
That's the fight. So you want to see, fam. Boots ain't fucking. Boots knocking out the same niggas. Conor Ben's knocking out.
Boots will be the
Conor Ben knocked out, man.
You don't want Conor Ben in there with Boots. You don't want that.
Everybody wants. I want that shit too.
Why would we be afraid of fucking Boots? Boots ain't done shit. He ain't done shit. He's knocking out 140 pounders. He's knocking out 140 pounders.
If that fight would take place, I got $50 per person.
There you go.
$50 per person.
When it happens, we'll revisit it.
Okay, well, just revisit it. We will revisit it.
50 ain't enough.
Is your boy gonna come over here?
100 on
Is your boy gonna fly over here? Is your boy gonna fly
I
over here?
think that's easy money. That's easy money for
Well, tell Bozy that then.
I'm trying to get Butcher's salary if that fight happens. That's what I want, bro.
You don't want that, man. You don't want that. You don't want that because when I win, we're not gonna see you again. We ain't gonna see you again.
All right, okay. I'm sorry. I
You're
had a
gonna be
little
a
bit
real
of break
phantom.
in
You're
there.
gonna be a real phantom. You're gonna be a real phantom.
I had like a minor emergency with the neighbors, so I missed out on just telling you the difference in quality rivalry of sorts. between the Daily Mirror and Reuters, right? UCAD is coming out of some Reuters shit.
Oh, smoke. Just leave
And
it out, mate.
hold
Smoke,
on,
leave
let
it
me.
out, mate. Leave it. Smoke, leave
You
it
got
out,
your
mate. Leave it.
information
Leave it
from a
out.
site
Leave
called
it out.
Reuters,
Come on,
bro?
we
Come
geek out
on,
over here.
bro.
We geek out.
Hey,
We
smoke, leave
geek
it out,
out,
man.
man.
Leave it out, bro. Leave it out. Leave it out.
I'm just saying.
Just
You
leave it
A
out.
can't
site
put
Leave it
off
called
the
out.
big guns.
Reuters.
Hold
And
on,
this is
Butcher.
not
Go ahead.
like they went to the international newswire for their shit. I don't know what
Leave
the
it
hell
out. Leave it
Connor
out,
Ben's
man.
on.
I
No,
don't know how much
Smart, Reuters,
credibility a
Smart,
site
Smart.
called Reuters it has.
No, here's the problem
Literally
though. Here's the
Reuters.
problem, right? Here's the problem with Conor Ben, right? He was about to weasel his way out of the situation, and a lot of people forgot as well. I don't know
Weasel his
what's
way
up
out
with
the
this kid. He
situation.
had to,
What are you talking
he,
about?
he was he's running around on national television and Good Morning Britain and threatening to sue people
So
and
what?
telling the
What's
whole world
wrong
you're
with that?
innocent, and constantly trying to throw murder on UCAD. And now they're really gonna, put the fuck to him. Unfortunately, and
They ain't gonna put nothing to him. They ain't gonna put nothing to him. Nothing.
What's
He got
next?
exonerated. He
Cappers?
got cleared. He
Cappers
got
is gonna be
cleared.
a
So
good
that's the end of
source.
that. He got cleared. That's the end of that. Did Conor Ben take any drugs?
Puro, hold on,
You can
Puro.
said no. So that's the end of
What's
that.
your
Finish.
opinion on
Done.
this, right?
Done. Finish.
Like,
Done.
come on, let's be honest. Puro,
What's my opinion, bro?
you'd agree that
My
Conor Ben
opinion
is
is
a drug cheat, right?
my opinion is that people are already made up their minds, and it makes no sense to
So
argue
they
back
already
and
made up
forth
their
with this
minds. You can't
shit.
change it.
But
Who's
what's your
with you?
neutral opinion on that? Like, in your opinion, and like, just your neutral
People
party,
still
right?
saying Bob
What's
Crawford didn't
I
fight
told
nobody. People
I
still
told
saying
Butch
Bob
a long
Crawford ain't
time
shit. So
ago,
what's the point?
bro. Like
There's
the
nothing you can do,
damage
man.
is
Nothing
done,
you can do.
bro. To me it's just real fishy that it sounds so similar to the Canelo Alvarez situation. You just substitute fucking cows with fucking chickens. You know? I'm not
good
gonna lie,
combination?
bro.
Oh yeah. Damn, Butch.
Well, with Canelo, I
What's
feel
up?
like
What damn?
obviously his
What's up? What's up?
situation
What do you mean?
bad,
What's
but
up? We passed. I don't know what they're bitching about when they're moaning about. He passed the fucking test. They have no
Because I
explanation
looked
for
it
that.
up, Jimmy, bro. It's just
They have
eerily
no
similar to
explanation.
this
They
shit.
have no explanation into how he passed it, but they
Man,
got
this fake
information
news,
on
man.
how
You
he
going to jail
failed it
right
and
next
how
to
he failed it.
Trump.
He fucking passed the test. Why? That's it. That's
What
it.
I
but
just
Conor
want to
Ben
see him
didn't
back
do
in the
nothing
ring.
bad.
I just want to see him back in the ring.
You're
Go ahead.
upset that he passed the test. I know you are. It's all right. It's all right. It's gonna be all right. It's gonna be all right. It's fine.
He didn't pass no test, bro. He got like a fucking exemption, bro.
Now he didn't pass the test. Now, oh my god.
I thought he failed the test.
No, he failed the test. That's why he got banned. What are you talking about,
No.
Butch?
Excuse me. The test was incorrect, as in they made a misunderstanding with the test. So the same way Baumgartner came out and said that the test took 9 days
But
to
we're
get back
not
to the
talking
lab.
about.
We
We're
don't
not
know
going.
what the fuck
See, Vic,
what the
we're
fuck
not
happened
going to
in them
point out
9
things
days.
that
We don't know what the
we're
fuck
not going
happened
to
in them
point
9
out
days.
things that
Hey,
what
Sports
women
Haven,
do.
what happened in them 9 days? What happened in them 9 days with that test tube? What happened?
What's your next
Hey,
source,
listen,
Smoke? Facts?
she's dirty.
Okay. Do we
What
got to
happened,
go to
man? What happened,
Reuters?
man?
We got to go to Reuters for
What
this
happened?
one.
What
Go to
happened?
Cappers. Go to Cappers, Smoke. Go to
What
Cappers.
happened was what
We got to go to the
was
we got to go to Associated Press for this one.
what happened
Hey,
was what
cappers.com.
happened.
We got to go.
I mean,
What
better
happened?
than
What happened was
Reuters.com, bro. Come on,
No,
Reuters.
Reuters, man, that's it. If you want to find out what's going on with Trump, the laser, whatever missile testings that are happening around the world, Reuters is your
fuck
place.
Trump, nigga.
Now, if you want to
I don't
find
know.
out, if you want
Go
to
ahead.
find out who I don't know, J-Lo is fucking banging, then yeah, you might go to Daily Mirror.
Man, fuck Trump, man. Fuck that bitch ass Trump, man.
I don't know, bro. It's just like if somebody was like ignorant, like they think you're capping with a name like Reuters.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Like, you look it up, and then you find out that they are the go-to news agency for the entire world, for government, for governments. Actually,
Sports Haven,
like, this is it. This is the news gathering agencies for the world. The actual news.
Ain't Tank Mexican? Ain't
We're
he
not
Mexican?
talking about who the hell,
I don't know what his
Britney
ethnic.
Spears, like where, like
I don't
who's
get
doing
into
her
people's
hair, or
ethnic
like what the hell,
backgrounds, Butch.
Nah.
Is that I heard his dad's
Daily
Mexican.
Mirror shit.
I don't get into people's ethnic backgrounds, but I don't look.
Nah, that's
We're
Chris
all
Colbert,
brothers.
Butch. That's Chris Colbert.
We're all brothers in God's eyes, brother.
Okay, brother.
Yes, we're all human beings, bro. Who cares? Who cares what
I don't know.
color?
Conor Ben might be superhuman at this point.
Oh yeah,
Well, there you go.
you're superhuman because you always feel. I don't know how you stay down in that cave for so fucking long.
It's comfortable down there in the cave. It's just no steroids, so Conor Ben don't want to come kick it, bro.
Oh yeah, you fucker.
You know what? I have to be honest though, Butch. Conor Ben is a piece of shit, though. I'm just keeping it real.
No,
bro.
oh yeah. I was waiting for you to say that. I was waiting for you to say. Why don't you just come out and say that in the beginning? Why? Why you
No,
come out and
because
say
the way way he did Chris Eubank, bro. The way he tried to do
Oh
Chris
yeah,
Eubank, bro.
I forgot you
I
fucking little,
don't know
you
if he's a
fucking,
piece
you
of shit. I
fucking
don't
punk,
know him. I
you
wouldn't
punk,
call him a.
you punk, Jimmy. Hey Jimmy,
I'm
you
not
punk.
gonna
I
call
forgot
him
that you was a
anything.
Chris Eubanks fan. Your boy got knocked out and put to sleep, man. I forgot you was a Eubanks fan. You fucking little Brighton sausage. You
Bro, fuck
sausage
on him,
bastard.
man. You know
Come
what I
You
mean?
on,
sausage
man. We
bastard.
haven't had a
Hey,
civil
you
war in the
sausage
UK in
bastard, Jimmy.
hundreds of
Hey,
years.
Jimmy.
Let it
You
go. Let it
sausage
go.
bastard, fam. I knew you was. I forgot you, Chris Eubank, little
You know,
sucker boy. I forgot your boy got
uh,
knocked out, and you're gonna get knocked out
I'm
again.
gonna keep it real,
Liam
bro.
Smith's
Fuck
gonna
it,
crush
bro.
his head.
I
Liam
hope they
Smith gonna
ban
knock him
Conor
out
Ben,
again.
bro. Throw the book at
Liam
him,
Smith
bro.
gonna knock him out again. Stupid Sussex guy.
Hashtag
Stupid
justice,
Sussex
bro.
shit.
At least he's fighting, bro. At least he's fighting, bro.
Fine what, man? He ain't shit. He ain't shit. What's Chris Eubank? When's he gonna win a world title? When that nigga almost 35. When's he gonna be in a world title fight?
He's not gonna after
George
he had
Groves,
his
George Groves
last
beat him
fight.
up. George Groves beat him up. Billy Joe Saunders
Man, hold
punched
up.
him the fuck up. Billy Joe Saunders punched him up. He ain't shit.
Who's that guy? Isn't there a guy who swears by the IBO? The IBO is gaining traction. I can't remember this guy's name. What's the free smoke dude? He's always talking about the
That
IBO.
would be Suleiman. Let's not mention his name again, though.
Oh, there we go. That's fine because he doesn't get envelopes. I don't think, but maybe he does. I don't know. Yeah,
No,
IBO's
no.
gaining traction.
Yeah. And the reason why Eubank has lost, right, is because he's actually stepped up, bro. When has Conor Ben ever fought anyone
No, he
decent, bro?
lost.
Come on.
He lost. I mean, that last fight, he wasn't supposed to get knocked out like that. I don't know. It's not.
Yeah, that was a bad loss. That was a bad loss.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
let's be
even if he
honest,
would have
Chris.
lost, look, even if he would have lost, it would have been all right. He looked like he didn't belong in the ring with him. And I'm gonna be honest, I
Yeah,
believe Conor Ben would have knocked him out.
that version, yeah, I think so, bro. I think I'm not sure what's happened to him. He's always had a good chin, though. But
I don't
hey,
think.
man, it is what
I
it
don't
is.
think he's a fighter anymore. I mean, of course he's a fighter, but I just don't think in
Yeah.
his mind. I just think he's, you call whatchamacallit a silver spoon. I think he's a silver spoon, and he just,
No, it's not that. It's not about that, bro. It's about like you should handle like situations certain ways, right? I don't know why. Like, it's like the old saying, "Leave well enough alone." I don't know why he's
Why is
obsessed
that
with.
nigga fighting like Roy Jones? Why the fuck is that nigga trying to fight like Roy Jones? Why?
You know what it is?
Why?
At this point, at this point, I thought that lock him up or throw away the keys, bro.
And
Conor Ben is a
now,
menace
now,
to
Jimmy,
society.
you're
He is a
stupid.
menace to British
You're
boxing, bro.
stupid little fat-headed Chris
I'm
Eubank
tired.
Jr.
I'm
Now
tired
he's
of
going to
biting my
spread the
tongue, bro.
poison. He's going
I've
to
never
spread the
liked,
poison over
bro.
to
I've
Volvo.
never liked Conor Ben,
He's
bro.
going to spread
And
the
I've really
poison
tried
to
to
Volvo.
like him. I've tried to like Conor Ben, bro. I've tried. But
Yeah,
bro, the guy's a little piece
exactly.
of shit.
Sometimes you gotta throw the flag away. Adrian Broner can't back
you.
that play.
Hey,
Sorry.
Smoke, man. Smoke, man. What you
I
talking about?
can't
What you
back
talking
that
about,
one.
fam?
I don't care what kind of stars and bars you got on. I don't care what your passport color is. Bro, I
Yeah,
can't
like
co-sign some shit.
He
Some
said,
shit
shut up
is a
with
bridge
that
too far.
bullshit, man.
look what he said. He said, "I've tried." You could feel it. You could feel the intensity in James' voice. He said,
I've
What are
tried,
you
bro.
talking
For real,
about,
bro.
Sports Haven? Sports
"I
Haven.
tried to like him."
Jimmy is from where Chris Eubank is from. We was gonna knock Chris Eubank out. That's why he's upset and just chatting shit about Conor Ben. That's why
No,
his
no,
boy was about to get sparked.
no. Listen, I was actually rooting for Conor Ben to actually do
No,
good
you
in his
wasn't,
career,
man.
even
Stop
though I never
saying that.
liked him.
Stop
No,
saying
even though
that.
I personally found him unpleasant, right? And I didn't like listening to his interviews. But with the drug thing and now this, and now he's hunting down Manny Pacquiao and he's trying to chase Amir Khan down in Dubai. Like, come on, bro. Cal Brook. Like, this is some shameless shit. Adrian Broner. I'll fight them all. Cal Brook, Adrian Broner, Amir Khan. I'm ready for anyone.
Adrian Broner's a
Okay.
4 division world
Hold up,
champion. What the fuck?
don't skip over the dirt. Hold up a second. Chasing down Amir Khan in Dubai. What the fuck is going on here? We don't
He's
get that. We
lying.
don't get the Daily Mirror over here.
He's
So
lying.
what
He's lying.
happened?
He's lying. He's lying. He's lying. He's over
No,
exaggerating.
they
He's
were
lying.
trying to. They were trying
He's
to.
lying.
His team was trying to contact Amir Khan to come out of retirement, so they could fight him. He turned it down, so now they're after Kell Brook, who's also retired. But I don't think Manny Pacquiao will come out of retirement for him. And this is some shameless shit, man. Like, he's literally targeting dudes that are retired.
I mean, Jimmy, who's next? Carl Froch?
That's a lie. Oh, Mr. Sammy, you're getting in there as well. No,
More
that's a
like
lie.
he might go after Prince Nassim, right? Prince Nassim.
So Jimmy, Jimmy, what the fuck is your fighters doing? Jimmy, what the fuck are your fighters doing? What the fuck are your fighters doing? What are
At
your
least
fighters
Bush
doing?
trying to run down
What are
on
your
Bud.
fighters
Yours
doing?
is running down on
What are your fighters
retirees,
doing?
bro. That ain't no
Jimmy, what
good,
are your
bro.
fighters doing?
And you know what's
What are
sad
your
about
bum ass
this,
fighters
Bush?
doing?
Bush, let me tell you what's sad about
What's
it, right?
Tank doing? We don't even know the Tank's fight.
Well, hold on. We'll
He's
talk.
out, please, but we
Well,
don't care about
everybody
that.
talk about him,
What the
so
fuck are
we don't
your
gotta
guys
talk
doing?
about him. Listen to this.
What
This
are
is
your
not
guys
gonna
doing?
this happen. Listen, Butch, had Conor been knocked out Eubanks, he would would be an attraction. He would be able to fight the old men because the old men would want to fight him for the payday. But because he's a drug cheat now he's unemployed.
Incorrect.
Unemployed. Don't nobody want to
He's
fight him.
not a drug. He's not a drug cheat. You need to stop
No,
saying
he's a
that bullshit.
druggie. He's a drug cheat.
No, he ain't. He got
And you
cleared.
support
What?
and
He
you
got cleared.
support
You
him.
don't want to read the.
You a
read the
drug
evidence?
cheat lover.
You don't want to see. You're confirmation biased. I could tell you that the sky is blue. You're gonna tell me that it's red.
No,
You've
no,
already
the
confirmed it
sky.
in your
If I
head.
see a
No,
red
but
sky,
Butch,
I'm
do
gonna
you
pray.
not see the irony, bro? You literally like, come on, look in the mirror, bro. Confirmation bias. You're digging up the metro. Like, bro, the metro is known as fucking worth less than toilet paper in the UK, and you're using that as a as your evidence,
So
bro.
what? So where do you want? So where do you want the article to come from, Jimmy? Where? What? Sussex?
Bro,
Sussex
they
papers.
literally give the metro. You guys, if you guys don't know, in the UK, right, they actually
Where
give the
do you want
metro
the
away
evidence
for
to come
free.
from, Jimmy?
They
Where?
give the metro away for free. It's not
No,
even
where
worth
do
$1,
you want the
bro.
evidence to come from, Jimmy? That's what we asked. That's why I asked you. You don't know, do you? Yeah, you don't know, do you?
It's,
Yeah.
it's certainly not Reuters. I'll tell you that. Let me
Yeah.
tell you what
Fuck
Reuters got
you.
to say
Fuck
about
you,
it.
niggas.
I don't know, bro. The
I
people
can't
that
wait.
were in
I
charge
can't
of
wait
it,
for Conor
UCAD,
Ben to win a
they're
world
trying to
title,
sue
boy. So
them.
I can't wait for that nigga
It
to win a
should be
world title. Come
UCAD,
back
but
here
according to
and
Conor
rub
Ben,
that
they're
belt.
wrong.
Rub
So
that fucking belt in you niggas' faces. Rub that belt in GTD motherfucking faces, man. Phantom, you can hold that belt down in your fucking little cave there. And Mr.
can I be
Simon,
honest? Can I be
you're
honest,
gonna,
bro?
Mr.
No,
Simon, you're
Butch,
gonna
I
see,
tried liking him.
greatness, Mr.
I
Simon.
tried.
You're gonna
No,
see
no, come on,
greatness.
Butch. I tried liking him, bro. But he fights bums. He's trying to dig
He
up,
fights bums. He
He's
fights.
going
He
grave
fights
robbing, bro.
bums.
He's
He
going
fights
grave
bums.
robbing.
He
This
fights
man
bums.
literally called out
Hold on. Who's
Amir
he meant to be
Khan,
fighting?
Kell
Hold
Brook,
on.
and Manny
Hold
Pacquiao.
on. So who's not a bum that is meant to be fighting? Who's not a bum that is meant to be fighting? Who's not a bum that is meant to be fighting?
Hold on
Go
a
on.
minute. He said he going grave robbing.
I'm saying, like, that's never been respectable. I don't know how far you go back in history. Like, as a matter of fact, you have to be an archaeologist in order to get respect for robbing graves.
Man, fuck that bullshit, man. Fuck that crap.
What the fuck is going on here? What?
I'm gonna have to use
Conor
that
Ben
one. Grave. I'm gonna use that
is
one.
cruising the retirement
Grave
homes for an
robbing.
opponent? What the fuck?
I gotta use that one. Grave robbing. He's grave robber.
You guys got the jokes, boy.
Oh, you guys crack me up. Thank you for
You
this.
got the
Thank you
jokes,
for
boy.
that one. But shout out to Conor
You got the
Ben. Like,
jokes, boy.
hopefully, I
Got
mean,
the jokes,
listen.
boy.
If you get busted for female fertility, I don't give a damn who you say cleared you. You're never living that
You niggas
down.
got the jokes,
Like,
boy.
you might as well just stop already, dude.
You niggas got the jokes, boy.
You better stop trying to co-sign it, right? I don't know, man.
Butch, I hate to say this, but Conor Ben is
It's just funny.
a British hype job, bro. Conor Ben is a British hype job, bro. And I hate to say this, man.
What do you say?
He is a British hype job, bro.
Oh, fuck off with your shit, man. Shut up with that crap, man.
I'm just saying, bro.
Undefeated.
All the stuff
I don't want to hear it. Undefeated. I don't want to hear it.
Bro, all the stuff the Americans are saying about him are true. He's a British hype job.
So who do you like then, Jimmy? Who do you like? Who's your fighters, Jimmy? So I can rip them as well. Who do you like?
Oh, come on. I like a look.
Bubu Andrade. Dudu Andrade. Is that who you like? Dudu Andrade.
Listen, Boots Ennis will beat the shit out of Conor Ben, bro. Seriously.
Oh, is it? Proven. How's that? How's that? What Roma Villa and
you have to real quick, but you have to understand something, right? You have to understand something. Butch, check it out, Butch, check it out. Jimmy's making a trip to America soon, right? So he's just brushing up on his American, and he knows that you guys are kind of trash over there. So when he comes over here, he's gonna have the right mind state, bro.
Hey, Phantom. That's
He's
why
gonna have the right mind state.
You ain't got no heavyweights. You ain't got no cruiserweights. You ain't got no light heavyweights. You can't name me no top 5 heavyweights, no top 5 cruiserweights, no top 5 light heavyweights, no top 5 super middleweights. You can't name me shit. So don't tell me we got no fighters over here. We whoop your fighters all the time, G. Wilder got his eardrum busted.
No, Butch, you're right. We
beat
do
the
have
fuck
good
out of
fighters.
Donny so bad.
Conor Ben isn't one of them, bro.
He
No,
fought
we do have good fighters. Conor Ben is not one of them.
I don't know. Since when is... You know how far you have to go back into time to say that Deontay Wilder's not a top 5 heavyweight? That's like damn it 10 years ago.
We fucked him up.
He's still a top 5 heavyweight to right fucking now.
He's never sniffing them belts again. We fucked him up.
I got you. Okay, it's a we thing now. Okay, I hear you. I'm just saying, I see how you move the goalposts real fast, right? Now, yes, I get it.
But look, if Fury...
Oh, man, cruiserweights are playing football. Like straight up there on their football field.
Got cooked, boy.
They're on the football field, like straight up.
But you know what, though? If Wilder, if Fury was...
I mean, listen, we're talking about it.
If Fury was the...
But if Fury got fried up...
If Fury was to retire, Wilder would be right back in the mix.
So let's say, okay, so we got the heavyweight. We got maybe the best heavyweight being a British fighter right now. Let's see, is the best cruiserweight a heavyweight? No, that'd be Jai Optai, right? Is the best light heavyweight is British guy. No, although Callum Smith is fighting, right? That might happen. Super middleweight. Kristen and Billy. Is he French?
No, he's French.
I don't think he's English, is he? He's French.
No,
right?
no, he's a French. Yeah.
He's Congolese.
Are you sure?
Congolese. Well, there you go.
He's from France.
That's fine.
Maybe I think about someone
That's
else.
fine.
I can tell you who the champion. I can tell you many champions.
Let's see. No, we got all the champions. I'm just trying to go. Hey, let me know. Okay, I know you can, but I'm not asking you to. I'm not asking you to raise your hand right now. I'll cut to the chase. I'll cut to the end. You got Sonny Edwards. You got Sonny Edwards. And you got Tyson Fury. So before you start, who? Oh, Joe Cordina, right? Yeah, Joe Cordina, right?
We got Dennis McCann. We got Daniel.
Dennis McCann.
We got Dan Aziz. We got Dan Aziz.
Wait.
We got Dan Aziz.
Wait, Dan McCann. What? Sorry, he's a champion at what weight?
He's not a champion. I'm saying he's quality fighter.
Okay, wait. We're talking about champions.
We've only got five.
No, Joe Cordina is a champion. Sonny Edwards is a champion. Tyson Fury is a champion. Christian Billion Smith is a champion. Who else am I missing? That's 4 guys.
Daniel Dubois is a champion.
No, you are missing Lee Wood.
Lee Wood is a champion.
Yes, he is, because Tank Davis is a champion. Tank Davis is a champion.
No, I didn't say Tank Davis is a champion, but
no. Daniel Dubois got the same belt as Tank, so the same champion.
I know, I got it, but we didn't. But no one mentioned Daniel Dubois, so we're not mentioning Tank either.
No. Tank is a champion. So Tank is a champion. Don't matter.
Wait a minute. You only mentioned Tank so you can try to pad the UK. I mean, you can do it if you want, but it's sad.
No. Calvin Ford says he's a champion. So Daniel Dubois.
Okay, so Calvin Ford, but Calvin Ford's not on this call. Only we are. So you sound crazy.
No, I don't. I'm telling you the facts. You go to WBA website. It says Daniel Dubois is a world regular
I get you, bro. Listen, if I wanted to carry the WBA's water, I would be talking about how all their world champions are real champions. But I'm not that guy.
It's all right. Smoke.
I don't carry the WBA's water like that. I do like the new rule change.
I know it hurts.
It's long overdue, so it's legitimized it a little bit more. But like. Yeah, I don't. I'm not so.
Smoke. I know it hurts. It's
not that, bro. Like you and I, one of the biggest knockdown dragouts we had was over the fucking Triple G's goddamn bullshit WA title defense. 9 times, Ferris Bueller style. Like get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
No, Smoke. What rule did you change though? Which rule did you say?
Oh, that the WBA world title now has the Mandos.
We got bare champions.
It used to be the Super had the Mandos and WBA was where it was just like ceremonial. But now the WBA world has the Mandos. And then every like 18 months, like every either 16, 18 months, something like that, the WBA world can challenge the Super for the Super title. And also not have Mandos for that amount of time until
we got enough champions. Talking about.
What do you mean enough champions? Enough 5? I'm pretty sure we got more than 5 guys. We got undisputed all over the fucking place.
Excuse me.
I don't know what's going on with it.
You got Smoke. Your fucking America's fucking huge.
Okay, so hold up a second.
You're acting like you're the same size country as us, and you got no.
Not the same size country. Do I need to pull out Cuba on you?
You got 52.
You want to go to sizes now? That's not even. Listen, I don't even have to go to the same size island. Like Cuba's hella small and it's island. Like what the fuck?
You're talking about exceptions.
Now you want to talk about exceptions, man. The way you move those goalposts, you really must play a lot of football. I mean soccer.
You're talking about Cuba. Okay, Cuba. So what about anyone in Africa? You want to talk about anyone in Africa's got more champions?
Africa, I mean, not really, but we can go all over the world if you want to. But we're talking about the UK.
Because you can't.
Africa
don't have more than 4 champions.
I can't what? What can't I do
right now? Smoke is
what can't I do?
No, that's what you think because you're confirmation biased. You're confirmation biased. So you're gonna even if Smoke didn't say anything, you're still gonna say cook me. So you're already confirmed biased.
Okay, this first claim. Okay, I got it. Listen, leave Bush and Conor been alone. Hey, for the rest of the stream, guys, leave this guy alone.
Who else? Cuba and who else? Cuba and who
who? I mean, how many? Does it have to be more? Are you just trying to figure out what? No, hold up a second. Just so we're talking about it, right?
Yeah, you can only mention Cuba. You can only mention Cuba.
Okay, right. Because you mentioned size. How many places are smaller than the UK that's still in boxing?
It's been.
You know what's interesting? I mean, I can go to Japan, I guess, but Japan has more people than fucking the entire UK.
What?
Wait
Because
a
they got
minute.
three
Like I
champions. What? They
said,
got three
Japan
champions.
is
What? They got three champions.
Japan has more people than the UK, so the analogy doesn't hold up. We're talking about fewer people because you're like the size of the country. So I'm just going through islands, right? But Japan, I could talk about Japan, but Japan is bigger than the UK anyway.
I'd say the UK probably right now. I'd say I might be wrong, but I think it's got more champions than any other country in Europe, though.
That's
I'm
my whole
pretty sure.
point. That's my whole
In
point.
Europe? In Europe?
Yeah.
Yes, that's my whole
Yeah.
point.
Okay, great.
I
I mean,
think
but that's
globally.
but we're not in Europe. Why are you fucking arguing with us about that shit like we would care?
Yeah. Well,
You
yeah,
can take
we're not in America.
you can
We're not
take
in America.
all the you can take all of Europe.
We're not
You
in
can take
America.
all
So
of Europe,
we're
right?
not in
Take
America.
all of the champions in all of Europe, right?
We're
And you're
in
still
America.
not fucking with the United States. All of them.
We're in America. Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are. Because we got the best fighter in the world, Tyson Fury. You can't fuck with him.
But look, when the Mexicans come
What is
over
that?
there, they
Okay,
whip your
just so
ass
you
every
understand,
time.
just so we understand,
Because
on enough.
what I'm
Okay,
saying is
just
to you
so we,
that
just
what
so
I'm saying
okay.
is that the best guy
I
with the
get you.
gloves,
You
the
want
best
to
guy
do
with
this?
the gloves on,
every
the best
Saturday.
guy with the gloves
Okay.
on is English. The best guy with the gloves on
Okay.
is English.
There's
He's
been
English.
one guy.
Listen, so who's
One
being Tyson Fury?
guy.
So who's being Tyson
Just so
Fury?
we understand each other. There's been one guy since Flipper
What
got
Tank?
the
What
ick
Tank? Tank's
from
gonna
the
beat Tyson Fury.
UK.
Tank.
There's been a okay, hold on.
Is Tank gonna fight Tyson Fury? Huh? Squash that little rat.
He's not gonna stop, bro. He's not gonna stop.
Okay, no, it's all good. It's
Hey,
all
Phantom,
good.
you're
I
in
just
your
made,
cave,
had to make
man.
sure I
You're
got
in your
it.
cave. What are you doing? Mowing
Listen,
the lawn in your
No,
cave.
but a couple of years ago. No, see, a couple of years ago, I felt
in your
the
cave,
boxing
Phantom.
was a lot more healthy. No, but I'm being honest now, right? Like 5 years ago, we had
Yeah, I know you, 'cause
15
you've been
world
lying. You've been
champions.
lying all this time, Jimmy. You've been lying.
Well, now listen to me, Butch. 5 years ago, we had 15 world champions, and now we're down to 5. So I'd say definitely the UK has slowed down a bit compared to what it was.
Just also so we can put into perspective, right? A champion is the best guy in a division, sure, right? And you could tell that because there's one belt and he was the best. That guy had a belt. Now you got 4 guys.
Yeah.
So when you say Tyson Fury is the best guy on the planet, I mean, I feel that way. I agree with you. But there's another guy who has 3 belts, so he's actually 2/3 more of a champion. He's more of a champion if you were to talk about that. But really, it's supposed to be one guy. So until those guys fight, I'm not really trying to hear the best. But when you talk about, if you want to compare countries, and it comes to actually showing that they collected all of the belts, can I get my whole thing out? Okay,
none of you are willing to put no money down. None of you lot are willing to put. You can do that, Smoke. You can do that. Go ahead. This is what happens when I'm cooking.
What happens when you lose your Looney Tunes mind?
Hey, Phantom, go and mow your lawn in your cave, Phantom.
Chill out.
Mow your lawn.
Chill. All right.
You're not saying that for Chris Smoke.
None of you lot.
Listen. It come from the sunken place. For what I got you. I was trying to give up a UK fighter, Josh. What's your boy, Josh Taylor? Right? He actually was the champion. But outside of Josh Taylor, I don't know of a single guy.
He ain't UK. He Ireland. That motherfucker ain't no UK.
No, he was Scottish, but that's UK. Yeah. He's Scotland, but they're still UK.
Yeah, but they was enslaved. They was enslaved, but they don't.
Scotland. Scotland. I'm never going to get into Scottish history because Scotland did its own share of dirt to the English. But whatever. I'm not even going into their fucked up history, and that's for them. The UK Scotland is trying to.
It was a union of kingdoms, bro. It wasn't. You think about Ireland, bro.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying before that, Ireland. Yes, Ireland used to bang on England. Scotland used to bang on whatever. I'm not trying to go back to like the Viking history and all that other shit. All I'm saying to you, all I'm saying is that there was a UK guy in the 4-belt era who was a champion. Outside of that, though, it's been like fractions of champions and all this other stuff. Yeah. And that's it. That's all I'm gonna say.
I saw Fury beat Klitschko. I thought he was almost there. Ring lineal for the belts. That was pretty close.
Yeah, they tried to make Klitschko undisputed between him and his brother, but they said like they have to put the brothers together in order to make it happen. Which is fine for the Ukraine or Germany or whatever the hell they rep.
For me personally, I'm not really when I first got on YouTube, I was like more of a casual. I used to be hardcore like British. Don't get me wrong, I still do root for British fighters, but I'm just kind of more of a global boxing fan now. Japanese boxing, Mexican boxing, obviously American boxing, Australian. And in fact, I said the UK market slowed down quite dramatically
Jimmy,
over the
who
last
are your
3
fighters,
years.
bro? Who are your fighters that you like?
I like Monster Inouye. I like Bud Crawford. I like Canelo Alvarez. I like Joe Joyce.
Joe
I
Joyce.
like.
So yeah, Joe Joyce. Let's go to him now. Why the hell did he get his eye banged out by Zhang?
But you didn't realize you're a Dillian White
Explain.
fan,
He
though.
got
You didn't realize
fucked
that,
up.
bro.
He got
You're
mashed
a
up. So
Dillian
explain
White
it to me.
fan, though,
Explain
right?
it to me. You got mashed up. You got mashed up. So
Okay.
explain it to me. What happened to
By
you?
a Dillian White fan. Okay. By a
Huh?
Dillian White fan. Okay.
Huh?
Oh, he said
Yeah,
he's
Dillian
right
White
now
didn't lose to
saying
no
the
fucking
roadman
Zhang.
Dylan White loves. He
Dillian
said
White
he's
didn't
getting
lose to
knocked
no
out.
Zhang. You didn't lose to no Zhang.
Bro, you got all right, bro. The only thing is, bro, as a Dillian White fan, bro, you should know better to, hate on anyone. Bro, what is it with
Jimmy,
you
you're a
boys? Why
hater.
all you
Jimmy,
dudes
you're a hater.
popping dirty, bro?
You ain't Conor
First
Ben.
Dillian White, now Conor Ben, bro. Like, come on, man.
The end,
Bro, you're
the
talking about
road,
Chris, fam.
man, the end.
Fam. I rather like those guys. Fam, you like Chris Eubanks and Dudu Andrade.
Bro.
They popping up.
Yeah, you know what?
Them
I'm
niggas
not
ain't
gonna lie
big.
though. That was a good
What are
one.
they
Like,
big? Hey, Jimmy, what are they? Hey,
I
Jimmy,
used to actually go to war on these panels
Dillian
with
White. I
Demetrius
can tell you
Andrade.
Dillian White, and I can tell you Dillian White,
Not
one
one
of
of
the best
not
fighters.
one of my
What are their
better
signature
moments.
fights? They
Going
ain't
to
no
war
shit.
going to war for Demetrius Andrade, bro. That shit was funny. Me and YB. He was a Charlo fan. I was a Boo Boo fan. We used to go to war, man. Bloody hell. That guy was actually one of my favorite fighters back in the day. Believe it or not.
It's
Yeah,
fine,
well,
man. You
Boo Boo
finished more
still.
in that. You
Well,
finished
I
more in that
I
room in
will
your
say,
cave.
Boo Boo is still undefeated.
Undefeated. How much does that really mean nowadays? Undefeated.
I don't know. It went a hell of a lot when
One
they were talking about Conor
undefeated.
Ben.
1 minute undefeated don't mean shit. 1 minute undefeated means everything.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying. Like a second ago, you were touting how undefeated was the shit. Nobody pushed back. I mean, I thought undefeated was should be valued higher depending on your opposition, right? But undefeated is okay. But I don't go around talking about how Tom Schwartz was the goods when he fought Tyson Fury just because he's undefeated. I'm not one of those guys.
So I said I don't care about that undefeated shit. That undefeated shit don't
Benedict.
mean nothing. Look at Munguia. Munguia's almost got the he's almost got as much fights as Floyd. That nigga's still undefeated. You lot say he ain't fought nobody.
No, but talking about Munguia, what do you think about that, bro? I feel like Oscar De La Hoya is making a huge mistake. Because Eddie Hearn's damn near begging to make the Berlanga and Munguia fight. And that's a fight where Munguia will probably destroy Berlanga quite easily, right? Huge fight, nice win.
I don't know if he destroys him. I don't know about that.
And it's a big fight on the zone. I don't get Oscar's logic by not making it. The Charlo fight I got is a cross-promotional network thing. This fight is an in-house fight. Your guy's probably going to win by destruction. And it's got a lot of hype and good money. What is the logic of not making the fight? I don't get it.
Because maybe they don't believe the same shit you do, bro. That Munguia is gonna destroy Berlanga. Maybe they don't believe that, bro.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
I remember that whole profile thing when Eddie Hearn was trying to trying to put Dylan White in front of Wilder for AJ. You got to build your profile. Nobody knows you. I go to your hometown to ask, not hometown, I went to the streets of New York and just asked, Deontay Wilder, and everyone's going crazy for that shit. It's probably like that. Berlanga is like, maybe he's a draw in New York, but I don't even know if he's that.
I think he's a draw in New York. I think he's a legitimate draw in New York, bro.
Really? I don't know that. I don't know. I don't know that to be the case. Maybe
You put Berlanga on Puerto Rico Day, bro. It's selling out, bro. Come on.
I think he was a draw. I think he lost his fire.
Well, I mean, we know that Bob Arum loves to check a buck, and Bob Arum was happy to let him go. Puerto Ricans put their day parade and all.
I don't. Yeah, if Munguia comes to New York and fights Berlanga, I don't see how that doesn't.
Marky Dan.
But it's one fight though.
What's good, Bush?
What you saying, Marky Dan, man? You remember that? Remember when we was reading that article with Conor Ben, the proper article? You saw the evidence.
According to that article, he's clean. He was acquitted.
Thank you.
To that article.
Right. So here's the thing. Right. So the article. Right. So when you have
Marky Dan is
competing,
not ignorant like the rest of the sports haven and this.
And hold on, smoke. Hold on. It came from the BBC, so and I trust that. That's a reliable source to me. When you talk about articles.
All right, so so that's what
Thank
I was
you,
going
thank you very
with the
much. Thank you very much.
sourcing.
He's not
So
ignorant like
we're
Phantom.
definitely going with the
Phantom, the
sourcing
cave
from it,
ass
right?
stupid ass nigga
All
Phantom.
right, so we're definitely
And Sports Haven. The two
BBC.
Chuckle brothers. The two Chuckle brothers, fam.
I
Phantom and
got you.
Sports Haven.
I got you. I think there is one source though for when it comes to news that is actually the gold standard around the world, and it's not the BBC. It's Reuters. Just so you know, just so we understand where we're going.
Fuck
This whole thing.
Reuters.
I know you want to say fuck my Reuters, but before you say fuck my Reuters, when you just threw the BBC in my face, I know, like I get it. You want to go ahead and like blot out all other information because BBC, because almighty BBC, but the BBC gets it wrong. And I'm not even going to go into it. I'm not saying they're a bad news agency or anything.
BBC getting it wrong. What are you doing?
Okay, can I finish my statement before you completely continue off with you? Do you want me to like really, bro? Like, do you? Okay, so we both know that no news agency gets it all right all the time. So like that whole thing is that your whole thing's a non-starter. I'm just chill out for a second. Let me get my thought out. Right. Okay, go ahead, Bush. You got it, bro. He's clear. He's clear. He's clear. I'm not trying to trigger you. I hang out with you.
Are you some kind of sugar rush? I think it's something lost from
man, Conor Ben is taking a lot of heat on the UK. I can tell. He's been scared of some Conor Ben shit.
He used to be up here talking about.
No, bro. I'm just saying, why are you so aggressive, bro? Like, it's okay, man. Like,
well, he's had to eat shit for months due to Conor Ben's dirty drug test. So, you know, he's kind of going on a big
I can feel my boy Butch's passion with this.
It's too soon.
It's close to my boy's heart.
It's too soon.
Yeah, but I know Butch not to be the shield though.
I'm having a good time. He's not having a good time.
That means I'm deserving my Grammy. If you really think I'm being aggressive, that means I'm doing my job. Again, I deserve my Grammy.
No, but shield is, bro. I think I told you not to be Conor Ben's shield though, and that's a role you took on yourself though. So I get what you're saying. You took a lot of abuse, but you want to be that shield, bro. You made yourself a human shield for Conor Ben.
No, you made your human shield for.
Nah, but you know what? I respect my boy Butch because of that, Jimmy. When everybody else turned their back on Conor Ben, my nigga Butch stayed riding with him. I gotta respect.
I don't know if the old people told you this, but if you haven't heard it anywhere else, you heard it here first. If you're gonna laugh about it later, you might as well get started.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you should have been a human shield for Christian Banks Jr. Jimmy. Hey, Jimmy, you should have been a human shield for Christian Banks Jr. when he got knocked out by Liam Smith. You should have stood in front of that, right?
Oh, I did.
Right? Where was you? Where was you when he got knocked out?
I mean, bro, I just came on the panel and said he got knocked out, but there's not really much more I can do about it, bro. Like, all this weird thing.
Yeah, there isn't, Kanye. Yeah, there isn't. Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing really to defend, though.
As the way I understood, didn't Conor Ben juice himself out of the division? Didn't he have 154 now? Like, he's done 147.
Here we go with Phantom. Are you finished mowing your lawn in your cave? Have you finished mowing the lawn?
He was walking up to 160. So I don't think he'll ever go welterweight again.
Yeah, what I mean is like his testicles shrunk, but his muscle mass grew, so he's up to another weight class now. That's what I heard.
Oh yeah, his testicles shrunk. How do you know his testicles shrunk? You saw that outside?
Does he have a comeback fight scheduled?
Bro, so what he's doing is he's either waiting for Chris Eubank to beat Liam Smith in the rematch, or he's waiting for Kell Brooks to come out of retirement, or Amir Khan to come out of retirement, or Manny Pacquiao to come out of retirement.
Oh, I hope you're trolling, Jimmy. I really hope you are. I don't want to see that shit.
Listen, there's a reason why I stopped liking this guy, and I never really even liked him to begin with. But I tried to like him.
This guy's bullshit.
It's like Smoke said. The Adrian Broner situation.
Why are you listening to this crap?
At some point, you gotta put the flag down, bro. At some point,
Andrade ain't done nothing with his career. He's upset that Chris
He's done more than Conor Ben, bro. He's done more than Conor Ben, bro. You know what I mean?
Who do you think Nigel Ben? Who do you think Nigel Ben would rather have as a son, Tim Tszyu or Conor Ben?
Conor Ben's dad is better than Costa Tszyu.
Okay, Butch.
No, he's saying who would you rather have a son though? Conor.
Conor Ben.
Conor Benn got a bad career. Conor got a bad career.
Was he laughing like that when? So Jimmy, was he laughing like that when Chris Eubank Jr. got knocked out? Was that the way he was laughing? Was he laughing like that when he got knocked out? Was he laughing like that?
Oh
Was
yeah,
he crying?
but
Was he crying at them aerosexuals? Which one was it?
Yeah, go ahead, Butch.
They're on one today with Conor Benn, Butch.
I was pissed off a little bit, but I was more pissed off when Joe Joyce lost to Zhang. That's when I was really pissed. But it was what it was, you know.
It was what it wasn't, wasn't it? Wasn't it, Jimmy?
Bro, you know what? You got Dillian White. You got Dillian White with DM, bro.
Yeah, it was what it was. It was what
You
it
got
was.
Dillian White with DM, bro.
So with that drug test, it was what it was.
He'll still finish. Bro, Joe Joyce will still finish whatever's left of Dillian White, bro. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah, man, Dillian White. Dillian White and Hellenius rematch. Something else. Like, would you rather see that? I think that's preferable.
Dillian White is
actually,
cooked.
to, what?
I say
Dillian
Chisora
White
makes more sense.
Dillian
I
White
say
is cooked.
Chisora. No, Smart. I think Chisora makes more sense. Just because of the markets involved, you know. I think Chisora versus White 3. Between them, they could generate.
I would prefer that trilogy to Chisora fucking Fury 3. That shit.
Matter of fact, that would actually be a pretty good fight, Smoke and Jimmy. Chisora and
I like
White.
that one. Yeah. Rematch, yeah, that's not bad. But I mean, damn. But I mean, how many times you must not like Derek Chisora? That's for the Dillian White fans who need who need an ego boost. Like, leave Chisora alone. Let that dude. I guess he's still trying to make money though, right?
So, hey, Smoke, say whatever you want about Chisora. He still hasn't lost the fighting spirit, man. That nigga, he was down 5 rounds to Gerald Washington. He came back in that fight.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
Now,
but
of course, that's Gerald Washington, of course.
The Americans don't have any real warriors like Derek Chisora. You don't throw your thighs underneath the bus after one or 2 losses. You don't throw your thighs underneath the bus. You don't throw your thighs underneath the bus. Derek Chisora got
You know what, Bush? That's fact. That's actually fact.
Still gets
Okay, that is not it. There's a certain point where you, bro. Okay.
Still gets
I can't believe it. That nice ass England is talking about how you guys got warriors. Like motherfuckers, you guys stop the fight when somebody just stops.
That's fact, though.
Somebody just goes crazy. No, he's just rambling. They were like, I don't know what happened. If he left a word in edgewise, then maybe I could retort.
What fighter you know that can have 10, 20 losses over here and still be a box office draw like Del
I'll
Boy?
tell you, goddamn Roy Jones. We don't call him. You guys call him Warriors if you want to, but what we call him, we call it. And James Toney. All of you guys just like seeing the guy get beat up, even though he's long in the tooth and all this shit. We want a guy to retire. Like, listen, it's not. You don't throw a guy under the bus just because you're no longer because you're not. Let me just say, because you're not interested in watching tomato cans and used to was his fight. Like, I don't like. I'm not a big proponent of like spending all day every day watching tomato cans. I'm just not. That's not my thing.
Kurt
Sugar, rest in peace. That dude watched everything.
Butch, I will say this about Derek. Butch, I will say this about Derek Chisora. If you have any love for that man, if you're a real fan of him, you need him to retire, like right now. No, man.
Hold on a second. Butch, were you one of those people that said, what do you think of Nonito's last performance? You think were you one of those guys that he should hang it up? He said enough? Okay.
Nah, he wanted to go for the trilogy with Monster.
Yeah, okay. We throwing him away by saying, hey, were you throwing Nonito the Great Warrior away? Like, get the fuck out of here.
No, Smoke. Bush did make a good point, though. Like, if Deontay Wilder lost 15 times, would you be able to revive his career like Derek Chisora has? That's hard, man. That is really hard. You know.
Well, I mean, the thing is, if you're the UK, see, here's the thing about it. Let me give a little bit of shine to the UK right now. When you have a long boxing tradition that is also like in your home, like local market, then you can do all kinds of shit like that. It's like the UFC, how they can just keep recycling guys over and over because it's a league unto itself. And so is British boxing because it's history with the fucking sport. You guys have been doing this shit for hundreds of years at this point. It's just what you guys fucking ingrained in part of your fuck culture. Like it's whatever.
Yeah, it's cool though. But I do want Derek Chisora to retire. Though I'm not. If he wants one final payday, maybe White and Chisora Part 3 Crossroads. But after that, come on. The guy made $5 million against Tyson Fury. He got paid over $1 million on the AJ card. That dude, like, like you made good money. The rematch with Dillian White, he got paid a ton of money. He got paid good money against Joseph Parker. I mean, like, he's probably got like 20, 25
must have some debts, Jimmy. That must be the only reason he's stealing. He must have some debts or something.
No, he doesn't have debts. He's got about 5 car dealerships and about 3 farms in the UK.
What
the guy's
the
like a
fuck?
businessman.
No,
Yeah,
see,
he's a
celebrity. The celebrity has a different value in the UK than it does here. We still value celebrity, but it's not. It's a little bit different there. They have a different cultural currency for it because there's just not as many of those fuckers. So being a celebrity is kind of a big deal, and fighting in front of people and doing the culture thing, that's like part of the mystique and all, whatever. And he's getting paid to do it handsomely, more than most people make in a year, like, whatever.
I guess you
Man,
can
that
still make
dude
$1
is
million.
crazy.
I mean, I guess you're kind of a star, right? If you can still clear over $1 million to fight, I mean, you're doing okay.
If you can make $1 million in fucking England, then you would then you do it. Hey, you can make a legal £1 million, so you do that shit.
Yeah.
But my nigga, you own multiple car dealerships. You own multiple property. You own several acres of property if you own a ranch. What the fuck are you doing fighting? And just taking brutal ass whoopings.
What was Mike Tyson and Roy Jones doing fighting? In the middle of a rap concert.
What'd you say?
What was Mike Tyson and Roy Jones doing fighting in the middle of a rap concert? Like, what was that about?
Oh, okay, yeah, that's his nature, yeah, of course. But still,
Yeah, because
like,
they fight
my
and they're
thing
gonna
is
get
that-
paid to do it. Like,
But I'm saying, if you have other streams of revenue, I mean, anyway, I don't know. It's a crazy ass nigga. I probably shouldn't try to rationalize why he does what he does.
Here's what I'm gonna tell you, Mr. Virgin Islands, because you got a lot of time to implement this. When it comes to honest bucks, what you want is that stickum on your palms, and you want Shiva arms. You want a ton of those motherfucking arms. You want to stay in every single dollar that can come your way that's honest. You make sure you get that shit.
That's what I try to
You
do,
make sure that
Smoke.
shit stick to your palms like fucking fly paper. What the fuck? Enough money when you just do what you love to do and what you know how to do, what you've been doing anyway?
My nigga, you are Smoke. He is getting beat upside his head by 230-pound men, my
And
nigga.
listen, I didn't know what the fuck he was doing in the Carlos Takam fight. And that was in like 2018. I was like, what the fuck is this elder dude? And then he's not Carlos Takam smooth the fuck out with one of them Hail Mary fucking right. Oh shit. Man, I gotta tell you, the English bum bashers are fucking entertaining. I don't care what you say about these dudes.
They are.
Stop with that shit, man. I tell your fans have some domestic fans, man. You Americans are shit, man. You Americans just chat shit.
Yeah,
You
because
don't understand anything about the world.
another love letter to the English boxing thing. Right, because we do this whole thing where it's about skills and showcase fights and showing your skills off and your craft and all that shit, developing the eye popping stuff. But you guys do parody where you put guys who are evenly matched against each other. So it doesn't matter how trash they are. It's still a good fucking fight.
Two gladiators fight. Two gladiators fight. Not gladiator.
That's it. You're always fucking like, oh shit.
Two gladiators
Smoke. That was a great bump match.
Not gladiator.
Chisora and Taka.
Someone from the chitlin circuit. That's what you want to do. Make chitlin circuit fights.
That was actually an epic ass fight, though. You niggas ain't gonna shit on
How did
Chisora.
Canelo Alvarez come and dominate your country? How did Canelo Alvarez come and dominate your country? How is he?
He's from Mexico.
He came and dominated your country, fam. What are you talking about?
That is what are you talking about?
What are you talking about? Floyd Mayweather dominated Canelo.
Nah, bro. Canelo Alvarez is the face of boxing now. Canelo Alvarez, isn't it?
No, it's Tank.
I thought Tank Davis.
And if you want to talk about Terence Crawford,
Oh yeah, Bud Crawford. My
Terence Crawford, the best fans. Terence Crawford said the best fans are in the UK. That's what he said. The best fans are from the UK. That's what he said.
Tank Davis is the face of
Yeah,
boxing.
Bud Crawford
said that, but
oh my God, Butch.
he said that right after beting up a bunch of UK guys, right?
Right.
That's a lie. That's a lie. Beat up that
he
one.
wasn't
Stop with that bullshit. Stop with that bullshit.
I mean, at least one, right?
One or two UK guys.
I know at least one, and the one
he beat
comes
two.
to mind.
Who just said Tank was a face of boxing?
Yeah, Sports Haven.
Because
Speak up,
I want
speak
to
up,
ask
player.
that. Just hold
Hey,
on,
Sports
Rich.
Haven. Speak
I
up,
want
player.
to ask that
Speak up,
personal
player.
something, right?
Speak up, Reverend.
So the
Speak up,
same.
my
So
Reverend.
Brian Custer, right? Now I got you, bro. So Brian Custer, when he and this is the guy, Showtime dude, PBC guy, right? He introduced Canelo as the face of boxing. So the PBC have actually stopped calling Tank. As soon as Canelo signed a deal with them, they're introducing him as the face of boxing, no longer Tank. So I find that interesting.
Yeah, that sounds like business to me.
Yeah, that's his business, man. At the end of the day, we'll see what his numbers do. Tank's the face of boxing right now.
No, I'm just saying once they're on the both
No, I
sides,
understand what you're trying to do. You being
it's
political.
fair
I hear what
game.
you're saying. I mean,
No,
it's
it's
business. I mean,
no,
Canelo.
it's not business though. If Tank is still bigger star than Canelo, then they should still be introducing Tank, right?
Check
When
this
both
out,
guys
right?
are on the
Man.
same
Check this
platform.
out, right? They both. It's like this fight can change it, but based
I,
on Tank's last performance,
I,
Tank's the biggest name in boxing. You can
I
accept
mean,
whatever you
Showtime. Why
I
would
mean, but
Showtime got
Jimmy,
$100 million deal?
It doesn't matter what Showtime's
but
saying.
Jimmy,
No, but why
that's
don't
what
Showtime do Tank?
Showtime do. The week before when they were promoting Bud versus Bud
Right.
versus Spence, they were saying the winner of that fight is
Would
pound
be
for pound best. Now
right.
this week they saying Canelo versus Charlo, the winner is pound for pound
Right.
best. It's
Business, man.
just
No.
words.
I don't think they said that about Canelo. I don't think they said about Canelo.
No, I know
I
you just
think
taking shots at Tank, but at the end of the day, Tank is what
no, it's not about Canelo.
Tank is love.
When they're on the same,
Tank is
listen,
love, brother.
by who though? Maybe the dudes
world.
he shared the jail cell with.
No, I mean he's
Maybe.
chill about it. Well, I
I'm
mean, I
talking
know
about.
now you want to talk about him going to jail. Have you been to jail? Have your
No,
father been
what
to
I'm
jail?
saying.
Have
No,
your
listen.
grandfather been to jail?
Listen. At the end of the day, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bro. But what I'm trying to say to you,
have you been to jail? You brought up him going to jail. You say about the people he been
no,
to jail with.
you're saying that he loved though, and I said maybe by his cellmate in jail.
Jimmy, why would you say that? Why would you say that? Why would you say that?
Because it's a cheap shot, bro.
Right.
Sometimes it's a cheap shot, bro. That's why.
Like it's worse than why do you engage in Jimmy on that shit, man? Like you know where it's going.
I engaged him because I was gonna fuck with him.
Listen,
but,
bro. He's not the face of boxing, bro. Listen.
Listen,
Tyson Fury's not the face of boxing. Tank Davis is not the face of boxing.
Jimmy, you over there in the UK with a drug
Of course, Of course, the facts matter, bro. One guy's getting offered $100+ million contracts by Showtime, and the other guy in Tank Davis they're telling him, listen, you're gonna make a $2 million base purse, and if you break even, we might throw you some chump change.
That ain't what he made in his last fight. That ain't what he made in his last fight.
With Ryan Garcia, he finally made a $5 million payday, bro. Come on,
man, he sell out crowd. His gates is among the best in boxing.
What, $3 million a rolling?
I know you don't want to accept
$3 million. Come on.
Listen, man. At the end of the day, you don't have to listen. Ain't nobody in the UK to face a boxing.
Joshua was, I'd say. I mean, look,
Tyson Fury
Tyson Fury is making more money. Anthony Joshua still makes more money than any American champion. What are you talking about? Anthony Joshua is the second highest. No, Anthony Joshua is the second highest paid fighter in the sport.
Anthony Joshua is a curve.
Anthony Joshua. No, but what's that to do with his money, though? You're saying that ain't no one making that money. AJ, outside of Canelo Alvarez, is the highest paid fighter. Look on the Forbes list. Listen, my friend, let's forget emotions. Let's go by receipt. Go on the Forbes list. Go on the Forbes list. Outside of Canelo, there's another fighter on that list, right? His name is Anthony Joshua.
Let me ask you this. If Anthony Joshua come to Atlanta, is he going to sell out?
He sold out Madison Square Garden, bro. So
I said if he comes to Atlanta, is he going to sell out?
What do you sell out in Atlanta? It depends who he's fighting.
If Tank go to UK, he gonna sell out.
All right, bro. If you say so, bro.
I know it is a fact.
Depends on who he's fighting. That's not a guarantee. Depends on who he's fighting.
Tank gonna sell out no matter who he fight, brother.
Nah, Tank gonna sell out in the UK. I just feel like a superstar coming overseas like that, and I think Joshua would do decent in Atlanta.
You guys
don't understand. The UK is very, very insular. They support their own. They don't really support a bunch of people coming to the UK and taking their money like from their lads. That's not about to happen.
But if Tank fight a local boy, they're gonna show out.
Yeah, exactly. He has to fight.
That's why I said it depends on who he fights. Like if Tank were to fight Conor Ben, which he's gonna knock him the fuck out if they do fight. Like that's a big fight in the UK.
The last 2 or 3 years, look. At the end of the day,
Crawford is more known in the UK than I'm not trolling. Bud Crawford is the biggest star in the UK than Tank.
Listen, brother.
I'm not joking.
At the end of the day, the last 2 or 3 years, Tank gonna sell out wherever he go. The last 2 or 3, he don't matter.
I just hear this nigga say Tank
he
and
go to
Conor,
Alaska. He go to
Yeah,
Alaska.
but bro, look at the places he's selling out, bro. Fucking Baltimore, DC. He ain't selling out no Vegas stadiums, bro. He ain't selling out the Dallas Cowboys Stadium or the Las Vegas MGM Grand, bro. He did it once and he had to hold fucking Ryan Garcia's hand.
Okay. I'm just saying, wherever he
So
go, he
let me
sell out.
see.
Though.
Did somebody just say? I hear somebody just say some Tank and some goddamn Conor Ben. That should have never happened.
It could if it's enough money. Yeah,
that would be a huge
It won't
fight.
happen, bro. He won't fight Conor Ben.
Now you got some action maybe at the UK market
I
though.
could actually see Conor Ben taking that fight.
Yeah, because
I can see Tank doing it too.
He needs some money
It
right
won't
now.
happen, man.
Yeah, I
Tank
can
won't
see
take it.
Tank maybe meeting him at 145. He's gonna put a rehydration clause on him.
Yeah,
Tank is not taking that type of fight.
To make 145. He's way too juiced up to make 145. I think.
Well, I ain't gonna say that in the future. I'm saying his history up to now shows he don't take them type of fight.
What type of fight?
A fight that he has a chance of losing.
I don't think Conor Ben is all that good.
I don't think he has a chance of losing. No, I don't know.
I don't think he's all that
It's a
good.
different
I mean,
market.
yeah. I think Conor Ben gets stopped. My opinion.
yeah. Conor Ben, he said he's too predictable. He telegraphed.
It's a great fight actually for Tank.
He telegraphed.
I'm trying to tell you, man. There's cash at 147 for Tank Davis. That's what I've been. Shakur, Devin Haney, and Tank will be fighting at 147. Just get it in your mind.
Yeah, look, and listen, for all those that hate on
That's my
Tank,
opinion.
the
That's
fight's
what
gonna
I'm
jump off next year. I mean, listen, this whole year was set off with Ryan and Tank. You could say, "Oh, it was Ryan," but at the end of the day, the fight was set off with Ryan and Tank.
Oh, sorry, y'all.
What happened?
The 49ers just traded Trey Lance to the Cowboys.
Oh!
I hate that.
Man, I hope they put him in just for one series. We're gonna put his ass in the dirt.
Trey Lance ain't as bad. You know that I think I think that's a bunch of.
He's a bust. I mean, let's just call it like it is.
Well, I mean, how long has he been in the league, brother?
You can't call him a bust because he's only played one game in 3 years.
My nigga, we drafted you in the top 3.
Hey,
you
man,
became the third. Hold on. You became the third string. You dropped to the third string quarterback, and now you've been traded. You're probably not going to be the backup quarterback over Cooper Rush. You are a bust, my nigga.
No, you can't. You can't judge him. The dude's only played one game in 3 years.
Right, man. You can't do that.
He played one NFL game in 3 years.
You gotta be healthy.
He rode the bench.
But
wait a minute. He rode the bench the first year to watch. They started him in the second year, and he got hurt in the first game. He hasn't even played a whole football game. You don't know what he is.
Let me add this, Shelton, because one thing about Mr. Shelton that I like is we watch college football. We college football junkies. We watch these kids. They didn't put him in. They didn't start him just because he was a bum.
No, they started him because they thought they had something.
Because they started
and
him
he got
over
hurt.
my man. They started him over my man, and he's a solid quarterback. What's his name? What's his name?
Jimmy G.
Yeah, Jimmy G.
They started him over Jimmy G.
And I think he lost to the Bears. I remember that game.
He lost to the Bears, and the next game he got hurt. He fucked his foot up. Remember, he broke his fucking ankle.
Man, look, all I know is we drafted you. Go ahead.
Brother, what I'm trying to say is this. What I'm trying to say, my brother, is that we fans, we sit back, we watch it. These guys are they do this for a living. They drafted him, and then they went ahead and put him over Jimmy G. So they said they felt like he had more upside than Jimmy G. Bottom line, and he got hurt.
Yeah.
And he just didn't pan out. Now maybe they may have traded him because his injuries may have taken away from some of his attributes that they thought he had in the draft.
They traded him. They traded him. I'm gonna tell you why they traded him. They traded him because Brock Purdy came back better than they thought, and they don't want nobody looking over Brock Purdy's shoulder.
Yeah, that's
right.
I mean, that's
so
based off his performance last year. I mean, we'll see how.
Yeah, but Brock Purdy came back. He's back. He played last week, and he looked decent. So they said we're gonna start this guy, so this guy got to go. We can't have two starters on this team. This guy got to go, and Dallas needs a fucking backup.
Take Sam to Dallas. They can do something.
Right, and Sheldon, you don't want to be answering questions about the QB situation during the year. Just get that the fuck out of there.
Yeah, get him the fuck out of here. Get him the fuck out of here.
Yeah,
that's true. Because that's a big deal. They all over the news.
Brock
with
Purdy
that.
100%?
Brock Purdy is playing. He played. Listen, he played a whole quarter. He played a whole quarter last week, so he's back.
Because I know they said that Sam Darnold gonna be the starter week 1.
Yeah, they said if he gets hurt, they like Sam Darnold.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they don't trust him because Sam Darnold. That just lets you know they the misfit team. They the misfits.
Well, think about this, and think about this for a second. What team in the NFL keeps 3 quarterbacks?
Well, I'm just saying. I'm talking about Sam Darnold.
None.
If they talking about starting Sam Darnold,
Well, Sheldon, it's a rule now where they allow them to keep an emergency quarterback because of that 49ers game.
Yes,
and they
so
can get every team. Listen, they can get an emergency quarterback from anybody. They can get a motherfucker off the couch to be an emergency.
That's true.
They're not
No. But the rule is they can keep him on the sideline. It's not a thing of like, we call you.
But he don't dress.
Guess what?
But he don't dress.
Guess what?
Yeah.
No.
When you're in the playoffs, you shouldn't even. If you're in the playoffs, the last thing you want to do is rely on a backup, let alone a third quarterback.
That's a nightmare.
Yeah, she don't even dress. So we ain't talking about that dude. That dude, they figured this dude, we gonna do this dude a favor and let him get up out of here. Maybe he can win a job for him.
Uncle Simon's on point. If you're talking about starting Sam Darnold or you even conversating about that means they don't believe in the other quarterback neither, bro.
Either that they don't change.
And you gotta remember, Sports Heaven, you gotta look at the locker room. The locker room won't Brock Purdy. They like it.
Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah.
And then the
They
thing
like
about it too, and the thing about it too, Sports Heaven, the Jets banking their future on Breece Hall. But for the time being, they had to pick up Dalvin Cook.
Yeah,
they had to pick him up. Because you don't know how his season gonna be coming off a serious
Exactly, coming off that ACL. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why they got Dalvin Cook. You're exactly right, Jay Simon. They had to go get him. He's available too. You got to go get him.
And that's a big.
Exactly.
Big Dalvin Cook is a good
But not only that, when you're in a Super Bowl window and you have the opportunity to get a superstar on your fucking team to make big impact plays, man, you go do it.
Yeah, but they
that's why you think motherfucking Salah was cussing out his offensive line. Like, look, we got everything. You motherfuckers ain't playing. So you motherfuckers better step it up.
Y'all know the
Because we
value
got
of a running back.
defense, we got a running game, we got the quarterback, we got the receivers, but you motherfuckers get your shit together.
That's why I always say you do not build your team from the outside in.
Yeah.
You don't build from the receivers. Right. You build from the trenches. You build the D-line and your O-line. That's where you build from.
Yeah.
Now you see them in this situation. They can't protect Aaron Rodgers.
What made New England great for so many years? That offensive line.
O-line.
And the D-line.
And not just that, the defense always was able to give him the ball back.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Is Aaron Rodgers a Cowboy now or something?
No,
he's a Jet.
A Jet.
And here's the crazy thing, Marky. When was any one of y'all? When was the last time y'all ever heard a marquee running back still on the market? Nobody picked up Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah.
I've been hearing about the Eagles. They've been making some calls. So shit.
Let me throw this analogy out here now that we're talking about Aaron Rodgers. Isn't this so intriguing, right? And I know a couple of y'all know what I'm talking about. When Brett Favre, after he finally left the Green Bay Packers, and he went to the Jets, they had a decent squad. He made them decent. But isn't that interesting? We rewind 20 years down the line, and Aaron Rodgers, he done with the Green Bay Packers. He's really on his last leg, and he ended up on the Jets. That's intriguing.
Well, not really, because
came full circle.
I won't say that because Woody Johnson was the only one rich enough or willing to pick up that contract.
Well, no, I get what you're saying, Shelton, but I'm just saying the facts is the reality.
Because Aaron Rodgers make a lot of money.
No, I get that. I'm just saying the reality of life is it's ironic.
It's ironic. And if you think about that, Heaven, really, he didn't really have too much of shit at the Jets. Where he looked the best when he left Green Bay, he went to Minnesota. That's when he looked good.
Well, let me stop you 1 second, though. Let me say this. One thing about the Jets defense, though, their defense Like y'all heard it here first.
Mhm.
The Jets gonna finish in second place in that division. That
They got a top 5 defense. They got a top
Yeah.
5 NFL defense. They do.
That big boy, Quentin Williams, I really like him.
If that defense
And
play
that,
up to caliber, and they
and
not
that
on the field
motherfucker
all
on the
game,
back end, Sauce Gardner. He's a beast. Sauce Gardner's a
he the
motherfucker.
best young cornerback in the league.
Yeah.
I say it's between him and Tariq Woolen. I like Woolen just a little bit better because he's
That's fair.
6'4". He runs a 4.2. So it's not by much though. But yeah, they both great young
Yeah,
players.
sometimes it come down to who can sniff the ball out though. You know, size and speed sometimes go out the window. You know what I mean? My man, you speaking of the Jets, my man, what's his name? What's his name? They call him Island. What's his name? He played with the Jets.
Darrell
Reeves.
Yeah, Reeves. He wasn't the fastest. He wasn't the strongest, but he had
He was big and physical and knew how to play position.
Right.
He's always in the right position. But you know who's really tripping right now? We sitting here talking about this shit. We gonna get back to boxing, but you know who's really tripping right now?
Who?
Nigga Dak.
Yep.
Nigga Jerry sending him a message like, "Look, motherfucker, that shit you was doing last year, do that shit again. We're gonna start him."
That's fair.
Okay.
That's fair.
And that's what they need to do. They need to put some pressure on his ass, Sheldon. You getting paid all that fucking money to lose low scoring games like that in the playoffs. You throwing picks left and right. Get the fuck out of here, my nigga. Jalen Hurts got to an NFC Championship game before Dak.
Here's the thing.
And he can't throw a
Mark.
lick. And this motherfucker can't throw a lick, and you throwing interceptions left and right.
Here's the thing, though, Mark.
He can throw better than what you're saying. He can
I
throw.
done been studied the pattern of Dak Prescott. I don't care if the Cowboys are a playoff team. If he start playing bad toward the end of the season like he normally does, don't boils it up for him in the playoffs.
You said
if he does man, Jay Simon, that's the Cowboys every damn year. You know that.
and then look,
Jay Simon, you said if he does the usual.
Because I don't look at the team like week 13, 14, and round. I look at him. Not that he's throwing interceptions. He's throwing interceptions for 6. Oh,
yeah,
no,
right.
man.
And they got and look,
Man.
here's the thing. And Mike Parsons, that Mike Parsons, that's probably the best fucking front seven defense. That's the best motherfucking defense.
Oh yeah, Michael Parsons said he want to be the best of all time. I don't want to just be good. I want to be one of the greatest of all time. When you talk about Lawrence Taylor, you don't talk about me.
I watched him play live. That nigga beat everywhere the ball beat every down.
Yeah.
That's the one thing I'll say about him. Like, for me, like my guy Hassan Reddick, that motherfucker is a monster, but when it comes to playing off ball, he can't compare to Michael Parsons. That nigga is special.
Yeah, Michael Parsons is a motherfucker, man. I gotta give it to him. That kid is nice.
Yeah, they got to deal with that shit. We could have Sheldon. We could have took him at 10, but we went with Devontae Smith. I ain't mad about it.
Which wasn't a bad choice. That wasn't really a bad choice. I mean,
yeah, but you know what?
Nah, I ain't mad about it.
It's hard to ignore it though because that motherfucker is a game changer.
Oh my God, Sheldon! Imagine if we had, if my team had Michael Parsons one side and we had Reddick the other side, and then we got Jalen Carter coming up the motherfucking middle.
That wouldn't be fair.
That's like when Starks. That's like when Starks was young when he went to Chicago. You know,
yeah, that wouldn't
Chicago
be fair.
And just changed the whole aura. Like God, like Chicago defense was like the best top 5 in the league all overnight.
Yeah, that shit wouldn't even be fair, bro. That shit would just be unfair if you had all that on one squad.
Man, I can't wait for football. It's just one week. We just 1 week out.
And then college.
We only 1 week out, bro.
Closer.
But we got some games tomorrow, though. We got some college games, so I'm happy.
Who's playing tomorrow? Who's playing tomorrow, sir?
Notre Dame and Navy. Then we got SC, motherfucking San Jose State. We got a few college games tomorrow.
Oh, so the FBS playing tomorrow?
Yeah, they play tomorrow.
Oh yeah. It's time to light the grill up. I'm going to the gym and lighting the grill up.
There you go. See, football's back, baby. Football back.
I'm gonna go to because we got. I live in Charlotte, so we got they're not all that, but they all right. They the Charlotte
But you know the game I'm waiting on, right, Heaven?
What you talking about? Alabama, Georgia.
September 2nd. You got Colorado and TCU.
Yep.
Yeah, I forgot Dion. Oh yeah, I'm interested in them.
Oh, that's a big game.
So either Dion has what he says he has, or we gonna find out because TCU gonna run their ass up out the gym.
Well,
He gonna run their ass off the field.
Sheldon, I
Here's
don't
the
know
thing,
if TCU have the same team they had last year.
They don't. They don't.
Oh,
They
that's
don't. They
true.
lost some people.
They wide
They
receiver
lost
left
some
in the
people.
draft, and that quarterback he left in the draft too.
Yeah.
But guess
They
what?
lost some people, but they got a good team because
Yeah.
when you go to the national championship game, that means you go deeper than your first string. You got some good players.
And that quarterback, Max Duggan, that motherfucker was a warrior. I like him.
And you're right. You're right, Sheldon. They went to the championship game, and that's it.
Yeah.
And that's it. And
And
let
look,
me add this.
They played their ass off.
Let me add this.
They played their ass off.
Let me add this. Their defense was trash all year. They made
Yep.
plays here and there. The truth is they was living off those three receivers that was running 4.4s and 4.3s, and they had fucking three NFL receivers and a quarterback that was savvy and, like you said, was game with a mediocre arm.
Right.
They not gonna they ain't got nothing to talk about. It'll be about.
Well, we gonna find out because this is one thing y'all forgetting about. You and Jay Simon. It's two words y'all forgetting. Y'all forgetting about that transfer portal.
Yeah.
We don't know who the fuck they got.
Yeah, I know Dion.
We gonna find out
though. Dion been snatching.
We gonna find out Saturday. Either Colorado is what they say is, or them motherfuckers from the SWAC can't really compete. We gonna find out.
What's that date again?
Gonna find out.
September 2nd. We gonna find out.
Oh, they played them. Okay. Next week.
And they playing at TCU.
And you know what? Let me tell you this. Colorado, they usually recruit good in the trenches.
No, they got that transfer program. Dion got like 70 motherfuckers in that transfer program.
I know that.
Yeah, they cut everybody's scholarship when Dion came in there.
Motherfuckers in the first week. Sports 7. 40 motherfuckers. He cut them in the first week.
Did not give a fuck. Didn't talk to their parents. Fuck them. Get them out the door.
Wow.
You out of here. I get you a scholarship somewhere else, but you won't be playing here.
You said you white of here. What you say? You white of here.
Oh man, that's sad. Like I don't want to bitch and complain about it, but because they getting paid now, but it feel like college football just becoming more and more like pro sports.
Oh, he said he had. Did you hear? He said he had a couple motherfuckers coming there, kind of asking what can Colorado do for me? How much is the bag? Blah blah blah. He said he didn't even talk to them. They was out the door. Yeah. You at the wrong school, buddy.
Let me say this too, Sheldon. Let me say this, Uncle Sheldon. Here's the thing. Let me say something, Uncle Sheldon. I want to be clear for everybody that's listening. Y'all be foolish if y'all want and judge Dion hard on this year. Dion has already Dion has already showed you what he did over there at the SWAC.
Yeah. He got 1 year. He just 1 year. They was 1-11 last year. He's not gonna be no goddamn 9-0. He's not gonna do that. That's nothing to happen.
He's the truth.
Give him a couple years, though, he's gonna have them boys balling on him.
Oh, yeah, Colorado wouldn't. They made a good choice about hiring him as a coach. One thing about Dion, and Sheldon, you stated that transfer portal and Deion Sanders cachet.
Yes, they're smart behind Dion.
You're gonna see players that you ain't never seen going to Colorado since Eric Bieniemy and Cordell Stewart.
Yeah, all that shit. Yeah, all them motherfuckers.
Man, Sheldon, Jay Simon. If Deion Sanders sat in your living room and said he could make your son into an NFL superstar, what you doing?
You better fucking believe him.
But here's
you sending his motherfucking ass to Colorado.
Here's the thing,
you better
Mark.
fucking believe him.
Here's the thing, Mark. I'm a 4-5 star athlete. I go to anywhere else, I'm looking to be sitting there till my junior year. Well, I can go there and play right away. I know Deion gonna play me. If I'm ranked that high, he's gonna play me. If I go to Georgia or anywhere else, I'm looking to sit out 2 years at least.
Yeah.
Because one of the players at whatever position you play is a first-round draft pick. So I gotta wait my turn.
Yeah, Deion
right, because if I am what they say I am, Deion gonna see it and he gonna play me.
Yeah, Deion ain't playing that politics shit.
Yeah, if I am what I say I am, Deion will see it and he gonna play me.
But only if he sees it. There ain't gonna be no fucking handshake that coach.
None of that.
Am I gonna get an opportunity to play, coach? Ain't gonna be none of that.
Hey, you know who that assistant coach is over there, don't you, Jay Simon?
Who they got?
Jay Simon, you still here? Hey, you know who that assistant coach is?
He dropped out.
You know who the assistant coach is over there at Colorado?
Who they got?
Dennis Thurman. That's a name
Dennis Thurman,
you might not know about.
Who's Dennis Thurman?
Dennis Thurman played with the Cowboys in the Roger Staubach days.
Oh, that's the turf days.
Yeah, he played with the Roger Staubachs and the Hollywood Hendersons, them type dudes. So if you got NFL talent, he's gonna see it. How long did Dennis Thurman play in the league? Like 13, 14 years? He got a whole bunch of NFL player coaches over there. Yeah, I know what he's doing. Give him a couple years, then gonna have them boys right.
That's right, and you know what? Because he Deion, they gonna give him that couple of years. You know the shit that some brothers go through. He ain't gonna go through that. They're gonna give him his time.
But shit, who wouldn't listen to Deion? You not gonna listen to Deion Sanders? You not gonna listen to Prime Time?
Fucking retarded.
Prime Time don't know what he's doing. Come on, man, stop it, bro.
It was terrible what they was. It was terrible the bullshit Georgia State was doing with him. Like, are you crazy? He turned that shit around.
Jackson State, yeah. But what it was is he bringing all this money in. Like he said, he put it out there. He said, I'm bringing all this money in. These motherfuckers stealing it. They pocketing the money.
That was crazy.
Man, this boy had 100 tackles.
Money ain't going where it's supposed to go. And you know, hey, come on, you got to be realistic. Deion Sanders, he went to Jackson State. If he's successful when he got to Jackson State, how long you actually thought he was going to be there?
Yeah, I get that.
Couple months.
But you know,
I lie.
I do believe. Let me say this though. So I do believe that Deion, his heart was into turning the whole black college, the HBUs, around. And when he
stayed 3 years, and he did that. I'm saying he stayed 3 years and he did that.
Yeah.
But everybody got common sense. Even Deion, motherfucker, got common sense. If you paying me $2 million, and these motherfuckers want to pay me $40 million, what the fuck you think I'm gonna do?
Yeah, that's not even debatable. You assault my intelligence. You trying to play me basically to keep me.
What the fuck you think I'm gonna do?
I could earn an 8-figure payday with these motherfuckers, and I have a chance to further my legacy as a coach in the FBS.
Exactly.
And it's not close. That's the only decision Deion could make.
Why you think he said what he said in that interview, Marky Dad? They said, "Why don't you play the Alabamas and LSU?" He said, "Look what I got. I'm wouldn't send these. Why would I send these kids up there? I'm not doing that. Ain't nothing to beat them dudes. I don't have the resources to play Alabama. I don't have the resources to play at Georgia. Right. I can't play them.
You play Georgia, Alabama, that might fuck up your whole season.
Exactly. We ain't got them type of players. Now, give me a couple of years, let me get them type of players. We're gonna play their ass, but not now. Not at Jackson State. We ain't got it. What's up, Puro?
Same old shit, different day, man. Looks like the fight might happen, huh?
Which one?
Bud and Canelo.
It might. It depends on what happens on the 30th, bro. If Charlo wins, then that fight ain't happening.
They ain't gonna fuck up that fight, Shelton. So much money we made on that one.
If Charlo wins, it ain't gonna happen because Charlo gonna be stuck up there for about a year, and Bud is not gonna wait that long. He'll fight somebody else. But if Charlo loses, he'll go up there and immediately fight Canelo. Because if Charlo loses this fight, he's not getting the Bud fight. Because if Bud beat him, he won't get no credit for beating him because Canelo already whooped his ass. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
it won't matter.
But I don't think they'll fuck that one up, bro.
It depends on what happens in the fight.
Well, he's saying if it goes to the scorecards, that it ain't no way it's gonna happen.
I mean, straight.
I don't see it. I don't see it doing that because I don't see it going to the card Sports 7 because I just don't know if Charlo can deal with the power. Charlo got the gas tank. He got all the advantages. but he's never been hit like he's gonna get hit by Canelo. I don't know if he can deal with it.
Let me say something about Canelo.
It's gonna go to scorecard show.
Let me say something about Canelo. Right, Canelo is a much better. He got a higher IQ. He's a better boxer than he get credit for. He went on that European tour, and it made people think that he's some type of knockout monster. You know, when he fight guys that's on his level, it usually goes to the scorecard.
Well, here's the thing. See, I don't buy into that because you can't sit up here. You can sit up here and give me all the accolades and this, that you want. I don't believe that Jermell Charlo can beat Caleb Plant. I don't believe that.
Well, I mean, you might don't, but I do.
I don't believe that.
I do because I don't think
I don't believe Jermell Charlo. I don't believe Jermell Charlo can beat Callum Smith. I don't think he can beat that guy.
I do.
That's a different animal.
I don't think he can.
I don't think Caleb Plant. He don't like to get hit. He throw punches on his back foot when he get hurt. If you put some pain on him, I'm not even sure.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I don't think Jermell Charlo can hurt him. And the reason I say that because I've never seen Jermell Charlo fight over 154 pounds. So I don't know what he's going to do.
That's fair. But
I don't know what he's going to do.
That's fair. But I know Canelo did knock out.
But going back to the Canelo fight for a second, man. Initially, I said Mel, but now the way I'm feeling, Bivol had to really dominate Canelo to get 7 rounds out of that fight. I don't see Jermell doing that to Canelo, bro. I just can't see him winning this fight on the cards. He's gonna have to knock out Canelo, and I don't see that shit happening.
I ain't seen Canelo wobble since 2010.
Yeah, I ain't seen. When the last time Canelo?
Whenever that Cotto fight was.
Yeah, that was a Cotto. Yeah.
So I don't know about Jermell stopping him.
That shit was before he fought Shane Mosley, so that was a long fucking time ago.
Yeah, so I don't see Jermell wobbling him or hurting him or none of that. But he might. I mean, we got to see. We don't know.
Well, the thing about Jermell, let me tell you something. The thing about Jermell is he hits you with shit you don't see coming.
Yes,
Canelo ain't been in the ring with some. Canelo ain't been in the ring with somebody that hit you with shit you ain't seen coming in a long time.
Right, I agree with that. But do we have the pop to hurt this dude? Because I believe that Bivol hits harder than him.
Anybody's got the pop to hurt him, but I mean,
I believe Bivol hits harder than Jermell. I do.
Well, I don't know if I'm
breaking that. I know for a fact Triple G hit harder than Jermell, so I don't think he wobbles Canelo. I don't think he stops him.
Triple G.
I think Jermell hits harder than Triple G.
Yeah, I do too. Because look,
you think he hit harder than Triple G?
Well, what I'm
saying. At 168, I mean,
brother, Triple G.
168
he don't hit you with shit you don't.
I mean, like
Triple G. Triple G don't hit you with shit you don't see coming. You see what Triple G gives him.
Okay, I see your point with that, but okay, yeah, okay, I can see that. Yeah.
Now,
but just straight heavy handedness, like he's busting you up and shit. I don't know, man. They both punches.
We just got to see, fellas, because like I said, in my opinion, I'm just giving my own opinion. I believe everything hinges on what Jermell does in this fight. If Jermell wins, Bub will probably retire before he gets that fight. If Jermell loses, he'll more than likely go straight up to fucking 68, fight Canelo, and then retire. But Bud's not going to be fighting like in 2026 and all that. Bud's not going to be doing that.
No, he's not going to be fighting
in the 2025.
Maybe 2 or 3 fights.
No, I see him retire by the end of it next year.
Yeah,
if he can get that
Canelo, he's done. He's done.
Yeah, if he can get that Canelo or Charlo fight, he's out.
Yeah,
that's it for him.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah.
If he loses, I don't see him pursuing a rematch.
No.
I think he's gonna have
he's gonna go and hang it up. I don't think. Well, I'm going to this one because I got to see Canelo live at least once.
Yeah,
I haven't seen Charlo live
once, but I got enough.
Yeah,
I ain't got enough.
Yeah, I haven't seen Charlo live. I saw him in Carson, and I was so disappointed in Sports Heaven. I was so disappointed. How's the undisputed fight only got 4,000 people here? This shit don't make no sense.
Because boxing fans,
I was mad.
That's why.
Yeah, I was mad.
I mean, that's not Charlo's market. They should have had the shit in Texas. I don't know why they had it out there for.
Charlo's market, bro. That's everybody's market.
Well, you know,
everybody fights
4,000 motherfuckers filling up
He's just not a big draw, and I don't get why he's not. But he's not.
Yeah, shit, no need to go there.
But that's what I'm saying, though, Sports. He's a big draw out. He's a big draw out in his region. Just had a bitch back in Texas.
That's a damn shame. Look, the Regis fight had more people at it than the fucking Charlo fight.
Wow. Facts.
You know, I think it's
that's
just a lot
Shelton.
of
Shelton, you know, man. Carson ain't like that, bro. This is like the first time I ever seen Carson not sell out.
Exactly. I was like, wow, this is an undisputed championship fight, and they passing out tickets in the front.
And that nigga Mel was talking his shit before the fight.
I think people don't like I just think the Charlo brothers is just people just don't like them. They don't relate to them, and they don't support them. I agree, brother. I agree with you, brother. I agree.
But you would think that's a reason to buy a ticket to come see them get knocked out. I mean, come on now.
No, I agree. I mean, I love watching the brothers fight.
It's changed, Marky. It's changed.
But see, that's why and that's one of the reasons. That's one of the reasons they gave him this fight, because they trying to build him up for that Bud fight. But because with Canelo, it don't matter who he fight, they gonna sell out.
Yeah,
people coming to see him.
Yeah, man.
They really coming to see Charlo.
But
the thing is, if he can win this fight, it will take him to another level. It's not like he can't win it. It's not like it's out of the realm of possibility that he can win. It's not out of the realm of possibility.
He might be taking.
What's the word I'm looking for, Puro? It's probable. Now it's highly unlikely that he'll win, but it's probable he can win.
He might not even.
You got to get past that first 7-8 rounds and take Canelo deep to win.
I mean, he basically kissing Canelo's ass, and then I noticed when he had those sneakers on, it looked like he was big. But if you look at when they faced off, those shoes that Charlo had on, those motherfucking heels, the soles of the shoes like 3 or 4 inches long, thick. Look at his shoes when they face off again.
Oh yeah, I saw that shit. But that don't really matter.
I'm just saying though. No, I'm just saying, why are you doing that though?
When you get hit, motherfucker, can you keep fighting? Can you do it?
No, I just want to know why you doing that. You saying it's a psychological game you trying to play?
Yeah, it's psychological thing.
Or he's just trying to leave the illusion that it's going to be a good fight.
Yeah, because he remembers. He's thinking. He's using his brain. He remembers the. You remember the Bivol Canelo face off? The first one you saw?
Yeah.
You remember? What's the first thing popping to your mind?
The size different.
Yeah, he's like, damn, he little. He's like, God damn, Bivol way bigger than. And then when you heard Bivol talk, it's like, I don't know what the fuck you see in this dude. You think it's Superman or something? I don't know what y'all think, but I'm gonna whoop this dude ass. Little big dude coming up to my division. After the fight, what did Bivol say?
Yeah, he hit me on my arms or whatever, I guess.
I was just about to say that.
No, the coldest thing he said was, they asked him, do you give yourself credit for beating Canelo? He said no, because he doesn't belong here anyway.
Wow.
Damn straight. That's what a champion's supposed to do to a nigga moving up.
This is not his division. He doesn't belong here.
Mm-hmm. Send his motherfucking ass right the fuck on packing.
And I think it could be, one thing about life is the universe, you get what you put back. And I think Canelo has the best active resume of anybody fighting. And I enjoy watching him fight, and I think he's an all-time great. I think he's an awesome fighter. But you can make conversations. Some of the names on his resume, it was time they was right for the picking. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. And based on the last 3 fights I've seen of Canelo, he might be right for the goose for the picking.
He might be. You know what I'm saying? But and like I said, leading up to the Bivol fight, you can say what you want to say, but physics doesn't change. The laws of physics ain't gonna change just because Canelo Alvarez show up.
That's true.
That little dude is too little to fight this guy.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, but you the same one. But you the same one that took Tennessee to beat Georgia, though.
Yeah, but they beat us. They beat Alabama the week prior. So Why not take it? Why not?
Dang.
Nobody thought they were gonna beat Alabama either.
Right, I'm glad.
And I
I'm
made a
glad
ton
you
of
said
money
that.
on that shit.
I'm glad you said that.
So who we got right now? We got a game on right now. Let's see who this is.
Who playing?
Is this a high school game? This is a
Friday
high
night.
school
Yeah.
game.
Yeah, it's Friday
High
night.
school
It's Friday night in
football.
SoCal. Of course, football's on. But yeah, I just put into this Canelo thing.
Lipscomb Academy versus Sarlin.
Where
Sarlin,
they
Alabama.
from?
Okay, Alabama.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, that's some good.
Alabama high
Okay.
school football. Okay. Go ahead, Smoke.
No, I was gonna say I don't think that, for instance, Canelo was in the same shape as even Cotto. I think Cotto was a lot more degraded. I think Shane was done, like all the way done. Kovalev, I think, is even more faded than Canelo is now. I think Canelo's still game. He hasn't looked good, but he also hasn't. It's not like he's been in wars. The Bivol fight was a kind of a war, but it was more like a intense sparring because Bivol didn't really take a bunch of chances. And Canelo's defense is real superior, so he didn't take a lot of damage in that fight. He took almost none in the Triple G fight. It was just hard to watch. Yeah, sure, he's not the same guy, but I don't know if he's right for the picking. For Mel, maybe. I don't know.
Right.
I don't know. That seems to be a little bit harsh, maybe, for where Canelo is. He hasn't looked his best. And I've never seen him go through a string of performances like this in his career. It definitely seems to be like a kind of an anomaly, right? Or atypical. But maybe. I don't know. Right for the picking, though? Damn.
Well, here's the thing, though,
I think that's putting shoes on the forward, man. I think that's putting a lot on it.
I would feel a little better if Jamel had taken another fight at 68 and I could see him in with some legit 68 pounders. But I just don't know what I'm gonna get, so I'm not gonna put money on Jamel because I know what Canelo can do at 168. I have no idea what Jamel can do.
It'd be a lot different if he was also active, right? Like we just saw what an
17
inactive
right
guy
now,
looks like,
they're
right?
coming off a hand injury against this guy. It doesn't bode well for you, bro. I'm just saying.
I agree with
This
that.
ain't Castano. That's what I'm trying to say, Sports Heaven. This ain't fucking
that's what I'm
Brian
saying.
Castano.
I don't think that. When I'm looking at the Mel fight, I'm not looking right. I don't see right for the picking. Maybe if we're talking about Morrell, right? If we're talking about Dave Morrell, then you could get a little bit more action at this right for the picking concept. I don't know that Mel's the guy to be doing the picking.
Well,
but maybe. Who knows?
Well, let me focus on Castano for a minute, though, Uncle. The thing is about Castano is like Castano is really underrated, and the reason I say he's really underrated because he should have beat Laura, and honestly, he should have beat Jamel in the first fight. And had he got the win over Laura, and he would have got the win over Jamel in the first fight, when we say Castano name, we will be putting more respect on it. The thing is about it that
there's nobody he could beat.
There's
nobody he could beat at 154 pounds, bro. That would make me put him in the class of Canelo Alvarez.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying had he beat Jamel and had he beat Laura, we might be talking about Castano a little different because he would have. First of all, he'd have been undisputed at 154. So the thing is, Castano, he has a high IQ. He put pressure on you, and he come on you. Canelo, low key, he does put pressure on you, but he's not as active. And what was fucking with Jamel in the first fight, especially because I thought he lost the first fight, even though I'm happy with the draw. And depending on what channel I'm on, I might not say what I'm saying now.
You stupid, man.
Hey, I fuck with the honesty.
I think that the activity was frustrating Jamel. Canelo is not as active now. What I will say is, when he does throw something,
I understand that. I agree totally. But the shots Canelo does get off, those little combinations he is going to get off, are going to be way harder than anything Castano was doing.
And let me say another thing. Canelo likes to trap you. So Canelo does there is rounds that Canelo get that business. And the problem with Jamel is, and this goes to what you're saying, Uncle Shelton, and this is what we're going to find out. Because I'm gonna put my money on the knockout. I'm not putting my money on nobody. I'm just gonna put it on the knockout. But the problem is that what happens if Canelo get hit with something he don't see coming? And what happens if Jamel power not only carry, but it carried to the point that we realize like he wasn't hitting like he was supposed to because he was losing too much weight.
Yeah,
Like,
that's true. That can be true.
And
Him not taking the shots can be true, that can be true as well. We're gonna find out though.
Because the thing that's so special about Jamel is that he's countering you and he's waiting for you, and he got combinations too, and he quicker and fuck around and Canelo, he don't hit right or he miss a punch, and Charlo time him right, you might have a major problem on your hands. It might be a big upset.
That's a fact. That's a goddamn fact. But he gonna have to pull it off. That's the whole thing. Because it's different when you're live fire. We just gotta see how you take that first shot. The first time you get really cracked.
Yeah, I agree. Because Canelo do know how to sit on his punches.
If he don't know shit else, he know how to do that.
And he know how. And he got hella fire reflexes too.
Mm-hmm. Facts. But we'll see though. We'll find out. All these questions will be answered. They will be answered, bro.
I thought Canelo beat Lara. Let me put this first off. And I thought that the Canelo that faced Lara was a way better fighter than the Lara that Castaño faced. Right?
I agree.
I think Canelo's just the best fighter that Charlo's ever seen. There's questions, right? I think like all the reports of Canelo's demise might be greatly exaggerated. Sure, he's not the Canelo of old, but I mean, does that mean that Mel Charlo now has the keys to the kingdom? I don't know. Mel is cool, but Mel's been like, and I like his development under Juan Guzman, like that addition to the camp, and all that lateral movement and hooking off the jabs. He's looking good in there. But the layoff, he hasn't even been with the Guzman very long, and like you said, it's a hand injury, so he couldn't really work with it. Broken in two places, he had to do the tendon. Like, anyway, yeah, I think this is a bridge too far for Mel. Of course, you want to root for the underdog and all this stuff, but I don't even know if I want to root for the. I don't know. This is not one of the situations where I'm actually rooting against Canelo, even though it kind of runs counter. When he's fighting Triple G, I was a little bit more disappointed with that fight than I am with this one. I actually don't mind this fight so much. There just seems to be a couple of middleweights fighting, a small middleweight versus a big middleweight.
Yeah. That's a good point.
So, yeah, I want to see the fight. I think Mel is actually a little bit better, like has less wear and tear, even though he's just not as good. But he is an active and coming up. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'll be rooting for the guy. I'm not sure what's gonna. I can't predict the outcome though.
And you know what? And I will add this one. And you know, you may be right. Because this is just me. Even though Mel fought better in the second fight against Castano, when I was watching it, I looked at my wife and said, "Man, this fight's going like it was in the first fight." And Jamel just was catching him. But one thing I said about Derek James is he reminded me of I'm trying to think of what coach in football. You know, you got some coaches in football that they be having a hell of a game plan, but every 5 or 6 weeks they run into a team and the game plan don't work. Kind of like Andy Reeves, and they've gotten better. He's gotten better as he's gotten older, but they're not able to. The second half, that's what the great coaching comes down to. In the second half of the game, who made the good adjustments? And Derek James and them, he's a master at making a game plan. But if his game plan ain't working, so basically in the first half of the fight, if we can see that this game plan ain't working, Jamel ain't gonna win.
Adjustments is not this strong suit, but also defense is not this strong suit. Yeah, I don't know who's worse at coaching defense, him or Freddie Roach. Like, Jesus fucking Christ.
Point. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Because Jamel does be taking shots to go.
Yeah, he was taking shot, like all that dancing around and shit. He was getting clipped. I was like scared for him a little bit. I don't know what's going on with their defensive schemes, but the defensive concepts, not even the scheme. Fuck that. The concept of their defense seems to be like, just keep your hands up and keep your head off the line, like some real basic shit.
Well, it's basic, and that's what it boils down to. Is basic, and when you run into something that's, it's basic, but when you got superior athletes, see, that's the thing. When you basic and you got superior athletes, that can take you a long way. But when you run into something that's a superior athlete that can match your or come close to your athleticism, but just to bring more to the table, you're always going to end up coming up short most times.
I don't know. I think Canelo's I think he's too slick, too guily, too experienced.
Yeah.
I don't know. That dude's a coil fuck snake. This is like if he goes in there with that "let me punch you in the arm like I'm your big cousin" shit. Like if he does that dumb shit, then yeah, Canelo's not winning. And if he sticks with his load up and gas out style that he's adopted the last few fights, I don't know about that one either. Well, but we'll see. That's why they fight the fights. I mean, can't wait.
I do think Canelo is basically gonna. What I do think is that Canelo is gonna come. Like I think Canelo is like really preparing for this fight. He's not taking it for granted, and
no, I don't believe Alvarez to do that. But I listened to what you said, and you said that Derek James is a master at game plans, and he can have a second game plan. Well, I didn't see that because he only had one game plan in his last fight, and that shit didn't work, and he had no answer.
He's a pretty good crafter style for like really good. Right. Like he has a nice beat ass style, but it's like, and it's foundationally I think is very strong, but if you get special guys,
I don't know because it seems like Antonio Tarver was kind of hitting it on point. Like, where was the defense? Where was the second game?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You wouldn't tell this man nothing. You had no answer. And you the trainer of the year?
Well, I thought. Listen, I thought that there was a. Okay, so two things. It's not like I thought his advice was bad. I thought that once he saw his guy couldn't execute it, he should have ended it. Right? Because it seemed like he was perfectly willing to watch this dude get his ass tore up and just tell him some shit that the guy wasn't executing in the ring. So it's like, I don't know. That shit's kind of whack.
Yeah, I mean, that's what fucked me up when he said, move your head, move your feet, step around. When has this nigga ever done that? You don't do that.
No, it's kind of like the St. Louis Rams when they had Marshall Faulk and Warner and
you said it was just nothing he could do.
No, what I'm trying to say is that they was the greatest show on earth, turf, and like they game and the Dicka. I mean, not Dicka. What's his name? The coach. I can't think.
Oh, Belichick game plan the shit out their ass.
Right. That's what I'm saying though. But the Rams, and listen, if a lot of people don't remember, but they showed their hand. They showed a little suspect against Miami. They showed they against the Giants. The Giants laid the blueprint out on them. So it's kind of like that's how I look at Derek James. Like his game plan is on point, and he got talent. He got talent on his roster. But when he goes into a situation and his game plan is the wrong game plan, does he have the ability to make the adjustment? And he has showed he can. And the same thing goes for Charlo. He has not showed that he can make the adjustment, and that's what worried me because we know Canelo will make his adjustment. Period.
Yeah, Canelo got a high boxing IQ. We do know that. He does know what the fuck he's doing in that ring, and he can make adjustments. We've seen him do it. So,
and his coach not dog, and he got a good coach though. Don't get me wrong. Canelo got a good coaches. He got a good corner man as well, but he's not that. He's another one. He's another one that got a game plan, but he don't make adjustments. But Canelo's so skilled and experienced, he makes the adjustments. He'll make the adjustments.
I think both of those trainers, when we talking about James and
Eddie.
My man, what's his name? Reynoso, Eddie Reynoso. I think both of them have been propped up based on the talent that they have. You know what I'm saying? The talent they have makes them look way better than they really are.
But that's supposed to be, but that's kind of true for every trainer, unless you are doing the most with like the elite. Like, so
yeah,
if you get it's a big deal to have unified and undisputed champions on your roster. That's a tough thing to do.
Yeah.
But but Papachenko, right? Like it's not like his fighters are not rhythm and pattern fighters. It's not like there's no blueprint to beat a rhythm and pattern fighter. And you can see if you have the attributes to do it, you can just do it.
I get that. I get all of that, what you're saying, and I agree with everything you're saying, Smoke. My point is just this. It doesn't really matter what trainer you are. You're only as good. A trainer is only as good as the material he has to work with. You know what I'm saying? It just so happens that both of these guys got exceptional talent on their roster. Because you can see all that shit that Canelo can do. We can see that Jose Luis Martinez can't do that. He gets his ass beat. You know what I'm saying? Oscar Valdez can't do that. He gets his ass beat. You know what I'm saying? We see that. Guys that he coaches. So it's all on the guy. You know what I mean? I mean, Bomac can tell Bud all kind of shit. If Bud can't execute it, what the fuck does it matter? It doesn't matter. I can tell you how to do it, but if you can't do it, it's just words. And that's the problem I have with Derek James. You telling Errol to do all this shit that you've never seen him do, you didn't train him to do, and he's never had to do it before. So how the fuck do you expect him to do it on the biggest night of his life when he's never done it his whole life?
It could just mean that perhaps he sees a different version of Errol than you. And he doesn't think that Errol's never done this. He doesn't think that Errol's just one flat-footed and one-dimensional. These are your assessments. That doesn't mean that it's Derek James' assessment.
Yeah, and he's the same motherfucker that said Crawford ain't special. That shit is all athleticism. He don't do nothing. We ain't worried about none of that shit. That's some dumb shit. That switching shit don't count.
Yeah,
he's also the dumb motherfucker that said that.
But it comes down to the fighter too. Like I use this analogy a few times. Like when Floyd fought, what's his name? Not the two. I can't think. It start with the first fight he arguably lost against
Jose Luis Castillo.
Right. In that fight, Floyd had Floyd not got in the middle of the ring and mixed it up with him, he probably would have lost it on the scorecards. But Floyd was able to make adjustments. That's what makes the great. That's what separates. Like Holyfield, he was able to make adjustments. Mike Tyson, as much as I love Tyson, he was a fighter that wasn't able to make adjustments. Tank Davis, he can make adjustments, and his corner. That's why I like them so much. They make adjustments. I've never seen Shakur or Haney had to do that yet, or do it yet. But Crawford, Crawford is the most skilled fighter in his era. So it does come down to the boxer, though. At the end of the day,
yeah, it comes down to what you got. I mean, and that was my point when I was, debating with people about that fight. The reason I had Crawford win is because I've seen Crawford make adjustments on a myriad of occasions. I've seen him make multiple adjustments in multiple fights, multiple times. I've never seen Errol Spence do that. So if the fight get tough, which it never did, but if the fight get tough, I know one guy can adjust. I don't know what the other guy can do. I've never seen him do it.
For me, that was never like the doubt, right? Like Spence's defense, like we were talking about, his defense, Derek James' defense, his defense concept doesn't seem to be there. The transition from offense to defense doesn't seem to be there. It's a highly risky style to catch and shoot and to parry shots from the pocket. That means you're gonna get hit with a whole lot of shit just with the way he conceives of fucking defense, right? So, I knew that Bud was gonna touch him up. Like, Bud is too damn good, and fucking the question wasn't whether or not he was gonna be able to find all the openings in the world. The question was, will Spence react to it the same way that Bud's previous opponents have? And the answer is no. Even worse. It was actually worse. And that's the thing that was the shocking part, because who thought he would be less durable than Amir Khan? Like, that doesn't make no fucking sense.
Yeah, I agree, Smoke. I agree. Because I
But I
agree.
won't
Because
go as far.
I thought
I won't go that far, Smoke. I think you went a little
No,
far with
it was
that. Said
that,
he's
but
less
bro, Amir
durable.
Khan was
He
not picking
wasn't
himself
less
off the
durable.
canvas in the set. Bro, Amir
No,
Khan
he
was able
wasn't
to
less
withstand the
durable than
jab.
Amir Khan.
no, he no,
Because
he
soon as
Hold
wasn't.
up
Amir
a
Khan
second.
got touched,
No,
hold on.
no,
Because soon as
Smoke.
Amir Khan got touched real good, Amir Khan quit.
Bro,
No.
Amir
No,
Khan
he
took a
And he made up a
jab. He
big
didn't
old
fall to the
excuse to quit.
canvas off of a jab, off the first jab he got landed. Like,
No,
I
I get
agree.
that.
I
I
agree,
get that.
Smoke.
But what I'm saying
I,
is, he didn't really touch Amir Khan like that. He was boxing with Amir Khan, and Amir Khan was
he
still
didn't really touch
fast
Errol
and
Spence
was
like
moving a lot.
that. That's my whole
And
point. He just
no,
caught him with a
listen
regular
to
old
what I'm
fucking
saying,
jab.
Smoke. He caught him. He dropped him with a jab, and Errol Spence came back after
But
that.
it
He didn't
wasn't
really
like a
start touching him.
hellified jab. It wasn't like a power jab. It wasn't none
Yeah,
of that shit. It was like
but
off balance.
it doesn't
Like
matter. He
Amir
surprised
Khan
us.
did not drop off of that same kind of jab.
Well, like he said, like Bud said, that he was in the ring. You wasn't. Like Bud said, that was a flash knockdown. He didn't see that jab coming.
No, that's
but you
But
fine.
know
after
what
the
though?
I'm
third
sorry.
round,
I'm just saying.
after that third round, Bud started touching him up. And you
Okay,
got to
I
give
got
that man
all of that.
credit.
But we're
The
not talking
Bud
about after the
started
third
touching
round.
that
What we're talking
man up,
about right now,
and that
what we're
man
talking about
kept
right
getting up
now.
and coming back. No, listen what I'm
Nah. You're
saying. Let
not
me
going to
finish.
just
Let me
bury the
finish.
point and there's a whole bunch
Let
of
me
other fucking
finish, bro.
details.
Let me
Oh
finish.
my God. We
When
didn't let me
Amir
finish.
Khan
I'm trying to
got
keep moving
touched,
the goalposts,
when
man.
Amir Khan got touched in the fifth round, and you can't deny
This
this, when
round.
Amir Khan got seriously touched in the fifth round, that motherfucker quit. And he made up a big excuse to
But no,
quit.
no.
Because
The
Bud
point
did not
is
hit him
though.
low.
The
Bud
point
did
is,
I
not hit him
got
low.
you.
That
No,
motherfucker
I'm with
quit.
all
He
that.
felt
I'm
the
with all
time
that.
and
I'm
said,
talking about the
"Cool,
way.
I'm out
I'm
of here.
talking about
I'm counting my
okay,
7 million,
okay.
and I'm going
press
home.
the mute
I'm not
button,
fighting this
Smoke.
dude no
Right.
more."
Geez, no, I'm not doing that to you, Mr. Moore. But I am gonna say, I will say that
You know he did that. That
Amir Khan.
motherfucker made up an excuse to get the
Okay.
fuck out of that ring.
No, my point was, but however you talk about, like I agree with everything you said. Now, of course, the beef goes on. My only point was Amir Khan didn't react to the punches the way that fucking Errol Spence did. Errol Spence has more heart than Amir Khan, sure, but the way he was reacting to the shots was all fucking wrong. Amir Khan wasn't doing that shit.
Well, what I agree with you, Smoke, is that to me, I agree with you when and this what I was just watching it with my friend, like everybody, watching it live. And when he got dropped, I was expecting for Spence to come out in the third round and make some adjustments, and he made none.
Well, he fought harder. He was pissed. He
Right.
came out with a fire lit on his ass in the third round, but that was a critique I reserve for not the very best fighters. Like if all you know how to do is fight harder, like oh god,
Yeah.
that's
exactly right.
Cambosos. That's Cambosos. Like all right, my adjustment is more intensity. Okay.
Yeah. Honestly, I thought when they came out in the third round, I was like, God damn, well, okay. Automatically, I said that was a good round for Bud. So I assumed that Spence was going to make some adjustments. Now, rather not, it was going to give him the third round. I didn't know, but for him to come out like he was, for him to come out and just keep coming at him and basically being a punching bag, I was like, wow. I was wowed by that.
Yeah, there's something. Anyway, I think their pre-fight, like when you were saying his pre-fight plan is great, I also think that is one of the huge holes. It's not as big a hole as the defense, but like I was saying, trying to outbox Mikey and outbully Sean Porter are terrible game plans. Fighting Bud, not preparing for him, not watching film. How it can be a game plan for a guy like Bud without watching film. And then the 15-month layoff. I think all that shit was deadly. And then also the opposition going into the Bud fight. He could have said, I think he could have had better guys that was more tailored to Bud. If you knew you were fighting Bud, then you should prepare for Bud. Not just be better, the best version of Errol Spence you can be, but the best version of Errol Spence you can be versus Bud.
Who do you think what do you think that in the next fight, if it happens, how do you see it?
I don't know. I really don't know. Errol Spence just seems since we're talking football, he looks like the Cowboys right now and his favorite team. It looks like he's content with just being the belle of the ball, right? Like the cash cow. Like he's bigger than winning. He's bigger than wins and losses. He's getting paid either way, life-changing money. He's just part of the show. His desire to win, I think, is being blunted by the fruits of competing, what he gets from just competing.
So you saying?
You know what I mean?
You saying it's gonna be another replay?
I don't know because I don't know what the fire is going to be under Bud. I think Bud was a lot hungrier going to the first fight. I don't know if this was a huge relief off of Bud's shoulders, if he's just going to take it as normal, like whatever. He doesn't say. I mean, he's doing parades and all this shit. It seems like this victory lap is taking a long time.
I agree, brother. I agree.
So I don't know. Maybe he's cool with it. He can take as long as he wants because he knows he has Errol Spence' number.
And that could be to his detriment. I get you. Because that's one thing about Spence is what makes him dangerous is if you fight him with that type of mentality, he can turn the fight around. One thing about Spence, he can turn the fight one round, he can turn the fight around. The next fight, I'm definitely taking Bud. I ain't gonna even sit up here and perpetrate.
Yeah, I don't really see what's happening. We'll see. Let me scroll up. I got my man Romy Rome in here, so I know he's been killing me about something. Oh, you missed Butch. You missed Butch and Jimmy, your countrymen earlier, Rome. It was entertaining. The Chris Eubank versus Conor Benn. Yeah, that ride was kind of funny. I don't know. Like this shit's like I don't get it. I mean, I can understand why it would, the way that I know England, the way I know these guys and boxing families and all this other stuff. I can kind of understand why you guys are in such a frenzy about this fucking Conor Benn and Chris Eubank shit. I remember when the dads were fighting and all that shit. But yeah, at the end of the day, these two dudes are really not that good, so it's just kind of funny that they actually engender such passion from the fans.
I
don't know who. Yeah, like who? I don't know in America if we just get behind guys that aren't that good. Like Ryan Garcia, like most people think it's like teenage girls like that are fans of his, right? And a bunch of people who just are part of either the culture war or don't like Tank.
Yeah, that'd be a lot of what that is.
Yeah, but before that, he was crying Garcia and crying lying Ryan and all this other shit. Crying Ryan, lying with mental health problems. And then when that Tank fight got signed, it was like, oh, yeah, all right, our champion Ryan Garcia. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I remember all of that. They gassed me.
I was like, your champion's never had a championship fight, and this is no exception, right?
No, he hit him in that liver, and he said, "Hey, wait a minute, hold on."
Oh, that first drop was fucking just like Rolly. I pictured it identical. It's part of my fight thing. It's like it's gonna be identical Rolly. He's gonna walk him onto something, and he's going down.
And it'd be funny when I watch him. He's short. He be fighting them tall motherfuckers. I just love watching the motherfucker because it's a science with him. This don't mean he can't be beaten. I enjoy watching the science of it. He takes his time. He don't panic, and he find your weakness. And once he find your weakness, he just basically lure you in.
So, that guy's looking for the German card. I'm not sure, bro.
No, long time no see, big brother.
Oh my God, is that Destiny? What the? Where in the hell you been? And of course, you pop up. I was wondering when was I going to hear your voice again? Okay, I was like, how can you miss out on the victory lap? What is happening right now? Okay, what's happening?
I went back to work, but honestly, that fight doesn't make me feel good at all. Like it didn't make me. It was so lopsided. It was so weird. It was like I felt like I was like in a paradox or something. Like I just can't explain. Like it was disturbing actually. And I told my mother, I said I would never watch that fight again. That fight was disturbing for me.
I don't know about you. Yes, I watched that shit like 10 times. I love that fight.
Yeah, I mean, that was a beautiful performance by Bud, no doubt. But it was just Spence just looked. It was hard. I mean, it was heart wrenching for me, man. And I
It's
never.
hard to watch. Yeah, you don't even like dude. Yes, yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, I hear you.
No. Beat his ass. Beat his ass.
I'm trying to
Beat
tell
his
you.
ass because he asked for it.
So
He
here's my thing.
begged for it.
My
He said it wasn't gonna happen.
Shelton, I can't do it.
Hey, well, hold up. I want Destiny to definitely get her bars off because it's been forever since I heard.
Yeah.
And then the other part of it is I'm feeling her sentiment because my boys, right? My middle son typically just rides with the winner. My oldest son is a little bit more of a Spence fan, right? He's a Loma fan and he's a Spence fan. So he's just like going through it. Like the Loma shit, he was traumatized in that shit. Because first off, like, when they said Haney in Oakland, right, representing Oakland, like he and his friends were like, oh, they had that little moment. And then, after that, hold on one second. You guys take it away.
No, because he asked for that shit for 5. He said he's gonna break the man like Kuta Kinte. He said that. So that's how you feel. You take your ass whooping like a man. You got your ass beat. Beat his ass some more. Knock him out. Whoop him. Because he said you wasn't shit, you hadn't fought nobody, and he gonna run through you. So prove to that nigga that he's wrong.
Shelton, I mean, that's just part of that just goes apart with the game when you talk about, when they trash talk to each other in boxing and stuff like that. But those two gentlemen really have much respect and brotherly, boxing brotherly love for each other.
Well, they got respect for each other. I give you that. But Bud told that nigga years ago, and he told him to into the fight, "I'm gonna beat you up."
Yeah, I mean, and I get it, Shelton. Shelton, I get what you're saying, but it's for me personally. That fight just really.
You went soft on me, Destiny.
Huh?
Your pretty ass went soft on me, Destiny. Now you feeling for kissy fish.
And shut up. No, it's just that he was so humble. You know what really bothered me after that fight though? It was when he was in his corner. When they stopped the fight, he went to his corner where he didn't even know what round he was in. That shit really I just didn't know how to feel. Like
it's a brutal sport. I mean, shit. Look, I say it all the time, Destiny, and you heard me say it before. An ass whooping will make you reevaluate some shit.
But he had his little people there. To me, it was like, he had his little people there, and his mother was, I couldn't have been his mother because I would have jumped in that damn ring and beat Bud with my damn purse or something.
But here's the problem, though. But here's my problem, though. Where was all this energy? When he was beating them, breaking up Ugas, wasn't nobody feeling for it then.
You know what? To be honest,
ribs, he broke his nose.
But that Ugas fight was. But
nobody was,
But that's the difference. At least the Ugas was a little competitive at first. For the first 5 rounds, 6 rounds, it was a little competitive. And then after the 5th round, Ugas was
the nigga made $30 million, so I ain't got no sympathy for him.
But Ugas was in the corner and came back out in the 6th round and just decided to be a whole different fighter, which I didn't understand that game plan, but whatever. It was still a little bit more competitive than this one. This one was just like, you took like a grown ass man took a little elementary child and just started whooping their ass. Like that's how it was. It was not remotely competitive. Not even the first round. Some people say that he won the first round. That's a toss up round. You can give it to Spencer, you can give it to Bud. But it was never competitive. Like it really was not competitive. I never was once thought Spence was in a fight. It just seemed like, Bud was in a fight and Spence checked out. He was over someplace else. And
what I will say is this.
I don't understand this rematches. It doesn't make sense to me. It's really stupid. I don't need to ever see that again. I don't never want to see that again.
That's what I will say. Now, I don't have no sympathy for the nigga because he asked for the ass whooping, he got what he asked for, and he made $30 million in the process. So I don't have no sympathy for the nigga. Now, I don't think you should get in the ring with that man again. I think that's not smart because he's gonna beat you worse the next time.
Yeah, I don't give a damn. They fight at 1,000 pounds. It's gonna be the same result.
It's gonna be worse.
Like I was saying,
A stronger bud is gonna be worse for you. He's gonna really beat you up. He might hurt you this time. So you need to reevaluate that shit.
So here's the thing. Like I was saying, a competition, a fight is what I'm into. An assault is not. I don't need to see an assault because they're talking shit. It's not about feeling sorry for a person. It's just about what I'm entertained by. And like I'm not like I don't need to see. I don't need to see an assault in the ring. I don't need to see an assault out of the ring.
I don't.
So saying that, I think Tim Tszyu gives Bud more of a challenge than Spence.
I think Spence can give more of a challenge. I think Spence can give him more of a challenge. Perhaps
I don't.
But I don't know. That was just that right there was just terrible. I
don't think there's anything Errol Spence can do.
No, I don't know what to say about it. There's nothing he can do. That fight was really disturbing. At first, when you first watching the fight, right, you're kind of like, when I was first watching, I was kind of like, am I really watching what I'm watching? So it was you're kind of like a little bit in awe because Bud put on that performance he put on was, it was something out of this world.
Too great.
It was something out of this world.
But it was still the way Errol
too big. It's too big of a gap.
That's not.
It's too big of a gap.
Issue. That's fine. The skills issue was a big gap. But the way his face looked in the third round, that's not a skills gap thing. That is like none of Bud's other opponents look like that.
Yeah,
Spence didn't look like that, and nobody else that Bud fought looked like that. Like, what was going on with his face? Why was it a bloody mask?
You know why I don't smoke? Because once you have scar tissue and you get punched like that, that jab wasn't just that right jab wasn't just a jab. That was a power jab. He was hitting him with full power. So, and then with that scar tissue from that accident, it was, Spencer's never been in the ring with nobody who hits as hard as Bud.
Yeah, so that's all it was. That's what I'm saying. Like at a certain point, you just go like, "This is not a competitive thing. This is not what I signed up for." Mm-hmm. That's cool that he got paid and all that shit, but this is not what I signed up for.
Yeah, I don't want to see that.
I've been telling you this dude wasn't what you thought he was. I've been saying
it's not that, bro. You're going past the point. Because you're so happy that the point is when you go in to sit down,
it's not about being happy.
Let me finish my point. No, it's not even that. Yeah. Like, what I'm talking about is like what you're entertained by. Some shit about boxing, it happens in boxing. Sure, it's a sport that they signed up for. But we as fans, some guys show up to get killed. We're not trying to watch a snuff film, though. It's not what we did. Set our Saturday aside for to watch somebody get killed in the ring.
Yeah, I don't want to think that, and that's what it looked like. It was. You know what, Smoke? I despise. When I say I despise Slow James. I think Spence needs to get as far away from Slow James as possible. He is the worst trainer. He is the worst human I've ever seen in my life. He's a terrible human. He is a terrible human. I do not like that man.
Sister, who you gonna go to at his age that's gonna help him? Because the bottom line is he doesn't match up with Crawford.
Say it again.
It's definitely a skills gap. It's definitely a skills gap, sir. You're right. It's definitely a big skills gap between the two. But Slow James, I just despise that man. Why did he not stop that fight?
You don't like Derek James because he don't know shit?
No, he is terrible. I've always thought he was a shit trainer. And he's just
none of that. He ain't none of that. It's just that
no, he's a shit trainer. He is.
Well, here's the thing though, sister. We just living in a situation and sometimes we don't realize it when we in the moment. But the bottom line is that Crawford is the best fighter in this era.
I mean, he is. I mean, I've always thought that. Smoke would tell you that. I've always been high on Crawford's been my favorite fighter since he defeated my favorite fighter. When he beat Gamboa, Gamboa's still my baby to this day, but he became my favorite. I liked Bud before.
You like light skinned brothers. I got you.
No. I liked Bud. I liked Bud before he fought Gamboa.
Bud ain't hardly light skinned, nigga.
Yeah, and then after he beat, I've always liked Bud. So me and my mother, we watched that fight together, and I remember me and my mother saying like, Like, why would they ever? Not remember that's the last fight I believe Bud was the underdog in was against Gamboa, and I remember watching that fight, and me and my mother was going for Gamboa actually, and then Gamboa was doing really well, and then when he rocked Bud, we was like, oh. And then Bud, he made them the right adjustments, and Gamboa was done. Man, that broke my heart. That broke my damn heart. I was like, oh my God, he beat up my baby. And then, but like I said, I always did like Bud. I always liked Bud though.
I'm gonna tell you why I don't like James. I didn't like Derrick James. I didn't like Derrick James because the way he tried to shit on Bud to the whole builder. Bud ain't fought nobody. The athleticism don't mean nothing. That switching shit is dumb shit. It don't work against a trained fighter and all this old dumb shit. And everything you said happened to be bullshit. Everything you said was stupid. You told this man he gonna walk through. He ain't fought nobody. I'm gonna walk through and we gonna break him. And everything you said you was gonna do to Bud did to you.
But let me say this.
And you can't call yourself a credible trainer when you underestimate your opponent like that. That's the difference between good and great. That's the difference between good and great. The great ones treat everybody the same.
You get trainers like Roach and Eddie Reynoso, who've been getting trainer of the year, and you know what I mean. They're not better than him. I mean, I just one thing about me is I don't have a problem keeping it real. I just don't want to take away from like it's like you get some pastors, they blow up and they get above they get above themselves. People get money and they get it's human nature. Sometimes people get in a position of power or get fame and they just don't know how to handle it. And I think that Derrick James is a victim of that.
Well, Derrick James, his game plan going into the fight. His plan to fight Spence. His plan for Spence to fight Bud going in there. His whole game plan. He's the bone breaker. He's the eye collector. That's not a game plan. What are you talking about? That is not a game plan. How is that a game?
Motherfucking victim. That nigga was arrogant. He thought Bud wasn't shit, and he paid for that.
Well, brother,
great trainers will always tell you. The one thing a great trainer will always tell you is never underestimate your opponent.
Well, brother,
never
when
do
I
that.
say victim, brother, when I say let me change the word because I can't rephrase that. When I say victim is that I think Derrick got too big for his britches, and as a result, he got humbled. Now, how he would respond to that, we'll find out. I just think that Derrick got a little too big. He got a little cocky.
Yeah, that's the one thing I will say is happening. They like those guys, those cash cows over there with those out here with cash cows, man. Hubris. They living nice. Those checks are looking like boxing is a distraction to like for real life kind of stuff. But maybe I'm wrong. I mean, it's not like they're bad fighters, but they just seem to be very content, very
let me ask you this,
right?
Smoke. Since you over here pontificating with this nigga.
That's what they call it.
Since you pontificating with this nigga, let me ask you a question. Since you pontificating with this nigga, we're gonna ask you a question. What is a common trait amongst all great fighters?
All great fighters,
all-time greats, all the great fighters. What is the one thing they all have in common?
A dance partner.
No, they don't take anybody for granted.
Hey!
They train for everybody. They train for everybody.
There's a couple that there's some guys that they just wanted to be the best version of themselves, right? Like Floyd Mayweather famously. Like Floyd Mayweather famously was like, I don't watch films and all that stuff. But Roger did. He had somebody on the team that watched films. He just did it.
And let me let you in on a little secret. Let me let you in on a little secret, young buck. Floyd was lying. Floyd was lying when he said that. Floyd wasn't telling the truth.
Thank you. What's up, baby boy?
Yeah, what's good?
Yeah, Floyd wasn't telling the truth when he said that shit.
Well,
Don't believe that.
I agree with you because you know what? Roy Jones was like that. He didn't take Antonio Tarver the Rizak serious. He went down, he went up to heavyweight and then went back down. Right. He cut 25% muscle. He didn't really train. He didn't really care. Like, he just didn't give a damn.
Well,
like,
Roy Jones he beat him in the first fight. He beat him in the first fight, though.
He did, but I'm just saying he still didn't really train. But it doesn't matter if he beat him in the first fight. you should still train like you never beat him in the first place. So Roy Jones had that arrogance about himself, where he felt like he didn't have to do much. He could just go in there and, his athleticism was going to carry him through. He got caught.
That's true.
And that was all he wrote.
I just wanted
But
to
Ali did the
real
same
quick. I just
thing.
wanted to
Ali did the
all
same
the
thing.
voices from all the old voices coming back to the panel. What's up, Q? It's been a minute. Happy Friday. Hope you had a great week. Yeah, jump on in and wherever you fit in. But go ahead, guys. Keep cooking.
But with Roy, let me just add this with Roy. Like, a lot of people got to understand something with Roy Jones. Like, I noticed, like, people talk about Tarver. Like, when Roy fought Bernard the first time, it was 1993. And when he beat James Toney, which was in 95, James Toney was a top 5, top 6 pound for pound. So, like, this, I just want to throw that out there for those that understand something about when we talk about Roy Jones.
Yeah, Roy's a bad man. We know that.
That was when he fought Tarver. Hold on, brother. When he fought Tarver, you talking about Roy Jones was pound for pound for 10 years. Like that was not Roy Jones when he fought Tarver. No disrespect to what Tarver did, but that wasn't Roy Jones.
That wasn't prime Roy. Is what you trying to say?
Right.
It was.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
it was.
It wasn't, brother. It wasn't, brother.
I disagree with you in sports, Heaven.
It wasn't, fam. It wasn't.
I agree. No, sports. I disagree with you because it was him. That's where he went up there and beat up that heavyweight.
John Ruiz.
Sister,
yeah,
let me ask you
he went up there and beat up the heavyweight. Then he came back
the
down.
Man, he didn't beat him up. He ran around the damn circuit. That was one of the hardest
What
fucking
was
fights to watch.
Roy?
There was no James Toney beat him up.
Let me ask you,
James
sister.
Toney beat him up.
Sister, let me ask you this, sister. What was
Yes,
Roy
sir.
Jones' best win?
James Toney, probably.
And what year was that?
You just said 95. I mean,
ma'am.
I don't remember all the years.
And I respect you, Queen. So I don't want to. I'm just saying in general. So his best win
your
was
thoughts, Q.
Nah,
Your thoughts.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. I'm gonna get with you in a minute because you're a little different than her. I respect.
Nah, you ain't got to get with me because I can just spew it. I'm gonna stay out right now.
Okay, go ahead then. Because you can't talk about what Roy did in 90. You can't say we understand that his prime years was in 95.
Let me do it. Let me do it real quick.
Go ahead. Show me how you gonna make that make sense.
Okay, I make
that
it.
Scientifically don't make sense.
I make it off this. Now, the reason why I say Roy Jones was in his prime because the things Roy Jones was doing, he had to challenge himself because it wasn't no nigga really challenging him. That's when you was getting Roy Jones playing basketball games before fights.
Man,
hold up, let me finish. Let me finish,
brother. No, I can't.
No, let me finish. Let me finish. Hold up. Let me finish. And now Roy was doing that type of shit because he was still running through people like wet pussy, my God. Like
he didn't run through time.
No, hold up, bro. Roy Jones went up to heavyweight because nigga said it wasn't no challenges down there, bro. So he was playing basketball before he was fighting niggas because it was no challenge. Hold up. So when he got beat by Tarver, that was him exuding himself too much because it wasn't a challenge for him straight up. It wasn't that for him and for the people that was watching, bro.
Brother, Roy Jones it was two Europeans that he was avoiding, brother, at that time. What are you talking about? It was the two Europeans that he ended up fighting the one European and ended up beating him, even though he dropped him in the first round. I can't think Joe.
So if Roy would have smashed him out. So if Roy wouldn't have went up and did all that weight shit, hold up. If Roy would have just smashed him out straight up, what the fuck would we be saying about those Russians?
Brother, I'm saying that
you don't even know the Russians' names now. So brother, if he would have beat him, it still would be the same.
Joe Kawasaki. Joe Kawasaki. That was no pushover, and it was another motherfucker that beat.
He retired undefeated. He's in Hall of Fame undefeated right now.
And he retired with 40-0.
And it was another European that I think he beat Eubanks, or I can't think of which one he beat twice. It was matter of fact, Roy Jones. He went in the ring and called Roy Jones out to his face after one of his fights.
Bro, them ain't Russians. You talking about
I didn't. I'm saying
No, he said
Europeans.
Europeans. He said Europeans. But
brother.
I mean, he's a Welshman. I mean, I guess Calzaghe is technically Italian. He just grew up in.
Yeah, it was another white boy from Europe too. It was another white boy that went in the ring and called Roy out.
Other dude that beat up fucking
Eubanks or
Bank, and he beat up fucking
Now let me say this.
Nigel
Roy
Ben,
Jones is one of my.
You're talking about Steve Collins.
Steve
Collins. Yep, Collins. Listen, Roy Jones
wasn't scared of them, bro.
Check it. I didn't say he was. I'm just trying to say he didn't fight him when they called him out. So
That's it. That Steve Collins is an Irish dude. He's in Liam Smith's corner now.
And let me say this: I'm 44 because Roy Jones. You couldn't tell me nothing bad about Roy Jones. I love Roy Jones. Roy Jones, my favorite fighter. I used to watch him on USA's Tuesday Night Fights. I'm just saying in general is that at the end of the day, Roy Jones in 95 and 93 and 97 and up to 2000, Roy Jones was in his prime. In 2010 and 12 is not the same Roy Jones in 1995. It's not.
He didn't get knocked out in 2010, bro.
Say that again.
He didn't get knocked out in 2010, bro.
Well, I'm just saying. What I'm trying to tell you is, what year did he get knocked out?
Like 2003, 2000.
I'm telling you, so that's 8 years. I'm telling you that Roy was in his prime in 95, 96, 97, 98, 99. You can't compare. You can't say you can't sit up here and say Roy Jones is the same with a 10-year radius, brother.
Also, you can say because Mayweather, he ran the ring for 20 years.
Mayweather is a whole nother level. Roy Jones made his name off his athleticism and his speed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
that's my
and also, and Floyd was not as active. Floyd was nowhere near as active, and Floyd was a way better technical fighter. He could rely on that once his body started breaking down. Roy,
that's what you said. No great fight, no all-time greats. Somebody said that, but yeah, that all-time great. He did that. He took a bit. He just thought that his athleticism would never leave him, and he just didn't. He didn't, appreciate his athleticism. When you go up to damn heavyweight, and then you come back down like 25, 30 pounds.
Yes.
And when you try to do that within 2 or 3 months, you're not cutting body fat. You're cutting muscle.
That's true.
And, that's true. And that's exactly what he did. He did not take. He just took his talent for granted. That's what I think.
Bro.
He said himself. Hold on, Heaven. He said himself the biggest mistake he made was coming back down to light heavyweight. He said that himself.
That you can't.
Yeah, but he was but man, listen. Hold up a second. His dad, he had to reconcile because he thought he could stay in heavyweight and compete with the Klitschko's and Lennox Lewis and all that. He's like, he had to stay. And Mike Tyson. Back then, the dad had to reach out to his son. Tell him, you can't stay up here and fight these guys. You were too little. Like running around the ring with jab and grab John the Quiet Man Ruiz is a far cry from competing at heavyweight.
But smoke. Like, and this why I say it wasn't like that with Roy. Because why would somebody who's on the decline really want to move up in weight to fight bigger guys if people didn't see him as being that great, that they wasn't satisfied with seeing him fight light heavyweights straight up anymore?
Brother,
he was no credit for beating up those guys.
It was man. You have to understand. Like Oscar De La Hoya was sucking all the air out of the room. That dude was on a fucking tear. Like it was hard for Roy Jones to actually catch a break during that time because it was all about the welterweights and the lower weight class. Felix Trinidad, Vargas, Sweet Pea, Julio Cesar Chavez. There was just too much happening. There was no Roy Jones was cool to watch, but there was no deep roster of guys to fight against. There was James Toney.
Yeah, he had a dance partners.
That was it. Like Calzaghe came around later, but that was like really after the damage was already done. Like those guys had already had legendary fights, and everyone was salivating over next fight. Like Pacquiao was on the scene, Well, actually, Pacquiao wasn't on the scene yet. man, who else was around there? 99, 2000.
That's the point, and that's what I'm trying to say is
Costa
Roy Jones.
Jr. around, motherfucker John Jr. around.
Roy Jones fought when he beat Hopkins and dominated Hopkins.
It was like it was Tua and Buche around that. Yeah, like those guys.
That's a big deal. 10 years of boxing and he dominated. I'm just trying to say is that understand something. He went from 20 something to his 20s to his 30s. You cannot say he was not the same. So a lot of times I hear people use Tarver as now, sister. What I do agree with you, sister. And you're 120% right. Him jumping that weight, going back and up and down, it did play a part. But I'm saying to you, as somebody that grew up watching Roy Jones and lived it, he was not the same.
I did too. I grew up in Roy Jones too. I grew up in a boxing house.
So you agree that? So you agree or disagree that he was not the same?
Yeah, I disagree with you. I disagree. And
he was the same. He was the same when he was in his 30s as he was when he was in his 20s.
Hey, okay, hold up. Like here's the thing. Like we have to also understand that Roy Jones started having. It wasn't just Roy Jones a boxer anymore when he was doing that. He was looking to make history, and it was all about legacy. Roy Jones is one of those throwback guys where if there was a belt, he didn't care if it was a recognized sanctioned body or anything. As long as it was a belt and you had it, he was trying to get it. Right? That was part of it. And then he got the money that he was supposed to get, but he started rapping. He had like a record label. He was putting stuff out.
Forgot.
Like, he was doing exactly like this dude. Like he had 1 foot in the sport, 1 foot out of the sport, but he was also trying to get his icon on, like get his mogul on, make money out of everything that he thought he could be talented at, because he spent so much time boxing. He now wanted to, flex his little, let his light shine so everybody could understand who Roy Jones was as a total human being, not just as a fighter. And that takes away from the fighter. Like boxing's a jealous mistress. They don't want to hear none of that shit. They want to hear no damn rap career.
See, Smoke, there's certain fights I would never watch again, right? My very first fight I would never watch again was when Mike Tyson lost to James Buster Douglas. I remember that day like it was yesterday. Me, my mother, and my brother, all three of us were sitting on the couch like Larry, Curly, and Dummy, crying. This man lost to James Buster Douglas. I never watched that fight again. When Roy Jones lost to Antonio Tarver, I never watched that fight again. When he lost to Glenn Johnson, never watched that fight again. And now it's Amir Khan, I don't never watch that fight again. When Deontay Wilder lost in the third trilogy, never watched that fight again. And now this one, Bud and Spence, I would never watch that fight again. There's just certain fights that just kind of scar me. It makes me sad.
Hold on.
That Tyson
no,
fight,
hold on. Let me first and foremost just greet Destiny quick. I ain't got to talk to her in a long time. It's good seeing you. I have to give Destiny her props. She said that shit was gonna happen exactly the way it did from day one. And I said she didn't know shit about boxing. I gotta give you that credit, Destiny.
Yeah, you gotta give her that. You gotta give her that. And look, that Tyson fight, back to that, Des. That Tyson fight with Buster Douglas gave me more respect for Mike Tyson than any other fight he ever had. Because Mike stood in there like a man and took that ass whooping. He took it.
So yeah, for me, I was baptized early in the whole like disappointment and the what you used to call the agony of defeat. Like it was the Muhammad Ali and Leon Spinks fight. That choked me, man. That ripped me to shreds. And I was a kid back then, so it just kind of like.
That's not the one. The ones that got me was Ali and Frazier one.
That first one, that hurt my feelings.
And
that one was all right. I mean, that was, yeah.
Ali and Holmes, I cried like a baby. I couldn't stand to see my man get beat like that.
Oh no, like I hated Larry Holmes. I missed his whole career. Yeah, I missed Larry Holmes' career. I respect
Muhammad Ali what he did inside the ring, but I never liked him. Like I just thought he was the most ugliest human I've ever seen in my life. He was just so ugly. He was a terrible human. He was not a good human. I don't like that human. Like I do not like the slow bones. I don't like that human either.
It had to be that Roy Jones.
Was that it, Des? Because he called Joe Frazier a monkey?
And not just that, he was colorism thing. He was all this light skin thing. He was on that BS. Really, that I do not like that human. He was a terrible human. I don't like that human.
He told you he was the other type Negro. He's the Uncle Tom.
That's not. Ali not a bad human. I say boxer wise, asshole. Carlos Monzon probably the worst. Number one.
Oh man, that's Edwin Valero. I mean, you got some bad dudes. I mean,
gotta be Monzon. That he was a
No, Carlos Monzon was not a nice human being. Carlos Monzon was a fucking asshole.
He was a nasty motherfucker.
He would slap the shit out of reporters, cause scenes in lobbies, beat the shit out of his wives. He was just an evil person.
He's a terrible human too. Yeah, that's a terrible human. Well, I don't like that human either. I don't even know who little buddy is. Oh,
Yeah,
but
best middleweight to lace them bitches up.
Yeah, maybe.
Nah.
Smoke. Now
I
let me
can't
get to
say
your
that no more,
ass,
Q.
Smoke.
I got Sugar Ray
Hold on,
Robinson.
let me get to Smoke real fast.
No, I got Harry Grab. Smoke.
Smoke, let me
I've been doing my research.
Graham is nice, but show me his fights.
Hold on, let me drag Smoke real fast. Smoke.
Okay. Yeah, you
I
got a
remember
point.
Smoke, man, you argued on H panel, and I told you, I said Stephen Fulton, that was the worst fight I've ever seen in my life. I said that fight was so bad I turned it off when he was fighting a transgender. When he was fighting that transgender, I told you that was the worst fight I've ever seen, and I was not.
You said, wow, you still give
But you
dragging
just didn't like the stylistic matchup. You don't like clinch fighting. You don't like niggas up close. I don't know. That's just what you don't like.
There was a lot of man hugging kicks going on. There was a lot of man hugging kicks going on in that. The transgender.
She's talking about
Fulton versus Figueroa.
I told you that was the absolute worst fight I've ever seen in my life. When he fought that transgender, and I told you I didn't think Stephen Fulton was that good of a fighter. And all y'all said, "Oh,
nah,
you're
that's cap. That's cap. I'm gonna call you on it. That's cap.
You don't know shit about boxing. I told you I didn't think he was that good of a fighter because that fight was terrible. What's going on in that ring? I didn't even understand.
No,
you might have said Fulton's a terrible fighter, but
Monster Inoue was that good. I didn't think he was that good. Monster Inoue.
Come on, man.
Neither did you, Destiny. Do you remember that?
You said what?
You didn't think Monster was shit.
I still don't think he's shit. He didn't beat up no elite fighter. You didn't beat up no elite fighter. And then, I don't even watch those little baby. That's like watching elementary students fights. Them little ass 110, 112. What is that? That's like watching little elementary students.
I ain't gonna never win with you, Destiny.
Yeah, I know. That's terrible. He would never be on my pound for pound list. First of all, he don't even need fucking
When he move up and fight Tank, all you niggas gonna shut up.
Man, that's the only time I would go for. That's the only time I would go for.
You don't think Monster is shit? That means Destiny. You don't think Lil Tink Tink is shit either, do you?
I don't like Lil Tink Tink. I never liked that one. He's a terrible human. I don't like that human.
It ain't a nigga that you like done did. Unless it's Bud, what the fuck Inoue did.
That's not true. That's not true because I love Shakur. I love Davin. I love Keyshawn Davis.
In the fuck Shakur and Keyshawn be close to fall.
I don't like them. I don't give a damn what you think. I like those fighters.
Oh, okay.
And I also think Jamel is going to beat Cinnamon. I do. I believe he's going to beat Cinnamon.
Don't know about that.
How you see that going down, Destiny? Because I was saying it earlier.
Let me hear your take on the fight. Let me hear your take on the fight.
Well, the reason I think he's going to beat Cinnamon, right, is because Derek James, Slow James, is not his main trainer. It's that Dominican cat that won Guzman. That was the catalyst for the reason why Jamel beat Castano in the second fight, because he had won Guzman or whatever little buddy name is in his corner training him for that fight. Mostly, he was the main trainer for him for that fight. And Jamel, he has a thick ass neck like Cinnamon, right? Something about people with them thick ass necks, they really can take a punch on the chin. Kind of weird. I don't know how that correlates. I have to look into that. I'm pretty sure Smoke old nerdy ass knows. But anyway,
to the chin.
I feel like Jamel, he's a lot sharper with his jab. I mean, Jamel has a hell of a jab. He has one of the best jabs in boxing. And Cinnamon has a hard time dealing with somebody with a sharp jab. And if Jamel keeps with Juan Guzman to stay away from Slow James, and he does not try to pack on unnecessary pounds. If he just, people always think because you're going up in weight, you have to gain all this extra kind of weight. No, you do not. If he just goes up there, and just does his natural weight or whatever, I think he said he walks around at 168. That's his natural. If he don't try to pack on anything else, he'll be still, very fast. He will be able to, be light on his feet. Now, if he goes up there and try to, pack on all this extra muscle in this short amount of time, it's a wrap. But if he goes in there and he just, doesn't go in there like over, try to rehydrate up to something ridiculous, I think he'll be just fine. I think he will beat the shit out of Cinnamon. But now if he goes up there and do some stupid shit, like what Deontay Wilder did in the Trilogy 3, packed on all that extra weight and came in there sluggish as fuck and looked retarded as hell and pissed me the fuck off, then he's gonna lose. Because Cinnamon is gonna sit back and counter his ass in the body all day. But if he don't
respond to them punches?
But let me ask you a question. Destiny. Floyd Mayweather had to do what he.
Brother, hold on. I asked her. How is he going?
Oh, my bad. You go ahead then.
Yes, sir. How is because I'm rooting for Jamel and you making a lot of great points and stuff. I definitely think you cooking. But how is Jamel gonna respond to those shots? Because he is not gonna hit like he's gonna get hit on the 30th.
He's been hit by solid hitters now. He has been hit by some solid hitters.
Not like Canelo.
Erickson Lubin is a heavy hitter.
Not like Canelo.
He ain't fought Lubin.
No, that was Jamal. You're right. That's Jamal. I'm sorry.
Jamel, she's right. No, she's right. Jamel did fight.
Okay, so it was Jamel. Okay, yeah, it was Jamel. Yeah, I think that was 154. Yeah.
But he don't hit like Canelo, though, sister.
I mean, we don't know that though. Canelo hasn't had a stoppage since Caleb.
Time to touch that. Yeah. The fuck?
And Bill,
you think
beat the English out of Cinnamon. If Jamel is smart, he does anything, if he has any, inkling, any kind of brain, he would study what Bibble did to Cinnamon, and he would do the exact same thing. If he has any kind of thought.
And that's what I was going to ask you, Destiny. Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. Mayweather. Right. Bivol and Mayweather had to put on masterclass performances to pull out a draw and for Bivol to get 7 rounds. Can Jamal replicate that? I don't think so. I think Canelo take that fight.
But he hit harder than both of them, though.
Yeah, Jamel's a hard hitter now.
Does he hit harder than Bivol? Can we really say that?
Yeah, I really do think he hits harder than Bivol.
I don't know, brother. I don't know.
I doubt that. Definitely. I love you, but I doubt that shit very seriously.
I think he might hit harder than Bivol. Doesn't have that many knockouts,
Bivol don't hit like that.
But Bivol is still a big he's a light heavyweight.
Bill ain't never fought nobody at 175 pounds. Ever.
Guess what?
Ricky Henderson learned anything else behind this Spence and Bud fight, is that it doesn't matter about how much you weigh in size, about how hard you hit. That has nothing to do with power. Strength and power is 2 different things too. A lot of people get that.
That's what beat Canelo in the first fight. He was just too little. He was too little for Bivol. He was too small.
No, that's not true. Because technique.
That is true.
He was that's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
Hold on, Mr. Shelton. Hold on, Mr. Shelton. Mr. Shelton. Ricky Henderson. Hold on, Mr. Shelton. Ricky Henderson would hit 20 home runs in a year, and he wasn't but 5'7", 5'8".
We're not talking about Ricky Henderson. We talking about what I saw in this
about
fight.
Size.
It's about you talking about what I saw. We talking about what I saw. What I saw was a little guy who could not hurt Bivol. Everything he threw at Bivol walked through it and kept pounding on him because he was too small for the division. That's why the man who fought him said, the man who beat him said, I don't give myself credit for winning this fight because this guy does not belong up here. This is not his division.
I don't give a damn what the hell Bivol said. It doesn't matter about Cinnamon's size. Cinnamon is a stocky guy. Even though he's shorter, he's a stocky guy. He has a lot of body mass. He went up there and knocked out fucking Kovalev. He was trying to fight that damn Hakuna Matata dude. You know, whoever that guy was, he was trying to get heavyweight or cruiserweight or whatever, the bruiserweight to fight that one.
He wasn't gonna beat any of those guys in cruiserweight.
Yes, he
No
was.
matter
He
who.
was going to beat.
No, he
He would have
wasn't.
beat
No, he
that brother.
wasn't.
Yes, he
He
would.
wasn't gonna get his
He
whole
could beat
ass on
Macabre.
top.
He could have
Yeah,
beat
he would
Macabre.
have beat him.
He's too
He
small.
could beat Hakuna Matata.
No, that dude is trash, Uncle Sean. That guy is slow. He's well. Anyway, I ain't gonna argue about
Yeah,
Macabre.
he's too small for that. He can't
He
do
would
that.
have beat him.
I don't know
You
what
sound
you
ridiculous,
think this
Shelton.
dude is.
Shelton,
This
you
dude is
sound
not
ridiculous.
Superman.
You sound
This dude
ridiculous.
is not Superman.
Mike Tyson was always a smaller heavyweight when he got in the ring, and he was knocking out dudes 2 and 3, way bigger than 2 and 3 times bigger than him or whatever. What are you talking about right now? Like you can be stocky and short and stocky and have a lot of body mass. What the difference is though, Cinnamon's not athletic. Mike Tyson was. Mike Tyson was very athletic.
Nah,
What's the difference?
that ain't had nothing to do. The thing,
did.
the reason why
It's Canelo feet for me, Q.
Nah, bro, they know how to punch. Canelo don't slap with his punches. Canelo turn them bitches over. He punched perfect. The same reason why motherfuckers just wasn't running all through Floyd, because Floyd punched technically right, perfect. He gonna turn that bitch over.
True.
It don't matter if you got power or you don't or whatever. If you technically know how to punch, if I'm turning that motherfucking elbow over, if I'm turning that wrist over, putting that thumb down, nigga, you gonna feel that shit.
No, power does matter,
so
bro.
when we talking about Mel and Canelo getting in the ring, 2 niggas with chins and 2 motherfuckers that know how to punch, it's gonna be now. Them niggas gonna box, and when they feel each other's power, it could be a brawl, but I don't know. But ain't nobody get knocked out. Both of them niggas got chins, and both of them niggas gonna have that power. You know.
I'm gonna be there in line to let you know. I'm gonna let y'all know if this nigga was doing the fish dance on the mat.
Who? You said who?
Either one of them.
Look, Uncle Shelton, just say the booger leg shuffle, man. You could take my word, man. You ain't got to talk about no dumb shit.
You go, yeah, I'm talking about
who gonna get knocked out.
He telling you Jamel gonna get knocked out. That's what he said.
I mean, anything's possible. And I've always said though, that's it. Spence only chance of beating Bud was a puncher's chance, which he didn't even have that one. So I don't understand this rematch.
I don't know what he can do at 168. I know what he can do at 154. I have no idea what he can do at 168.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to Bud moving up to 160. I think this is ridiculous.
You're talking about Jamel and Canelo.
Well, also I'm thinking about Bud. He's talking about moving up to 168. You know what? I do believe at 168, if Bud doesn't go up there, and he's smart enough to know not to pack on all the pounds. He's smart enough to know that, whatever his limit is what his limit is. Bud is. But I think he could beat Cinnamon. If Jamel wins, I don't think he can beat Jamel at 168. But if Cinnamon wins, I do believe Bud can beat Cinnamon at 168.
So
I don't see him beating Jamel at 168. I think that's ridiculous.
So what you saying, sister, is Jamel gonna beat Canelo and then he gonna turn around and beat Crawford?
If Crawford take his goofy ass up there to try to fight that big ass man, yeah, I do believe it's gonna be all she wrote.
Wow.
And the thing is though, I think Bud is just trying to cash out one last big payday. If him and Spence don't have that rematch, because he said he doesn't want to fight past 36. He pretty much keep telling us he wants to retire. I think he's looking for that one.
Yeah, I agree with every word you said, bro.
Right now, Bud talking to the casuals, man. I don't know about y'all. I like Bud, big fan. You know what I'm saying? But I don't believe that shit. When he say he gonna fight Canelo, I don't believe that shit. The first time they asked the nigga what the fuck he was talking about, a catch weight, bro.
Yeah, he did.
And Canelo came out and said, I never go nowhere under 168. Okay, I'll fight him at 168, bro. He just letting the casuals get their shit off. He going to all these interview people who don't know shit about boxing for real. They just regular shit. And he gonna say, yeah, bro. I don't believe none of that shit, bro. He's not going up there, bro.
I I do believe, but you know, one thing about Bud, one thing's for certain, two things for sure. When Bud say he gonna do something, he always do it. But I don't like him. I don't like him facing Jamel in the 160. I think that's ridiculous. I really do. Cinnamon, I think he can hang with as long as he don't go up there and try to pack on extra pounds and all this other weirdness. I think he'd be okay with Cinnamon, but.
You know,
Because
Jamel
you
is
know he has longer arms. He's a master of distance and timing. So I think he has great feet of great center balance. Gravity. He understands. He's never off balance. Bud is always in position to be in balance. So Cinnamon doesn't have half the talents of Jamel. Jamel, if he beats Cinnamon, it's gonna be a long night for Bud. That's all I got to say. I really, and y'all know I love me some Bud to death.
That's some real shit, Destiny.
Man,
It is
it's styles make fights. Bud don't fight shit like Canelo. He ain't got no goddamn feet. You know what I'm saying? He counterpunch for sure, power, but it's not the same. It's most the same.
Jamel don't get his credit as a fighter and a boxer because Sister's on point. Because I was watching Castano too last week, and Jamel, he got good footwork. He throws punches and bunches, combinations, his counter, his timing. He's intelligent. Now what I do say his flaw is he's not good at making mid-fight adjustments. Canelo is good at making mid-fight adjustments, and so is Crawford. That's to me Jamel's flaw is you get what you get. He don't make too many adjustments throughout the fight.
Yeah, he keeps coming. That's the only thing I don't like about Jamel is that he keeps coming forward, kind of thing. He gets very emotional in the ring. They keep trying to say that was Bud. He gets emotional in the ring. No, Jamel gets very emotional in the ring, and that's why he gets frustrated at times. Like when he lost to Tony Harrison the first time, I personally thought he lost that first fight. It's because he started getting emotional because he couldn't get off what he wanted to get off on Tony Harrison because Tony Harrison is a pure boxer.
I thought he lost the first fight to Castano as well.
Yeah, I mean,
But something to be said about Bud, though, Sport 7. That nigga has the clutch gene.
I'm not betting
What do you?
Bud until somebody show me they can beat Bud. I'm not betting against him.
Nah, yeah, you'd have to favor Bud in whatever fight. But I was saying that Jermell has a clutch gene. I've seen him come back in fights like in the Tony Harrison fight and even that Castano fight where I thought he was just gonna lose straight out. He came back and made it competitive and close. And he came back and knocked that nigga Tony Harrison out cold.
But he was losing to Tony Harrison in that second fight. He was getting his ass tore out the frame until Tony Harrison started, gassing. So Tony Harrison doesn't have like a good gas tank. He doesn't. And Jamel does. Jamel has a great gas tank. He's very athletic as well. That's what I said. If it's Jamel to turn out to be the winner against Cinnamon, then yeah, it's going to be a long night for Bud. But if Cinnamon wins, sir, I don't know whoever the gentleman was said that's a never watch again fight for me. No, it's not because I don't even like Jamel. You're welcome, sir. I did like the Charlos at first, but then they started being extremely strange. Very strange humans.
Sure.
So I don't even like them. I just feel like Jamel is more talented than Cinnamon. Cinnamon is very much a how do you call those fighters? Like a pick'em fighter. They pick him to win. They put him against certain fighters to win. And he's a pick'em fighter. He's not this great talent. He's good. He's a good fighter, but he's not even a great to me. He lost to Aries Landy Lara. I don't give a damn what nobody says. He lost to Triple G in the first fight. Some say he lost in the second. I really do feel like that second fight is a toss-up. You can go either way with that one. He lost. He got his ass whipped by Mayweather from pillar to post. And Bill whooped that ass. Bill whooped his ass so bad that nigga didn't even stop speaking English. He didn't even know English no more. Little buddy didn't even know English. He went up there and started speaking in Spanish. I thought he was going to start speaking in tongues.
Yeah, Destiny, I think that he's a great fighter for this era. I don't agree with all this all-time great shit and trying to place him up there with fucking Chavez and Jake LaMotta. And no, he doesn't belong there. Absolutely not. He get destroyed in them eras.
Yeah, he's just like he's a good fighter. You know, he does what he do. I put
let
some
me.
respect on. I actually like Cinnamon as some. I
Well, we have
think
to.
he's hilarious. Since this nigga learned English, his
He
tweets,
deserves. He
his
deserves his
tweets been
credit.
off the chain. I'm like, this man is hilarious.
He
He
does.
don't have no filter. I
But that's you
like Cinnamon.
understand.
I just don't think he's this
He
great
does deserve.
fighter.
He does. He is a great fighter. He does deserve his credit because let me say something about Chavez, and I'm not gonna get into comparison. And like Lamar, that's another conversation. Durant, that's. I mean, we ain't gonna get into that. But I'm
Well,
just trying to
Marky
talk about
Dan
like
hit it on the head, bro. He's great for
Chavez.
this era, but he doesn't beat
Chavez
a
should
Mike
have lost.
McCallum. He doesn't beat those type of
Chavez.
guys. He doesn't beat
Chavez should
a
have lost.
fucking
Chavez,
probably doesn't
brother.
beat a Julian Jackson.
Hold on, Uncle Shelton. Chavez
No.
should have lost to Pinell. He should have lost. Chavez should have lost to what's his name? What's the one brother that he won the fight? In the last 3 seconds they stopped the fight.
Melvin,
Melvin Taylor.
Yeah,
Mildred Taylor.
But the thing
Hey,
is, he
that's
didn't
not
lose
on
those fights.
Chavez.
You said what he
That
should
nigga
have done. He
Chavez
didn't
knocked him
lose those
down.
fights. He didn't lose those fights.
Well, he should have though. And
He didn't, but he didn't.
no, Uncle. Let me say, Uncle Shelton.
But he
I
didn't.
get it. No,
Yeah,
I
so-
get
so-
that though. I get that, but I'm just trying to
Yeah.
tell you is that Canelo got a couple of wins. I mean, like that's just fighting. Period. Like depending on who you talk to, people have their different opinions about when they go to the scorecards. That's just the sport of the nature. And I'm just telling you that Chavez, as great as he was, his first 70 wins was against whoever and whatever. So I'm saying that I think Canelo does deserve to be considered as one of the all-time greats. Personally.
No,
Well,
I don't
let's
think he's
compare
in
him.
the
Well,
class of
let's not
Mike
compare him to guys like Chavez. Let's compare him to guys his own size, like Lamada and Monzon, and compare his legacy.
Yeah. He don't beat them guys. He don't beat a Hagler. He don't beat a Mike McCallum. He don't beat none of those.
Nope.
Yeah, that's.
I can give him this much credit. His accomplishments, they definitely weigh up. But when I look at Canelo, the talent, I don't see him beating those guys. I just don't.
But the reason I pointed out Chavez is because I just wanted to show you that when he stepped up to his level of competition, he lost, and you can give him the win. But there's no way you can sit up here with a straight face and say, "Oh, well, he won against Mildred Taylor," when Mildred Taylor completely beat his ass, and they stopped it in the last 3 seconds of the fight.
That was the worst.
Listen, hey, Sports Evan, I don't like to watch. Just like what Destiny was talking about, that's a fight
I don't like
I
to watch
never
that
watched twice. That
Yeah,
was
I don't
some
like that
bullshit.
fight
I was
because
pissed off.
Mildred Taylor was whooping his ass for like the first 6-7 rounds, and then he just started putting the fucking pounding on Mildred Taylor. Mildred Taylor was never the same after that first Chavez fight. Never the same.
Great fight like that, when somebody gets dropped for the first time, nigga, you give them a chance.
Even listen,
I get that. I understand that. I agree. I agree to stop the bullshit. If Mildred stays on his feet, he wins the fight. But the beating that Chavez gave him, he was never the same.
No, Uncle Shelton.
I don't agree with that, Shelton.
I don't
Because he
agree
went.
with that neither. Because hey, listen, you say pounding, but even the rounds where Chavez stepped it up and started the fight because he was desperate because he had to win the rounds, Mildred Taylor still was winning those rounds.
I didn't say he didn't. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm saying the pounding he took to win those rounds, he was never the same after that fight. He was never the same.
He went on to beat Aaron David. I think the fight that did him in, Sheldon, was the Terry Norris fight. That's the fight that did in his career, not the Chavez shit. He still went on to win belts.
The Chavez shit was the precursor. Chavez beat that man. Go look at that man after that fight. You don't take a beating like that and be the same. You don't take a beating like that and be the same.
He didn't take a beating though. I don't know what Shelton's talking about. I don't know what he's talking about.
Nah, Destiny. He took
look at that man after that fight.
No, he didn't take no beating.
That was just
No.
listen. He was whooping Chavez's ass, but Chavez was just doing nice, steady work on the inside, working that nigga's hips, his body, catching him with clean shots when he would miss. Man, Chavez was a great fighter.
Yeah, he put a beating on that man, and he was never the same.
Chavez first 50 fights was against a bunch of cab drivers, like literally. Chavez
It
first
doesn't
50
matter.
wins against a bunch of cab drivers.
It doesn't matter. Booster fought nothing but cab drivers. Tank fought nothing but cab drivers. It doesn't matter.
I don't think Boots is spectacular at all. honestly, I said, you know what? Boots better stay away from that
Rolly
goal.
ain't too far above the level of a cab driver, definitely.
Haney ain't fucked up the cab driver. You say
about
that like it
Boots.
means something. It don't mean nothing.
But Mr. Shelton, Mr.
Canelo.
Shelton, we're not talking about Boots and Tank. We talking about Chavez, brother.
No.
No, that don't mean shit. That don't take away from him being a great fighter. I don't give a fuck who you fight. I don't give a fuck who you fight. If you beat 89 motherfuckers in a row, you can fucking fight.
Taylor's ass.
If you beat 89 motherfuckers in a row, you can fucking fight. I don't care what you say. I don't care what you say. Because BoxRec says you're wrong. Doesn't matter what you say. BoxRec says that you're wrong.
Who is BoxRec though? Who's fucking BoxRec?
BoxRec don't say it whipped Chavez whipped Mildred Taylor's ass. BoxRec don't say that.
BoxRec says that you're wrong because the man was 89 and over before he kicked the first one. So all that shit we talking about is opinion.
It say he won. It didn't say his ass. Ain't no need to sit up here and start doing the butt leg.
Opinion is cool. Look,
because they stopped the fight for 3 seconds.
Opinion is cool. But the facts are,
ain't no need to do
and the record book says that the man was 89 and 0 before he took his first loss. So your opinion is cool, but it's not the truth.
Don't say he got his ass whipped.
Your opinion is cool, but it's not the truth.
It don't say he got his ass whipped though. It don't say he got his ass whipped.
Man, Sport 7, you sound like a hurt child, bro. I could tell that fight hurt you when they stopped that Chavez fight.
No,
the dude's record says he was 89 and 0 before he took his first loss. So it doesn't really matter what your opinion is.
I'm saying
the facts are the facts.
Is that BoxRec don't know the facts is he won it, didn't say he whipped his ass. That's not what BoxRec said.
All BoxRec is facts.
Fact.
BoxRec never said
that's not true at all. That's not true at all. BoxRec is not all facts. It's not. It's not facts.
I mean, outside they pound for pound list, everything else. Put up the record.
Because niggas abuse the word facts.
Why is it not all facts?
It's not facts. Have you ever seen like their pound for pound list for one?
I don't care about that.
Pound for pound.
We're talking about the
Don't
records.
tell them because they love ESPN.
Pound for pound.
Oh, they love ESPN.
I'm talking about the records. I'm talking about the record.
There's a factual pound for pound.
I'm talking about the records. The record.
No, the record is not. It's not what it is. Shelton, I'm not going to go through this back and forth with you. Whatever you think, brother, is whatever your thing is. I don't give a damn. One way or another. Shelton, I don't give a fuck, bro. I don't give a fuck what your opinion is. I don't give a fuck. If that's your opinion, that's your opinion.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I'm telling you that your fucking opinion is
whatever you think. 2 thumbs up. 2 thumbs up to that. I don't give a flying fuck. Moving on.
It doesn't matter.
I don't go down.
You give a fuck enough.
Sports, sports having. Whatever he's talking about, what he's talking about. Whatever he believes is what he believes.
Just say it doesn't make it so.
Okay, just because you said it doesn't make it so neither. 2 thumbs up. We both have opinions. Like assholes. Got it. Moving on. Clarissa Shields. I'm gonna see everybody stop telling that grown ass woman what she can and cannot do. If she thinks she could beat Keith Thurman, she'll find out one way or another.
That was just stupid. She can't beat Thurman. She should shut the fuck up.
She can find out. You know, either she gonna win or he gonna win, or I don't. I mean, whatever it is. If she like it, I love it. Let her stop telling that grown up on what she can. I'm not in the habit of telling adults what they can.
Keith Thurman basically said the only way he would take that fight is if it was in big gloves and headgear, and he's only allowed to use his left hand. So,
she thinks she's that. She thinks she's that chick. So let her. Either she gonna find out, he gonna find out. Somebody's gonna find out. But I'm gonna let her be great, girl. Whatever you say, sis. 2 thumbs up to you.
Well,
You'll find out.
Let me tell you something, sister.
She won't go too right.
Let me tell y'all. Hold on, Uncle Shelton. Sha'Carri Richardson. I love her growth, and she's my favorite athlete today. I love what she's doing right now. But let me tell you this. She ran at 10.65, but then guess what? In Texas, in high school, in the state championship, them boys running a 10.1. I'm trying
No,
to say
but I'm
that.
saying though, sports happen. I don't know personally. All I'm saying is I'm not into like telling adults what they can and cannot do.
Yeah, yeah.
She gon'
I just hate. Let me
yeah, she
tell you,
gonna
Destiny.
find out. She gonna find
Destiny,
out.
let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. It's because let me tell you why. As a black and I'm gonna go here right now, and I ain't gonna go too long because I know Smoke might check me, so I'm gonna say it fast before he cut me off. I'm about my people. I'm borderline racist. I'm gonna tell you the truth. So I hate when we as black men and black women bump heads with one another based on gender. The reason that black people we struggle so much now because we can't come together as a family. We make money. We do everything we supposed to do. The only thing that the other races have over us is unity and family. And I hate to see that Clarissa want to sit up here and challenge this man. I love Clarissa. She's the best. I had her on my pound for pound top 3 list for the longest on the low. But guess what? I hate to see that she want to challenge Keith Thurman or challenge any top flight man. It's no need to do that, sister. And I get it because they haven't given her credit. They're not giving her money. She's trying to find an avenue and she's trying to stand up for her sisters. But we need to stand up for one another. Don't challenge this brother. And so what happens if he beat the brakes off of you? Then what's going to be the thing? Stop that. I don't like that.
Sports habit. I agree with everything you basically like. Everything worked verbatim, but sometimes a hard head makes a tough ass, and sometimes it takes a humbling. Sometimes it takes a humbling to be with all jokes aside though. Like although I said I would never watch that fight again, but that fight humbled Spence a lot because him and Slow James started drinking the Kool-Aid they was hearing from some of the fans. They started believing their own pipe dreams and shit, and it was a horrible way to humble yourself. And I would never want to be humbled on that kind of stage. Damn, like let me be humbled on the small, like the baby stage or someplace in the corner. But he was humbled on the biggest stage he could. So he has to come face to face with reality. Him and Slow James. Slow James is still a horrible human. He has the better. Slow James still running around somebody. He has the better fighter and all this other kind of weird stuff he's doing. And he still won't, compliment Bud and his team. When Bud and Bomac has been nothing but complimentary towards. Just then he thinks Slow James is a great trainer, which I think he's just being nice because there's no fucking way you think he's a great trainer. He's a terrible human, a terrible trainer. He's just a terrible. His eyes are so. He really gives me bad energy through the damn TV screen.
I told him in the presser. He says you can't hide no more, Derek. Can't hide.
And he just really gives me bad energy through the damn. I've never met this man in my life, but his energy is terrible. Like he has shifty eyes. If you ever look when they put the camera on his eyes, they're so shifty. He's not a good human. I just don't understand Spencer's fascination with this idiot. I wish he would get away from him. He's a terrible human. He's just not a good human. I mean,
Bomac told the nigga, you can't hide no more. The first thing he ran to was cheeseburgers, chips, all this old dumb shit. Nigga, you can't hide. We got you. You in the ring now. We gonna show you what's up.
He did it on something. You're right.
You can't hide no more, Derek. You've been hiding at the PBC for too long.
I mean, I hear you, Khaled. I mean, maybe you're into but not on that national stage in the way it was humbled. I mean, I could see if he got humbled, if it was a more competitive fight, Khaled. But the way that fight played out, it was comfortable, Khaled. That's not. You don't want to get humbled like that. Not on that kind of stage in the manner that he got humbled. I would never want now.
Be careful what you wish for. You asked for this.
That was the worst ass whooping I've seen in this generation.
Be careful what you wish for. You asked for it. You got it.
That was Corrales all over again. That was Mayweather Corrales or Mayweather Gotti.
That was
worse.
Was it that bad? I don't think it was Mayweather Gotti bad. Mayweather Gotti was bad.
It was Mayweather Gotti because in the same way, I feel like Bud and Mayweather just went in there and did whatever the fuck they wanted to. And it wasn't a fucking thing their opponents could do about it.
Yeah.
With that Corrales fight, it felt like Floyd was working more within his game plan.
Yeah.
No, but with Gotti and Mayweather, I was actually screaming at the TV, stop the fight. I mean, god damn, that shit was painful.
That's what I was screaming.
The shit he was doing to Gotti was painful.
Man,
That's what I
after
was
the,
thinking.
after the fifth
Gotti
round,
just didn't have a clue.
beat up, but he didn't get beat like Gotti got beat.
No,
Gotti
he
got
did. He did.
destroyed. He got
I
mangled.
got no. He
after
did.
the fifth round, going into the sixth round, especially after really after the sixth round, like I think they could have ended it after the sixth round. There was no avenue for Spence to beat Bud at that point. He threw his best shot at Bud, and Bud ate that shit like he was eating a cheeseburger. And I don't understand what the hell was that. What was their game plan? I didn't. He kept step around. Step around. When every time he stepped around, God had a punch for him. Like, what are you talking about? And
Their
he
game, their
And he
game
asked him
plan
to
was to
move
get
his
close
head.
and stay close.
You asked him to move his head. The dude don't move his head.
The
You
problem
asking
was
him
it's
to
like
move his
Their,
feet. He doesn't
their,
move his feet.
he was
their
countering.
game plan was to get close and stay close. And what he found out was that at any range, Bud Crawford could kill him.
Right. You're right.
he's
At
a master
any
of
fucking
timing.
range.
He's a master of timing and distance. And I didn't understand what the hell was you talking about? Like on the step to what side is he gonna step to where Bud can't tag his ass? What
Well, you
is
said
that
it.
right
You
now?
said it
Swear to
earlier.
God.
You said it earlier, Destiny. The problem was they started to believe all that shit they heard in the press and on YouTube. They started to believe that shit.
Yep.
They thought they was gonna run through Bud. Bud too small. Bud is this. Bud is that. And you did not realize that you get in there with a monster. This dude is different.
And I didn't understand why people was even running around saying that foolishness. But I mean, Spencer's too big and he's so strong. Have y'all never seen Bud deadlift like 500 pounds in the middle of nowhere? He's
Well,
taking these fucking, top MMA fighters and making them submit, picking them up and dropping them. Like, I didn't understand what the hell was going on there. Like, I just did not get it. Like, what?
There's a lot of
What?
Then I was telling them, I was telling them that when you go through multiple weight classes, that means you fought a multitude of styles. You fought every style there is. Because you fought them at 35, you fought them at 40, you fought them at 47.
He started at 130 though. He started up at 130. So
You've seen everything. There's not a style or a guy that you haven't seen before. Like he told you in the presser, there's nothing this guy can bring to the table that I haven't seen before.
You said that.
I fought this guy. This guy just never fought me.
His argument was that, Bud's resume was terrible. But let's look at his resume. Let's look at Spencer's resume, right? Does anybody think Lamont Peterson and Chris Algieri could have beat Victor Postal or Mean Machine? Do anybody
No, because they would have fought him if they could have. They would have fought him if they could have.
I will say this. Well, no, because they on different banners. We're not going to ignore that. But I will say this is that what I never liked is because I don't have a problem with a person having their opinion on what a fighter is or who they are. That's fine. I just hate when they start hating on or knocking or taking shots at another person's resume, right? So I think that if you get to going into that, but if you go deeper and look at Bud Crawford's resume from when he started to where he is now, and you look at Spence's resume to where he started to where he is now, because I did the homework, you will see that Bud has more undefeated and 1 loss and 2 loss fighters on his resume than Spence does. That's what I found out.
He beat some of the best up-and-coming prospects. At that time, they was actually contenders. Not even prospects, they was contenders. Like, Felix Diaz, Jose Benavidez Jr. You're talking about, Delorme, Breedis Prescott, who just knocked out, Amir Khan. I don't understand. And Gamboa at one point was like top 10 pound. I told you Gamboa was my favorite fighter. Like, that was my little baby. Because he was just so adorable. He was so vicious in the ring, and then he really had real skills. And you never hear Bud talk about anything. He said Gamboa was his toughest fight because he said Gamboa was so small, his feet was so fast, and he said he was making adjustments. And Bud said when I would make an adjustment, he'll make an adjustment. He said so. It took him, to the 7th round to finally make the proper adjustments to get on out of there. Which, that just speaks to Gamboa's, genius in the ring. So when they were dismissing Gamboa, did y'all not remember who the hell Gamboa was? Mikey Garcia ran as far away from Gamboa as he could get. Lomachenko ran as far away from damn Bud as far as he could get. So I didn't understand what people were saying, Gamboa,
And Gamboa was 10 years ago. So they think Bud is the same fighter at a lower weight class now that he was 10 years ago. That was just
You're
stupid. The dude is improved.
You're right, Uncle Shelton, because when they talk
He's
about
gotten
him
better.
getting dropped,
Way
when they
better.
talk about him getting dropped by Green Machine, I'll be like, well, you know, he's gotten better since that fight. You know what I mean? So I get it. I get it.
Honestly, Shelton in sports, a lot of things to do with Bud. Bud, he he's a little cocky himself. You know,
Oh
some
yeah,
of
he's
these
a lot.
fights, yeah, he doesn't really. I don't think he really, I don't think he really, trained for those guys the way he should have. I don't. He comes to Velasquez is kind of like, who's this bomb kind of guy. But Bud's competitiveness though would never allow him to just, lay down for anybody.
Well, people shit on Kavaliauskas, and Kavaliauskas was an undefeated Olympic champion. So
yes,
Kavaliauskas is fucking
he would have beat the shit out of him. I think he would have beat Mikey. I think he would have beat Lamont Peterson and then the Chris Algieri dude. I feel like he might even would have beat Danny Garcia, to be honest. Because Danny Garcia was getting his ass whooped by Lucas Matiste. He was getting his ass whooped by Lucas Matiste until he was able to land that.
He was Virgil Ortiz and even his Kavaliauskas.
Well, you gotta understand,
That motherfucker can fight.
That one punch mattered though, so that's a part of the arsenal. Because Deontay Wilder, he's gotten outboxed in a few of his fights, but that one punch changed the game. So you know what I mean. I don't want to go there, and I don't want to get into who would have won who and who would have won that. I don't want to discredit neither one of them. I just want to get into, and I did, me personally, and Uncle Shelf know it. And he owed me push-ups, but I end up owing him. Is that I just thought that I gave the edge to Spence, but the truth be told is the way he caught that check hook, he was catching those check hooks from Ugas. It just, in my mind, I felt like how is he going to react when Bud catch him with that? Because if he's catching it from Ugas, the difference between Ugas and Terrence is a major difference. And that was the worst ass whooping I've seen that I can say as a grown man. That was an ass whooping. I mean, that nigga, he beat Errol Spence was blue black when the fight was over with.
They keep saying, they keep saying, Spencer take a tune-up, right? Before he goes back in the ring with Bud, which I did not see before. But Bud, he takes a tune-up, and he ends up like Roy Jones, and loses to that tune-up fighter, like Roy Jones did against Glenn Johnson. He got knocked out in his fight. Like, Spencer's in a pickle. He's in a bit of a pickle.
I think he got beat into retirement. Spence ain't never going to be the same after that fight. Because the thing is, he doesn't. They don't know how to approach the next fight. He don't know if he want to be hesitant to press Crawford, and if he hesitates to press Crawford, that's going to go against him, because then that means that's going to go into Crawford's territory using his, thinking through the fight. He's going to overthink the fight, and he's going to end up getting stopped in the later rounds. The only, in my opinion, the only chance he has is which I don't agree, because Crawford's a wrestler. So, and wrestling is not, see, that's what people don't understand is, I went to the States. It's not about how strong you are, it's about angles and position of the body. So it's not that Crawford's just strong. Crawford knows how to play the angles. So if me and you get into a physical confrontation, I know how to use my leverage and my angles to throw you. That's what it is. And the only chance Spence really has is to be strong, make it a physical fight, and get dirty, fight dirty. He's gonna have to fight dirty. He's not gonna beat him clean. he's gonna have to fight him dirty. And I don't even know if at any weight he's gonna be able to fight a street fight, because Crawford's a street fighter, and I don't know if he can do that with
Yes,
I
see,
don't know if
Crawford, he is. When they say his levels to this thing, Crawford is levels above Spence. So that's why I did never understand. People kept trying to tell me, convince me that he was gonna beat Bud. I'm like, oh, well, maybe I must be missing something. Well, maybe I don't know shit about boxing for real. Because they kept saying like, oh, his size and his work output. Well, we know that's not a thing because we've seen small fighters fight bigger fighters with a great work output, and they get completely dominated. You know, Cinnamon was like one of those fighters at first when he fought Floyd. He was younger, stronger, bigger, and all that good shit. And Floyd, you know, took that nigga to school and back. So I didn't understand, like, this notion that somehow Spence was gonna, you know, impose his will. I'm like, did y'all not see what the fuck he did with Sean Porter? He picked Sean Porter up off his feet, threw him into the corner. Like, what are we talking about right now? Like, am I delusional? Like, maybe I'm delusional. I really was confused, but I still didn't expect that though. Like, I thought Bud, you know, would dominate, and I thought Bud would probably, you know, I gave Spence like maybe he'll win like 2 or 3 rounds, but I thought like, you know, those would be the rounds that, you know, Bud would kind of collect data. And you know, he didn't really need to collect data, to be honest. The only thing he really had to do was, you know, he was trying to, you know, he was learning his timing. And once he got his timing down, he got his timing down in the first round, actually. And he started showing his dominance in the second round. People thought like, oh yeah, that's when he didn't download data in the second round. No, he had downloaded everything he needed in the first round. The timing. He got, you know, Spence's rhythm. And he would just catch and counter. And then, I mean, that jab, you know, that was a power jab. That was pretty much like a straight right. Like, he was hitting him every which way but loose. Spence, you know, he would throw those wild looping, you know, lefts and stuff like that. I'm like, bro, like, what are you doing right now? His feet was all over the place, like there always are. But he always was able to get away with that because of the caliber fighters he was fighting. But you can't do that with a skilled boxer like Bud. On paper, that fight was a terrible matchup. In life, it was a terrible matchup. It's a terrible, stylistically, Bud is a nightmare for Spence. And to be honest, you know, the reason why Al Hammond and them, you know, didn't really want to give Bud that fight with him, they knew better. And it made perfect sense. The reason why I never wanted to see Spence in that ring with Bud, because they knew better too. Because you know Mayweather, you know he's part of PBC. He's part of the. He told them like, "Yo, Spencer's not beating little buddy. It's just not going to happen." And it was something. That fight was something. Something I never want to see again. I don't want to never see another fighter get beat like that. Good night. That shit was terrible.
Well, if the man want, he want to hold his badge. I think he deserves, if that's what he want, the second fight. I think it'll be a little closer, but like you said, I mean, everything you said is right. It's just a styles. Styles make fights,
and that's exactly what it is. And stylistically,
he's all wrong. Spence is all about working off the jab. And he can't, and Crawford going to take that jab from him every time. And he's just more skilled. And because he's going to take the jab from him, it's going to look like he's fighting an amateur.
Right.
This is, he's just a rough amateur. And Crawford's going to take the jab from him. And he's just going to beat the brakes off of him. It could be a 12-round unanimous, late round stoppage, or it could be another repeat.
So. Yeah, he's a come forward fighter, you know. He's not nothing about, and they kept telling, you know what's so weird to me, Mr. Heaven? It was like they kept saying, like, you know, he's this great fundamentalist. Well, I never understood that part neither. I never thought he had great fundamentals. Fundamentals starts with your stance. Spence stance, he's almost doing a split. I mean, you have to have a stance to, to even have like great fundamentals. You have to have footwork, be able to move your head. He's never done none of that his whole career. I don't give a damn if it was before the accident or after the accident. He's never had none of those things. So these fundamentals that they spoke of, I never understood what the hell they were talking about. That's why I said maybe I didn't know shit about boxing because I didn't understand what these things were that they said about Spence. Like, what are y'all looking at that I missed? I really was really confused. And still to this day, when I hear some of the Spence fans talking about this rematch needs to happen, and at 154 he's going to show us a better outing. How? How can you develop these, superior boxing skills within less than a year? When muscle memory is always going to lead you back to what you're used to. Same thing like we saw that with, Deontay Wilder one with, Malik Scott. He tried the jab in the first round when it didn't, he went right back to his old terrible tactics.
Yeah, you're not gonna change that.
You can't.
That's why AJ's struggling now. You know what I mean? Like, it is what it is.
Well, when you have bad habits die hard. And when boxing, that muscle memory, that's what he's going to go back to. He's not going to stick to, Derek James cannot teach him things that he doesn't even know. Because you look at Derek James' boxing career, they literally fight. All his little stable fighters, they all fight like him.
Yeah.
Which is very flat-footed, very comfort, no head movement, very robotic, very mechanical. Derrick James can't teach him anything because he doesn't know it. When he kept saying, move your feet, bruh, how you gonna tell this man to move some feet? That's something y'all never done before. Spencer's never been no lateral movement fighter. He's never been no fight off the back foot fighter. He's always just been a comfort. He's a Blaxican, like a black Mexican.
Yeah.
His style is. That style works with some people. I've never liked that kind of style. I always thought it was, I don't know. I don't like that style. But people, different strokes for different strokes for different folks. But I don't know what Derrick James is going to be able to teach him within a year or less than a year, where he's going to be able to overcome. But I don't give a damn what weight class they fight at. It doesn't matter. But some fighters just have your number, and Bud just have your number. I don't never want to see that no fight like that again. That was disturbing. Like, I really thought that man was gonna die in the ring. I was truly like scared. I'm like, when are they gonna stop this damn fight? But he never left out of second gear. He never left out of cruise control.
Yeah,
I mean, could you imagine if he would have really put the pressure? Like, if he really would have went full throttle, he would have killed that man.
All I heard was thud, 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 thud.
And those fists was coming so fucking. All you heard was that, that's when he was swinging. Like, I didn't understand. Bud didn't even he didn't even go full. You could tell he was definitely going like 20 miles per hour. Could you imagine he would have went like 100? He would have killed Spence. I didn't understand. Like, why do y'all want to see this again? Why do y'all want to see this again? Do y'all want to see your favorite fighter die? Like, I don't understand.
Well, let me just put it like this. I will say this. When you compare the Wilder and Fury second fight to the third fight, now I don't get into, I do, but I won't get into conspiracy theories and all that, right? Because I'm sports, so I'm a firm believer that games ain't won on a flag or one play. Is one on the whole course of the game, right? So that's how we just keep it all the way 100 to eliminate the bullshit. Even if there's bullshit in the game, there's opportunities to overcome the bullshit, right? So, like, the example I'm trying to make is the second Fury and Wilder fight. The third fight, it didn't completely reflect it because even though, to me, Wilder fought scared, in my opinion. He fought scared the third fight. Because I do think Fury was in his head. And I think he recognized, regardless of all the talk, that Fury was the better fighter. I thought that, with all that being said, Wilder was one knockdown and 1 or 2 seconds, because you can get into the count. The count was a little long, but we ain't gonna get into that. Because Fury showed he was the better fighter at the end, so we ain't gonna get into that. But he was 1 or 2 seconds away from stopping him, and clearly 1 knockdown away from stopping him based on that second fight. So based on how he got beat in the second fight and how Wilder performed scared, had he fought confident, that's a whole nother conversation. But from the second fight to the third fight, it was a complete different story, because even though he did get stopped, that was a great fight. That third
Yeah,
fight.
I mean, that was really like a back and forth fight in that third one, though. Because, Wilder gave as good as he took in that fight, to be honest. But the difference, too, also, I do agree, he did fight scared. But also, I didn't understand the whole, let me gain all this extra weight.
Yeah.
When your best performance that you had against Tyson Fury is when you were like at his regular weight, 212 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
The second fight he went in, I believe it was like somewhere around 220 something. Then the third fight, he was 238. Yeah. Made zero sense to me. Like, bro, what is you doing? And then they showed him like bench pressing. Who lifts weights like that before a fight? When you're doing strength and conditioning, it's not, heavy lifting. That's not a thing to do in boxing. Like, I didn't understand the game plan, period. I remember telling my mother, because all I kept seeing up and down the YouTube streets was, oh, Wilder's doing this. And it was just too much of it. And then you have some of the weird, some very strange channels saying very homoerotic kind of channels. Oh, you see his strong back, his back. I'm like, what are you, like, it was very strange. And I told my mother, I said, and I told me, I saw him, bench pressing, what was it, like 300 something pounds?
Right,
I told my mother, I said, that is terrible. I said, that's not going to work in his favor. And she was so confident that Wilder was going to win. That she convinced me that he was going to win. When the better judgment of my head said he is going to lose this fight. Tyson Fury's not even a great boxer to me. Like he's very sloppy, but Wilder's even worse than he is. And I like Wilder. Like Wilder, I love Wilder, but he's never been a good boxer. He just had that righteous right. You can't depend on one punch when you're a boxer. And that's what's going to get a little tink caught up. He's always looking to land that stupid ass left. He's going to get in the ring with some skilled fighters.
Well, sister, we ain't get in the tank, sister. We ain't gonna get in the tank, sister.
I don't like the little tink. He's a terrible human.
I know you do. I know you don't like it. We ain't gonna get in the tank.
Yeah, that's one of your favorite fighters.
Oh yeah, that's my guy. We ain't gonna get in.
Yeah, you like little tink. Well, tell him he needs to get a speech therapist or a speech coach or something, so he can learn how to speak some damn English.
God, you know what? As long as we recognize that we all can get better. Yeah.
Well, I hope he needs to learn how to be a better human too before he catches his dirt nap too on the biggest stage ever. Because that dirt nap is coming. He's a terrible human. He's not a good human. He's just not. And as much as I love my little baby Shakur, I don't like how he's been moving towards Devin. So he's been moving very strange towards Devin. I don't know what that's about. It's very strange. I hope he get his shit together. Well, they used to be really close. I don't even understand what the hell's going on now.
But them young guys, they'll figure it out.
Well, I hope so. People keep trying to make this fight happen now. I always told my mother, I said, those are like two of the best like lightweights. I said I feel like that fight is going to happen once they move up to welterweight. They're going to meet at welterweight. I think that's when that fight is going to happen. I don't see that fight happening now. Devin is barely he's about to be 25. I don't have no rush to see that fight, and I don't even want to see that fight, to be honest, because my little babies.
I just like at the end of the day, I believe that they're all doing their thing. All three of them brothers are doing their thing, and we as fans, we have our opinions and our views, But the whole point is that they really the highlight of the the lightweight division, and
Mhm.
Haney's gonna move up. Uh, what he did, I love. I do love. I'm not a fan of Haney, but I'm a fan of him as a person. I love what him and his father is doing. I love how his father is being a major figure in his life, and I do like how they doing their thing. I respect that because that's more important than what you do on the ring. Uh, I love what Shakur doing. I love what Tank is doing, and I just love what they're doing. So at the end of the
Lil
day,
Tink Tink can kick rocks.
well, I mean, at the end of the day, he come from nothing. Um, his
Hmm. And
mother
it
grew up.
shows. And it shows. He's a terrible
Well,
human.
well, I mean, he can get better, and he's gotten better. One
No,
thing about
he's not gotten better. He's still a terrible human. I do not like
no,
that human. I like
well,
different. I like Ryan Garcia actually. I was rooting for Ryan over him.
uh,
That's the only time I ever gone against anybody who's
well, he,
fighting. Anybody
well,
who's gonna fight Tink Tink, I don't give a damn. I'm going
well,
for the other person. I
when
like
you got
anybody but him.
when you got your mother and your father in your life, and you know, then that, like I said earlier, as a people, that's where we struggle. We don't struggle with money because Black Wall Street explains that, but we don't
Yeah.
struggle as being successful. Uh, we are as a people, we always are the best at everything, but where we struggle is unity
I do agree with you. We
and
definitely
love,
struggle with UNC,
love.
but you know
Not
what?
hate.
Sometimes you gotta weed out the bad apples off
Well,
with their heads.
let me tell you something. Malcolm X is turned out to be one of the greatest peoples of one of our greatest leaders of all time, and
Mhm.
he was the shit when he was young.
Mhm.
Some of
Mhm.
the sad thing about the prison system is some of the strongest some of the strongest brothers and sisters are locked up in the prison system, right? Because they make bad decisions, but the fortitude, the guts, the balls, or the ovaries, or whatever you want to call it, is in them. But if they don't get a second chance or they don't get time to develop and grow, then you'll never know. And before you know it, you'll have the weakest motherfuckers leading us. And that's what we've been dealing with for the last maybe 20 years, is we've had a lot of the beta males and females leading us because our alphas are not able to lead us because
Well, see, that's the thing. I don't get into all that alpha and male and female stuff. I don't get into all that. That's not my thingy.
when I
I mean,
say alpha sister, I'm talking about
alpha and beta
first.
means I don't get into that because we all have alpha and beta in us. We're leaders in some aspects and we're followers in some aspects. Like, I know my strengths and I know my weaknesses. So when I was married, me and my ex-husband, we were married. I knew what I was great at and I knew what he was great at. So whatever I needed to lead at, I would lead. Whenever he needed to lead, I let him lead, follow the leader or whatever. And another thing though, with you said, some of our leaders, I don't need nobody to lead me. I've always marched to my own damn beat. I'm my own person. I do my own thing. I always have my own mind. Like, that's another thing I kind of like about the reason why this fight is happening. I really hope the rematch doesn't happen because YouTube became like these people are threatening to kill each other over this stuff. And
Well,
like,
I,
let's meet up and fight. Like, are you really going to pull up on somebody and fight? Like,
with that,
stop the madness.
listen to this. Like with that, I think I know where you're going. Like let's just say, let's say you got your YouTube channels, right? A lot
Hmm.
of these, but once you get money and power or you get a following, people change.
Hmm.
Human nature. Um, you know, in the wild, animals kill to eat. So like life is not nice.
Hmm.
Life is not nice. It's about the survival of the fittest.
Hmm.
So these guys, the brothers, they get their channels and they in their own little zone. They on their own little zone. They got their own little people, and people come in there, and it's like anything else, like capitalism. Let's just get into the isms. Capitalism in the '80s wasn't bad because capitalism says that if you come from poverty, you don't have to grow into poverty. You can grow and you can have your own business and you can become somebody. But through greed eventually, the little mom and pop stores, you get your Walmarts and you get your thing, and before you know it, capitalism now is about stepping on people, about getting yours. So everybody is accustomed to this. So with those channels, I think those channels, they started off, they wasn't on that bullshit. They was in their own little zone, but they got arrogant and cocky, and as they built subscribers, they just went all the way left and got corrupt in their own little way.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to get into like which channel, and because there's a lot of different channels, whether it's part of, whatever, whoever. I just find it, these, I'm going to meet up with you to go fight over some boxing. I wish I would. I wish I would. I don't have the energy, time, nothing. And, I'm too damn old for the foolery and buffoonery.
That's true.
What are you just going to meet up to go box over some boxing? I don't give a damn if you, to be honest, like, I don't give a damn if you pick Spence to tap dance on Bud's head or vice versa. I don't give a damn about none of that, to be honest. So I'm not making no money with these brothers. I mean, I'm proud. I'm happy that, they're starting generational wealth for their families, and Bud has done a whole community in Omaha. He started a whole community in Omaha. I don't know what Spence is doing in, Dallas, but maybe he's doing the same thing. I know Bud goes and does things in Africa. I know Bud, he moves around. He's really about that life. So I respect, I put some respect on his name for that. But I don't gain anything from that personally, but yeah, I do gain it because he's doing great things for our people in different places. So I do gain in that way, but personally, I don't gain anything. So I don't give a damn, like, to fight, to say you're gonna like end somebody's life over some boxing. That's weird.
Well, a lot of that time, at the end of the day, we get to the real, loudmouth motherfuckers is easy to spot out, and they get knocked down quick. So, a lot of it just be a bunch of loudmouth talking and ignorant talking. And, now, unfortunately, they don't get taken serious. And, it is what
thankfully, they don't get, well, you never know. People get taken serious. You never know. Like, some of these people do, and they go to the same fights together. You never know what is in somebody's mind that day or heart or whatever. Maybe that day somebody's really feeling, a little angry, a little murdery, and they want to go do some weird things. I don't know.
It's just me personally, sister. I'm gonna be real, and like, I'm down the middle with my shit. You know what I mean? Outside of Tank. All right. Outside Tank, y'all know you feel something with Tank, but I just hate to see black brothers and sisters and fighting and carrying on. That's what I do. That's just like, and they be fighting over fighters, and bad enough.
Malcolm X said the downfall of our people is going to be integration, which, I mean, and then Martin Luther King finally admitted it right before he was assassinated that he just felt like he led his people into a burning building, which I would never celebrate his birthday. I just thought he was a terrible human.
Listen, check this out though. Like, and that's just what I'm saying. He actually sacrificed his life, and that don't mean he made every right decision, but he actually said, and I'm not a fan of his neither. I'm more of a Malcolm X fan, but he sacrificed his life. And a lot of brothers, they're not willing to sacrifice their life.
I'm just tired of these so-called revolutionists in our community, trying to, lead our people off into some weird stuff. Our people are not ready for no full-out war. We're not ready for no damn war, because what's going to happen? Like, a lot of us don't even know how to. Like, some people don't even know how to shoot a gun, clean a gun. What about foraging? What to look for? How to make, get salt. What rocks to look for to make salt out of? How to even build an oven out of mud and clay. We're not outdoorsy peoples. I know damn well I'm not an outdoor, but I do know some things because of the military. And I'm a nerd, but I don't want to live that damn lifestyle. I don't want to be in no race war. I think that's weird. I don't want to be in no race war. I don't want to do nothing weird. I just want to live like a regular person and just die regularly. I don't want to do nothing weird. Sports? Sports? Smoke? Hello? What the hell just happened? Smoke. No, that guy. I don't think that fight is going to be boring at all. I think that's going to be a masterful boxing clinic. If you ever watch any of their sparring tapes, they're very good. Very good. But you have to be like a pure boxer or a fan of the pure boxing. Smoke. Smoke. Hello? Yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on here. This is weird. Smoke. Smoke must be sleeping. He must have smoked too much and went to sleep. I don't know.